Good morning and welcome to Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. It is a beautiful day in Seattle, Washington. We are coming to you live. My name is Alyssa Esprez. I'm joined by Zach Rydell, and we have had an exciting day yesterday. We have an exciting day ahead of us. Can't wait, honestly. And Zach, we have some really exciting results to recap from yesterday. Kick us off.
I was going to say, yeah, we had a ton of rounds happen yesterday. We're going to kick it off in schedule order. We're going to start, we're not going to start in schedule order, my apologies. We're going to start with multi-blind first up. So notably, a couple things that I wanted to mention or talk about with multi-blind. We saw our top 1 and 2 seeds, Ro Hessler and Graham Siggins, not even crack the top 8. Graham Siggins is currently 14th after the first attempt, and Ro DNF'd his attempt, unfortunately. Right now, we have a top 3 projected of Andrew Tao with a 52 out of 55, 49 points in just under an hour, as well as James McDiarmid and Joshua Gao trailing in 2nd and 3rd themselves. We do have another attempt of multi-blind tomorrow, so we'll be able to give more information then. Hopefully, we're going to have an exciting race for multi-blind.
Yeah, I mean, multi-blind, it's you get 2 attempts, and the better of the 2 counts as your result. So obviously, after yesterday, you want to just kind of regroup, evaluate where you were at. There's also people, I don't think really realize this, but there's like a lot of strategy in multi-blind in terms of like how many cubes are you going to submit, how many cubes. For those who don't know how it works, you submit a bunch of cubes. They get all scrambled. You have an hour to solve as many of them blindfolded as you can. Basically, it's a point system, so it's how many you solved minus how many you didn't solve. And so you can't just like submit 100 cubes and be like, I'll do 50, because then your score will be 0.
Exactly.
So it is definitely something that people like kind of posture and kind of like, how many are you submitting? Like, people actually keep it very locked down how many cubes they plan to submit.
Exactly. And in terms of strategy as well as quiet events, we're going to talk about FMC. We had FMC attempt 1 yesterday as well. I'm going to pull up some of the stats we have for that. Currently leading the pack, one of our FMC single world record holders. There's 5 of them now. Levi Gibson is currently leading with a 20-second single. 20 move on attempt 1.
It's early.
It's early. We're all still waking up here, but currently leading with a 20 on the first attempt. In second place, we see Noah Suarez with a 21, and then we see how many is that? A 6-way tie for third right now, all with 22s. We have Adrian Navu, Carter Kukala, Jackson Worley, Jada McNeil, Wojciech Rogonoziski, and Wang Chen Wen. All a bunch of names. FMC is looking like quite competitive for this competition. Even we have, because
the next step we have like a 15-way tie.
The entire screen that we have here is filled with people who have a 23 in FMC. And again, it's only attempt 1, but since FMC is a mean of 3 event, that means that these competitors, if you get like a lucky 1 attempt, that means that that time's going to be able to count for you. That time, I keep saying time. I'm so used to these events being timed.
That's okay.
But we are going to see that 20 will help Levi maybe fall back on some of the other ones, the other attempts to not go as well.
Yeah, I mean, totally. When you have something like, when it's a field that's this tight, like just a 2-move advantage off the first solve is huge, which is wild to say. So if you are just joining us, welcome, good morning. We are coming to you live from Seattle, Washington at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025. And we are starting the day off with 7x7 round 1, getting all of our events kicked off. We are here to crown 17 world champions. We've already done 1. Yesterday, we had 5x5 blindfolded. Tell us about that, Zach.
I would love to talk about that. Our results for 5x5 blindfolded were crazy. This final, I have to start with the greatest of all time. We have to start
Big Blind Goat
with Stanley Chappell. Now, 5-blind is ranked by your best single, so you don't need to get a mean of 3 to be able to succeed. I mean, you see here, all of our top 8 competitors DNF'd their mean. They got at least 1 DNF in their 3 attempts. But we see here, Stanley Chappell started off attempt 1 and 2 with DNFs. I saw a video posted of his attempts, and he was just shaking going into the last attempt with a 213, being able to clutch up there the 5-blind win.
Absolutely. So, when we look at 5x5 blindfolded, obviously, Stanley Chapel was the expected winner. But again, it almost didn't happen. So, let's be clear. Nothing is guaranteed with these big blind events. We'll see 4-blind later this weekend. And, again, Stanley, heavy favorite going into that. But that is not necessarily guaranteed. We'll see. And then you get surprises, some cool surprises like Simon Praschel from Austria setting a national record in order to get the silver medal at 2:57.34. We got to talk to him a little bit yesterday, and the improvement that he's been on has been amazing. It's just it's so cool to see someone just be so thrilled that they came to the World Championship and they clutched it out and really just had a performance of a lifetime to get a result that they're really happy with. So was really happy for Simon. Congratulations. Manuel Gutmann, who we will talk to later this weekend as well, rounds out that podium. And that is our first of 17 World Championship podiums.
Stanley Chapel is first.
Okay. And then we've got lots of stuff going on today. So yesterday we kicked it off with on our main stage events were Pyraminx, one-handed, clock, and 5x5, all of which will continue on today. So we had Pyra and OH round 1, and then we had clock and 5x5 semis. So we'll head into the semifinals for Pyraminx and OH later today, and then clock, 5x5, actually, and then the finals of all 4 of those events will end the day today, which I'm so excited about.
I was going to say, yeah, we will see 4 world champions crowned today. I'm not sure if there are other finals going on today.
No,
at least we will see 4 new world champions crowned here. Kieran Bihan, who I interviewed yesterday, was a lovely talk with a 2:01 7x7 single there.
That's something to blink at.
Yeah, we will be reviewing yesterday's results as we go through this 7x7 round. But next up, I would have loved to talk about Pyraminx round 1, as we're going to be going into Pyraminx semis shortly today, I think before the lunch break.
And no surprise, who is leading us out with Pyraminx round 1?
Currently in the lead is Michael Nielsen. I wanted to talk about Michael. I was thinking about it this morning while I was getting ready to get all dressed up for the live stream. Michael Nielsen won North American Championships 2022 with an amazing showing. That next year, he won U.S. Nationals with another incredible showing. And then when it came to the World Championship, Michael fell short. Michael was not able to take that win home and complete the triple crown of the 3 major championships. I know Michael is really, really trying to get that again.
Yeah.
Michael is the most prepared he's ever been. A 159 average to kick it off in the first round with a 112 PR single, which I noticed we saw it on stream, but I didn't realize that was PR for Michael.
Okay.
So an incredibly hot start. Other competitors to look out for, of course, Sebastian Lee from Australia, a 162 average, following right behind Michael, as well as Ezra Shear, making a return to cubing. I know he hasn't gone to a whole lot of competition since, so I am quite happy to see that he is still able to put up good numbers.
Yeah, and then the other thing to watch with events today that we're going into the semifinals for, all of these competitors will be competing for those 20 spots in the finals, and there will be people who want to make it, who think they should make it, who will not make it. And when I look at this rankings right now of where we're at, when I look at that 20, 21, 22 spot, I look at 3 people who think they should be in the Pyraminx final, and they're on the bubble right now. Andrew Mao of Canada, last year's North American champion for Pyraminx. Jasper Murray, of course, a very accomplished Pyraminx solver, and Luke Garrett, a all-rounder, but someone who takes Pyraminx pretty seriously. All 3 of those people just sitting on that finals bubble right now, and so we'll see what happens later today in those Pyraminx semifinals.
I was going to say, we will be going to Pyra semis shortly, but you have to think there are 200 people that made it to the semifinals and only 20 going to finals, as you mentioned. Out of the 10 stages here we have at this competition, the scale of the amount of people that aren't going to be able to make finals,
Yep.
you can only take 2 from each of those stages. And that's who's going to end up in finals. So
Yeah.
it is going to be quite the battle. But again, all these competitors are quite experienced. It's going to be an amazing pair of semis, and I'm really looking forward to it.
One-handed, let's talk about that. What happened there, Zach?
So one-handed round 1 happened as we pull up some of our results here. We did see a South American record average from Theo Golubov of 9.3, coming in 3rd place in the round. Our top 2 competitors in the round were Max Park and Nicholas Archer. Nicholas with an 894 average, Max with an 884 average. Nicholas also stunning with a 6:05 second single. I remember watching it on stream and kind of getting confused of like, wow, that time is really, really low. But what we're looking for, again, we have that same bubble as you were talking about. I'm seeing a ton of names in past the 20th seed mark that really think that they deserve to be in OH finals. I'm seeing names Felix Zemdegs, the greatest cuber of all time. We're seeing Alexei Svetkov, Chris Mills, a whole ton of huge names that might not be able to make it into the top 20 to make finals.
Absolutely, and notably at that 20th spot currently, world record holder Luke Garrett. So we'll be keeping our eyes on him. Okay, and then our next event was clock semifinals, and there was some heartbreak in this one.
Was heartbreak. The biggest and the most important one, the one that everyone is talking about, Lachlan Gibson, DNF average in clock semis. We will not see the current world record average holder make it into the finals to be able to fight for the world championship title.
That's just, honestly, when I think about it, it's like heartbreaking. Lachlan is here from all the way around the world, from New Zealand. He's 11 years old. It's his first world championship. And you know what? There's just, yeah, I mean, it's one of those moments where he's obviously extremely early in his cubing career. Those kinds of things hopefully build character. But it's really tough to see, and it's disappointing for us that we don't get to see, again, like you said, the world record holder fight for that world championship. At the same time, we have a bunch of people who have earned their spot in the finals, and they will be fighting for that spot. That is now, it's opened up because the world record holder is not in this final.
Yeah, we are going to see, again, going through some of the notable results in this round. We see Jonathan Wong from Canada. Alyssa, I am sure, is rooting quite fondly for Jonathan with a 286 Canadian national record average. We also see Carter Thomas with a 291 average. Carter, I believe, being the only person in both clock round 1 and round 2 to get a sub-3 average. Maybe that says something about what to look forward to in the final round. We see another whole bunch more names. Alessandro Diamampo with a 307 personal record average. Congratulations, Alessandro. And a ton of other names to look forward to. The one I really want to look at right now is our 11th seed from clock semis, Brendan Dunnigan. Brendan, notably our reigning North American championship, or North American champion in clock. An amazing final to watch. We briefly discussed this yesterday, but we're seeing Brendan maybe fall a little short. And clock round 1, he was on the bubble of making finals if it were the final round. I don't think he would have even been in the top 30. But Brendan, again, as we see, or as we don't see here, a lack of Brendan Dunnigan. He did underperform the first 2 rounds at North American Championships, so I'm really hoping that we're seeing that same thing play out here. If he's saving all of his energy, all of his aura that he has built up over the last year, and is going to funnel it straight into those finals.
Yeah, you just hope that kind of yesterday those jitters are getting out, and we're just, everyone's here, they're present, it's happening. And, notably just above Brendan also is Władimir Kapuscianski, who is also another favorite for clock. Again, also notably not in that top 8, that first screen that we see. And so we'll want to keep our eyes on that as we head into the finals. But once you get to the final round, everything that's happened so far, it's ancient history. You've got 5 solves to prove it. and we'll see what happens.
All people remember is the final.
Exactly.
They don't remember what led up to it.
Exactly.
Another thing I wanted to talk about before we switch off of clock summies, I know I love talking about I love talking about clock, but rather than just the names of the people who made the final round, the names of the people who did not. It was a harsh cutoff this year. You needed a 3.71 second average to be able to make finals this year, and a ton of names. Caleb Wolf Dunn, the winner of the first round of clock here at the World Championship, the largest clock round to ever happen. He won it, but was not able to make finals, just outside the bubble at 21st. We see a ton of other names. We see Fiona Bao not be able to crack the finals bubble. Again, a whole bunch of names. It's insane seeing that a sub-4 average isn't enough to get you into the finals
World
anymore.
Final. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then as if the excitement wasn't enough yesterday, maybe saving the best for last, which is wild that this is like it can still get more exciting. But 5x5 round 1 and semifinals happening yesterday, and oh my days.
Oh my days.
I don't even know how to say it. I don't even know how to get to this how to do it justice what we saw yesterday in 5x5 round 1 and round 2. I know Keaton and Kevin were commentating both rounds. They were both so excited. Timon Kolasiński on the 5th solve in both rounds had a chance at a world record average.
I was going to say, look at Timon's times here: 31 or 34.11, 34.65, 33.05. Those times going in to his last solve, all helped potentially build towards a world record average.
And just now we're seeing a 1:37.07 single in 7x7. That's a very fast time for 7x7.
I was going to say, we saw some other times today, and that is, I think, the fastest time that we have seen so far in this final.
It absolutely is, yeah.
Yeah,
I believe that is Lim Hung from Malaysia at his 3rd World Championship, 17 years old, and coming into this competition as the 3rd seed. So absolutely, we're not surprised to see times like that from Lim Hung. And of course, just really excited about that one. We heard, again, it's, what time is it? It's not even 9:30 a.m. and we're hearing crowd noise and people reacting to these fast solves. The energy in the room is electric here at World Championships.
I was going to say, it is the largest competition of all time. There's so many people here, not even just competitors. There are so many people here. I remember watching the opening ceremony last night, and every seat was filled. I didn't think that it could happen, but every single one of these seats that is facing the main red and blue stage was packed. There's people on the bleachers to watch our opening ceremony and Nations Cup. It was truly incredible to watch.
All right, and I'm just being reminded that solve that we just saw from Lim was just 2 seconds off of the Asian record single for 7x7. So obviously it's 9:20 a.m., but Lim is here to put down some good solves.
I was going to say, yeah, no, it is going to be an electric 7x7 round here. Again, it seems extremely chilled out because 7x7 is an event that, although these competitors are incredibly fast, it does take some time for a solve to finish. But in that solve, being able to hold on to your nerves and focus on what you're solving for so long, up to like a minute and a half or pushing even 2 minutes, it's incredible seeing these solvers be able to stay composed going into their solve and during their solve.
Definitely. We were talking last week about just how the mental game that you need for 7x7 versus the sprint events, obviously just 2 completely different things. One is just that real burst of focused concentration. A longer event like 7x7, 6x6, you're really needing to stay locked in, remember to turn quickly, remember to look ahead for a full 1.5 to 2 minutes. And so, it's something else to deal with at 9 a.m. in the morning.
I was going to say, it's a real mind melter of an event. I mean, we obviously take into event, or we put a lot of love and pride into people who solve blindfolded, where you have to memorize a ton of information to be able to solve the puzzle. But not a whole lot of love for our big cube solvers who are also putting in a ton of work actively into making sure that they are focused on what they are doing. A 203 here for Kieran Behan, 2.345.
Fun.
2.0345
Yeah.
for Kieran. On pace for a low 2 average, I believe, or a low 2 mean.
Absolutely. Okay, getting back to 5x5 really quickly. We are just, in for a treat, I think, today in 5x5 finals. It's going to be a madhouse in here. Like, I think the seats will be full. If you are planning to, come watch finals, get here early and get in your seats because otherwise, we were saying you need to bring binoculars if you're on the bleachers in the back.
Yeah, I was going to say, if any of you are currently still in bed waiting to get up to come into the venue today, you should get here now so you can get a good seat for 5x5.
Get sat at 9 a.m.
I was going to say, if you don't have anything else going on, you should get seated and you should get ready for this. It's going to be a blast. Again, we do have 4 finals today. We're going to see 4 world champions crowned. We're going to see the Pyraminx world champion, the one-handed world champion, the clock world champion, and the 5x5 world champion, the most electrifying final that we're going to be seeing today.
So, Timon Kolasiński had 2 world record chances in yesterday's rounds for 5x5. There's no reason why. I know yesterday Manu kind of had a chat with him in the post game and was kind of like, world record in finals? And he was like, nah. But that's Timon. Timon will say it that way. I will say I will not be surprised at all if he once again has a world record chance going into that final solve in the finals. Of course, that's not what's on your mind. What's on your mind is becoming the world championship and winning. But, listen, it's Timon Kolasiński. He is more than capable of doing both. That should not be on his mind. What should be on his mind is winning. But that absolutely is a possibility. The person standing in his way, Max Park. 36-48 yesterday in the second round, just 1 second behind. And Max Park obviously is... What is there left to be said about Max Park? He is absolutely capable of taking that out of Timon's hands.
I mean, if you go on his results page, it speaks for itself. Max Park, undeniably one of the greatest of all time when it comes to big cubes, your 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7. And notably, more composed, it seems, than Timon. We saw Timon, again, as you mentioned, 2 chances at the world record average for 5x5. But each round, Timon fell a little short. He got worst possible average on both of those. On the first attempt he had going for the world record average, he got a 44 on the last solve, completely further away from the rest of his times. And we're seeing here in 5x5 semis a second or almost a full second slower than his previous worst time in the average. Maybe wondering if that added pressure of a world record is making him way more nervous going into that last solve than it would be just trying to go for a world championship title.
147.41.
All right. Once we have Lim Hung here, 147.41. So that will make him close him out with a 151 mean. And that will obviously, I think, be very, that will be very comfortably into the second round.
I was going to say, that's quite on pace with what he's been averaging lately. We do have some stats behind the scenes here. Lim with a 151 about, average of 12. So everything's starting to check out maybe of doing as well, except that 210 that he had, or 211 in his mean, definitely made the times much worse.
Totally. Okay, as we look at just previewing that 5x5 final you're going to see later today, rounding out our top 4 in that second round going into these finals were 2 kind of up-and-coming people, I would say, in this space. So Henry Lickner from the USA, setting a PR average of 40.32 in 5x5. Man, I think if Henry ends up on that podium where he is right now, third behind Timon Kolasiński and Max Park, I think he will be thrilled.
I think he would blow the roof off this place.
Yeah.
I was talking to Henry this morning earlier while getting coffee, and I didn't get a chance to congratulate him yesterday on his amazing showing. And I asked him about how he felt, and he was cool. He was calm and composed, but I could see through those eyes. He was jumping up and down I'm in third going into 5x5 finals at the World Championship. the most important 5x5 round to happen for the next 2 years, and he's third going into that round.
Just behind him is Timofey Tarasenko, here all the way from Russia. A young star we've been talking about, but even though he's young, it's not. He's punching above his weight.
Yeah. Being able to come in here in fourth in the... Sorry, I'm hearing announcers coming in. It's messing me up. They're trying to get me off my A game, Alyssa. But Timofey, again, coming fourth in the semifinal, and not by like quite that far of a margin. Only not 30, 0.3 of a second or so behind Henry going into semis. Going into finals. What's really going to be interesting about the final round is the battle for third place. Mm-hmm. Of course, we are quite confident the top 1 and 2 positions on our podium will belong to Timon or Max. It's going to be a mix between the two, but there are a ton of names fighting for that final spot on the podium.
Absolutely. Okay, we're just continuing on with 7x7 round 1 here. We do have, speaking of, Timon and Max on deck for the next group of 7x7, so we will see them. They actually are competing on the next stage, on the same stage, so we will get their solves alternating on the red stage, and it will be great to see. And so as we kind of get prepared for that, we'll just continue watching these first few solves of the day. And once again, welcoming you on a beautiful day here in Seattle. I will say, Zach, that it's been a really lovely week in Seattle, and that is, I hear, not typical. So we haven't had any rain. It's been like beautiful and sunny the whole time.
I was just thinking about that on my walk here this morning. I always hear like it's raining in Seattle, and it has been nothing but sunshine. It's been maybe a little cloudy at times, but I haven't felt any of the rain. I have felt nothing but the love from this amazing city. I would love to move out here. I am sick of the heat wave I'm getting on the East Coast right now.
All right, we're seeing Kevin Hayes. I'm not sure which solve he is on. This is his third solve. Okay, this is his final solve for 7x7. Kevin, of course, one of the greatest of all time when it comes to big cubes, and is no stranger to the World Championship stage.
As I say here, we're looking maybe for a time that we can expect from Kevin around here is about 2 minutes, maybe just a little bit over. Seeing here, we can't get a good view of the solve, but he's still finishing up edge pairing at the 2-minute mark, meaning that likely we're going to see around maybe like a 2:10.
Yeah.
Here we see him on 3x3 stage currently.
Looks like closer to 2:15, which he's not going to be super pleased with that. But again, I think anything in that 2 minute range.
We did see there a safety flip on 7x7. Shades of clock semis yesterday. But I think his main goal right now is to really ensure that he makes the final round for 7x7, and a DNF would cost that.
Yeah, totally. Okay, in that case, I think we are just about ready to swap off into the next group of 7x7. And with that, we will also take a quick break to swap off. And we're also going to be speaking in this next group with Samir Agarwal, who is a hometown kid. This is Hometown Worlds. I know that he is excited about being here in his home state of Washington and is eyeing a world champion title in, of course, square one. So we'll be speaking with Samir just after this. And for now, we'll go to a quick break, and afterwards you'll be hearing from Kevin Hayes and Samir Agarwal.
All right, welcome back everyone to Rubik's WCA World Championship. I'm Kevin Hayes. I'm joined by Samir Agarwal, a couple of Washington locals for the World Champs in Seattle. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm very glad to be here.
Is Samir's audio on? Can't hear him. Okay, great. Yeah, so pretty quiet so far. I mean, obviously square one Jermaine Day on Sunday. I think probably say 3x3 after that. So very back half weekend. How are you settling in?
I actually really like that because it lets me just have fun and take in the experience on the first few days.
Yeah, you did 5 yesterday. It's just been 5 and clock. Yeah, you did 5.
I actually skipped my events yesterday. I spent it spending more time with people and taking in the venue.
So just straight up, you didn't do and no rounds yesterday?
Yeah, I actually chose to skip them.
All right, awesome. I like I think people do often get a little too. They get a little too wrapped up in like I gotta do all the events. I gotta do everything. Like being able to have the flexibility to kind of see in the moment like what do I want to do today, like what feels right is definitely like a pretty strong mental move. So obviously, defending world champion, 2 world records in average earlier this year. You told me earlier that like you were on the grind. You definitely obviously. I mean, it makes sense. Like world record holder, world champion, like favorite to win. How do you like? Compared to Korea, where it's definitely a very different situation, especially being in your hometown, how has that changed your mindset going into this year's Worlds?
Yeah, so I think going into the 2023 Worlds, I felt a little bit of pressure because it was my first Worlds and I was caring about my results. But I think now it's more of a feeling of, well, I've already done it, so I've kind of already met my goal, and whatever happens here happens. I talked to Anthony Stoyak, and he had a very similar mindset. He explained one of the stories he had with a local that he met here, and it was very similar in terms of he's already won. He won 2x2, and so now this is more so for the experience. And so that was a very similar sentiment. So I think I'm excited to be here in finals, and I'm not too worried or pressured by my results.
How so? Give me a little more background about the rest of your life. Obviously, like I know you're going to UW right now. You just finished your sophomore year?
Yep.
Yeah. How kind of has that balance? Like I know like going to college is a pretty common time people get a little less into cubing or like their priorities change. Like what has that been like for you?
Yeah, so I kind of overloaded my courses in the first 2 years. So now I only have, I believe, like 7 classes left. So I'm taking 4 or 5 credits per quarter. So these next 2 years are going to be very, very chill in terms of the school workload. So I'll have more time to plan out other parts of my life and how I spend my time. But I think because of that, it made it a little bit difficult to balance cubing over these last few years.
Well, it seems like you've done pretty well. A couple world records earlier this year. Like, were the world records more of like you finally like just executing well on the skill you already had, or was that like definitely a mark of like getting a lot better at home?
I think it'd be the former. I think world record was a long time coming, and it definitely took a lot of official rounds to finally get something on the right set of scrambles. It almost felt like I kept just wasting scrambles round after round, or in around 2024, and then things just kind of clicked this year in 2025.
Sorry, 1 second. We got Timon. Jesus Christ, this kid is so. It's classic Timon. It's like 7x7 is just like all over the place, and then like, oh, show up to Worlds. So I got 139. You know, of course, as he does. All right, well, Timon's up to a strong start. We'll see. And he's very inconsistent 7x7, so we'll see if that's indicative of a low 140 average, or, I mean, honestly, based on his previous results, we could see a 210, we could see another 139, we could see a 134. You never know. So, like, talk a little bit also, like, because Square One, especially like in America, and then also just like in like Washington specifically, is such a strong event. The U.S. holds the top 4 spots. 2 of those 4 spots are Seattle natives or Washington, or like PNW natives. Like, is that add extra to you? Do you kind of think about that, especially with Worlds being here?
I haven't actually thought of that, but I think that's pretty remarkable. And I think Max and I might have similar sentiments there. It feels good to represent our region and be at that top niche. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. Like, it seems like so recently where we were, like, hanging out at locals and like 2018 locals where everything was just getting started and you guys were on the rise. Like, I feel like even then it was pretty clear that you guys were going to be extremely, extremely successful. I guess Is there anything more you'd like to talk about? I know. I know you like. Wait, I'm trying to think. Actually, sorry. Yeah. Is there anything more you want to talk about?
I just want to say to all the cubers out there that feel pressure from their results, just know that it's a very natural component of solving, and to, instead of looking at it as a bad thing, try and really understand how you process it. Use your different senses and your perception to add to the experience instead of taking away from it. I think that's something that I've learned from cubing, which is very unique to this competition experience and lifestyle.
Yeah, do you think that's something that's like a strength for you? Because like, I mean, I feel like talking to you today versus maybe even recently in like the last couple of years, that like, you seem very calm, very just like content with being here. Obviously, I'm sure your results are going to speak for themselves on Sunday, but like that kind of calmness, I feel like is very good for just kind of seeing what happens and probably leading to good results.
I try to live in the moment and let the future be what it is instead of trying to control it or think about what the outcome is going to be. And it seems to have done pretty well for me so far.
Well, wise words from Samir Agarwal. We will be watching you on Sunday for all 3 rounds of Square One, and I'm sure we're going to have an exciting final.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks for joining in.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're back. Max Park with a 142 single, which, I mean, it's probably 7x7 has gone crazy. Like, it is interesting how I mean, 142 average is almost certainly going to win on Sunday or tomorrow night. I think we see people with great singles. We see Timon with a 139. But even that, just knowing who Max is and Timon's varied results in 7x7, I have no doubt. Like there's nothing has indicated to me yet. If Timon gets another sub 140, all right, now we're talking. But nothing is indicated to me yet that Max is not just like absolute massive slam dunk favorite for tomorrow. And all 3 rounds, really. I mean, even in this round, Timon's got a 2.5 second lead, and I'm like, nah, Max is going to win. 7x7 has gone through this like revolution in the past like year. It seems like a lot of the Asian cubers have figured out like specifically 7x7 becomes so faceted. Mix of Redux and Yao as well. So we're starting Timon solve right number 2, who uses Yao, and we have Michael Tripodi with me on the cast.
Hello, Kevin. How are we doing?
It's going well. It's a little early. My results indicated that. I don't think my times would have gotten semi, or we'll make finals, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine tomorrow.
What do you mean? No better time for 7x7? Any time for 7x7 is a good time for 7x7.
As I've gotten older, my ability to solve in the morning is decreased drastically. So it'll be okay.
We'll see how some of these top solvers treat the morning conditions. We have seen Timon with a pretty good start, sub 140. If he can keep that pace going, he will be putting himself in contention to be top seed for this round.
Yeah, I mean, that's his PR2, sub 140. He has a 136 single from earlier this year, in the last 12 months, but like we mentioned before, Timon's 7x7 solving is really varied. He does have like this Worlds Finals, like this Worlds buff. He shows up, and all of a sudden, every single event he's totally on. So we'll kind of see. Well, this next solve will tell us a little more because it could be the range of here is very large. And
yeah, this is not Timon's first rodeo. He has competed in many World Championships. Did very, very well last Worlds in Incheon in Korea. So has that ability to turn it on when it really matters. Here we go. He's finished off his centers now. 118, the rotation.
It's not too bad. We're on like a bit of a slower pace, though, but it's not.
No, it's definitely not on for that sub 140 pace.
No, definitely
It's
not.
a little bit pausey here. Still looking for some pieces. There we go. Onto his last 4 here. He does that trigger. Gets all of those edges in the front.
He's on pace like a 152, depending on these last 4 cases. This one's pretty gross, though. Ooh, a lot of execution errors as well.
And then we go on to the 3x3 stage, which Timon absolutely rips through as usual. Gets that anti-soon ZBLL. Yeah, 152. You were bang on there. Great guess, Kevin.
You see, that's the indicator of like Timon. Like that 130 now is incredibly good for Timon. He gets a 152. He's like, oh, very solid. I mean, his PR right now is 149, so he's got like 7 seconds. He can get up to like a 157 about, and still get PR. He's not. I don't have him pegged, I guess, to break into a top 3 at this competition. While at Worlds, he did get second last time. I think it was due to weren't as quite as many super strong 7x7 specialists. The previous generation, besides Max, kind of fallen out, and Timon just like overall great solver, kind of stuck in a second. While this time there's a lot of specific 7x7 people here. Max is obviously the massive favorite, but the new faces from Asia have shown up and are very likely to make it a little like you can't. It's no longer good enough just to be good at all the M/Ns and do some 7. You got to really practice 7 if you want to get in that top 3 at Worlds.
And we've seen that landscape change a lot very recently, even in just like the last 2 months. So many new solvers are finally getting good results, and just in time for the World Championships. We'll hope to see if they can replicate those results here.
It's crazy. We got Nam. If you're curious, we got Nam in the main box, and we got Max in the side box. Nam is on. It's a little hard to see his time. He's at 105 right now. Let's well, this is reminiscent of last year where we had Nam. We switched to Max during his world record solve, but Nam is on pace. Okay, Nam's on pace for over 150. Let's if we could switch over to Max in the full screen view, that'd be great because Nam's looking to be about a 152 trajectory right now. Let's see. Let's check out Max's. Let's see what we got from Max here.
So we could get that top-down view. One of the only solvers that's using Redux.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Mark Zimmerman's also using Redux as well. There's actually there's a few solvers.
Is he in this group, or will we be seeing him a bit later?
We'll be seeing him later, but there are a handful of people using. Dongsu Park's also using Redux on 7x7. I mean, I've been saying this for ages. Wow. Oh no. Oh, okay. Here we go. Max is
finished centers sub 50.
48 second centers for Max, and Max is extremely strong on edges. His world record centers were 53, and he's at 48. While his world record did have the craziest last 4 plus 3 of all time, Max is flying. Let's see if he can hold it together on these edges.
We saw Sun Kyuk Nam finishing with a 155 just off stream there. Caught that timer just at the very end. Here goes Max Park.
This is his edges are not. Okay, he's on last 4 at 116, which is slightly ahead of his world record, but his world record single had the fastest last 4 plus 3 stage I've ever seen in my life.
So remember, world record single 134.15.
Yeah,
currently held by Max.
He's got double slice inner parity. So this is still gonna be a great solve. It's gonna be sub 140, but this is just a good example of why that world record is so ridiculous.
EPERM to finish the PLL. Yeah. 141.75 gets a warm reception from this crowd.
I mean, that's still a great solve. He's going to, I mean, honestly, like with anything reasonable in the last one, he's going to lock up the win here in round 1. But, I remember his world record single is 53 second centers into 15 seconds for 3x3 plus last 4E. Just to let everyone know, that's not even possible on most scrambles. That is crazy execution on a crazy easy set. As we saw, 48 second centers is well ahead of pace for world record for Max. That's great. 48 second centers is amazing. His first is edges. He hit last 4. He hit last 4 at about, what was it this time? 116. So he was 2 seconds ahead of his world record and ended 7 seconds behind. So that to tell you how fast that was. Although in this case, I think his last 4 plus 3x3 stage was a bit rough. He had the inner slice parity, which takes 3 or 4 seconds depending on the execution. So definitely on the worst side of things. But if we're going to be looking for a world record single, we need to be well ahead of the pace going into the last 4 because it's almost impossible to keep up on that last 10% of the solve.
All right, so we've got Dwayne Ramos representing New Zealand, and also in the top right view, we have Timon Kolasiński. He's on pace for the European record mean.
It's almost a slam dunk. The only thing if Timon was a more focused 7x7 solver where he really practiced a lot of 7, I'd say it's a guarantee. But he just kind of shows up and is like, I'm the best. I'm good at 7 now. I'm going to do it. But I think it's very, very likely he gets this European record.
Only needs a sub 157 solve for European records. So that's well within his wheelhouse.
I mean, the realistic range for this solve is 135 to 205.
So it looks like you're not so quietly confident, just confident that he's going to get this done.
If it was 5x5, I'd be guaranteeing it right now. A similar level of if you needed a 40 second on 5x5, but I think it's very likely.
Yeah. We've seen him already in 2 rounds of 5x5 already. Had chances to get world record in both of those on the last solve, but couldn't quite get the job done in either scenario. 7x7 could be another chance for a European record.
He's doing all
which
right.
I don't think he's gotten so far this competition.
Wait, no, he's moving. Oh, shit.
Absolutely moving. No 2 centers left.
Is that orange? No, that's... Oh my God, wait. We're moving. Wait, we
that's
are...
a clutch moment. 105. Now solving that last cross edge into his last 8 edges. We are well underway here.
No, we're on world record watch right now. Like he's going to need to be flying on these edges, but he's very good at the edges.
A little pauses, just a tiny look at the back. There's that announcement. He's not happy.
Okay, the edges needed to be a lot better. He was flying on this, and ER is locked up in the back. He's going to get sub 140. This is an amazing average.
There we go. Got those edges oriented. Pike
CBLL.
CBLL. Here we go.
Ew.
There it is. 141.60.
Wow. Honestly, pretty shaky second half of that solve. He still gets a 141.6.
It's got to be around about that 143, 144 mean. Either way, it's definitely a European record.
Wow,
There we go.
144.78 mean. I think that is world rank. Oh my god, he just dropped 5 seconds off his. He just dropped. This guy's. He just dropped 5 seconds off of his PR mean. He jumps all the way up to 144. What?
144. He is currently 5th in the world.
That's
from
still
that
only
mean.
5th in the world. That's crazy. We have some insane solving from Emmanuel Cow last week or a couple of weeks ago. That was his PB all time for the 141 for the second place. Ziyu's not here. Lim hung with the 144, but Timon just showed he can do it right here. And the thing about this is why Max is so dominant in this event, is that he's still, like, the odds that Max loses this round are still almost, I think, almost zero. Like, Timon gets European record, jumps 5 seconds off of his official PB, and Max is like, okay, well, just another day at the office. I'm going to clean up.
Yeah, it's just light work for Max Park, really. He's been so dominant in 7x7 for so long. Does he remember what it's even like to lose 7x7?
He hasn't lost a round since 2018.
And amongst that shaky last Worlds that he had, 7x7, not one of the rounds that he dropped.
Yeah, like Max's big cubes are obviously extremely good, but 6x6, he's had a couple DNF means in the last few years. His 6x6 got major upset at Korea Worlds. He lost his world record to Nam, and like he's still definitely the big favorite for Sunday night. But 7x7 never loses. He hasn't even lost a round. And honestly, Timon with the crazy European record average, and Max is still on pace to just beat him handily.
If he was ever going to lose a round, it would be in circumstances like this. Someone else would have to pop off to knock Max off that top spot.
That's the thing, though. They need to pop off even harder than 144. Like, it's Max's everyday solving versus people's, like, lifetime best, and Max still comes out on top. Whoa. We're 48 centers again. Wow, his edges, centers are crazy. Okay, so we're 5 seconds ahead of the world record pace right now, but remember, again, the world record splits are ridiculous on the back half. But we are at 48 and a better than average center edges here.
But Max is barely pausing here as well.
It's not
top tier solving that we're seeing. Here we go, solving that last edge onto the bottom.
It's just not as efficient as I'm usually seeing from Max. These edges are definitely a little shaky. I think he's still going to easily lock up the win here because of how great these centers are. But I mean, so he's on last four at 122. So we're even behind. We're even behind the world record pace now, and the world record pace is that crazy. Like these first 8. Whoa,
Wait,
6 second.
What happened there?
Whoa,
oh, wow.
He got a double parity case, but 6 second last 4E. What?
Oh, yeah, no, he's got it for sure. That ZBL was so fast. 130,
wait.
85. Where did that come from?
What?
The best solve of the round so far. It's just light work for Max Park.
I mean, I've been preaching how insane the last four plus 3x3 stage was in this world record, which is 15. That was a 16 inner slice parity. I'm very
goodness,
certain.
that's unbelievable.
Did he like skip an edge on last 4E? Like that was insane.
It had to look like it because like from the looks of things, it just like they were just done. They were just done. It just had one edge left to solve during the 3x3 stage. That was absolutely unbelievable.
Honestly, like that was one of the best. Like 48 second centers plus 16 on last 4 plus 3x3. That's a little bit of a missed opportunity there because those first 8 edges were really pedestrian by his standards, and just even a normal set of those would easily win world record. A good one is like sub 130, but you know, first 8 edges are like 35% of the solve, so it's kind of significant.
And how crazy. There goes Max Park, first round of Worlds, solving better than anybody else has ever solved 7x7.
What was this mean again? Was it 30?
Was
it 40?
Had to have been like 140 or low 141. Either way, it's still definitely better than the second in the world.
I think it's 140. I think second's 141.1 though, right? Just take it forever. Oh, Emmanuel's 141 too. So it might be, but yeah, no, it's like absolutely dominance from Max here. We're gonna be who do we have?
That might be Max's PR3 mean that we've just seen there.
It's very, yeah, looks like it's PR3. Max now has, he will have 8 of the top 10 results. 1 result snuck in there for manual, or 2 results, 8 of the top 9 results, 1 result snuck in for manual cow. His overall, his lifetime PB in an official competition. I guess what I'm saying about Max. It's everyone at their absolute very best versus Max being a little sloppy, and Max still wins. Like, we'll probably be getting data in soon. Oh. Wrapping up here like 207 for. Oh wait, who's in the other seat? I think we are mostly wrapped up with the super top level 7x7 solvers. Definitely some strong solving from our 2 iron guys who does not matter what time, does not matter the pressure, always put on a show. Timon and Max. I think I haven't seen the results from a lot of the other competitors, but just looking around at the stream, looking around at people's faces, I haven't seen a lot of impressive stuff. Like Nam with the 155 single instantly ruins his mean. I haven't really heard a lot from any of the other competitors, but that's kind of how it goes when it's like a round 1. It's 9 a.m. People are kind of just getting up. All right, so we actually have some results. And we got the manual cow 149 mean, pretty solid. Nothing crazy, but Lim Hong 151, also pretty solid. Henry Lichtner 157, Kieran 159. These are all, Kieran 159, like these are all pretty, like I think by everyone's standards, they're just kind of pedestrian. Overall, definitely going to be a slow round. So, the 9 a.m. round after Nations Cup late night, pretty historically slow. It really just goes to show you like how much better at competing Max and Timon are than everyone else. Like they just show up and they do well no matter the circumstances. And that's like the really big difference maker. And like when you're here and like setting the tone to win Worlds tomorrow night.
And they were both there deep in the trenches for Nations Cup as well. Both USA and Poland making it to the Final 4. So really bouncing back after a late night last night and bringing their best this morning.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the cut line here that we're projecting right now. Right now we're at 224. There's a lot of people still to be entered. It's definitely going to be a slow round. Whatever 28th place is in this round, I guarantee you that time is like we saw in 5x5 it was. Okay, I saw in 5x5 it was like a full second faster from round 1 to semis. Might have had something to do with the really easy Yao set we saw. 5x5 was a little later in the morning, so people did better. But for 7x7, I guarantee the semifinal tomorrow is going to be so much faster, except maybe for Max and Timon, who seem to always be on every single time. We are, looks like 7x7 is wrapped up now, and we're going to be switching over to 2x2, which means I am going to be hopping off because, me and Michael are going to be hopping off because 2x2 knowledge is a little lacking. We will be handing it over to Manu, who has Matty Hiroto and Naba standing by.
La transition entre 7-7 et 2-2 a été très rapide. Ouais, c'est bien, c'est bien. Seconds. showdown.
Welcome back, everyone. 2x2 is started on the main stage, but we have an exclusive interview with the one and only Matty Hiroto Inaba. I'm Manu Singhal. This is episode 3 of Back Inside the Mind of Matty Hiroto Inaba. We do one every single year. First in San Diego, 2023, then last year at NAC, and here at the World Championships. Matty, it's a joy to have you on. How's the competition been for you so far?
It's been pretty good, actually. My OH round, sub-11 average is good for me, and I had 2 pretty good 5-5 averages. My 7x7, I never practiced, so yeah, I barely made semis, by the way, to the audience. That's how bad I am. But 3, 4, 5 is my main events, and so far I did well in 5x5, so yeah, it's overall been pretty good.
Excellent. Matty, this is the first time Worlds has returned to the U.S. in 12 years. What does it feel like to be able to compete for your home country and this who's not exactly your home, but maybe your second home, perhaps, the Pacific Northwest?
It feels pretty good. I know many people here, like all the delegates and stuff I've been competing with since I was a little kid. So it's it's really nice. And yeah, I mean, I try not to be swayed by any of the competition setting, but I do play off of the crowd a lot. That's a big part of how I perform. So having the crowd know who I am in the US definitely helps me.
Oh, dude, I don't know if you're looking at the chat right now. There's like loads of people that's like, Matty, exclamation, exclamation. Like, you are a superstar, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, let's lean into that a little bit. Let's talk about like how you kind of like came up onto the scene, right? Mm-hmm. It was pandemic times, cubing at home, Cubers Live. We did the Twisty Puzzle Cup and stuff like that. What kind of clicked for you that that allowed you to kind of burst onto the scene? Oh, Monkey League as well.
Yeah. Basically just having the opportunity to compete with people better than me. Like previously I had Max Park and he was definitely the best, but I didn't really have anyone other than that. So being able to compete with guys like Leo, Timon, and Felix, especially during those early COVID days, it kind of was a wake-up call to me, like, damn, I need to be better. And then I ended up getting better. And I think really the one match that really kicked off like my 3x3 was when I beat Felix in Monkey League, because he's really the reason I cube. Like, he's the reason I picked the events I do. 3x3 to 7, and I used to do Megaminx too because he did it, but I was so bad I quit. But then, he's the reason I kept going. I'm sure many of us, like in my generation, he's like the GOAT. So yeah, just beating him was kind of like a full circle moment.
Yeah,
and it was pretty unbelievable, especially with the last solve I put down. I think it was a 501, which was really good for me at the time. So just that, it gave me like. I'm still playing off of that confidence now. Like it's just crazy how that single match helped me so much.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, you've had amazing moments in the online. I was recently watching the clip of Monkey League coming back, and then you have the amazing pop-off versus Young.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Hopefully I can do that again.
You're no stranger to these big moments either, right? Like both like in WCA formats. I mean, you have like multiple sub-4 singles now, including one very recently. You are peaking at just the right time. How do you kind of ground yourself amongst all these amazing results you're putting out?
I just have to say, like, all right, it's good, but I can do even better. So just keep pushing, and like I'd never be satisfied with how I'm doing. Always try and be better and better. Yeah.
He's just incredible stuff. You're also insanely multi-talented. You're still golfing, I hope. Playing baseball. You're still painting as well?
Not recently, but I'm going to get back into it.
How do you balance cubing amongst everything else?
Well, the main thing for me is like when I'm cubing, it's almost I literally forget the other things exist. Like it's almost like I don't go to school, I don't do sports, I don't do anything. It's just I'm fully focused on cubing, which allows me to like pull off the results that like some other people that are full-time cubing, I can compete with them because I have the same amount of focus as they do, but like when if I'm in school or I'm taking like a standardized test, that test is like my whole life basically. It's like I'm good at like hyper focusing on certain things for short periods of time. That's why I can do so many things.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the way you're able to do that, like just even the short bursts of attention, I mean, it's just incredible because you're excelling at all of these things, right?
Thank you.
You're going to be going off to college soon, and that to a very, very good school at that. How do you think that's going to affect like your cubing career? Like, how do you look forward to like the rest of your adult life, basically? Deep question.
Yeah. Well, like, so I'm going to be going to Columbia, New York, and New York is one of the most active cubing communities in the U.S. So I'm going from Hawaii, which has actually been making huge jumps in population and comps per year, but still like it's going to be nothing compared to New York. So most people when they go to college they have less comps, but I'm actually going to have more, which is pretty crazy to me. And they're going to be a lot closer to me too. I can just have someone drive me to the comp, whereas previously I would have to fly to California or
5 hours or whatever,
or Washington, the whole every comp. Yeah, so for one that will help my cubing, actually help me get more rounds in, get more competitions in, and just life stuff. I'm gonna be studying finance and economics at Columbia, so hopefully I can break into the finance world in New York, which is the perfect place to do it. But hopefully I can achieve my goals in cubing before I try and conquer that world as well.
Totally, yeah. I mean, we're all looking forward to the strides you're going to make in. Yeah, dude, he's the multifaceted guy. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about kind of like the experiences you've had in like the big moments recently. There's been like a lot of big moments. NAC last year, NA All Stars, some stuff outside the WCA as well. How do you think that those experiences have kind of impacted your solving? Do you think it's kind of helped you get ready for the big moment, World Championship?
Well, I would say, every single moment counts for me. Like I really try and savor every single big moment just to like remember how I feel and learn from each one. So fortunately, I've been doing pretty well in those moments so far. So, but there's much to be desired still. Like I lost NAC and All Stars, but my mind was in the right place. So I'm gonna keep that mindset that I had, but just focus on performing a little bit better.
For sure. Last year, I said that you were on one of the hottest streaks in cubing. Currently, it seems to be the case as well. Recently getting 502 average, and like I mentioned, sub 4 single. I think like less than a month ago?
Yeah, less than a month ago.
So tell me, are you finally on a real hot streak, or are we yet to see some fireworks today on the 4th of July?
I'm pretty hot right now, I gotta say. Although my competition results, I would say I'm hotter at home. Like it's pretty crazy how I've been improving at home. So even if it doesn't happen this Worlds, I have a lot more comps coming up and another big comp at All Stars. So like I feel like I can achieve all the goals I want to achieve even if I don't improve from here. Like I've worked really hard to like push my peak speed to where I want it to be, and now I'm confident that like if I just perform well to my standards in comp, I'll be happy about it. Yeah.
What are some of like your cubing goals, things that you have yet to achieve that you want to get done?
Definitely, I want to win a few more big competitions. Yeah. I mean, like Worlds, NAC All Stars. Those three are on my radar. I already got an NAC, so hopefully I can get All Stars to my name and maybe a Worlds this year or in the future.
Yeah.
And also the NAR average. I've been infamously screwed up on that one a lot of times. So hopefully I can finally break through soon. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Now, it's your third World Championship. What do you think you've learned from like the past two outings, and what do you like want to implement going into this World? So you're almost guaranteed to make 3x3 finals, and you're looking pretty good to get a pretty good placement as well. Yeah,
well, I think so. 2019 Worlds, I missed finals by I think 2 spots, 0.05 or something. Yeah. So that was really painful for me. So it was really great to make finals in 2023, but I didn't really believe in myself in 2023. I had faith I could do well, but I didn't really believe I could win. So this year, I believe I can win, and it's like I know many other people will not believe me, but I believe in myself more
Yeah.
than any other person believes in anyone else.
Yeah, there
So,
we
like,
go. Like to
No
hear
matter
it.
how much someone believes in Yihang, I believe in myself more, which is what the mindset I'm taking into this. Even if it doesn't go well, I'll be happy like thinking in that way. Whereas last time, I had just as good of a chance, but I didn't fully believe. So this time, I'm gonna try and fully believe.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah.
I love the confidence.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask two things, and then I'll let you go. One of the things is, I know you read a lot of books on like sports psychology
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you think is like the most important thing you've learned from that?
You are what you think about yourself. That's the main thing. Like, people, by and large, become what they think of themselves. That's the overarching thing. So, if you think you're not going to do well, you're not going to do well. And if you think you're going to do well, you're going to do well. So, yeah, it's just like I have to it's a process. Like, you never just have it. Like, sometimes I have it, sometimes I lose it. So it's a constant process. You just have to keep that in your head that, like, if you say you're bad or something, pretty soon you're going to actually start to believe it. But the good thing about it is that the opposite is true. If you say you're good, then you're also going to start to believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Super cool. All right. Last thing. There are a ton of people, I think, who are watching, who are super fans of you, and they want to be like you in all your different aspects, not just cubing,
Yeah.
but also like academics and like your other hobbies and sports.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for the young people out there who see themselves in you?
Definitely, I think, like, in all aspects, like, just try hard in school. Like, so the reason why I'm like decent at schooling and stuff is because I have this college counselor guy, and he really instilled in me, like, I had like a really bad test score, and he was like, this is not gonna cut it. So my advice to you, no matter how much you like cubing, like, try your hardest to get a good test score in one of those, because people say it doesn't matter, but it really matters. Like, if you pass that prerequisite, then you're in the pool to where they actually read your application. So to any of you, no matter how much you like cubing, your priority should be school, okay? And then you can be like me and just cube for fun. and I'm pretty decent at cubing even doing that. So, like, if you just do school and then practice more than me, you're gonna be better than me. So yeah.
Pretty decent, he says,
No.
having a 5.02 official average
Yeah.
and one of the favorites to make it into 3x3 finals.
All right, thank you.
Folks, this has been Matty Hiroto Inaba. An absolute pleasure talking to you as always. We wish you the best of luck in your endeavors at this World Championships. And of course, as we see how your cubing career evolves in the future.
All right.
Thank you, Matty.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Eight. 12. I'm ready.
Welcome back, everyone. we've replaced Matty with another all-time legend, Keaton Ellis. Keaton, welcome to the stream for the first time on day 2 here at the World Championships.
Good to be here, and good morning, everyone. We saw some nice 7x7 earlier.
Yes, some really good 7x7 coming out from Timon. If you missed that, he got European record average by an entire 5 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Just incredible stuff. Some more. Go ahead.
Wow. Couple of sub 140s here. Timon with a 139, Max 138. I heard a ton of cheering for one of Max's solves while I was doing my 7x7.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's got to be real good, but not world record because it's not they're not shooting, they're not blowing the roof off of this place yet.
Not quite yet. It is the 4th of July. We do expect to see fireworks today. We are going to get our first finals today, which is going to be very, very exciting. Several more world champions will be crowned. As of right now, we are doing 2x2. We are, I believe, in group 2 of 2x2. You just saw... Who's just on stream? I'm completely blanking. My mind is fried.
Alexei Svetskov was coming on just a little
Alexei
bit
was
earlier.
on. We have Timothy on the stream as well. 111 he got once we switch over there. And Michael Nielsen, of course, very famously won NAC 2024, the 2x2 category. He had a very delightful interview.
Michael Nielsen is a character, and he enjoys playing the part. He's a pretty mellow guy, but he likes having some fun.
Ooh, kind of wonky there. Alexei getting a DNF because of a corner twist.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Even though that's something that is not possible on the puzzle to do if you're just making the normal turns. If that happens, then unfortunately it's a DNF. You do not solve the puzzle. Yeah, as you can see on the replay here, I think it'll just happen to, I want to say yellow, blue, red corner.
Oh yeah, definitely saw that at the during the execution.
Yeah, there it is.
Out.
Yellow, blue, orange. Forgive me.
By the way, I want to give a shout out. I love this hoodie.
Oh,
this is
I didn't even realize.
This is the competition hoodie. For those of you who are here, actually, I think it's pretty affordable as well.
Oh, really?
I bought this and then the mat, and it comes out to $50.
Oh, that is pretty good.
It's actually not that bad.
Apparently, if you are a competition volunteer, you also get 10% off.
Yeah, 10% off. So I paid $45, but
so there you go.
This is the at-home price for everyone out there. It's warm, and the venue is not too bad, but
no,
I feel very comfortable in this thing.
Well, it'll be useful, especially in Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been absolutely amazing being here in Seattle. I was kind of expecting the showers were going to come in and everything, but it's been a beautiful city, played an amazing host of the World Championships so far. And every day we've been here, basically past, I think, Sunday, has been picture perfect. The temperature has been an amazing, I want to say like low 70s.
Yeah. It's essentially between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius for a high every single day. And it's nice and sunny, lots of daylight. It's fantastic stuff.
Ooh, Timothy getting 102 here.
So 111 is counting.
Yes. Great work from him. With a PR average of 122, he's looking good to make a run of it. Of course, 2x2 is a bit more of a volatile event. Depends a lot on the scrambles, and very, very small execution errors can make or break your average.
Very high variance. This is essentially the most performance-heavy event, along with Scube and Pyraminx. And most of these guys, especially at the top level, I was talking to Zen Kanani about this actually yesterday morning. They are one-looking everything with essentially speed optimal algs. It's find the 8-mover in 15 seconds and execute it as fast as you possibly can.
It's just incredible. Nowadays, I think we were talking about this earlier. Objectively optimal is like this newfangled method. Tell us about that.
It's literally find the optimal case, find the optimal way to execute the case, and then just do it. Zane actually has this really nice YouTube series where he will be like, this is an average of 5 I'm going to do. This is the case that I saw. These are the 6 different 8 or 10 movers that I found. And I executed, number 5. But really, I think the better option is this 7 mover where I'm going to essentially build a case and then cancel it into an algorithm. And he's going to do different cases based on what he can cancel moves into. It's really impressive.
All in 15 seconds.
All in 15 seconds.
Just incredible. Whenever I hear Zane talk about 2x2, it just goes completely over my head. Alex sets and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh.
It's just amazing. A lot of people think that it's like 2x2 in some sense. It's like the simplest event, but at the highest level, this is truly it's truly a test of skill.
I think it's the closest that we've been able to get to perfection in terms of solving. Like 3x3.
Maybe FMC, but even FMC, I feel. Brendan Dunnigan on the stream right now. He is from SoCal, my region. 199 is his time here. Brendan just sneaking into the 5x5 finals with getting a PR. So good work from him. Good results so
Those
far.
scrambles at 5x5 yesterday, by the way, some of the best for Yao.
Oh, interesting.
I had Kevin on. I was asking him about it, and he was like, yeah, I saw this great white-yellow centers, and as soon as you finish them, you're going to have a white-red edge. And I'm like,
okay.
Well, I wish I did Yao. And we saw that at the times as well. Brendan Dunnigan's PR average, 45.70, just barely getting him in.
Yep.
The cutoff to make the finals for the top 20, it was a whole second faster than the previous round due to the nice starts.
Yeah, there you go. That's also perhaps why Timon was pacing particularly well. As you probably heard about earlier this morning, 2 averages that were world record best possible. So he had a chance. He was giving it a run for his money.
On one of those. Didn't even spend 2 seconds in inspection. That's how easy the scrambles were. Right? He looks at it. He sees exactly what's going to happen. He just can go.
Yeah.
That's how easy they were.
Amazing stuff.
So I think
All right, everyone. We have our next interview coming up as we watch Luke Garrett get a 2-second single on 2x2. I'm going to switch out. Keaton is going to run this interview with David Okuro Soko. So I'll see you all on the other side.
Yeah. That's fine. I would have warned you, but since you said it, it's
just slow it down and you can on my 2x2. This is
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're just finishing up 2x2 round 1, group 2 here. We just saw Luke Garrett get a 160. I am joined here by David Okuro Soko. David, welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
For those who don't know you, could you sort of introduce yourself and how you got into cubing?
Okay, so my name is David. I was born in Arlington, though I spent the vast majority of my life. Yeah,
I see.
Though I spent the vast majority of my life in Nigeria until around last year, when I came to Houston for uni.
For
university.
For college. Okay. Where do you go to school?
University of Houston.
University of Houston Cougars. Very good basketball team.
Yeah.
How'd you get into cubing?
Okay, so I got into cubing in right around the middle of the pandemic when honestly I think I saw a Rubik's Cube and I thought it looked so cool. So I told my parents to get me a Rubik's Cube and then the rest is history.
Gotcha. So you mentioned you're born in the U.S. but spent most of your life in Africa and Nigeria.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of competitions over there. You've been to 3 out of the 7 that have been in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What are these competitions like?
Honestly, it's a really great experience to be part of this community that's sort of up and coming because the last competition before the pandemic actually was in 2019. So when I saw that the first one since then was 2022, I just decided that I really had to go for that one.
And then for people that come from pretty established cubing regions, like for me, I'm from the Maryland area, and then I moved to California, and these are places that have been having competitions for more than 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
What do you want people from these regions to know about cubing communities like the one in Nigeria?
Honestly, the future is bright for communities like these because especially from Nigeria, there are already some kind of up-and-coming cubers like Aya and Emmanuel kind of, yeah.
Emmanuel's got that nice YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, he's a cuber.
That's very impressive.
So y'all should check that out, by the way.
One thing I wanted to ask about for your cubing interests, you're particularly interested in square one. You have the Nigerian record for that.
Yeah, African record average, actually.
African record. Very nice. One thing, especially in square one that I've seen, you've done a bunch of reconstructions on Rico.nz.
Yeah.
How'd you get into doing reconstructions?
Yeah, I think it was when I saw one of, I think, Max's world records. So I decided to just try that out for myself. And I really enjoyed the experience, so I decided that I should reconstruct more.
How do you do a reconstruction? Do you just essentially go frame by frame and pause and then write the moves down, or are you able to do it all in sort of one go?
Yeah, I go frame by frame and then type in the moves as they go.
Do you have a preference for reconstructing square one versus 3x3 versus something else?
No, I don't have that much of a preference, actually. So I just reconstruct whatever seems good.
I see. How do you choose what to reconstruct? Just what you feel like?
Yeah, pretty much.
I see.
And unfortunately, I haven't been able to reconstruct as much because uni's got me really busy. But hopefully, I should be able to try again eventually.
Nice. I also wanted to ask a little bit about that community. I know one of the old-time guys, Stewie, from way back in the day.
Yeah.
A long time ago, I used to be a Reddit mod on r/Cubers.
Yeah.
And I brought Stewie on as one of the guys. Do you interact with that community that much? And if so, what is that like?
Yeah, so it's really a great community. I do interact with it sometimes. And unfortunately, I haven't been interacting as much as I was when I started out because, again, uni.
Yeah, college gets hard.
Yeah.
Nice. And then when it comes to your own results for this competition, what are you sort of aiming for? And do you have any specific goals for your solves, both in terms of absolute and then potentially relative performance, so like where you want to advance to?
Okay, so for square one, I want to try to get African record single. And hopefully, this is a massive stretch, but I hopefully want to get finals in square one.
What do you think is going to be the cutoff for finals?
Like mid-7, maybe low-8, something like that.
You've got, I believe, an 8.11 average officially?
Yeah, 8.11
okay.
officially.
How do you feel about that average, and do you think you'll be able to beat it?
Yeah, I should be able to beat it considering that the first African record I got, which was at Cuba Cancer Houston, was 8.09, but it unfortunately got DQ'd because of misclams.
Ah, that's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, but 8.11 is very, very close.
Yeah.
But I definitely understand it'd be really nice to beat that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So before I let you go here, I got a one question, which is, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anyone out in the community, either here or out in Nigeria?
Yeah. Huge shout out to Ayo and Emmanuel, and also shout out to my friend Kat.
Well, there we go. David, thanks so much for coming on. Best of luck in Square One.
Thank you.
And we'll see you around this competition for sure.
See you.
All right. Thanks so much. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Keaton Hunt just had a great interview with David.
It's a lot of fun. Get to learn a little bit about cubing from around the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's not every day that you get to hear from cubing from Africa, for example, right?
Yeah. It's a huge continent, though.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm asking David about Nigeria, and then
Yeah.
Daniel Rush will come on, and it's a whole separate community down there.
Yeah,
in South Africa.
exactly.
So,
And Egypt is different. Morocco is different. Yeah, it's incredible stuff. Truly is the World Cube Association.
yeah, I'm glad to see the region develop. They've been having a couple of African championships in the last few
Yeah,
years, which is good to see. And hopefully things will be able to develop. There are a lot of good cubers out in Africa. Hopefully
Yeah,
we
certainly.
can tap into that.
Yeah, definitely. They deserve to shine on the brightest stage, so to speak. All right, in Group 3 of 2x2 now, you watching Aiden Dincher on the screen. 15-year-old from right here in the U.S. PR average of 1.13, extremely fast. That is WR15 108 for their result right now.
One thing I'm finding very interesting about 2x2, when you're doing some of the simulations that you go check out who's going to win, there are a lot of people who have a small chance to make it. So, this is a very high variance event. It means everyone is going to have a shot depending on, exactly what the day is.
Oh, yeah. It'll depend on the set of scramble. It might depend on if you had coffee or not this morning. Could come down to fractions of a second, small little muscle activations.
Now, I'm already 2 coffees in, hoping for 4
You're feeling
by the
it?
end of the day.
Hoping for 4?
That's pretty standard.
All right.
On a day like this.
If you say so. Here's Phoenix Patterson on your screen right now. That 114 average is second in Australia and also second in Oceania as a whole. See if they can put up a good result here. Any interesting scrambles you've seen so far? Like one move to layer or something? Well, that was certainly something.
Nothing crazy, but 0.96 nowadays is the standard for good solves.
Standard, huh?
Yeah. Nothing too crazy. I haven't heard of any 4 movers.
Wow, that was extremely efficient. That looked like 9 moves or something like that.
Yeah. That's what you want to be doing here. Find the 8 mover, find the 9 mover, and execute it perfectly.
Yeah, that's incredible. Oh, wow. It looks like we missed Aiden getting 0.82. So yeah, good. The good scrambles. Seems like they're out there potentially.
Looking good so far. Not happy about that one. It looked like there was a fumble there. And, with any sort of lockup on 2x2, you're going to lose half a second. And half a second is the difference between Aiden being extremely pleased with that solve and Aiden having that type of reaction coming off of it. Yep.
Yeah, right there. Just a small lockup is all it takes.
Yeah. One little awkward move is going to be the difference.
Yeah. Now, aside from Rubik's Magic, 2x2 definitely has to be like the one that's most pure execution.
Exactly. In terms of the solve, you even not even at the top level, even the guys that are looking to make the semifinals, they'll be able to one-look everything.
Yeah.
They may not have the most optimal solution, but they will know, once I start this solve, every single move I need to do in order to solve the thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, it means look ahead does not play a role.
No. Yeah.
You know, there's no sense of a flow. It is just, I'm going to execute these 8 to 20 moves, and I know how to do it.
And it all goes, like, the fact that it all goes down in a second, or at most 2 seconds, is, I think, what's quite mind-boggling. Jody Brewster now with the Mariners cap, coming maybe a little bit of a local boy.
Coming from Tasmania down in Australia.
Bottom of the world. Another sub-1 single, 0.94. Great solve, great solution, 0.53. 17th in the world is that single. 177 is, I think this is Phoenix again. Sitting next to Jody there. Aiden now, 118.
Aiden's got to be nervous coming in.
Wow.
Aiden with a 1.08 and a 118. Essentially, anything 113 or better was going to tie or break his PR average.
Yeah.
So, last solve pretty critical.
Great
Doing some
stuff.
calcs right now.
Yeah, he's running it in his head. 1 through 4 from the Kiwi. Some good results we're seeing, particularly in this group.
Yeah, a lot of fast guys. It's also very scramble dependent.
Yes.
So here in the first round, we're not super worried about scrambles mattering a whole bunch, because any of the guys at the top would be expected to make it to round 2.
Right. Regardless of the scramble set.
Then in the semifinals, we'll see them all play on the same scramble set.
Yeah, yeah. And being on the same scramble set is important for this exact reason. Even though the semifinals is going to end up being quite large, it is very, very important that everyone does it at the same time so that no information about the scrambles are leaked or used in any other way, and that everyone gets the exact same scramble.
Yeah. Everyone's going to see the exact scrambles, and that matters in an event that's so variant like this.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. I do want to run down a little bit of the remainder of the schedule for today. So, following 2x2, we will have some semifinals to show you. One-handed and Pyraminx are going to follow. And then, after that, we're going to go to lunch. And we have actually a special show for you at lunch today. We will be doing a couple of Rubik's interviews/events. Rubik's is going to hold a panel with 4 Rubik's ambassadors. That's going to go on for the first half of lunch. And then George Scholey, who's going to be moderating that panel, is actually going to hop on with an interview. I will be conducting that interview. That'll be on the stage. So if you're listening to the stream in the venue, you can actually come to the main stage, the stream stages, main red and main blue, and you can actually hear that over the intercom, which will be very nice. After that, we have a big block of 4x4 round 1. There are some really interesting interviews that are scheduled during that. Tingman of Nations Cup fame, it was the announcer last night, and Yiheng Wang, also of Nations Cup fame, as we see Theodor Zeider getting ready for his group of 2x2.
World record holder, also at the sub-1 average. These are pretty rare traits, and Theodor is definitely at the early end of his cubing career.
Yes, certainly. So yes, all this to say is we have another packed day for you. And I didn't even get into the finals block today. 5x5 final, clock final, and Pyraminx final all going down tonight. So,
and then the last thing of the day, one-handed final. Fingers crossed, let me get a couple of last layer skips in order to try to make it.
Hey, that would be amazing. We'd love to see our fellow commentary friend make it into the finals. I mean, and it's the 4th of July. Fireworks are going to go off here in the venue, figuratively, of course. And it's going to be amazing. The cubers are all here. The stars are here, and the stars are shining bright.
249 years.
Yeah.
Very exciting to be here.
Yeah. As we celebrate the 12th World Championship, of course, the first in 1982. That was won by an American, Min Tai. Let's see if an American can win this one again. The first time it's returned to the U.S. in 12 years, last time being 2013 in Las Vegas, at the Riviera, right? Which is, I believe, no longer exists.
The Riviera was torn down less than a year after that competition.
Oh, okay. Well.
So, made big news in CubingUSA's friends at the time.
Speaking of Las Vegas, this is a delegate from Las Vegas. Sam Martin recently became a delegate in the West Coast. Good to see him get some time on the stream. Little fist pump from him.
Extremely pleased with that one.
Yeah. Good to see. Good to see him getting good results at the world stage. You can see he's wearing the staff shirt as well. So.
Staff shirts look good. I'm actually a huge fan of this logo.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
I love the retro look.
Ooh, cube fumble a little bit. 1.70. Good thing you managed to stop it, though, or rather managed to fix it. Would have incurred a +2 penalty otherwise. I think as we wrap up this group, shall we take a look ahead to who is going to be in the next group of 2x2, Keaton?
Let's do it.
In group 4, we'll see, well, Theodore. You saw him warming up there earlier. Roman Rudakov from Australia. Caleb Chen from here in the U.S. And Ethan Zhuang, a couple of younger competitors here. Ethan, 13, Caleb, 14, and Roman, also 14 years old.
Well, the young guys have the time, and the young guys have the dexterity in order to try to accomplish this.
Indeed.
Turning fast is a young man's game. And even at 27, I'm not that slow, but you can definitely feel the dexterity go. So
there's a reason FMC is my main now. Let's put it that way.
That's the classic. You choose FMC or you choose multi-blind for your main event.
Indeed.
Once you hit a certain point. But
this one is an interesting scramble. It looks like it is one move to at least a side, if not a layer. I guess it must have been more of a side. Wonder if that's going to be a group 4 scramble or if that's still a group 3 scramble.
You can check it out here with is Caleb Chen, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to top down here since, as Keaton mentioned earlier, a lot of it is inspection. Needs to figure out what angle to execute from, figure out the exact solution. 1.43. Indeed, this is Caleb Chen. I feel like his hair... Did he get a haircut? Looks a little bit different.
It looks good.
Indeed, Caleb Chen, yeah. Wearing his sponsor shirt. Yeah, anything interesting you see here?
A little bit of a lock up there right before starting what will appear to be the last layer case. So nothing to write home about. Just a little bit of a mishap.
Now, Keaton, as you're preparing to do solves at the World Championship, you're going into an average in an event that you care about, right? Like, so Caleb, for example, cares a lot about 2x2. I'm sure Theodore does as well. How do you mentally prepare yourself going into an average? Now, of course, it is just round 1, but still otherwise.
Yeah, so back in 2019, when I was very close to making finals for one-handed, I unfortunately +2'd out of it. And I learned about it on stream, so there's an old VOD somewhere about that. What you do is you prepare and practice an enormous amount at home for high-pressure situations. That's number 1, right? An important thing to go and do is to do averages as if you would have them in a competition. I think that was the exact same solution.
Yeah, I agree.
That helps because one thing that you don't have to worry about at home is, if you have a bad first solve or 2, you can say, oh, I'll just roll it and get a better average of 5. In a competition, there is no such thing.
Right.
You are stuck, for a 2x2, if you get a 3-second solve on the first solve, you're stuck with that for the rest of your average. And you need to be able to prepare yourself to handle some of that pressure. Now, it's not perfect at home. You know that there aren't a lot of people in front of you. But it is helpful to practice competition conditions.
Ooh, as Caleb Chen gets a 0.85. I think that's just off the stream. They're going to call over a delegate, it looks like, to see if it's a +2. Keaton, you and I both delegates. I don't think this looks perfectly fine to me.
It looks good from the top-down angle.
Of course, over 45 degrees would have been +2. Disastrous in this event. Basically the same thing as a DNF at this level. Looks like they just want to take an extra look at it. Here we go. Alexander from Quebec. They're going to be hosting the Canadian Championships. It's just coming up in a couple weeks. Excited for them. Just quickly checking it up. Yeah, so I guess to be specific, like, if we can get the top-down angle, there's a very specific angle that we're taking a look at. Yeah, so it's this angle here, right? And we're trying to determine whether or not this angle is within the margin of error that's allowed. Halfway turn is what is allowed. It looks like they've given no penalty here. Just taking a look at the top down and from the scorecard itself.
Yeah, everything looks good there.
Yeah, so Keaton, if you want to mark the angle.
That I like to look at things from that angle. So I'll always try to focus on how does the side compare to halfway across the QB on the other layer. So that's my go-to as a delegate. I have a tendency to like put my head down on and like
gotta inspect
stare
it
that
from
way.
every angle. It is really convenient because nowadays there are like corner magnets, and so the corner magnet kind of marks right in the center of where the center of the corner is, so it's a little bit easier to tell whether or not it's beyond that halfway mark. So.
Well, back in the day, you used to have two separate pieces of plastic that would come together, and that was extremely convenient because that was your comparison of it was your point of reference. Very useful.
Roman now, 146 for him.
Shrugging off that one.
Feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, first world championship. It definitely hits you a little bit different when you realize that you have a world title on the line.
Yeah.
If you can make it all the way there.
I think I mentioned this yesterday as well. Even though it is round one, you cannot win the world championship here. You certainly can lose if you do not advance into the finals.
Tador shushing the crowd on a .8. I can only imagine that it's a good
If you'll excuse me for a second, that is aura. That's what the kids say. That's just incredible.
Very responsible as well. Looks like Ethan is chatting with Tador right next to him. Ethan with the .81.
Oh, good solve for him. He's trying to get a picture.
Getting a photo with Tador. Losing
That's
by
awesome.
.01.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
But not PR for Ethan. He's got a .73. So, but seems very pleased.
As we watch Tador's .8 here.
That was not a slow solution. That was quite a few moves for .8.
Yeah. You can see Ethan also pop off next to him. Caleb Chen a little bit off the stream, 1.83. That one is actually...
That does look like a +2.
A lot, yeah. That one is looking like it's over, unfortunately.
Alejandro Salceda on screen right now, representing Mexico last night in Nations Cup. They did a fairly good job making all the way up the bracket. Also, one-handed national record holder for Mexico.
Yes.
Very impressive sub-10 average for him.
I believe this was just Rasmus, I think.
Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen.
Yep, 107 for him. See the replay there. Yeah, good looking solution, good execution. A lot of F moves there.
That was a lot of moves, right? 3 moves set up to double sexy. That's a lot of moves for 1.07.
Good result for Roman, 117. It's got to be feeling pretty good. Looks like he's most of the way through his average there, so he's got a couple good ones. Waving to the camera, love to see it.
When they're waving to the camera, they're in a good mood.
Yeah.
When you're in a good mood, it's a little bit easier to get some good solves.
Yes, certainly. I mean, this is what I was talking about with Matty earlier. He's like, I'm like, what is your advice? He's like, you got to think that you're the best. You got to have that confidence going into it, because if you think that you're bad, that's going to reflect in your times itself. So that's something I'm going to try myself. Let's see if it works out. Working pretty well for him, of course. Now Tador, he is one of the best. By some metric, he is the best. At 2x2, you see that there are the two white pieces are connected there, but unfortunately that's not a real block. It's a fake block. He went for a completely different solution, 0.94. So that is going to be counting. I think that's the first counting sub 1 we've seen
so far. This is only the first day.
Yeah. Caleb Chen now 1.94 for him. This should be Theodor's solution, I believe. Yeah.
Ooh, nice little YouTube prime at the end as you're going down. There's a little bit of risk to do those moves while you're bringing your hand down, but very nice execution.
Yeah, just wonderful solving that we're seeing. Good set of scrambles, it feels like. And of course, 2x2 is such a fast-paced event. It's hard to get all of the folks that we're tracking on stream at the same time. And of course, this is not the only 2 stages we have in the venue. There are 10 stages of 10 timers each. 100 competitors potentially solving at the same time. It's the scale that is necessary to run the largest cubing competition of all time, 2,000 registrants.
Not just in terms of registrants, but also in terms of spectators.
Yes,
literally
indeed.
running out of spectator tickets, and the organization team needing to find 1,000 more somewhere out of a hat.
I was talking to James Hildreth earlier this week. I'm like, James, how did you guys manage to do this? He's like, it was kind of just magic. They had to rework the venue layout and stuff like that. Figure out where they were going to get more chairs, more tables for everyone to sit at, so that's a comfortable experience for everyone. Luckily, it doesn't seem like it's cramped particularly at all. To me, it's we're in this massive venue, the Seattle Convention Center, and we're making great use of the space here.
Yeah, Nations Cup last night, the room was packed. There are bleachers in the back of the venue. We filled up every seat all the way to them, and then even further than that.
Yeah, an amazing atmosphere. An amazing atmosphere. So as we see Ethan now, 1.87. Theodore, we're going to switch over to him on the PTZ 105. A great applause from the audience.
He's
the polls
still
have come
on
out in
track
full
for
force.
PR average because of that 0.8 that he got on the second solve of his, I believe.
Yeah, it would be great to get the tracker on him. Everything goes so fast, it's hard to keep track.
Another little YouTube prime as he's bringing the cube down. I mean, already we're looking at a 1.05 average from him.
Yeah, that's
so
top class competitor has really pulled up here. 0.93 is that best possible average. He can get that if he gets a time better than 0.8. That would allow him to count 0.8. 0.93, that would put him just ahead of Sujin.
5th to 4th.
Yeah. Then that would be the European record, actually. He would break the current tie. He holds the European record, of course, alongside Anthony Paterakis of the Netherlands, another legend in the 2x2 field. So potentially some records being broken here, a European record, potentially even a national record as long as he can update his own time.
Anthony, of course, a former world champion from way back in the day, 2017. He's been able to hang in this long, which is incredibly impressive.
But of course, the upstart, the European champion, Theodor Zeider, he's going to have something to say about that. So we are going to very closely try and follow that. We will get Theodor onto the stream some way, shape, or form. If you just joined in, we are into 2x2 at the tail end of Group 4. We're watching Theodor Zeider right now. He is going to be on his 5th solve. He's a 1 BPA away from breaking the European record, the national record for Poland. Sub 1 average is on the line.
It's going to be a pretty tight time for him, though. If he wants his BPA, he's going to need to get a 0.8.
Yeah.
Any 0.9-ish will be sufficient to tie. But he cannot get world record this average.
All right. Theodore in the kitchen. What can he cook up? Evaluating many solutions. Can he get the ER?
No, lock up early.
No, and a mistake in either case. Worst possible average, 105. He's still going to take the round, I think, pretty comfortably from what I can tell. He's pumped. Good to see it.
Nice smile.
Ethan Drong sitting right next to him.
Yep. Fumble very early on means that as soon as that happens, you're not going to be able to solve.
And yeah, it looks like he missed one looked it anyway, ending up with a 2-swap, having to do J-Perm to fix that at the end. 105 is going to be his time. We've seen a lot of close calls so far in less than a day and a half of streaming. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and we've got quite a bit more to go.
Indeed. So we're gonna go into a we're gonna swap commentators, and we're going to actually bring on another interview with one of the best. Everyone here is one of the best, to be honest. Charlie Eggins is going to be brought on alongside the legendary commentator from Australia, Michael Tripodi. Don't go anywhere.
I'm ready.
Seconds.
I think I got the same scramble.
Do I have a card for this? No. Like a delegate card. Let's hold this on.
Hello again, everybody.
Greetings.
Good to see some of you again. I've been on stream before, but I can't actually see anything right now.
Uh-oh.
So I don't even know who I'm on stream with. Who could it possibly be?
Oh, it's me.
It's Charlie Eggins.
Hey,
my good friend, my fellow Australian. It's good to see you on the live stream, Charlie. How are you doing?
Good.
Lovely. How's Seattle been treating you so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Been here for just a few days, basically just for the competition so far, and yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, I heard you're up in Vancouver as well a little bit before the competition, making a full holiday out of this.
Oh, yeah.
It's a long way away from home, so you've got to kind of get everything you can from wherever you can,
Make the most of the opportunity.
Seeing family for a bit, that's a good idea, I'd reckon.
Oh, yeah.
Well, welcome to Seattle. Hope you're having a good World Championship so far. I saw that you got a 5x5 blindfolded mean.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Before a 4x4 blindfolded mean.
Yep. I mean, yesterday I just safety 5 blinds often so that I one day could get a mean, and I guess day one of World's first event was the time, which is pretty
really
awesome.
Started off hot. Hey, getting a 5 blind mean, first of your career, and you know, what a way to start. Hopefully that 4 blind mean isn't far away, because then you can complete your profile.
Hopefully.
And that's one more thing off the bucket list.
Yep, that's
All
right.
So in for 2x2, we've got Anthony Patarakis solving. But I would like to ask you some questions about your 3x3 blindfolded journey. So obviously last World Championships you came 4th place, which I know is not a result that you were quite looking for. However, a few of your good friends beating you in Liam Chen and Tommy Cherry, 3rd and 1st respectively. Since last World Championships, you've set a world record. You're 2nd in the world now for single and average. Does that give you a lot more confidence than it did coming into last Worlds?
Yeah, it does give me a bit of confidence to know that I am up there with a shot of podiuming, maybe winning. But I'm really just trying to not to like think about that too much and just try and solve as fast as I can to not let that like nerves and stuff get me, because that's like the main way that I'm probably going to mess up is from the nerves and stuff. So if I can mitigate that as much as I can by just focusing on solving as fast as I can, then
it's really just like, don't think, just solve, like Max Park said way back in the day. That's really all there is to it, to be honest. Here we got that replay of Anthony's solve here. Got a 111 on that one.
Pretty good.
But there you go. So it's nice to be able to, mitigate the nerves as well as you possibly can, because obviously we're here at Worlds to do well, but you've got to remember it's a fun time as well. I see you've been hanging out with a couple of the other blindfolded solvers doing some nice little relays, helping to settle the nerves a little bit. 3x3 blindfolded is tomorrow, is that correct?
That's right. First up.
First thing tomorrow. I got to make sure my alarm's set for tomorrow, because we do kind of care about 3x3 blindfolded around here.
Too.
Well, anywho, how does this compare to your last trip to Seattle? Because not to Seattle, rather, to the USA, because I know that you were around for North American Champs last year in 2024. Where was that? Was in
Minneapolis.
In Minneapolis, and I believe you came second. Is that right?
Yes, I managed to come second in finals, which was pretty awesome. So hopefully I can do well.
Having that experience competing in America, is that also something that boosts your confidence a little bit, knowing that you've done it before, so you should be able to do it again?
Yeah, definitely. Knowing that I've competed against like Tommy and Noah and all these top blindfolded solvers and still done well on that stage. So gives me some confidence for this world as well.
Yeah, nice. And I see that you've been putting in a lot of work at home as well. You've been putting down some pretty good times in practice. In particular, you uploaded a 10-second solve not long ago. That's for those of you playing at home under the world record. So not to try and pile any pressure on you or anything, but that's a pretty speedy solve. We hope that you can get something similar if the scrambles are right.
Yeah, hopefully.
What's a typical Chegan's practice session at home look like? Is it just laying down 10s non-stop?
I mean, in terms of what I'm actually practicing, a lot of it at this stage is just solves, trying to really get super familiar with everything that I've learned and stuff like that at this stage. In terms of times, it really, really just depends on the session. I mean, you would know it as well as a blind solver. Sometimes when you're like tired, it can be just DNFs, messing up heaps, maybe occasionally getting a really fast solve when you get an easy scramble, or some sessions somehow just on fire, laying down like 14s pretty solidly, which it's always nice when those sessions happen, but it is like hard to get in that zone and where you're solving really fast, but it's important that you do for the finals and official rounds.
Yeah, it's just important that you're in the right mindset when the time comes. You've got Zane Kanani, the world North American record holder, the 2x2 former world record.
Got a lot of medals.
Sub 1 average. He has a .92 average that he got, and he'll be on stream for an interview in not long.
This is true.
142 there for Zane.
Okay, it's pretty good.
We've also seen another former world record holder in this group in Martin Velle-Egdal of Denmark. He held a 121 world record back in the day, most notably known as an all-rounder, but does do pretty well in 2x2 on occasion.
And Tony going now as well.
So we've seen Anthony starting off his average pretty alright. He does have a PR of .97, I believe, but 138 and 111 and a 128. So that's going to be a counting solve here. And he looks pretty alright with that. In these early rounds, it's all just about making sure you are advancing to the next round. It looks like Anthony is going to do that pretty handily. Now, a lot of other people might also know you from your YouTube channel. I know you've been putting a lot of work into creating content recently, and it's paying off. The quality of video that you put out on your channel. If you haven't seen Charlie's YouTube channel, by the way, Swift Cubing, you've got to get onto it. He's got some really, really nice content up there.
Thank you.
I would like to know, what's something that surprises most people about making videos? What's something that we might not think about?
I mean, maybe a big one is obviously you see like people recording at competitions and stuff. And I mean, even a lot of people have experience like recording things just to like look back at it later and stuff. But I think a lot of where the content sort of comes to life, especially with like my style of videos, is in the video editing. It takes a lot of hours of video editing just to make the videos good for you guys to watch. And it's just like very time consuming, but it is a skill that's like developed. And so as I've been making more videos. I have gotten faster at it and better at it. So yeah, something I'm still practicing. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize how much goes into the video editing.
It's just so much behind the scenes, isn't it? And I've seen the work you put into your videos. It must take so long, especially if it's like a first-time thing. Obviously, you've been doing this for a while. So obviously, yeah, as you said, it's a skill that you can learn.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just such a big amount of time behind the scenes and time not spent practicing. But any advice that you'd like to give to people who, like you, want to get into creating some content?
Ooh. I would say, I mean, one of the pieces of advice that a lot of people give is try and get like 1% better each video. So every video that you make, try and like improve just one little aspect of it. Knowing that not every video, especially when you start off, has to be perfect, but just trying to improve by that little bit on each and every video. And so you just get that practice in making videos, and with like new stuff that you learn, you can chuck that in. That can be the 1% for one video. And yeah, eventually you'll get a lot better at making videos that way.
The sage wisdom here from Charlie on the live stream. It's got me wanting to make some proper content on my YouTube channel. Do you feel like posting online and having a big YouTube channel motivates you more to practice, or does the practice sort of come more intrinsically, like it's just something that's fun for you?
I mean, I really just enjoy doing 3 blind and solving fast. So I'm sure that even if I wasn't making content, I'd probably still be trying to solve Rubik's Cube blindfolded as fast as possible. But it does give me a bit of motivation, like, or should I tease it? Yeah, okay. So I've also been making a video where I've been like practicing for 3 blind for this World Championships. So it does sort of add a little bit more pressure, where it would be really nice for the video if I do win the World Championships, or at least like podium or something. But yeah, I mean, I did practice a lot because of I was making the video, even though I maybe would have anyway. So yeah, it definitely helps me with some motivation sometimes, but it can add a bit of pressure and a bit of like stress at competitions trying to film stuff. But overall, it's good to find the nice balance between being fast and making content. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. They kind of feed into each other, I suppose, a little bit.
For sure.
Seen Zane Kanani there with a 102 on that second scramble. And also seen Anthony Paterakis with a 120 after that one. I would like to give everybody a demo. If you have never seen Charlie do a blind solve, I think we're gonna do a little bit of a race here. We both like a little bit of 3x3 blindfolded. So let's scramble up each other's cubes. I like the feel of this cube, by the way. This is very nice. As there's a 209 there on the stream. All right. Let's go. This is going to be a precursor to what we see in 3x3 blindfolded
we don't
round
DNF.
1. Hopefully we don't DNF like we almost did at Oceanics, or like every single competition ever. All right. Do you want to do the honors in a 3, 2, 1?
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, no. I hope this is great content. I'm almost on my corners. You better watch out.
Okay, I think I got it. Yes. Woo.
Oh, you got it?
Oh, and he got it as well.
Yay.
Okay.
I love 3x3 blindfolded. This is incredible.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully we do that in round 1 tomorrow.
Now, honestly, I can't lie. That felt like a pretty good solve. So I'd be okay with something like that in round 1. Let's hope for good results there as well. Well, thank you very much, Charlie, for popping on the stream. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Hope to see you around the competition. Do the Aussies proud. We'll see you tomorrow on the live stream for 3 blind round 1.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Any parting words you'd like to leave the stream with?
Love you, Mum.
She's here. You can just tell her that.
Yeah, true.
She's probably watching the stream as well.
Yep. All right.
As is the whole Eggins family, Eggins clan back home in Queensland.
Lots of support. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Eggins. All the best.
See you, everybody.
Seconds.
And we are back. Charlie Eggins has left us, and we are replaced by the lovely, the wonderful, the awesome Zach Riddle. Hello, Zach.
Zach Riddle.
Riddle. Oh my gosh.
That's embarrassing. Nah, it's all good. Lovely day here in Seattle again. I was on it earlier talking about the weather, but I'm not gonna talk about the weather because there is something else cooking up here in Seattle. 2x2 round 1.
Ooh, I like that. We've seen Zane Kanani, Anthony Paterakis, Martin Villa-Egdal, so many former world record holders, European record holders in this group. Hard to keep track of everything, but no, we've seen Zane laying down some pretty good times, and we'll be seeing Zane on stream very shortly for an interview with yourself,
I was
Zach
going to say
Riddle.
Yes, as soon as he's done competing, he'll be on for an interview, so that'll be a nice watch. So make sure you stay tuned. There's a surprise at the end, too. So you want to make sure that you stay watching.
And I've seen the surprise. It's pretty wholesome, pretty fun. You know, you'll want to stick around for this.
I was going to say, I can't imagine. Speaking of Zane, I'll hold my thought. Let's go to him. A 1 flat there for Zane. Unsure. I think that is his 4th. Yes, it is 4th solve as he is not taking the cube. Unsure of what Zane's times are looking like currently. I've been kind of moving around a little bit to try and get the scope, lay of the land, see people. But yeah,
it's all been a fun time here in Seattle.
Incredible day, incredible 2x2 round. We got more competitors still solving across the 2 stages. It's been quite a hectic day, I feel.
And it's only just really begun. Hey, it's 11 o'clock. We haven't had our lunch yet. Morning coffee's starting to wear off. It's all happening here. 1.48 there.
I would really like to have lunch right now. I feel like I've been up for hours, but I think that's just the energy and excitement that we have here at the WCA World Championship. We have a couple competitors here waiting to do their solves. Maybe just chit-chatting with their table mate.
I don't like to make assumptions about who people are, but I think this is Stefan Zeder, Theodore's older brother. Underway now.
8 seconds.
Oh, pretty solid solve there. 1.29 for Stefan.
Quite fast. Judge putting up the little OK card, so we know it's all good. Quite the fast time. Unsure if that wraps up the average, but a 129 is about... I can't imagine a single competitor here would be upset getting a 129.
I think 129 is an average that will get you into quite a few finals. No exception for the World Champs. I think even though 2x2 solving has just gotten faster and faster all the time, I think 129 is still a pretty safe bet to make this finals round. Here goes Zane Kanani on his final solve. Looks like we've got a couple of blocks on white and green here. Oh, that was fast. 0.88.
We are ending on a strong note. That is a best possible average for Zane Kanani of 1.09 seconds. Big sigh of relief here. Yeah, you can see insanely fast execution. Amazing turning on Zane's end. And it looks like he's going to come right from that to an interview.
Would love to see Zane get his thoughts on that average and also his thoughts on this competition in general. We see Brian Johnson on the stream now, former second in the world behind Zane with a 1.18 PR average. Himself confessing it's a little long overdue to get broken. 1.06 there for Brian.
I get, yeah, a little head nod thinking like, yeah, that's okay. But again, I can't imagine anyone's upset with the time that fast.
Let's look at that replay here, 106.
Yeah, incredibly fast turning. Brian Johnson, one of our higher level competitors in 2x2.
Yeah, extremely smooth, extremely fast turning. That's just characteristic for Brian. Here we also see Yi Heng Wang.
The main event. We see Yi Heng Wang getting ready to compete in his group of 2x2.
The Group 6, the current world record holder. 0.88 PR average. Has the fastest average of 12 that we've seen out of anybody in this field as well. 1.13. Asian champion, second world championships.
And on the Rubik's Nations Cup winning team representing China.
Absolutely clinical display from the Chinese team. I don't think anybody expected anything different. It looked like the top four. I'd like to mention the top four, actually, because fourth place is my beloved Australians. Might be only 50 strong, but we make a lot of noise, those 50 contingent. And then in third place, looked like it was Poland getting third. The second seed, so underperforming based on the seeds. But, I mean, hard to say underperforming when you go from a second place to a third place. It's just, sometimes it's just how the draw works out. Second place, the USA, home country. Over half the competitors at this competition hailing from the United States.
Well over half.
I think about 1,148.
Oh, then not.
I apologize. That's what I heard. It wasn't well over half, but it is over half. And then first place, yeah, as we mentioned before, absolute clinical display from the Chinese competitors.
I don't think it was really ever a question of would China win, and more so by how much of a margin.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And speaking of, we see here Yiheng Wang going up for his first solve.
Looks like
2x2 round one.
We are well in. We are in Group 6 now for 2x2. Here goes Yiheng. Whoa, great solve to start. 0.68.
0.68. I mean, is there any better start to an average than that?
That's just about the perfect start you could possibly have.
You got to think now, anytime you get from here, if you get a good time, it counts. If you get a bad time, it's okay. You have such a low time to where you can count any other time. An incredible start. And there you can see him walking back to the waiting area.
It looked like 8 moves.
He knows he's incredible. A little fist bump there to Siddharth Reddy.
Looked like 8 moves to start, so Yiheng Wang starting off extremely strong, making a statement in his first solve of 2x2 for the competition. Here is Anthony Stoyak of Poland. Also a swift solver. 1.67 there. Has a PR average of 1.11 and is the 8th seed for this competition. This is actually his first World Championship. We've not seen him at a World Championship before. Brian Johnson at 1.55.
I believe that is the last solve there for Brian. Again, another head nod. Not too disappointed, not too delighted with the solve itself. But again, an amazing showing. Does he have another solve? I don't know if I saw the cube go back in the cube cover. Regardless, again, a great showing. They'll definitely, he's on pace and will be able to make round 2 for 2x2. So we'll be looking forward to see more of Brian Johnson later.
Yeah, I don't think Brian Johnson's missing that round. I don't think any of these competitors are going to be missing that round. As we've been talking about all the streams, it's only the first round, and first round is purely about advance, and that's all you need to do. You don't need to do any more than that.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of these competitors are more focused on playing safe. Maybe taking risks here and there, but it's all very calculated risks. If you take too much of a risky move, say don't check the back of the clock before stopping the timer, you end up with a DNF, and then you no longer make finals. Stuff like that. It's those little things that all these competitors here at the World Championship are preparing for to be able to win.
Didn't look like Yiheng Wang was going particularly safe on that first solve. 8 moves in 0.68. Absolutely wild start.
I mean, when you're that far ahead of the competition, why would you?
Here's Anthony Stoyak. 1.15. That's closer to that PR average that we've seen from him. That is his 4th solve of the average, actually.
Celebrating a little bit for the camera. Quite pleased with that solve, it seems. It looks like he has a 134 best possible average, which is not in PR range, but that's okay. Siddharth Reddy with a 115 single there to start things off.
Siddharth, the 18th seed coming into this competition. That solve is under his PR average of 1.17. I remember that making a bit of waves back when that happened. Here is Stefan Zeider.
You know, I never realized that Stefan was related to Theodore. I learned that just now. I had no clue.
All right, here goes Yiheng. Started off amazingly with a 0.68 on the first. Can he keep that momentum going? Doesn't look like a lot of blocks on this scramble. Maybe something promising on red.
12.
Here's the 12-second call. And it didn't look like he found a good enough solution in time. There's 1.51, really pushing that inspection as well.
Yeah, he seems quite displeased at that. Yeah, you could see very locky solution, a regrip in the middle there. But again, that's just that solve might not even count in the average. That might be the worst solve, and it doesn't even factor into what his average ends up being.
Goes Stefan Zaida there, 1.28. A little bit displeased with that. He signs PR average of 1.23. And we see Rami Spahi just walking off stage there with a 1.85. Blast
Rami
from the past.
Sabahi. That is a name I have not heard in a while.
It's probably been a while. He's probably looking a bit different as well to a lot of people, how a lot of people would remember him. Insane Cuba on YouTube in the day, if you remember, you know.
I was going to say, quite different than how he looked when he got his 2x2 world records. Is definitely time has passed.
Here's Anthony finishing off his average for this group. It's going to be a DNF, unfortunately, for Anthony. It looked like a little bit lucky turning towards the end, so he's going to get that worst possible average, 1.56.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, but again, a 1.56 average is nothing to be too upset about. Sure, it could have been better, but it's maybe a little unfortunate you won't go into the next round with as high of a seed as you were hoping for.
So we see a 3.57 on stream as well. So looks like most of our competitors from this group starting to wrap up. We've still got 3 solves you have to see from Yiheng Wang. And we will get you those solves as soon as they happen.
We're going to start here, though, with Siddharth ready. Again, another high-level 2x2 competitor. Really looking forward to see what Siddharth can do.
We also have on the blue stage, preparing for inspection at the same time, is Stefan Zaida. But we will bring you that time off stream, because it looks like Sid is about to start.
As he keeps warming up. I'm ready. Very calm and composed. There he goes, starting inspection.
Let's go 1.67. Stefan in inspection as well. Right, so we'll cut to get that and get Stefan Zaida on stream now. Looked like maybe a miss one look. Had to do another algorithm to fix at the end, but it's a 2.68.
Yeah, definitely not a time. Anything in the high 1 and into 2 ranges is something that a lot of these competitors would really like to avoid. You can see here, yeah, very, very slow turning, and it looks like, yeah, missed one look having
We've
to
got
do
Yiheng Wang in inspection. Sorry to cut you off there. We've got Yiheng Wang in inspection on the man camera. We'll get him on stream as well. Looked like a little bit out of view, but we're going to get footage of this one.
A 127 for Yiheng Wang. That is currently counting in the average. Again, his times right now are looking like 0.68, 0.68, not 1.68, 0.68. And then a 151 and now a 127.
So starting off extremely strong. However, that being said, 1.27 is counting, and we have Theodore in this round already with a 105 average, and Zane Kanani with a 1.09 average as well. So he's counting a time that's a little bit below, but you've got to think if anyone's going to be able to peel it back, it's got to be the guy who's got a 0.88 PR world record average.
I was going to say maybe a little favored going into this average. I mean, you can't get as many high-level averages as someone like Yiheng Wang without being one of the greatest solvers that there is.
Yeah, that's a good point, really. He's one of the greatest solvers that we've ever seen in 2x2, but most notably known for his 3x3 skills. We'll see some of those hopefully tomorrow. For now, getting some good solves out of the way early on in the competition for 2x2.
We seem to be in a transition of groups right now, so we're seeing some names, or not some names, some faces move in and out of the stations, but as soon as we get solves, we will get them to you. As we pull up, we have to look forward to in this next coming up group. We have Quinn Maloney, Yuki Gao, Matthias, my apologies, Mark Antonio Nunez, and Joaquin Hernandez. Before that, though, we are going to start our interview with the lovely Zane Kanani.
All right, I'll shuffle out then, and we will hopefully be in touch.
All right, we are back here at Rubik's WCA World Championship in 2x2 round 1. Here I am, Zach Reidel, joined by Zane Kanani. Zane, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I just did 2x2 and I went pretty well. I was it exceeded my expectations, I would say, because I was somewhat safetying.
I was going to say a 1.09 average with a 0.88 on the last, was it? Incredible turning on that last one. Yeah. Really flew through that, but that's nothing to really shock anyone. You're known as one of the greatest 2x2 solvers, if not the greatest 2x2 solver of the modern era, and he's humble too. So talking a little bit here, as we watch some 2x2 solves here, we do see Yiheng Wang coming up for his 4th solve. I don't know if you're maybe able to provide a little bit of perspective on some of the scrambles and solutions that we're seeing here.
Yeah, let's see.
Hopefully we can get a top-down view so that way we can better see it.
I see a few bars.
8 seconds. 12.
It doesn't look that great. Wait. Is that
a 116 for Yiheng. So what did you see on that solution?
I didn't see too much, honestly. I think it was a few move EG face, but I couldn't inspect too clearly.
Got it. Well, going to transition to some of the questions I have for you as we're coming in and out of watching competitors solve. Last time that we talked about 3 letters, CBL, or 4 letters when we're talking about TCBL, but we're not gonna worry about that. Now it has transitioned to just 2 letters, OO. On a quest for perfection, 2x2 solvers have decided to maybe hunt for, well, perfection in every solve that there is.
Yeah.
I was hoping to maybe that you could talk a little bit about OO and maybe what it stands for and the future of 2x2.
So OO stands for objectively optimal, which pretty much just means the speed optimal solution for any specific scramble. So it's not necessarily always move optimal, but it's a solution that we think could be the fastest to execute. And I guess the term has been around for a while, and I had some unknown of it, but I guess it mainly got popularized for 2x2 when Anthony Paterakis made a video last year about there's this site that 2 Spanish cubers made that's really good, where you can input a solution, and then we check in and see if it's OO, and then we add it to the site. So right now we have, I think, around 3%, but I honestly haven't worked around on that site in a while.
I was going to say, what is that website in case any of our viewers want to go check that out?
So it's 2by2.com, so it's TWOO by TWOO.com.
Got it. And I've heard that there is another alternate name for OO that maybe you can provide some context for.
Okay, yeah. It's UNG, which I think stands for under normal gambit. It started as some kind of inside joke in some Midwest server or something, but now it's kind of become somewhat mainstream, 2x2s, where you say, oh yeah, this is UNG. It's kind of a bit of a joke, but it's also I don't know, I like the term.
So how UNG was your average? Did you have any UNG solutions? I'm gonna go back to saying OO because I really don't like saying UNG. Was the 0.88 that you got to round off your average UNG? Or
it might be. I would have to check. It was an 11 mover, which is a bit higher than the average UNG solution, but it was pretty good. I think it's probably 0.7 is the best time, or maybe 0.6 on that scramble, but I'm not fully sure.
Got it. Well, again, something that we mentioned a little bit last year during our interview at North American Championships in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I was wondering, you are wearing an incredible shirt, again, representing the University of Virginia. As you are a full-time student, have you had to change up your practice routine to still leave time for school? And have you adjusted your practice style for Worlds specifically? Has it differed from maybe any of your last major championships?
Yeah, I would say during the school year, I really didn't practice too many time solves. I still did a little bit of 2x2 here and there and messing around with solutions, but I more or less didn't really do much cube at all. So then in May when I was done with school for the year, I started grinding again, and I've gotten back into it.
Got it. We're going to see again Yiheng Wang come up for his 5th and final solve of 2x2. Again, please share any insight. I am not the most experienced 2x2 solver, so any help that you can provide to maybe give the viewers at home some information on what we got here.
All right.
The SpongeBob hand warmers making another appearance.
All right. Is that a no bar? Let's see.
So this looks like a solution or a scramble with no bars.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
Let's see what we got here.
I don't think I would like that. Okay, 122. Still pretty good execution.
I was going to say, he seems quite pleased with it. That is going to calculate out to a 1.22 average as well, matching that single there for Yiheng Wang.
Yep.
Not sure where that ranks so far in the round, but again, quite an impressive showing.
Yep.
Moving on to the next question I have for you. This is your third World Championship following 2019 and 2023. Is there anything that you typically like to do at these competitions to maybe take your mind off of competing or any nerves?
I would say just like having fun going around, seeing people who I haven't seen in a while. Like I'm not going to be sitting on a table grinding 2x2 all 4 days or something. I only like warm up during like close to the round. And then also like I did 2x2 with Teo there yesterday, and like I'm meeting other fast 2x2ers I don't usually get to see.
Have you done anything fun in Seattle?
Honestly, not really. I pretty much just came here like the night before or 2 days before, and then I was kind of chilling in the hotel lobby the day before the comp started.
Got it.
Yeah.
I did see you there grinding out the entire Kanani family. I sat there with Hassan for a little bit, refining some of my square one algorithms. So very, very, very knowledgeable family when it comes to cubing, as well as Ibrahim. Maybe not the fastest results competitor. Don't tell him I said that, but an amazing. All three of you are lovely to talk to.
Thank you.
As a world-class solver, I can only imagine the practice sessions you've done to get to where you are today. What does a typical session look like? Do you change this at all leading up to a major?
I would say like I don't really do like big AO100 or AO1000 sessions, but usually I try to do like comp style AO5s, and then sometimes I do end up doing like an AO50 or AO100. But I would say like a lot of it is like just looking at scrambles people have gone and stuff and trying to find like the OO or UNG solution.
The UNG solution.
Yeah,
I keep seeing you try and sneak that term in. You're a big fan of it.
Yeah.
On a topic of while we're still being a little silly on the end, right after your .92 world record 2x2 average, a picture popped up of you online with you and a McFlurry. The question on everyone's mind: what is your go-to McFlurry flavor?
I would say just M&M. Yeah. I don't really like Oreo. Yeah.
I agree. I like the Oreo McFlurry. I like the Reese's one, but I don't know if they make that anymore. Off of that, before I get too hungry, it's about lunchtime here. We have Quinn Maloney coming up for his first solve, or what I think is his first solve.
All right. It looked like a bit of a lockup, but still 146, not bad.
I was going to say, it looked like a very low move count solution, but unfortunately just quite locky.
Yeah.
Coming up here, I believe for his fifth and final solve, we have Siddharth Reddy. Or we're watching a replay here. Yeah, you could see very locky, but being able to stop that quick, a 146 with a lockup like that, I think is still quite impressive.
Oh yeah, it looks like the same scramble Yiheng had.
Yeah, so this is the no bar scramble. So maybe talk what that means and what that could potentially mean for any of these solvers.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from this angle, but like usually you're going to be looking for some kind of short face or pairing up to a block. I might like Gen Ung for that later and see, but yeah.
So as we're wrapping up here and we still have some more competitors solving, I did want to go back to what we were talking about earlier and your .92 world record average. I have a gift for you, Zane. Let me get this pulled up here. I have it wrapped up so it doesn't break.
Yeah, I think
Zane, would you mind sharing for the live stream what this is?
It's a scorecard of my .92 average. I remember you were messaging me or you're going to give it to me. I forgot about that.
I just checked the message I sent in your DMs, and it was almost a year ago.
Yeah.
And since then, I have had it sat on my desk, kept it nice and pristine, and completely forgot to give it to you every chance.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I see you all the time at competitions, but I kept forgetting about it. And then I kept going far and far on enough to where I'm like, maybe I'll just save it for Worlds, and then we'll have a fun little moment during our interview.
Thank you.
I was going to say, if you can maybe hold it a little closer up here to the camera. So the camera is right here where the mirror is.
Yeah, there's the scorecard.
Yeah, I remember that moment very fondly.
Yeah.
It's extremely exciting average and a nice little memento. I hope you can enjoy that. If you need, I do have, these are just paper towels if you want to wrap it up and maybe keep it safe. I don't really have bubble wrap. FedEx downstairs has bubble wrap. We'll save that for after the interview.
Yeah.
But it has been quite a pleasure talking to you, Zane.
Thank you.
Do you have anything, do you maybe want to like promote, again, like 2x2ers, or is there anything that you would maybe love to shout out to the community or anyone that you think deserves a shout out?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone. But I've had fun with this interview, so thank you.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you again, Zane, for your insight. Congrats again on your amazing 2x2 performance, and I look forward to seeing more of you for the rest of the competition.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Zane.
And we are back once again. We hope you enjoyed that interview with the one, the only, the magnificent Zane Kanani. Zach, that was a lovely present that you just gave him.
Yeah, I that's probably the closest I'll ever get to feeling like the interviewer Nardwar. So I'm really stoked I got to be able to do that. And it maybe at the fault of my own for procrastinating giving the scorecard to Zane, but we get there. Just another amazing thing about this competition. All the people that there are here, about everyone I know and everyone I love talking to is here, all in one room, one huge room. This venue is massive.
Room. Quite a few rooms to be precise.
As I say, speaking of massive, 2x2 round 1 is still going on, and there's some massive names competing right now.
A 3.56 there on stream. Very rare to see a stickered 2x2 these days.
I was going to say stickered puzzles in general, I feel like don't really make much of an appearance anymore as stickerless cubes have gotten better and maybe just more prominent. You don't have to worry about your stickers scratching up or anything like that. We have another 2x2 solve up here. The tripod may be being a little bit in the way, but we can hopefully get a top-down view of this solve.
We see these cube covers expertly made.
I was going to say,
specially designed for this World Champs.
I love the green.
I love the hat too. It's a nice hat. Rubik's Cube on the brim and an actual Rubik's Cube on the hat too. I think this guy likes Rubik's Cubes. 4.04 there.
We did also see off-stream, we had Quinn Maloney on the blue stage get a 1.63 single. No! That is a DNF due to a corner twist, unfortunately. The little preview I had was a little too small, so I wasn't able to see that. That is quite unfortunate. But again, he does have one more solve, so hopefully he can pull it back.
Seeing vision on that solve from Quinn here. Yeah, just looked like, super unfortunate. Just a mechanical twist there. Not quite the fault of the solver, but, you know.
Holding it up to the camera there for us to be able to get a good look at it.
And on the blue stage, got another solve going on right now. 4.12 with a shake of the head. Not the greatest solve by that guy's standards, obviously.
Yeah, we are in transition right now. That is a 1.8 there for Joaquin.
And Joaquin Rones Hernandez of Mexico, 1.80. Current PR average of 1.29, so it is some ways away from his PR average, and also the current NR average for Mexico.
We are in transition here again, as mentioned. We are going to be seeing competitors start coming up for 2x2 Group 8.
Here we go, got Sebastian Lee on stream here, most notably known as a Pyraminx solver. However, he has recently broken the Australian national record single with a 0.49.
189, that competitor seems quite happy with that.
1.89 there. Seeing a lot of fast solvers in this group, as we will see in the next group. We're going to be seeing Olaf Kuzminski of Poland in this next group with a 1.11 PR average. Curtis Chai, a fan favorite, another 1.11 PR average. with a third at the NAC in 2024.
I was going to say, I remember that finals like it was yesterday. Curtis Chai making his way onto the podium with his best friend, Ethan Zhuang. That's still such a nice, wholesome moment that I remember. And again, also joined by Michael Nielsen winning 2x2 at North American Championships.
Also in that next group that we're going to be seeing shortly, we have Pep Eden of Sweden. That rhymes. With a 39 rank in the world and a PR average of 1.28. He's the 28th seed for this competition. It's their first World Championships for Pep, and also we'll be seeing Xavier Yi.
I can introduce Xavier Yi, a competitor from my region, my home state of Pennsylvania, United States. A 127 PR average, currently seated 35th at this competition. He's mostly enjoying that it's his first World Championship, so he's looking to maybe get some good results, but more or less just have some fun.
Here on the live stream, we've got Yuki Gao, Chinese solver, located in New Zealand. 1.33, has been laying down some extremely solid times recently, with a PR average of 1.21, which is ranked 30th in the world.
Yeah, she seemed a little displeased with that solve. I saw a head shake at the end there, even though 1.3 is still arguably pretty fast. Let's see. Yeah, that big regrip there, and then overall just like a little locky on the turning. I could maybe understand being a little bit displeased with that if I were Yuki.
Yeah, Yuki's one that the Kiwis have sort of claimed as their own, so got a very strong backing from two different countries. Must be nice to have that support.
Here we have Joaquin Hernandez again.
Looks like a pretty nice bar on this scramble with red and yellow. Oh, maybe that's just a yellow bar. And here we go. Oh, that was pretty nice. 1.55.
I heard a nice pop from the crowd there. I think maybe Joaquin has some of his friends there hanging out with him, cheering him on.
And all smiles for Joaquin. Even though it's a little bit off of his PR average, we've been harping on this theme, and you'll get sick of us saying it all the time, but it's just about making sure that you get through to that next round.
See some more competitors here filing through. As I believe we see coming up here shortly on a blue stage, we are going to hopefully see a solve from Pep Eden. Pep warming up, taking his time. Pep taking his time, getting ready to start to solve.
Pep ranked second in Sweden for 2x2 average behind Emmanuel Chalin. You'll be seeing hopefully in the next round. Here's Pep. 1.66. Very efficient start, laying that cube as close to the timer as possible.
Seems again a little displeased with that, but 1.66 is still a good time to start out. Yuki with a 158 there. Quite smoother turning, but again, still maybe not incredibly pleased with the time here. Let's get a good recap of this. Ooh, a rotation and regrip during the solve there. Most of these competitors are looking to one-look their solutions and do it as fluidly as possible. Again, 2x2 at such a high level, you're really worrying more about being smooth than you are about being fast. I wonder what country this competitor is from.
It's tough to figure out. The hat's getting in the way of the top down.
It is.
It is beautiful.
It is the 4th of July here in the United States, Independence Day. So a little patriotism going a long way.
Yeah, 2.17 there from our mystery American. Could be any one of the 1,000 of them at this competition.
I was going to say, looked very, maybe not suspicious, but trying to keep their identity maybe under wraps. We don't know who Mr. America truly is.
Captain America? No, I think that name's taken.
That name might be taken, but if any outfit is fitting to maybe steal that name, I think that one might be it.
I'm thinking so too. Never seen a man more befitting of that besides maybe the actual Captain America. We go on blue stage. Who have we got on blue stage? Someone's coming down now. That is Pep once again. Pep Eden of Sweden. I'm never going to get tired of saying that.
We're also see on the red stage, also warming up at the same time, we see Joaquin again.
We'll try and catch both of those solves on stream if possible.
We do
Joaquin
see
in inspection.
Again, quite a block. I do see a blue V there. Let's see what Joaquin can come up with. A 158.
He looks pretty content with that. 1.58. Here goes Pep.
Pep with a
0.97.
0.97. He seems quite pleased with that. Nice little smirk on his face. He knows he got a sub 1. I did hear, again, a little crowd reaction there. I wonder how many people are already seated for some of the amazing semifinals we have coming up later on today.
That's exactly right. We're going to be having one-handed semifinals coming up very, very shortly. A result getting a few claps from some around the way. All right, on red stage. Get that top-down view. How's this scramble looking?
I see that orange bar. That looks quite nice. There's a little pause there, and then, yeah, very, very long solution, unfortunately. 463. On the blue stage, though, is Hassan Kanani, brother of Zain Kanani. Again, a member of the Kanani dynasty of cubing that has been formed. Just had Zain on for a nice little interview. Make sure to go watch that back later. Not now, because I wouldn't want to miss any 2x2 solves to be happening. 316 for Hassan. He's laughing it off. His main event is square 1, so he's not really worried about maybe doing too good in 2x2. But he's still quite the fast competitor.
The 6? Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, very long solution there for Hassan.
Of course.
All right, we have Yuki Gao back on the red stage. He's been solving not up to a PR standard, but it'll still be definitely sufficient to make next round. This will be her third solve.
You say Yuki again right now has a 133 and a 158 looking into the scramble. I see quite a few bars. A bar on almost every single side of the cube except one, the one facing you. 205 for Yuki. She seems quite upset with that time. That is unfortunate.
It definitely seemed like it was not up to scratch. Unfortunately, not what she would be hoping for. But again, we've been harping on it the entire time. It's only first round. Doesn't quite.
I was going to say, what matters most for these competitors is making the second round, because then that means that they are one step closer to the World Finals at the World Championships.
Is Pep Eden of Sweden.
You're going to keep saying it, Michael, aren't you?
I'm going to use full name and country of residence for this competitor as long as I don't get told to stop.
See Pep warming up, as well as we see the man, the myth, the legend, Curtis Chai. A legendary performance at North American Championships last year, coming in third place in 2x2, getting a 303. Quite an unfortunate solve there for Curtis.
So Pep stretching the arms just before that solve. Unfortunately, not too happy with that one. 1.98 there for Pep.
Yeah, again, though, Pep does have a 0.97 currently in this average, so any time that is fast is likely to count, or even counting that 0.97 could help bring the average time down for Pep.
I've also seen Olaf Kuzminski with a very, very cool time, 1.111. He's another competitor that we're going to be seeing in this 8th group of 2x2. He says his warm-up method and secret to success is eating dark chocolate.
That is something. I do want to comment before we stray too far away from his 1.111. Olaf's PR average is a 1.11, and his current ranking for WR or for his average is also 11.
So many ones.
1-1. So many ones. Speaking of one, a 155 there for Hassan Kanani.
on red stage. Who do we have up here? Oh,
Quite
nice
the smooth solution. A 1.9 there. Saw a little handshake there. Maybe like, that's so-so for me. I could do better. We are seeing come up again Pep Eden from Sweden. Getting ready to start. I believe his fourth. Maybe this is his fifth attempt. I've started to lose count.
Definitely believe we're on the way out of that average.
I just need to remember how many times you've said Pep Eden from Sweden so far, and that should be able to direct me to what solve of the average this is.
Never enough is the answer to that.
Oh, we can see here, yes, this is Pep's fourth solve.
This scramble looks to have a nice
8 seconds.
Yellow and blue bar. See what they're able to use from this one. 1.43. So that is not the best time we've seen of the average so far. Of course, we had that sub 1 on that second solve, but this is a nice counting time.
Yeah, but it is counting. It will count towards his average. A 184 there for Yuki, and Yuki looks quite upset with how her solves have been going so far. She is definitely guaranteed to get an average under 2 seconds. Yeah, you can see our stats here. A worst possible average of 1.82 seconds and a best possible of 1.58. But again, maybe just upset. Yeah, that misturn there. And then a slow AUF. Quite unfortunate. You do see come up here again for his next solve, Hassan Kanani.
See there, Hassan Kanani got a very comfortable sub 1 single as a PR and a 1.34 PR average. 2.1 there for San.
I could see Hassan shaking there and trying to stop the timer. And there's Hassan warming up with a square 1. Hassan, again, one of our leading runners for square 1 here at the World Championship. Xavier Yi here going up for the first off we've seen from him. 163. Shook his head, looks a little displeased.
Got that Fat Seal plushie there to...
I see it. He takes it to every competition. And the
World Champs is no exception.
Yeah, I was going to say, it hasn't grown old on me. It's still just as soft and cute as ever. Got some more 2x2 solves coming up here to show you. 187, a head shake, not too pleased with that.
I believe that to be Varun, the stand-up cuber, and Alexander Vucic there, 1.32. Alexander Vucic of New Zealand, mostly known for his Megaminx skill, coming third place in the last World Championships in Korea. Here is Curtis Chai, 2.17 and a face palm. Unfortunately, not up to standard for Curtis. I believe that to be a counting time as well, as the first one was over 3 seconds.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Curtis, but yeah, definitely not happy with that solve. But still has 3 more solves to hopefully bring that back in. Ooh, we did not catch it, but Pep Eden there with a DNF, unfortunately.
So he's going to be Pep Eden's worst possible average from Sweden.
Tough luck.
Say hopefully, yeah, as I say, you can see it's a did not finish there for Pep. That will count as his worst solve in the average.
Replacing Pep, another European, we have the Polish Olaf Kuzminski.
Here's a replay of Pep's solve here. Yeah, not finishing those last few moves there. That's going to cost Pep a 1.8 single there.
Of Kuzminski, won bronze at the Polish Championships in 2024. That is some accolade given we know just how tight the top of the table is in Polish speed cubing. Just about across the board. The very high standard of competition. Got a nice yellow and green bar on this scramble. Olaf opting to break that up to go for a different solution. 1.45 there.
Like it's nothing, really no reaction. I mean, again, being a competitor at such a high level, you maybe start to just feel like, yeah, I knew what I would get. Like going into inspection, I was confident on what time I'd get. Again, these 2x2 solvers are seeing a lot of their solutions in inspection. Some of the top level ones like Zane and Yihung are even doing multiple or like one looking multiple solutions while in inspection.
1.38 there. Very, very nice solve.
We did also hear a call for 2x2 Group 9. So we should be seeing some of the faces from that group as well coming up here soon. Two by two Group 9 will also wrap us up there for 2x2. So we're going to be looking at the last few competitors, but we still have more. Xavier Yi with a .97, no reaction. There's a smile and wave to his friends in the crowd, but quite the fast solution there from Xavier.
At .97, pretty solid execution on that one. Stay tuned because in the next group we're going to have some of the best 2x2 solvers in the USA on the blue stage. Two very, very potent names. Sujan Feist of the USA is going to be on the blue stage. He's the third seed for this competition and fourth in the world with a .94 PR average. We're also going to see the former North American record holder in Will Callan, the PR average of 1.23, which was, of course, North American record, I believe, at US Nats 2019?
Yes, that was my first major championship, and I got to see that live. It was quite an awesome moment.
Curtis there with a 1.66.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of face palm there. A 104 there. Quite the fast solution there and looked quite pleased with it. I believe here we see Luke Burns.
8 seconds.
.07, some ways away from the best, unfortunately, for Luke Burns. Here we see on blue stage as well, we're going to be seeing Will Callan, the former North American record holder, and I believe second in the world.
Yeah. Hopefully we can show you. There we go. Here's Will Callan again, a delegate in the Mid-Atlantic region of the United States. Made quite the journey to get here to Seattle.
2.02 there for Will.
202, no real reaction, just a very big, deep breath after that solve. Here on the red stage, we see Nathan Ron of Minnesota.
Didn't look like a one-look solution there. 3.45 there for Nathan.
I do know Nathan has been on the square one grind, and 2x2 is maybe one of the furthest events from square one that you could get, but again, he's quite experienced in a lot of events, maybe going the all-rounder route.
We see Sujan on the blue stage. Inspection now, one of the very few competitors at this competition to have a sub-1 official 2x2 average. 2.03, unfortunate for Sujan.
Yeah, did not look too pleased with that solution, but again, looks like the first solve of the average. There's still 4 more solves to make some room for improvement.
Oh, an unfortunate misstep from this competitor on blue stage, 6.58. Not sure who that is, but I think you can safely assume the cube going under the table, that is some ways away from their best, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a 658 there for Ezra.
I believe this to be Andras Orban of Hungary. He's the current Hungarian national champion. This is first World Championships. 1.98 to start there for Andras.
Back on the red stage here, we are seeing Xavier Yi inspecting his next attempt. I see a couple big bars there. I saw a V. Could hopefully be solved. Let's see what Xavier could come up with. 144. I did hear a little bit locky of a solution there, but Xavier again, quite pleased with it, quite chill. Really just going with the flow here.
Will Callan just about to start solving now. We'll catch the back end of that one. 1.34 for Will. A lot better than he started. His method, of course, is full EG, LEG1, got all the sets, you name it. And he also helped pioneer the LS method, which is one where you have 3/4 of a layer and then solve the rest in one algorithm. So a bit of an extension from all of the alg sets we've seen so far. And one thing you'll also notice next time we see him in inspection, he just wildly rotates the cube in his hand, does 4x rotations just to get a full idea of the scramble, and then where to go from there.
This is a 134, very clean solution there from Will. See Ezra Severson up here again. A 201 for Ezra. Looks quite displeased, but again, it's at least faster than his first solve.
Got Sujin just about to begin on the blue stage as well. Unfortunately missed that solve from Sujin, 1.57 on stream, but here we go. On red stage, 3.30 there. Sujin Feist improving on that first solve, 1.57 there. So about not getting that one on the live stream.
Hopefully we are going to be able to maybe get a replay of it. There we go. We can at least see it as it happened. Yeah, 157 there for Sujin.
Again, just like a little bit of a missed turn towards the end there. Had to go back and undo a move.
Yeah, we are going to show here on the blue stage Will Callan.
Another stat about Will Callan, he was the first person to count a sub-1 2x2 solve, and he did this all the way back in 2018.
8 seconds.
That is quite some time ago. That's 7 years ago. 138 from Will and a fist pump there. I think that is the first sign of emotion that we have seen from Will this entire average.
Thanks. Welcome. Ocho. No save.
All right, and on red stage, we are underway. Looked like a 2-look solve. A bit of a fumble, unfortunately, but still sub-3. A lot better than getting that +2. 2.97 there in the end.
I was going to say, it's usually worth it to go and fix that time instead of just stopping the timer and taking a penalty. Yeah, didn't stop the timer there. Was able to fix it right before stopping. We are going to see come up here Sujin Feist. Again, one of our top-level competitors here at the Rubik's WCA World Championship. Sujin locking in here, doing some warm-up turning.
His idea before solves, he says, is just to relax and have fun.
I see a one-move EG face here for Sujin. Let's see what he can do on this.
Oh, sounded very fast. 1 flat.
Got incredible turning there from Sujin. We did see at the same time on the other side, we saw Curtis Chai with a 171. Again, looks quite unhappy with that time. has not been Curtis's round, but again, he can pull through and clutch something out. I mean, again, you can't get third place in a Continental Championship final without being pretty good at the event. All right, it looks like we are going to transition out here to our next set of casters. This has been Zach Riedel, joined with
Michael Tripodi.
And we look forward to talking to you again here at Rubik's WCA World Championship. Don't go anywhere. More high-action solving on the way.
Ta-ta for now.
Player calls like 4 times. Nobody will know. Good luck.
We are back here at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025, coming live to you, and we are about to see 3x3 one-handed semifinal. My name is Alyssa Esprez. I'm joined by
Kevin Hayes.
And as we're just wrapping up the last solves of 2x2 round 1, I'll give you a little preview of what is in store for 3x3 one-handed. So Max Park led out our first round with an average of 884, and then a bunch of names that just kind of put it all into a toss-up, Kevin.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting and kind of tells a little bit of the story is that you look at Max Park's average, 884. Best single, 847. He is ranked 6. I think he is the 7th. Well, Luke Guerra is 6'9". He's like, I think almost the 6th or 7th fastest best single of the round, but first place overall. Like we said this coming into to the event, Max does not have the best top end speed. That is just straight up a fact. If any of the other top level competitors are on their game, Max just can't beat them.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what Max is really good at? Getting high 8 every single time. You look at Max's official results, it's mid-8 to mid-9, usually floating around that 8.8 to 9.2 range. And there's a lot of pressure. And a lot of these other guys do not have the experience, turn a little riskily, go for broke, and Max is just like, okay, I've been here a million times. It's not really his main event anymore. I don't think it's something that like anyone's expecting him to win. People were probably kind of writing him off a little bit as a weaker event for OH. I definitely was until I kind of looked at his results, but first place in round 1, obviously you can do it.
Max Park just being able to like quietly be first place in an event just shows who Max Park is, and we all know him, but there are still these moments where I am surprising myself with how good Max is.
Oh, it's wild. Like he somehow. I mean, it's weird to say Max flies under the radar, but I feel like we kind of expected him to be breaking 30 world records a year, setting times like no one's ever seen before. But like, he's still had a pretty solid year. Hasn't been setting that many records, but he's been still notching his times like right off his world records. Like he's so fast that like just getting a bunch of results right near his world record is still way better than everyone else. We saw it in 7x7 this morning. The only two people that did well were Timon and Max, and Timon did insanely well. Dropped 5 seconds off his best European record by 5 whole seconds, 144, and Max destroyed him. Like it wasn't even close. Like it's crazy. Like Max got a 141, Timon got 144. Like this isn't close. Like even like it's 7x7 is very like everyone at their best is still competing with Max at his normal day. His average is sloppy, and it doesn't even matter. He's so good. OH is a little different where Max is not sloppy ever. He's just very consistent, gets his high 8, and like he does not have that top end speed like the other people do. But I think it's an interesting story to watch. Another big story from the first round is that Luke Garrett, current world record holder, is 21st with an 11.1 average. Did have a 6.9 single, one of the 2 sixes of the round, but 11.1 is quite slow for someone who has a high 7 PR world record average. I mean, we've all seen the video, very excited reaction, but I think everyone's aware it's a little bit of a very it's a pretty good average for him relative to like what his capabilities are. It's very well executed. I mean, a lot of cubing is just taking advantage of the luck when you get it. It's very easy to get good cases sometimes, but you get that greatness when you execute. I'm curious to see how the pressure is going to affect him in this semifinal.
That's the story. All of these semifinals, these are competitors looking for 20 of the spots, one of the 20 spots in the finals. There are always going to be people who think they should have made it, who we think should have made it, that don't make it. And so that's what we are looking for in these semifinals. And again, it's like we said this all weekend. Whatever happened in round 1, it actually doesn't matter now. You have a chance to take one of those 20 spots, and that it's your job to do it now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the psych sheet or the round 1 results. We have a lot of names that are pretty familiar names kind of in the wash to make finals. A lot of those competitors who are really good at either focus on one-handed or maybe aren't quite at the top, or really good 3x3 solvers who haven't put a lot of time into one-handed, but, they average low 5. So, like Matty here in 19th place, I don't think he spends a lot of time specifically one-handed, but he's
capable of it.
Yeah, he has a 5.0. His solutions are so good. Projecting the cut, 11.1 in the first round. It was an afternoon round yesterday. It wasn't something super early. I think we're probably going to be looking at something similar.
Yeah.
Based on average of last 12 averages, I think it was high 10. It was a high 10, so we saw 11.1. A lot of consistency there. Probably looking around the same thing, but...
we'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah. Nerves are definitely going to take into account here. Yeah. Final is tonight. It will be the last final of the night. So in this new format, we have round 1. Most of the events are round 1 on day 1, and then semifinal at lunch on day 2, and final at night.
Of course, the big story with one-handed as well is the Ru versus CFOP question mark, and who will kind of lead out and win. Obviously, with Max, it's CFOP, so CFOP took the day yesterday in that first seed, but Nicholas Archer, who is a Ru solver, in that second spot, and I think that a lot of people are like Team Ru, but it really depends.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Ru for one-handed. It's very exciting to see a different method come into play.
Yeah.
3x3 is, I mean, we talk about different variations of CPOP. We use ZPLL, we use some pseudo-slotting, but like, it's the same thing. It's like we're taking the basic building blocks and we're just advancing them to levels that we haven't seen before, but it is still variations or improvements on CPOP, while Ru is completely different. It's so much more freeform. The specific abuse of the table to get much more efficiency out of your M slices, which are, because you can use the table to do your M slices on one-handed, the ratio of turning speed is so much better than for your standard CFOP type solutions. I think there's going to be a lot of people very, very much rooting for Nicholas Archer. Obviously, we have people like Dwayne Ramos, who used Ru, who did not place well in round 1, but can be up there on the podium as well.
Totally. And yeah, I'm just continuing to look at kind of these names that we're going to see upcoming, and like Patrick Ponce in the 13th seed here.
Patrick in 13th is wild. Like he was, was he first sub 9 average, or his old high 8 when the world record was high 8 average? Patrick Ponce was leading the way in OH. He never actually, unfortunately, never got a world championship title. Did not win in either Australia or Korea, although Australia was definitely his number one spot. But it just goes to show how much the event has progressed. Patrick is 13th. Even though like people like Matty and Timothy aren't like one-handed specialists, like very accomplished 3x3 solvers, it's not enough to just be really good at 3x3. The old, Felix definitely practiced some OH back in the day. He was very like I don't think Matty has even like relearned his PLLs for like OH specific tricks.
Right,
He just
yeah.
like, I'm just really good at 3x3 and can do a 50 move solution and turn good enough.
Yeah.
While like all these other guys, although Max is not very. Max is like this is just Max in every event. He's notorious for being extremely simple and just like it. I tell people like, don't try to be Max. You are not Max. You cannot do what Max does. If you try to be Max, you will just be.
No one
way
else
slow.
is Max Park.
It's impossible.
Yeah, of course. The one and only, for sure.
but like if you look at Max, you're like, okay, I can just do basic CFOP with no
Quick test.
like advances and like just never ever pause. It's like maybe, but there's probably more efficient ways to get to the top. While Max is like, it's just kind of how his solving style is across a lot of the events, including one-handed, just very simple, straightforward, no breaks.
Once again, if you're just joining us, we are previewing our 3x3 one-handed semifinal that we are just getting set for. We're seeing Max Park on the screen, the first seed going into the semifinal, and awaiting our first solves for this round.
I think it's kind of interesting that like, I was like, oh, Max is doing two-handed at practice, but then I realized, you can't do one-handed because he doesn't have a table.
Yeah,
It's
right.
almost like he should bring like a plank up with him to practice on, because even so, like obviously Ru is it's not even table abuse, it's like table dependency. Like you straight up deliberately place one side of the cube on the table to hold the right face, and you turn the M layer with your left hand if you're left-handed, and hold the left side with your left hand. While for a lot of the CFOP solvers, they just use the table a lot to help align the cube, because sometimes it's hard to finish a move completely when you only have one hand, and so using the table to force the cube to be in an aligned state to get to the next step is very helpful. However, in theory, with perfect turning, you wouldn't need the table on CFOP, while with Ru, the table is just an integral part of the solve.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, from our first round results, Max Park, who we're seeing on the screen, our first seed. Second seed, Nicholas Archer, famously a Ru solver. And then it kind of goes back and forth, because then we have Theo Golovev, who is a continental record holder from Argentina in South America, no stranger to championships as well, South American champion in 2024. This is his second world championship, and is a CFOP solver. And then we go to fourth place with Jasper Murray. Jasper from New Zealand, second place in 2022 for one-handed at Oceanic Championship. Jasper's first world championship, and they are a Ru solver. So we go CFOP Ru in our first four seeds coming into this round.
Yeah, also notably, Theo and Jasper both have pretty good results relative to their personal bests. Theo obviously smashing his 0.54 improvement. And we have the official call of the semifinal coming up. We can see we have Luke Garrett. We're going to be watching Matty Hiroto Inaba, who hoping to make the final, but probably just happy to be here as well. All right, and that officially kicks off the semifinal. The solves are starting to begin. We have, it looks, here's who's saying now. You have Max Park is next up in the blue stage, I think. Yeah, Max should be on blue. Is Max not on stream? Okay, Max is on.
Okay, here we go. Max Park getting set for his first solve.
I mean, there's not a lot of variance here. I'm predicting a high 8.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's like
Let's see
it's
what it
almost
is.
like Max is just this like constant force. He's gonna get like his high 8, low 9, and it's just can everyone like he's a gatekeeper. Can anyone beat him?
That's the threshold there. So here Max goes with his first solve. Again, you'll see a lot of that table use to align the cube. And we are at PLL, a mid 9, so not quite that high 8.
A little bit off his standard pace. Mid 9 though. It's that one's gonna be a little harder. I don't think Max counting a mid 9 in a solve that's gonna win this round will be very difficult, but it's something that we're also still kind of looking at in the back of your mind. You need to make sure you make the final. Obviously, priority number 1 and mid 9's well under. Anything in the mid 10 range will be good. Who's not? We don't have in the top ranking. We have Felix Zemdegs is unfortunately not on the main stage. He's down in seed 30. The side stages are a little farther ahead, so we have some results coming into WCA live right now. We will be doing our semi-live data entry, and we'll be with full results, most likely from the entire 120. We will have the finalists within just a few minutes after the event finishes.
Only this one.
We saw Jasper there actually with a mid 8 for their first solve. So Jasper ahead of Max Park pace after one solve.
That's the name of the game. All right, Nicholas Archer with a great start, 7.2. Nicholas famous for his complete lack of reactions. We've seen 2 of his his first world record ever, and just like, okay, that was nice.
Cool.
Okay. I think his 6.05 in round 1 was very impressive, and he was actually happy with that one. But that's what it takes for someone like Nicholas. It's very clear that he knows he's here to win. He has the capabilities of it. And we have Luke Garrett here on red. He has had an okay competition so far. His 7x7 round this morning went better. He's trending in the right direction, but this is a huge round for him as the world record holder and someone who placed in round 1 outside of that finalist position.
Here we go. Kind of a roll of the cube there as he gets into his 887.
Okay.
Ahead of Max Park pace.
Very, very happy. He's doing a little dance on the table. He's excited. He's having a good time. That's what I like to see. You gotta relax a little bit. You gotta remember.
That was Alexi 1056. So I can't. Alexi in the first round, I actually don't remember quite where he was. But I think would love to be in that final.
1056 is on pace. Also, I just realized that top 40 are on the main stages, so we have Felix Zemdegs in the box as well as Patrick Ponce, 2 former world record holders going at exactly the same time. Both capable. Well, Patrick definitely capable of an 8 average. Felix, I think, will be happy to make the final, as he has said he has not practiced at all. Oh, Patrick.
Oh, and that's not a great one for Patrick. 1206. 918 from Felix Zemdegs.
Very nice solve from Felix. 918, very good start. Obviously, neither the 12 nor the 9 mean anything on the average. I think neither of them are planning on counting. Well, Felix would love to count that 9, but I think it's likely that neither of them count their first solve. Unfortunately for Patrick, he's got to not count it in the other direction. Oh!
772.
No, 972.
Oh, I missed
Theo.
it. I did not see that.
That is a rough one. Still a solve that can count and average that will easily make finals in the top likely 7 to 10 position, but 7, you want to get that top 3 seed. Feel like you already proved to yourself you can be in a podium position. And we have Nicholas Archer getting ready for his second solve here. Starting out the fastest with 7.2. He's a full second ahead of second place, although obviously one solve in, not much is decided.
Right, let's take a look, and then we'll have Max Park on deck.
Yeah.
Here's Nicholas getting started. And onto his M slices there, and a 964.
That was wild, because that, obviously for him and his standards, that was sloppy. Maybe not even sloppy, just a long first 2 blocks, as well as a really rough CMLL case, which led to a pretty nice end, but at that point it was already a little over in terms of getting a really good solve.
Here goes Max, a quick regrip there, and there. Oh. 880. There's the high 8.
A high 8. He very fast F2L. He hit his UZBLL case at 5.9. Unfortunately, ZBLL gets pretty tough to execute one-handed. It's definitely like there's, especially when we talk about one-handed being a high variance event, those ZPLLs, like the 2G ones, are obviously extremely fast, barely any slower than two-handed, but those tricky ones where you have some fancy finger tricks to execute completely unravel on one-handed, and we saw that there.
All right, this is Alexi going on to that last little bit of his solve, 1040. So two sub-10s now for Alexi. Luke Garrett.
We actually have a surprising number of former world record holders in this round. The OH world record has traded hands so much over the last 10 years. Like, I think we have at least 5. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's this last layer, 10-14 from Luke Garrett. A thumbs up after that, but I don't know.
I think I'm happy for him, like right there. Like Luke has practices at such a high level. He did tell me before the competition he wanted to make finals in all the M-by-Ns, and he got a 50-second, or he was farther down in the 5x5 rankings. It was not close to making finals, so it was a rough start for him. Obviously, those other bigger M-by-Ns are just kind of a nice confidence boost, something that's great to have as an all-rounder, but this is his bread and butter. Making the finals after a poor round one is, like, he's trending in the right direction. 10.1 is easily countable. He's already counting a 10-1. He only needs a 10-9 to advance, most likely.
Right. Jasper onto the last stage of Brew and 1057.
Very relieved with a 1057, which indicates just some nerves for sure. Wow.
All right, 1166 from Felix Zemdegs.
Once again, we're seeing the curse of the rough UZBL out there. It took Felix a full 3 seconds to execute, just like it did Max.
Okay, this is Theo Golubev, who has 2 9s to start. And let's see what he puts down here. It's not going to be on pace with the rest of the 9s.
No, that one, well below the standard. Not going to count that one, most likely. Although, once again, these top 5 to 10 solvers, they can count a rough mid, high 11 and still be just fine. It's really, once again, like in a lot of these events, you got to be careful of not turning that bad solve into a disaster, because you want to be able to, if you're at that really top level, you can still count a bad solve and easily make the final, and it's important to keep the bad solve just only bad. So just looking down the list, we have Max Park, Nicholas Archer, Patrick Ponce, Felix Zemdegs, and Luke Garrett, all former world record holders in this round. I apologize to anyone else that I might have missed, but 5 world record holders in a single, like looking to make the final at the same time is quite amazing for an event that's so deep.
8-12 from Alexi, a little bounce back from 2 10s earlier.
We have Nicholas Archer. We're going to be pulling him up.
Yeah. Nicholas, just in your bottom middle
center
there. And this is quick. Let's say 8:31.
All right, so Nicholas is on great pace. 7.2, 8.396. Obviously, median 8.3. A lot to be decided in this average, but he can lock up a final spot with a 12.
Okay, Luke started off with an 887, 1014. This is his third solve, and a lot of table use right there. Getting to the last layer. There we go, 1037.
Okay. Obviously not the sub-10s we're looking for, but one more reasonable solve, he's into the final.
Yeah.
I think after kind of a shaky yesterday, just making this final and getting that pressure out of the way. Like sometimes when you're very good in an event, but maybe you're not the favorite to win, you don't have the confidence of like, I'm definitely going to win. That sneaking thought in the back of your mind of like, oh wait, if I miss, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
It could be, you start to think about like, oh, that'd feel embarrassing, and it's like, no, you got to calm that down. Remember that you're here to place well, not to just make the final. You got to think positively about the result, not be scared of the bad.
Okay, of course, Max Park on your screen getting ready for his next one, and we also have Jasper Murray inspecting on your bottom left, Felix inspecting on your bottom right.
Wow.
Lots to watch.
Star-studded, and someone's about to come up in the middle, likely another world record holder. All right, Jasper.
8 seconds.
They're on great pace, 7.8.
Big celebration there for Jasper.
I mean, that's a finals clinching average. Obviously in a great spot already with a 9, 10, and 8. But a guaranteed finals placing for Jasper. Congratulations on our first finalist. And our second finalist.
968, Max Park.
Oh, sorry.
Felix,
That was only his third.
1140. I think just giving Jasper some congratulations there.
Felix is not, he's not in a terrible spot, but he's going to need to pick it up if he wants to. Where is he on the list right now? Oh, shoot. Okay, he's counting 3 11s. Felix has 3 11s. Felix has 3 11s and a 9, so he will need to pick it up, but it is definitely possible with another good single that he can make the final.
Jasper just so crisp there at the end.
7.8. Luke Tixon, we see with a 10.7. He is, where is he down? Oh, he's down on the rankings. Unfortunately, Luke, one of our hometown solvers, a Washington local regular. I do not see him on the top 20 list, though, so he's going to need to count something good to jump back in. Oh, we have Theo.
This is Theo getting ready. And that's an 1149.
Oh, Tixon. Okay, we had the wrong results page up. Tixon with projected for 10.6, currently sitting in 16th place. It's going to be pretty close. Theo is now locked in a worst possible of what looks like a high 10, which might make it, it's a little unfortunate where it's like, oh, if that bad solve, that's once again, if that bad solve was just kind of okay, then he'd be safely in, but now you just got to do one more, and then you know the pressure's on. Cut right now, cut line projected to be 1089, right on the first round, right on the projected. OH is, for an event with a pretty high variance, extremely consistent amongst the average of the top 20 competitors. So right now we have Nicholas Archer still in the commanding lead, projected to win by 0.5 right now, which is a massive margin in such a short event. Our gatekeeper Max only projected at 9.5 this time.
Okay, here's Jasper. We're going to cut to them on the bottom left.
Yeah.
Jasper is currently sitting at third, and, you know, it's window dressing at this point.
There's still best possible average to 859. That still has a chance to win this round. Obviously, they were extremely excited to get that 7, lock up that finals finish, and then this is just, wow. Rough execution. Terrible execution.
That was on pace for something really quick.
I was on pace for about an 8, and once again, that's the importance of, you could see Jasper, like, they kind of did the lean back, the breathe, the physical reaction to a bad solve, and that added a couple tenths, and, like, yes, right now he's still, like, they're still going to final, but that's a counting solve.
Yeah.
Every single tenth matters, whether it's a good solve or a bad solve, and Max is finishing up.
The 989 from Max, and Luke as well is...
So Luke is going to lock up a final spot here with a reasonable solve.
Right.
Can he... Oh, no. Is that... Okay.
Okay, 1068. I think Luke can breathe.
He should be
I think
safe.
he can breathe okay.
His worst possible looks to be just about 10-3, which would require a huge improvement on the back half from like 10 people to beat. But that's the kind of laugh head shake of like, okay, well, I got the business job done, but barely got the D or C. I got the C. C's get degrees.
Yeah, totally.
Felix. He knows that's the reaction of a man who knows it's going to be right on the cut.
Yeah.
Felix.
In fact, he's giving us that hand signal right now.
Yeah.
That it's like, oh,
we are definitely going to be watching it. Felix would be a great on-field interview from Manu. Hopefully we can get him talking, make his second final of the day. He was nervous about making 5 final. Easily came in that one, but OH is obviously would be a nice pretty bonus, I think, on top.
1050 from Brendan Degnigan here, and
You can see the shrugs.
Felix Zemdegs in 2 finals on night 1. Like, I think it'll be like old times.
He's even though we're in America, he's the crowd favorite. Everyone loves him. You saw the autograph line from him yesterday. It was stretching through the entire venue. And Nicholas Archer is looking to lock up. He missed his 6-9.
883 from Nicholas Archer to finish off that average And
8 flat almost.
That'll be a really, really solid
8.1
average.
average from Nicholas. 8.1 from Nicholas. That last solve looked a little sloppy at the end, too.
No, yeah.
Very impressive stuff. 8-9 second place in the first round. 8-1 in the semifinal to almost certainly take first place. I think it's impossible for anyone. It looks like it's impossible for anyone to beat him at this point. He unfortunately misses 696. Juliet Sebastian, where is she ranked right now?
891, very solid.
Never mind. Juliet is quietly having a very impressive average, 891. She's going to be locked into what looks like a 9.3 second average, which will jump her to second place, depending on current second place, but we are still waiting on a couple more results. Max is a 9.2 BPA, which is faster than Juliet's average. So, Max actually has 2 solves left if we are tracking correctly. So,
yeah.
We have a few more results to go in. Big name right now is where is Felix Zemdegs? Felix finished with 1098, and there are 4 people in front of him within just a tenth. And those are finished averages. Indeed. All right, Theo Golubov. What happened to him?
Right here. We're trending at 10, a mid-10,
Oh, wow.
and a really solid one to finish it
That was
out.
pretty-
So that will clutch in.
That was very
finals
clutch because
appearance.
his worst possible was 11.03, which is definitely not going to make it at this point. So but yeah, counting all best possible to worst possible is a full second.
That's never the position you want to be in going into your last solve.
That is scary.
Yeah.
But got the best possible, low 10, guaranteed in finals. We are going to be watching the screen. Obviously, I think the number one story for who's on the cut line is Felix Zemdegs, currently projected 23rd. But there are a lot of people still to go, and that last solve is the most nerve-wracking, the one you're most likely to make a mistake on.
Max Park is going to be giving us his last solve here in just a second. And again, it's one of those classic Max Park. It's a little bit slower than normal, but it's still a very consistent average across the board.
Yeah, his best possible and worst possible, only 0.37 apart. He is going to finish in the top 6. He has the best possible will be 3rd place. Let's see if he lock it up here. Wow.
Moving very quickly through the solve. Little pause there for some recognition, and a 919.
So he will not, he's going to be in the top 5. We'll get his exact average soon. It'll be right there. We have Manu sitting on the field with Nicholas Archer, and we're going to shoot it down to them right now. Nicholas Archer, winner of the first round of 3x3 one-handed, or second round of 3x3 one-handed with 8.14 average.
Everyone, I'm here with Nicholas Archer. Looks like he's likely to get the first seed. Had a really heater of an average and is one of the favorites to win one-handed here. Nicholas, welcome to Seattle. How was that average for you?
It was all right. There was a lot of lucky cases, like the 6 with the CMLL skip, and I thought a lot of the blocks were nice. There were a lot of pairs to make use of, and my turning was maybe a bit slow. So, I mean, it was decent considering the pressure.
Overall, how do you think this Worlds has gone for you so far?
It's been all right. I mean, a nice single in the previous round, but that didn't go too well.
Sure. And it looks like you're going to get the first seed going into the finals of OH. That's going to be later today. What are your expectations for finals? Do you think you can make it onto the podium?
Yeah, well, I want to at least get on the podium. I think with the previous 2 rounds, I should be able to.
Certainly. And the question everyone is dying to know, do you think Ru has a chance to sweep the podium here at Worlds 2025?
There's a chance, but I think Max is just consistently too fast to let that happen.
All right, you heard it here first. Nicholas Archer, everyone.
Thank you, Manu and Nicholas. That concludes your OH semi-finals. As results come in, we will be seeing Nicholas Archer at the top of the table using Ru. And then, I believe just behind, 2 Kiwis in Dwayne Ramos and Jasper Murray. As we pull those results up into WCA Live, now we'll get a more detailed story. In fact, Juliet Sebastian has snuck on there as well. I don't know how much of her solves we caught on the stream, but 9.25 gives her second ahead of Jasper Murray and Dwayne Ramos in that order. Max Park, a 9.47, getting him 5th, and Neo Suarez, the only other person to get sub 10. A 9.83 average with a DNF, counting an 11.
Who we see come up here on the red stage? We have Patrick Pont coming up for, I believe, his last solve. $11.23 for Patrick. Doesn't seem to love the time, but it's the last one anyways. We're currently going to be in transition right now. I believe that's the last 08 solve that we're going to see. We're now on the way to Pyraminx semifinals. Michael, how are you feeling?
I'm super excited about Pyraminx. I have very high expectations for this semi-final. I think it's going to be absolutely electric. In the first round, we saw Michael Nielsen winning the round with a 1.59 average. After missing out on the win at North American Championships last year and having world record average taken off him, he's not going to take it lying down. 1.59 wins the round ahead of Sebastian Lee from Australia, many people's favourite, with a 1.62 average. He is, of course, the current world record holder. And in third place, a name that many of us might not have seen for a fair while, Ezra Shear. Kind of went silent throughout last year, but 1.72 gives him third place for that round.
I was going to say, quite an impressive showing again. Ezra being able to shake off some of the rust from Pyraminx over the last few months. I'm not sure. We'd have to look and see how long it's been since Ezra has last competed, but it's been a minute for sure. That's for sure.
I don't believe Ezra has competed in Pyraminx this year outside of the World Championships. I know he competed in Israeli Championships and won that very handily, but now he's here in the World Championships, showing he's still got some of the knack that he left with. Should be a very exciting round in prospect. Can't wait to see what comes of it.
Yeah, I am extremely stoked to watch Pyraminx and speak of the man himself, Ezra Shear, here on the blue stage coming up here to start off Pyraminx semifinals.
All right, Ezra is underway. Looks like this scramble, 2 tips, and doesn't look like there's any blocks on that scramble. We'll get that top-down view. Very nice start, 1.44 for Ezra.
Incredible start there, average-wise.
It's not the best we've seen so far on that first scramble. We have seen Peter Olszewski of Poland with a 1.42 on his first.
To say an incredible start there, as he's still shaking up those hand warmers. I believe he may have just opened them out of the packaging and is still making sure they get warm for this round.
Here's Luke Garrett. We see on the blue stage right now on your screen.
So you can get a better view of Luke's solve here. Let's see. You do see that maybe that fake block of a long line of yellow pieces, but doesn't actually end up being anything substantial.
.77 for Luke. On the blue stage as well, we're seeing Simon Kellum, not on stream, but has a 1.93 to start. Simon Kellum, of course, the Pyraminx single world record holder. And on blue stage, we've got Sebastian Lee, second in the last round, the current world record holder. Many people's favourites take it home. Yiheng Wang, a 1.19. Am I seeing that correctly?
That is an incredibly fast single there from Yiheng on the red stage. We're going to be bouncing back and forth, trying to keep up with everything. Off stream, we see Parker Traeger with a 125 single.
Here we go. Sebastian Lee gets to see that scramble now. The world record holder, 1.15 average.
8 seconds.
Extremely smooth, 1.32. Great start for Sebastian.
He looks a little displeased with though. He's shaking his head. I feel like deep down I keep saying that. He feels like he maybe could have done something way better on that scramble.
We're also seeing Parker Traeger entered into WCA Live with a 1.25 on that first scramble. So obviously something that some of these competitors have been able to find.
You see down in your bottom right now at the top of your screen, Ezra Shear, huge lockup there, but still a 193. With a lockup like that, I think that's still impressive. We do also see a 146, and then over here on the right side, see another competitor starting inspection. Yeah, you can see, I'll try and highlight it here before the solve starts. You can see that fake yellow block getting in the way. A 172 there. As we switch to Luke Garrett.
I heard about that. Yeah, I was tiring as well. I'm ready.
Seeing Luke Garrett has been doing pretty well across this competition so far. Came second place in the warm-up competition earlier in the week.
There's that big blue-green block right there. Let's see what Luke can do.
Uses it to his advantage. 1.36 for Luke. That is a lot better than he got on that first scramble, a 1.77 he got there. Here goes Sebastian Lee. So seen Darshan of India with a 1.06 on that first scramble. So seen some really, really nice times early. Here goes Sebastian Lee on scramble number 2. Oh, it's a bit locky at the start.
163. He looks quite upset with that time. Again, a lot of these competitors may be playing it safe, but their goal is to make the final round coming up later on today. You see Carrie Creech here on the red stage. Again, this is the first attempt, it looks like, for Carrie. See that yellow line there. In the bottom left of your screen, let's see Ezra Shear warming up for his next attempt. Carrie with a 151, stone cold. No reaction to that.
Your body language did not indicate that.
So sometimes the judge, you gotta, like, rather than what
Ezra chatting it up with his judge.
Most people will say it, like, very quiet.
See down in the bottom middle of your screen, it looks like we had Olaf with a 2.68. Bottom right, Kyle Mead with a 163.
Now Ezra is underway with his inspection now. Looks like he's found a solution. 4 tips on that scramble. Doesn't seem to phase him. 1.77, and that is good. No +2 penalty there.
That is fully solved there for Ezra Shear.
I haven't been doing it, honestly. It's kind of bad, but I feel like for that one it needed it.
Parker Traeger, who we have been unfortunate not to catch on stream, is on really, really good pace as well. Has a 1.25 and a 1.36 as his only 2 solves so far.
We do see on screen right now Stephen Winstringham right here. Starting inspection for his first attempt. .208 for Stephen. Does not look too happy with that. We just saw Elias competing, and here we see Yi Hung Wong. 177.
Counting solve as well.
Looks quite happy with that time.
Had a 1.19 on the first, so this is looking like a really nice average, possibly brewing for Yi Heng Wang. Here is Sebastian Lee. Had a little bit of a letdown on the second solve by his standards. 1.68 he was not very happy with at all.
In the bottom right of your screen, we just saw Dylan Chan, a cube drop, or a tetrahedron drop into a 315 single. That is unfortunate. He looks quite upset with that.
All right, Sebastian Lee in inspection now.
Looks like 4 tips again. Like
1.62, yeah, 1.62. I feel like that's pretty good by his standards. Maybe the turning slightly not up to par. All right, here we go, red stage. Oh, it looked like a lot of moves for that solution. 3.94, that might possibly be a counting time, but it's not very good.
You got to wonder at that point, maybe are nerves getting to this competitor of maybe forgetting the one-looking solution and then panicking when it comes time to do the correct solution.
All right, we've got Ezra Shear back again, showing he's not washed with this average so far.
This is going to be Ezra's 4th attempt.
Ezra started off with a 144, 193, and a counting 1.77. See what this 4 solve lays. Another 4-tip scramble, it looked like. 2.00 cube drop, and how's the penalty? It looks good from here.
It looks really close.
And in fact, the judge signaling all is well. That looks good on the top down.
You could see about that halfway point marking in there.
Like sometimes the displays don't show 8 and 0s.
There's a 2 flat there for Ezra.
2.40. I believe that's Darshan.
See, we do see currently leading the pack Clement Tucker with a 128 and a 117. That 128 is counting. We do also see Parker Traeger, who we mentioned earlier, now has a 167. So counting times for Parker are 1.36. And back up here, Sebastian Lee. In your bottom left, we have Carrie Creech.
Whenever you're ready.
We have top solvers everywhere.
There you go, Sebastian Lee and Kerry in inspection now. Sebastian, very quick inspection underway. Great solve, 101. No, it's a +2 penalty.
It is a +2 penalty there by the yellow marking. That tip is not solved. We see in the bottom left, Carrie Creech with a 129. Sebastian looks insanely upset with that. That is now a 3-second time instead of a 1-second time.
That would have been the fastest solve that we've seen in this semi-final so far. Look at those tips so quick. Looked like a quick few moves into a 4-flip. and just couldn't quite get that tip done.
Currently, we have only seen from our first seed into this round, Michael Nielsen has only done one attempt, and it's a 182. If we hear any more about Michael Nielsen's attempt, we will keep you updated.
Here goes Ezra back again.
That's high.
And also seeing Simon Kellum, the Pyraminx world record single holder in the bottom right of your screen. Looked like another quick inspection for Ezra, but a 2.22.
Another easy number.
228 for this competitor. Simon Kellum, current world record single holder, inspecting in the bottom right of your screen now at the top.
1.70.
Simon. Effortless. Little head shake there, but I know he's just staying composed. Clement Tucker was on a hot start earlier with 128 and 117, now has a 201 single. Clement's got to watch out to make sure that that time doesn't count. Also see, Luke Garrett has 4 solves completed, 177, 136, 204, 150. Potential great pace there. We are seeing a best possible average for Luke of 154.
This is Owen Yipeng Sun in the top of your screen.
In the bottom right, we also see Dylan Chan inspecting.
1.79.
179. Let's wait for the ruling.
That looks good from here.
Can't tell. Dylan's definitely at least contesting it. It looks like we're going to be getting a delegate call on that one. We will keep an eye on that time for Dylan.
Sebastian Lee in the bottom of your screen as well. Unfortunate to +2 a 1.01 on the previous solve just by a tip on a 4-tip scramble.
Yihung Wong in the top of your screen now.
1.82, another counting time. Sebastian Lee, 1.32. Great way to bounce back from that previous attempt.
Unsure if we got a ruling on Dylan's potential +2. Parker Traeger, a 246 on the 4th solve. That is going to be looming over his head going into the 5th, but a potential best possible average of 143 there for Parker. Yeah, here's a replay of that solve there from Sebastian.
1.32. That gets him his best possible average, so he is going to finish with a 1.52.
In the bottom left of your screen, you see the man, Michael Nielsen. First place in first round at this competition. Former North American champion, former U.S. national champion. But he has yet to be able to conquer the world stage. Will he be able to change that today? In the bottom of your screen, we do also see Marcus Kamen there, inspecting his puzzle.
Marcus solved there. Unsure of the time on that one. But Michael Nielsen beginning inspection shortly. Next to him, Elias EU, 7th in the previous round.
This is another 4-tip scramble here for Michael.
Got a plan of attack for this one.
166. So calm.
Yeah, for sure.
You see in the bottom of your screen, Jasper Murray.
Shout out Henry Savage.
Jasper Murray, the former Pyraminx world record holder, 2-time Pyraminx world record holder. Getting them on your screen now. Jasper excels in finding excellent solutions. Just not quite the turning up to scratch there. 2.46 for Jasper.
Unfortunately, just quite a long solution that isn't executed fast enough to make up for its length.
It's unfortunate. It does look like a lot of our competitors are finishing their averages. So we'll get you those ranks as soon as we know.
Currently, what we see in times that have been fully entered, Jacob Bennett with a 181 PR average leading the pack. Brenton Dunnigan with a 208, currently in 3rd place.
The fastest we know of so far, of course, Sebastian Lee with that 1.52 best possible average, which he did achieve, tying his single that he set on the first solve of that average.
So Luke Garrett with a 173 PR average, being able to lock that in, currently in 1st. Yuki Nagai with a 179 PR average, currently in 3rd. I can only imagine how happy he is with that. Back to the stream here, we have Yiheng Wong. 178 for Yiheng. He is ecstatic about that. I've seen him happier this entire Pyraminx round than I saw him for a single one of his 2x2 solves. He is super proud of his turning.
It's going to lock him in and around a 1.8 average. Looks like a massive jump in PR as well.
Seeing a ton of great results all around the pack here in this Pyraminx finals. We have more times coming in as we're looking for any more competitors. I believe the main stages are wrapping up. Some of the side stages are still going on. Parker Traeger gets a 152 on the last field to lock in a 152 PR average. I'm not sure what that is ranked in the world, but currently he is seated first going into World Finals.
He's got the same average as Sebastian Lee, but beats him on single, getting a 1.25 on that first scramble, which we unfortunately didn't catch on stream. Let's do some research here. What does a 1.52 average rank in the world for Pyraminx? We're about to find out. 1.52, that gets him seventh in the world.
Seventh in the world for Parker Traeger. I got to go talk to him later. I can only imagine how thrilled he is with a result like that.
And not only that, but a fantastic confidence booster for Pyraminx Finals coming up at the end of today.
You see Joaquin here on the red stage. Quite lucky. 261. It is solved, at least. It is not a +2. Some more names coming in. Ezra Shear with a 190 average. Simon Kelm also with a 190 with a slower single than Ezra. Xavier Yi with a 198 PR average and 134 PR single, currently seated 9th.
Wow, so only 7 competitors getting sub-2 in the first round. And already, without all of our competitors being entered, we've already got 12 sub-2 averages this round.
Clement Tucker with a 174 PR average as well. Competitors all over the competition getting personal records. Clement currently seated 4th going into finals now.
You saw Marcus came in there with a 1.88 to presumably finish the average. We don't know what they've been solving that recently.
Hopefully we can get Elias on stream right now. Elias coming up to solve here on the red stage. I believe that is Elias, correct?
That is Elias EU of New Zealand. Has played second fiddle to Jasper Murray in the New Zealand rankings for so long, but has so much to prove on the world stage. He is the current Oceanic champion for Pyraminx. 4 tips on this scramble. Straight away doesn't phase him. 2.01. Cool, calm, collected as you like.
You want to talk about cool, calm, and collected. Look here at Kerry Creech, zoned in. Coming up for what I believe is his 5th and final solve.
8 seconds.
1.74. His projected average was around about that 1.7 range.
Little fist pump there for Kerry. Looks quite pleased with that.
See there on the replay, those tips done extremely well. Just left that B tip to the end and pretty well nailed it.
David Andron Silva with a 166 average, currently slotting him into 3rd place in our projected rankings.
2.32 for Olaf, but we're not sure about the penalty on that one. How's it looking? That's a close call, I think.
I'm not sure. $174. Small little thumbs up. Maybe looking out into the crowd for some approval if that's good or not. We are still on the lookout for the last 2 solves of Michael Nielsen's average.
We do know that Michael Nielsen is one of these solvers that does like to take their time, but we haven't seen since solve 3 what he's been able to achieve, if anything. Might still be out there waiting.
They said we do still see some solvers floating around here, but it seems we've lost a couple of them. Taking a look back, making sure nothing is updated. Keon Wilson with a 176 PR average, putting him 6th right now. Kyle Mead with a 177 average in 7th. Yi Hung Wong, 179 PR average, currently in 8th place.
Now tell me this isn't real. 17 solvers in this round going sub-2. And we've still got so many solves left to enter. Is there a chance that sub-2 doesn't even make Worlds Finals this year?
We will have to see.
Only 20 people make it through. 17 already entered with a sub-2 average.
on stream right now, we see Dylan Cosson. Never mind. We did see Dylan Cosson.
Both competitors on red stage. Dylan in inspection now, but 1.87 to finish the average there.
Let's see.
190. Ecstatic from Dylan. The
Dylan
pop-up is crazy.
Is insanely happy with that result. Let's see what that ends up showing for Dylan.
So Dylan Cosson, that's going to be a counting solve for him. It's going to be another sub-2 average to add to that total.
If we get one more sub-2 average, which we did, if you get a sub-2 average right now, you are not guaranteed to make World Finals. That is insane, Michael.
Unbelievable. Not only that, but some of our top seeds are still out there waiting to complete their average.
Stephen Wintringham going up here again. 189 for Stephen. Not thrilled again, looking out into the crowd. On our roaming camera here, we see Michael Nielsen getting ready. I believe this is Michael's 4th attempt of the average. Michael quite famous for using up all of his... Never mind. I was going to say using up all of his warm-up time, but it seems that was not what he was going for today.
Wasting no time in inspection. 1.65 continues the trend. Mid 1 second solves for Michael Nielsen.
He is thrilled for that. This is the most electrifying round that we have seen yet today. Michael, fist pump. Yes, yes, he is shouting.
And it's not done yet. 1.52, still the leading average by Parker Traeger and Sebastian Lee, both tied. But Michael Nielsen is well on track to get around there, if not better.
Let's see. Now we are keeping an eye out for any other competitors that we can. But times are coming in right now. We see a ton of tied averages. We see 2 190, 2 191s. Currently, the bubble is 198 with a 134 single being Xavier Yi.
198, and just as we mentioned,
we are actually going to transfer off. Manu is on field right now with Michael Nielsen. Michael, I assume, is done with his average. He must have not caught that. Sending it off to Michael and Manu.
Hello, everyone. Here with Michael Nielsen. Just finished up his average. He's looking good to make the finals here for Pyraminx. Michael, walk us through it.
I mean, all the scrambles were like pretty juiced. It was a very light work. It was, I don't know, one of the easier scramble sets I think I've ever gotten, but then it was in one of the hardest situations I've been in. So it all balanced out to be like kind of okay.
What was it like competing here at the world stage? Everyone's going at the same time. You knew the scrambles were good. Everyone else is also getting juicer times. What was that all like?
Yeah, I mean, on the first solve, I kind of messed up, and then I got back to the waiting area and just tried to calm myself down. And then solve 2 was much, much better. I didn't make any mistakes or any like big mistakes on it. So I felt a lot better after that, and then it was more or less smooth sailing after that.
Looking into finals, who are you most scared of?
Myself.
Good answer.
I was able to get in my own way last time at Worlds, so I don't want to do that again.
Awesome. And what do you think you need to do in order to win it all, win gold?
Get the fastest average.
Michael Nielsen, everybody.
I love that.
Right. Oh, you can finally hear my voice properly. Remember I had my speech yesterday. My voice wasn't quite as loud, so yeah, happy to be here now. Finally hear my voice. So yeah, all right, welcome to the Rubik's Personalities panel. All right, I'm here. My name's George. I'm actually a brand manager now for Rubik's, but I used to be an ambassador myself. So yeah, really happy to be here talking with everyone. So yeah, I'm joined here by some of our Rubik's ambassadors, and we're gonna have a little chat about what makes a Rubik's ambassador, what it means to be at the Rubik's Cube sponsored, title sponsored World Championships, and such a big event as well, the biggest yet. Yeah, just a nice chat about Rubik's, right? So yeah, let's get started. So brief introduction of yourself. So we'll start on Timmy's side and we'll move right. So yeah, brief introduction, maybe a notable cubing achievement if you want. Go ahead. Timmy, your mic is upside down.
Thank you, George.
No worries, no worries.
My name is Timmy, or Soup Timmy on the internet. I make Rubik's Cube videos, trying to get people into cubing and do random pranks to my friends.
Love it.
My name is Sam Richard. I specialize in education, inclusion, and motivation, and I travel to my local schools or wherever I can get a gig to just share my miraculous story from being bullied to having my brain disorder that I was born with, trying to just encourage others with puzzles.
Inspiring.
I'm Carolina. I'm from Italy. I'm a content creator. I'm a speedcuber. I'm Rubik's ambassador. Let's say my life is turning around Rubik's Cube, and mostly I do contents about Rubik's Cube on social media.
I'm Delphine. I'm French. I'm from France, and I do also content creation in French. I also do mosaic, with 700 cubes, and I'm mostly known for that. And yeah, I like to share my passion on YouTube.
Love it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for introducing yourselves. So let's just think about. Yeah, how did you become a Rubik's ambassador, and when maybe as well? All right. Let's start from this side now. Yeah.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, I think I started becoming around maybe 2020 or 2021. I don't remember in detail. And basically it was mostly for my mosaics. So I was doing Rubik's Cube mosaic and I was posting on Instagram. And then I don't remember if I contacted them or they contacted me, and it started like that.
For me, I think it was 2021. Right after the pandemic, I started to do videos on TikTok, and I started to enjoy it a lot, and it went pretty good. And at one point, Rubik's reached out to me to ask me to work with them. And then I managed to meet some of the people working for Rubik's in real life at European Championships, and we managed to find a good deal because I actually meet them in person and managed to talk to them, and then we started working together.
For me, back in 2014, I attended and competed in the U.S. Nationals 2014, and I met back then, brand executive, and she heard about me and my story through a mutual friend, and then a local friend where I live asked me to speak at her school, and then other friends wanted me to do that. After building a portfolio of speaking, I reconnected with this then executive in 2019, and she got me interested more into the brand. And then in 2020, right when the COVID pandemic began, I signed on to be an ambassador.
I code DM Rubik's. I was making mosaics at the time. I was like, "Hey, can I get some cubes?" And they're like, "Oh, we like your stuff." And then they signed me right after.
So when did you slide into the Rubik's?
I started in
DMs?
2021.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, all similar time. So actually, all quite a while though as well, right? Which is pretty cool. So, like, it's clear, right? You're not all just ambassadors for speed cubing. Like, no offense, right? You're all speed silvers. But yeah, what got you into that content creation landscape, and how do you think that kind of influenced your role, becoming a Rubik's ambassador?
It was by accident. I had no intention of making Rubik's Cube content. I just wanted to make workout content. And I wasn't even comfortable posting my body online. And I wanted to bridge that gap by just starting slowly with just my hands showing a Rubik's Cube, because that was a hobby I did. And yeah, I did one Rubik's Cube video, and I just kept on going because I wanted to do a 30-day challenge, and I posted every day. And I just kept posting, and now we're here on year 5.
When was that? Yeah.
I started in 2020, right before COVID.
Cool.
Growing up, having a brain disorder that I was born with, the Rubik's Cube became therapy for me. And I wanted to have a platform to show what I have overcome and all the challenges in life. And I started to post videos more as part of being an ambassador, and it's just a dream to be able to share my story, not just locally, but for the world.
I started to do videos when I was in high school because I started to do speed cubing. I was really obsessed with cubing videos. I was watching videos every day to learn new techniques, to improve my Rubik's Cube times. And at one point I noticed that there wasn't much Italian videos. And so I decided to start making Italian videos about speed cubing. But let's say when I started to do it seriously, I was in university and I discovered TikTok, and I realized that on TikTok you could communicate to way more general audience. And so let's say I switched my communication to try to communicate with everyone that doesn't know how to solve a cube. And from there it started my real work on social media.
For me, initially, actually, I started with Rubik's Cube Mosaic on social media. Then basically I met her. And then I started seeing what she was doing, and I was like, I also want to start doing similar stuff. And I started really becoming a bit more serious on YouTube and TikTok, and now I'm doing it, let's say, full time.
Love it. And then this is just a quick one, but like, everyone really kind of enjoys content creation now. Everyone like really wants to kind of get into it. We spend so much time, indulging in content ourselves. Like, what would you say is your biggest tip, just in terms of like, what do you think helped you grow in the content creation space? Like, what's your number one tip for anyone that maybe wants to get into it or wants to grow themselves? We'll start from that side again. We'll just keep zigzagging.
I mean, I would say from one tip is like to really, I would say, work hard, like do a lot of research as well. For me, like for example, for YouTube, together we research a lot on YouTube. We watch a lot of, for example, me editing. I really love editing. And I really like watching videos and really studying every single part of the video to do good videos, let's say.
For me, I would say I really think of who I'm communicating with and what I am communicating. So I really try to communicate something that makes sense for me, and I really want people to understand that. And for example, for cubing, my goal was really to show the people that Rubik's Cube was cool. And speed cubing was cool because growing up in high school, people were making fun of me for doing the cube like it's a weird thing. And so I had really the goal to communicate that it's a cool thing, and now people think it's cool. And so I think, I hope I had a bit of a role in this change of mindset of lots of people. And let's say my goal will always be the expanding cubing and speed cubing. And let's say this goal is what moves my content. And then I try to really research, like she said, about what can work and what cannot work. But mostly it's like if your goal is true and it's not only to get views and become famous, then your content can become better.
For me, distractions produce limitations, and I tell that to all these students that I speak to at the schools. And when it comes to cubing, just focus on the cube. You are your own student and teacher. Just practice and put all your distractions aside, and you'll be able to get faster. Don't have any fear in cubing. Just go for it. You have a great future if you push for it.
The question was, what advice do I have to make that keeps me going and making content?
It's about content creation as well. So what kind of advice would you give in that space as well?
Yeah, learning how to flop, like learning how to take failure, and how to recover and learn from it. Like my most recent video is a flop, so got some work to do there. So, but being okay with failure, because most people are so scared of posting their next video thinking, oh, it's gonna flop, but you should know how to like take failure and learn from it quickly and adapt.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Like, it really feels sometimes like you could put so much effort into a video that won't do well, and then like very little into a video that suddenly blows up. And it's just the way the landscape is. And yeah, I think it's an important thing to consider. Okay, this is more back to Rubik's. Like, what do you think Rubik's can or should be doing in the speed cubing community? Obviously, we're sponsoring this with a title sponsor, right, for the World Championships. But what would you like to see? What else would you like to see? What do you think we're doing well currently? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could incorporate smart cubes into competitions to make it more spectator friendly or live stream friendly. Having stats right away, I think that's a interesting format we could try, and I think Rubik's is doing well with hosting these big competitions like Worlds right now. So good job on that.
I would hope that Rubik's brand creates more WCA puzzles so that it's not just the classic 3x3. Yeah.
I mean, for me, in the end, the goal of Rubik's is really to make speed cubing bigger, and it's, I hope, the goal of speed cubing itself as well. So I would say the best thing they could do is to try to make speed cubing more and more enjoyable for the public, because some speed cubing events are hard to understand from non-speed cubers' point of view. Even for us that are really inside and knowing everything, sometimes it's hard to follow some stuff. And so for me, the goal of Rubik's should be to maybe create events that are maybe non exactly WCA competition, but more enjoyable from the audience.
Everything she just said.
Yeah, it's a pretty like difficult tension to navigate, right? Because like we want to make it really spectator friendly, but we also want to give everyone an equal chance of like showing their true average solve time. Like it's about the average, right? And even like average of 5 feels like a very, you know, fundamentally flawed format in some ways. Like it's not enough solves, especially when we're going down to like the milliseconds now. Like 2x2 first round, it's like 0.4 seconds between like first and 50th or whatever. So it's, there's a lot to think about there. But yeah, we definitely want to make it spectator friendly. We want to try and get that in the mainstream. And yeah, I recognize the importance of that as well. Do you feel like cubing has the potential to be more mainstream? How would we make it more mainstream? What would that look like? What kind of format do you see that being in?
Okay, yeah, for me definitely speed cubing can be really, really big. Like we saw in these World Championships, we have a lot of spectators, we have a lot of competitors, and I'm pretty sure that even the live will be really watched. And for me, you see that it's growing and growing, and we have really the chance to make it more and more mainstream. But as I said, we should find a way to make it more spectator friendly, even for the people that, let's say, are interested and come willing to watch, but then maybe they can't manage to fully understand. And so, yeah, it's tricky because, as you said, we need to give people a fair possibility to win with their skills. And we can't really rely on luck of 1 versus 1 match, but it will be, improving the spectator-friendly experience, and then for sure it can grow a lot.
I'm not really sure of an answer. She really answered the question for me.
That's very fair. Yeah. Anything from you, Timmy, about how to make it more spectator friendly?
Yeah, like I mentioned, implementing smart cubes, I think it's you get your stats right away.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. What's like a moment from cubing so far? It doesn't even need to be like your own cubing career. It could just be cubing generally. Like that's particularly stuck with you, or you think was like a big thing for, progressing cubing, like making it bigger. A particular moment you think that happened that was pretty special.
So a moment that's memorable, like in cubing. I think I have so many memories with cubing, but I think one of my favorite memories was I signed 3 of my friends up to a Rubik's Cube competition, and they didn't know about it, but I made a video about it, and I trained them last minute, they're all so close. One of them did solve the cube, got an average of 5. All the other two, they were just 1 hour getting them off. But what's cool about this is they all still cube today because they really enjoyed it. So it took a little push to get them to a competition.
One of my students is here at this competition, and just to be his coach just really is fulfilling to be like, I did that for him, and he is here at the World's competition. It just feels so great to be a role model for others.
Yeah, I would say I kind of agree with you, because for me, I would say my biggest moment is speedcubing and seeing when I go to competition, I meet fans or kids or even adults that came to competition thanks to me and love speedcubing thanks to me and learn thanks to me. Let's say that's really the biggest goal of my videos, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's a bit the same for me. It's like, well, for example, when I go to a French competition, meeting all those fans that watch my videos and that they are super happy to meet me is super cool. And on the cubing term, I would say one of the most, it will be all my fails in 3 blind, because my specialty is 3x3 blindfolded, and I switch it to the advanced method, and really like I can't manage to do success like sub 50, and it's really stuff that's stuck on me.
That's great. These are all like very like inspiring, like sort of selfless moments, right? I thought most people were like, oh, like, yeah, got NR or something. This is nice, right? And I think that leads well into like the next question, sort of like, you know, why you are ambassadors. Like, what does it mean to you to be a Rubik's ambassador? I know it's quite a tough question, but we'd like to hear it.
Okay. I mean, for me, because for me, being a Rubik's ambassador actually means a lot. We share the same goal. For example, me, I do YouTube channel. I want to share my passion, the passion of Rubik's Cube, throughout the whole world. And I believe that Rubik's goal is the same. And I think that is, yeah, we share the same goal, and it's really cool.
Yeah, as she said, I think for me it's really important to represent a brand that shares my same goals and also that cares about me. And it's really like, you're representing a brand, and I hope I'm doing it right, because of course you're also taking part of the image of the brand. But for me it's really important because I really share the same goal, which is making speedcubing bigger and bigger and more mainstream.
Growing up, it was very hard for me to make friends. And growing up in special ed, it was just the hardest thing for me. For being a brand ambassador, I never felt I would have many awards and accolades in life. I don't really have too many awards right now, but like just being on a platform representing the brand that truly changed my life really got me growing more to be, I am who I am, and I am strong and grateful to promote the new products and to just share how these products can be educational.
Bringing a lot of Rubik's Cubes to the airplanes and getting stopped. And then the TSAs, they open it, a bunch of Rubik's Cubes. So I think spreading Rubik's Cube in weird moments and many diverse moments is, I think, very powerful. And I think it's cool because it can take you anywhere.
Yeah, like I feel like Rubik's, it kind of, we try to always own that entry point, right? When people want to pick up a cube, and I feel like you guys are really good at inspiring people to get into it as well, which is like such an important part. So yeah, like, you know, you say that you're like, for example, Timmy, you say that your channel, like, what percentage would you say is like cubers, for example? It's pretty low.
Oh,
right?
yeah, like 20, less than 20.
Yeah, right? So it's about getting people into it, like getting people inspired, and I think that's great. That is pretty much all the time we have, but thank you so much, all of you, for attending, for speaking about Rubik, speaking about being an ambassador. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll speak to you soon. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hello, everyone. During our lunch, we are going to do another interview. This time with the man who was conducting the panel earlier, George Scholey of Rubik's. Welcome, George.
Thank you so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this time now you get to answer all my questions. I get to interrogate you. All right, George, do you want to give the audience a little bit of an intro as to what you do, who you are, as a speedcuber, of course, and for Rubik's?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, my name is George. I started solving about 10 years ago, so it's been, it's a big part of my life, almost half my life. I got into the cube, started off like doing magic, and then I got interested. After about a year, I ended up getting my first national record in the UK. Started off with Scube, and then eventually mained like 3x3, and then I became a Rubik's ambassador in 2019. That was just sort of based off some random TV appearances that I did, like that were sort of spontaneous. People asking me after a competition, "Oh, you're going to go on BBC Breakfast tomorrow," and I went on that. And then I stayed as an ambassador for a long time, but then I recently had a big next kind of step in my progression, my Rubik's career, which involved me moving over to Canada, to Toronto from the UK, to be the associate brand manager for Rubik's. So that's been a big part of my life now. It's like really cool to see kind of behind the brand, all the product development, and just the way we kind of support speed cubing as well.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to let everyone know kind of like what associate brand manager entails?
Yeah, it's a good point. So like a lot of people would think that it's like almost like all like marketing, like we're just marketing Rubik's, right? But actually I'd say maybe like 70% of it is product development. So it's actually like, and events too, like this. But a lot of product development. So all the products that you're seeing released, we have exciting new products at our booth today that we're showcasing. The timers, we have Pulse as well, which is coming out in just a few days now, but we're already showcasing it. So it's all about like these products not only just helping people get into Rubik's, lower that barrier of entry, but getting people to like stay with Rubik's and get excited about that next challenge with the brand.
Yeah, totally. Awesome stuff. Over the last like 10 years, right? Let's just use 10 years. So obviously speedcubing and the Rubik's Cube have been around for much longer. 51 years now for the Rubik's Cube. How has the kind of speedcubing and then the Rubik's brand kind of grown in tandem? Yeah,
so it's a good question, and I have been cubing for 10 years, so it's a good thing to consider. I remember when I first started, Rubik's was maybe not considered like the best brand by fellow speedcubers. Like, everyone's always aware that this is the heritage brand. This is where it all started, and like you can't deny that. But it's fair to consider like its influence in speed cubing is low. But then what we've really tried to do over the last few years is kind of increase our impact in the speed solving community, and increase the way we kind of integrate ourselves within these huge competitions. Being a title sponsor for the World Championships this year and previously has just been, I think, a great step. And now we have our own speed cubing line. We want people to grow as well, like with Rubik's, because ultimately not everyone's going to immediately solve a cube then want to get faster, but for those that do, we want to help facilitate that, and we recognize now that this is a huge segment that we want to really help grow. All right, I'd like to think that the Rubik's kind of involvement within speedcubing has definitely increased over the last few years.
Yeah, definitely. And another big place, you mentioned it as well, the title sponsorship for the World Championship, as well as the Continental Championships. That was something that's kind of been more recent. 2022 is when those first started. I guess why is Rubik's even involved in speedcubing / what is Rubik's looking to kind of not necessarily get out of it, but support within the community?
Yeah, look, because in terms of like what we get out of it, it's not like, you'll notice that in cubing, everyone's pretty actually like brand agnostic. Like they'll move from brand to brand. So it's not like we're trying to have the best cube on the market that everyone will use. I mean, that'd be great, and we'll try our best. But ultimately, what we want is just to show that we're supporting the speed cubing community always. So but by being look, we're the Kleenex of cubing, right? Like you call it the brand, all right? So we're not there to try and like take over. We're there to just always be ever present.
Yeah, definitely. And I can tell you, as someone who's involved in some of these things, that those dollars go a long way. So
it's great to see the production value here. By the way, it's crazy. Like the way it's progressed over time, and just seeing like a stream, such a well-produced stream. So much is going on behind the scenes, guys. Like it's unreal. Like you won't believe it till you see it. To be honest.
Oh yeah. Actually, I kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit. I mean, cubing itself has grown so much. What does that look like from like the Rubik's perspective?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, I think just we've had to reassess the size of this segment, right? And how we want to cater to that, right? So that's why we now have exciting new timer equipment and a whole speed line that we're really trying to build. But yeah, I think it's mainly just reassessing, and also the virality of cubing is really quite incredible. Just Guinness World Records love speed. They love to see cubing, and I think just someone seeing speed cubing, that's often what will get them to solve a cube in the first place. So like I was saying about getting that entry point, speed cubing can be an entry for a lot of people as well. So maybe reconsidering that too.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned the Rubik's timer. That was a very, very exciting thing that we were able to see. I think I saw it first on Soup Timmy's channel, of course.
Yeah. Rise Timmy.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what kind of went into the development of the timer? How long has it been in the works?
Yeah. Well, I'll admit, right, I started as an AVM for Rubik's here in March, and we started developing stuff super in advance, right? We're looking at stuff for fall 27 right now.
Yeah.
So, of course, admittedly, I'm not going to try and say that I played a big part in the development of these. We tried to work closely with the WCA and see okay, what can we do to ensure that this is adhering to the regulations, making it work well with the regulations, making it work well with the format of a competition, and then it was just ensuring that the ergonomics of it, the ease of use was just bang on, and I also like to think that the inspection mode being integrated is excellent for at-home solving, because people often won't actually use inspection time at home, and you're almost sort of guessing, and over time you obviously get better, but it's nice to have that flag while you're solving just at home, just to see, I'm at 8 seconds, I'm at 12 seconds, you got a DNF.
Yeah, totally. It's very, very exciting stuff. I think everyone can try it out right now, right?
Yeah, no, it's at the Rubik's booth. Feel free to try it out. Should actually be out online pretty soon as well. The actual technical release date was only a few days ago, but we're hoping to have it fully online on Amazon and hopefully soon at specialty stores like the Cubicle very soon. Yeah.
Wow, that's really, really, really exciting. Great to see. I want to ask a little bit actually about some of the ambassadors. How does Rubik's kind of evaluate and find these ambassadors?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I like to think we tried to touch upon it in the previous sort of panel. The idea is that these people are what are helping lower that barrier of entry to people getting into solving, right? So it's getting people excited about the cube. That's it. That to me is it. If someone is able to get someone excited about cubing, they can be an ambassador. It's as simple as that, to be honest.
Yeah, and it definitely works also. I meet many people at competitions, at local competitions. They're like, I saw a Soup Timmy video, I bought a cube, and now I'm here. So it's as simple as that. And some amazing ambassadors, of course, that Rubik's has.
Yeah, we're proud of them.
How can people who are either viewing the stream or everyone here at the World Championship, how can they kind of stay in touch with Rubik's the brand?
Yeah, I'd say just stick with the socials. Yeah, Rubik's official. On TikTok, on Instagram, everywhere. Look, we're really hoping to grow this brand more over the next few years. Try and increase our interaction with the speed cubing community, and that's facilitated all kind of through online nowadays. It's where we spend our time. So just have a look online.
I think there was also a really fun video that was released. I can't remember. I think it was sometime last year. It was Soup Timmy and Livia. So there's some great stuff on the YouTube as well.
On the actual YouTube. That was a fun one. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
What does the future of speed cubing look like, I guess, from the Rubik's Spin Master perspective?
Yeah, I guess I kind of spoiled it a bit. But yeah, we want to grow, right? We want to grow. And look, Rubik's isn't just there for speed cubing, so you got to recognize, we want to get people into it. So even as a standard core cube, we really want to just continue to grow that segment and ensure that people are always getting started with the Rubik's branded cube. I'm sure most of you started with a Rubik's branded cube, right? And we want to ensure that continues to be the case. And then what we want to really do is just ensure that we want less intimidation, right? There's that constant issue that people think, it's that impossible thing though, right? And then they won't even pick it up. And then one of their colleagues or friends, your daughter will solve it, and then you'll be like, oh, it's actually that simple? Okay, let's do it. Just ensuring that intimidation is lowered. We want to try our best to try and communicate that.
Yeah, totally. And then I'll ask a little bit personally, how do you We're here, World Championships 2025,
Yeah.
the biggest WCA competition of all time. How are you feeling? How's the weekend gone so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I definitely feel like I'm here in a different capacity to previously. Actually, it's only my second World Championship.
Yeah.
So yeah, I went to the one in South Korea a couple of years ago, and that was surreal and amazing. And you see all these people that you almost feel like you've met, and you can't sometimes even remember if you haven't met them because you've seen them online so much, which is kind of an interesting situation to be in. But yeah, it's just great to see all these people. I must admit, it's been a lot, because I'm looking after the booth. I'm also looking after the socials. I'm also trying to compete when I can.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, competing's gone okay. Had some great 2x2 scrambles in the first round.
Yeah.
But I didn't make the most of them. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah. I'm excited to see what else I can do in other events. I actually crazily got 7th in 2x2 last World, so I don't plan on getting anywhere near that ever again. But I'd love to make a final. It'd be great, but yeah, whatever. It's not about the competing anymore.
Fingers crossed. We're rooting for you.
Thank you.
What are you most excited about in the remainder of the weekend?
Oh, finals.
Yeah,
finals.
of course.
Yeah. Look, even look, we've got 5x5 finals tonight.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big deal. Because the semis was exciting enough. So yeah, just seeing the best in the world, the most competitive event we've ever seen, it's going to be absolutely surreal. Yeah, I just can't wait to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Last thing, I guess I'll ask, anything else that the viewers at home, people here can expect to see from Rubik's in the near future?
Have a look at Pulse. Yeah, it's coming out in a fey days. It's a cool product. Just try it out. It's at our booth. We have a little dark room there, which is kind of giving a sense of the way the cube works. But yeah, have a go with it. It's a pretty cool product. But look, just be excited. We'll always continue to support speed cubing. I'm emphatic about that. And Thompson Clark, who's not able to be here today, he's our senior brand manager. Very thankful to him for everything he does with Rubik's as well. But he would also agree. Look, we're always here to support speed cubing. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, everyone, I think that will wrap it up for us here during this lunch. We have a few more minutes of lunch before we head into 4x4. Want to thank George for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you to Rubik's, of course, for sponsoring the World Championship. And we'll catch you just shortly after this break with more speed cubing action.
Thank you.
Volunteers, please make your way to your assignments for 4x4 Group 1. Volunteers, please make your assignments to your stages on the main stage for 4x4 Group 1. main stage, 4x4 Group 1. Main stage, 4x4 Group 1.
Welcome back from our lunch break. And my name is Alyssa Esperaz. We are here coming to you live from Rubik's WCA World Championship in Seattle, Washington. And I am joined by the one and only Tingman.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Alyssa. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you. So, I mean, I think everyone knows who you are, but
Well.
for those who might not know you, introduce yourself and tell us a bit about who you are and how you got into cubing.
Yeah, my name is Ming. I'm known on the internet as Tingman. And, well, it started when I turned 33, and I decided I was going to buy myself a birthday present, and I got a speed cube because I knew they existed and they would be fun. I started making videos about it, started going to competitions when I found out there was one right there in Brisbane in my local hometown. Brought the family along, and then one thing led to another, and now I have one of the biggest YouTube channels when it comes to Rubik's cubes, and get to do incredible things like be here and inspire people to get into this incredible hobby that got me brings me so much joy, and something that I get to enjoy with my family as well. So. Yeah, that's my little nutshell, my elevator spiel.
I love it. I'm not afraid to say I'm such a big fan of the Tingman channel and, all that's going on there.
Yeah.
And so my question for you is, how's the competition been so far? And I know, for you, your goals might be a little bit different than some of the top players that we've been seeing on the stream.
Yes.
So how are you approaching this competition and how's your experience been?
Well, I want to do well as well.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of competitions in Australia, so I also know if I don't get my amazing times now, I get to do more comps back home. I'm very keen for the unofficial events, I will say. Very, very keen for FTO.
That does not surprise me at
going
all.
to be doing today. Did mirror blocks yesterday, all did very well, my daughter in that one. So very, very excited about that. I also gave myself the crazy mission of making a video per day that I release within 12 hours of the day. And so my day one vlog, a 20-minute summary of yesterday just went up within the last hour. And I just need to do that 3 more times. And then I can sleep for the next 6 months.
All good.
It's all good.
No big deal at all. Okay, on that note, you explicitly say that creating wholesome cubing content is important to you. And so talk to me about that. Why do you think why is that important to you, and why does that resonate with so many people?
Well, wholesome content, I think, is important in every single area. For cubing specifically, this is a sport, a hobby that involves so many kids. And so because kids are watching, because this is stuff that I want my kids to be able to watch as well, I want it to be positive. I want it to be wholesome. I think it also comes just as an expression of my Christian faith, I think, in just wanting to be positive and wanting to make this world a better place, leave it in a better place than when it was when I first came in. But also, there's just so much stuff going on in the world that if I can just make someone smile and laugh, why not? If I can give people reasons to be kind to someone else and to try and just assume the best of someone else, why not? There's enough negative stuff. Let's just add positive stuff to it. When I was young, someone gave me the challenge once to just, that cliche thing, but I love it, to be the change that you want to see in the world. And it's something which I hold pretty dear. And so, if I want the world to be a better place, then I'm going to be part of that.
Yeah, and you do, because I know you did a big charity cubing live stream where you raised $17,000 for children living in poverty. You did that recently.
Yeah.
The challenge you have going on this week at Worlds, you also have an aspect where you're raising money for a good cause. And so tell us about that and why it's important to you.
Yeah, so last year I partnered up with Compassion, and that's an organization which I know is close to your heart as well, Alyssa. Compassion does amazing stuff with children in poverty around the world. And we raised, what did I call it? 1,000 cubes for 1,000 chickens, right?
Yeah.
So the goal was $15 would sponsor us solving one cube in a charity live stream, but it also buy in Compassion's gifts of Compassion's that we could buy a chicken that would be an ongoing food source because of the eggs, and so we managed to, that's right, $17,000, which was more than 1,000 chickens, which is incredible. I actually would love to do something like that again because fun fact, I don't know if everyone knows this, but our family recently got chickens. Which is a lot of fun. And so I feel like if we do it again, we could have live chickens in the stream.
Yeah.
There'll be a bit of, during the live stream, but it's on brand.
Yeah.
So anyway, we did that last year. And then this year, right now, my goal was to get enough support to be able to buy 1,000 Rubik's Cubes to give to children in need. There's so many charities that will accept toys and stuff like that. We actually kind of hit that goal yesterday already within one day. And so my daughter challenged me to double that goal. And so we're now making it 2,000 cubes that we're going to try and get throughout these 4 days. So if you're watching, my videos are, they're on the channel. The donation link is on my channel as well. And would really love your support.
That's so exciting.
Yeah.
Hitting the goal on the first day. Like
it's pretty crazy.
No, I bet you nobody else at this competition can say they hit their goals on the first day of World Championships.
Yes.
So you've got that on them already.
Yep.
Okay, if you're just joining us, we're back from our lunch break here at Rubik's WCA World Championship here in Seattle, Washington. We are getting our first 4x4 solves of the weekend going. And as you're watching that, I'm joined by Tingman, and we're chatting all things cubing, all things YouTube. And one thing that I wanted to ask about is that you recently, not too recently, about a year ago, started partnering with the Cubicle.
Yeah.
And so I'd love to know what have been your favorite things that have come out of that partnership.
The Cubicle has meant, I think, a much more international reach. It's meant me being able to come over to the US. This is my second time here, second competition here. And I think that North America has, for quite a while, been the center of gravity for when it comes to cubing. And so that's pretty cool. I mean, it's great being an Australian cuber as well, because Australia has also, I think, punched well above their weight in terms of cubing. And yeah, I think it's just connected me to the more global audience, and also just being able to say hi to so many people who have the number of families who have come up to me in this com who have said, I've been watching your videos since you made that thing where you were playing a piano or something. And I'm like, dude, that's from 15 years ago or something. And it's like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I never would have known.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it means a lot to me to be able to connect with these people who have been along on the journey for so many years.
Yeah.
So I think that's what the Cubicle has supported. They're also, a company that really loves they are speed cubers themselves.
Yeah.
They love the cubing community. And so, we have the same goals, I think, the same vision, for where we want to take speed cubing.
Yeah. No, I totally resonate with that. And yeah, absolutely. You have a global reach. We've got so much love in the chat for Tingman. And
thanks, everyone. Appreciate
everyone
it.
is all coming from all around the world watching
it's really cool.
here at World Championships. Okay, speaking of, I know you are passionate about the place of cubing in families and communities, and how cubing just has been a big part of building community, building relationships. Your family is a big part of your channel and your cubing journey.
Yep.
So, tell me more about that, what that's looked like in your life.
I am really lucky that I get to cube with my kids.
Yeah.
And in my case, it was maybe the parents doing it first and the kids following. It often
Which is not, that's not the usual story.
It's usually the kids and then the parents. Either way, though, it's such a great family activity because speed's important, but speed's not that important. Doing it side by side is what's fun. There are ways that you can still race, because if you're slower than your kid, you do a 2x2 and they do a 3x3, right?
Yeah.
There's so many ways you can still have fun with it. And I've heard so many stories of how it's brought families closer together. I just want to put it out there that if you're a kid or if you're a parent, cubes, get in there as well. Just having a shared hobby just brings you guys closer together. And cubing is perfect for that. I love the fact that when you cube, I don't know, there's something that's taking your attention, and so you're both looking down at your hands and you're doing it, but just that being side by side, other things come out. I guess it's the same with playing cards, playing board games, in the family. You're there for something else, but then while you do that, you just get to know each other better. You just get to bond. The relationships grow. It's such a natural way of spending time together. So I'm all for cubing and for families cubing together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of us can have experiences like that, right? Where we can talk about the friends that we've made for cubing, or I got into cubing because of my brother, and I'm here this weekend. He's also here this weekend. As delegating the competition, and so it's just such a fun part of it.
Championships, Alyssa, we're at the World Championships.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it?
We're at the World Championships. It's crazy.
And it's been such a long time coming. It's the biggest competition in WCA history.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so glad that we've got people like you, documenting the experience for us. And I know you're losing probably many hours of sleep to document this experience.
It's just for a few days. It's fine. Yeah.
Jet lag. What jet lag? You're just going to be
right.
Okay. Speaking of family, you like to include your kids in your channel.
Yes, I do.
Generally. And so, what's that been like for your family, for your kids?
It's a fun excuse to hang out with my kids.
Yeah.
For sure. I do make sure that it's something that they want to do, and
Yeah,
it's not
of
just
course.
like, oh, Dad's making us cube again. So it's, I try and let them take the lead. I let them, come up with ideas themselves. And so it's not just like, okay, this is what we're doing. Read these lines. It's like, where we can, we'll try and collaborate together, and I'll try to take their suggestions on, or their concepts and ideas for videos. It's pretty handy having, kids in different generations from me as well. Because I'm Gen Y, right? Like I'm a millennial, and I have my sense of humor and the things which I like, and it's very useful having a kid who's in Gen Z and who's like kind of alpha, who can tell me what the cool,
Who
what's
remind
cool.
you that you're not funny.
No, who give me language like
Yeah.
skibbity riz, and just to be cool and relevant with the kids.
With the kids, yeah. there
Cute
you go.
air horn sound effect. Woo!
Oh man. Speaking of, she's like cringing over
She's
there,
cringing
and we're
so
gonna bring her
hard
in
right
to
now.
cringe on camera. We are gonna welcome Olor to
Yeah,
join us
woo!
on the stream. Olor, come on over. Get a headset on her.
Here you go.
Here she is
In real life.
in real life. Okay. I am like really not embarrassed or ashamed at all to say that Olor is like my most anticipated interview of my weekend, to be honest. I'm such a big Olor fan. So, Olor, thanks for joining us. And
Yeah.
I would love to know from you, like when did you start cubing, and what is your favorite thing about cubing?
I think technically I only started like a month after you, but then I don't know. It's taken me a while to get faster than him, but I'm finally like a lot faster. Than
She's
him.
a lot faster than me. Just gonna keep the mic close to you.
Yeah, we got to get that closer. Okay, and you're such a big part of your dad's YouTube channel. I think sometimes, no offense, Tingman, but I think sometimes she steals the show just like a little bit.
Hey, it's fair enough.
What do you love about it? What's your favorite part about doing YouTube with your dad?
Well, honestly, it's just really cool because it's like given us a lot of opportunities that we probably wouldn't have had otherwise. And it's like why we're here right now, and we get to go to Worlds and see all these cool people from everywhere.
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, look around. I think that question for sure that I'm asking everyone is like, the answer is like, we're here.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, and Olor, tell us about the Olor Cube. And actually, tell us, let's start with you, Tingman. Tell us about the whole idea of like the Tingman, Olor, and Tingboy Cube.
Yeah.
How did that start? And then what went into it and all that stuff?
Well, it was a way. The two things really. People wanted to support us, and people wanted to get behind something, and so we wanted to produce something for people that would not only be really good, but also, I guess, tie them into us and feel like they've got some connection with us. We also just really wanted to make cubes that we liked.
Yeah.
And so it was a bit of a process. But yeah, really happy to have landed on something that that really resonated with us. And that even after like, I think a year now, like we're still using as our main. Yeah, so there's a Tingman cube, an Olor cube, and a Tingboy cube.
The Olor Cube is just timeless.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. The Tingman cube is the most superior one, but you just have to make two others just to satisfy the plebs.
Just to satisfy the fans. Like me, I main the Olor Cube. And you know what? People often ask me if it's me on the sticker. They're like, is that a sticker of you? And I'm like,
yes, you should say yes.
She's even better.
You should own it.
Okay. Actually, Olor, I'm going to ask you more about the cube. Like when you were developing the cube and you got to work on it with the cubicle, what were some of the things you were looking for when you were putting this cube together?
Well, we were like looking at first at like all the base cubes, and then we like I think my dad and Phil were putting in a lot of combos, and I was just trying them. And really, what I go for is just like not too loose, but like fast, because I'm pretty good at controlling it, even when it goes really fast.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
And, like his old fingers.
Wow.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm a senior cuber right now.
Okay. Olor, I want to ask you briefly, like, as you and I both know, there aren't that many girls in cubing. The ratio of girls to boys is quite low. And so I would love to know just, like, what is something that you would say as a girl in cubing to other girls who might be thinking about getting into cubing but might be, like, intimidated or not sure where to start? What advice or encouragement would you give to them?
Well, I think just go for it. Like, Yeah, it is kind of intimidating to just be at the comp and just everywhere it's just boys. Because it's like there aren't really many girls in the community, but like all the girls who are in the cubing community are really cool. Also, it means that you default get higher on the female rankings.
Yeah. Yes, fair. I love it. It's so true. Okay, I'm actually curious because everyone knows you both as cubers, but what's like one thing each of you are doing outside of cubing that you really enjoy? Because you're more than just cubers.
We love music. Yep. Big fan of music. We're really involved in church.
Yeah.
I do music in church as well and helping out in a bunch of different things. Ola loves to read.
I'm a big book fan.
Favorite book
like
from like the last year?
I don't know if I can say favorite.
Too many,
yeah,
way
okay,
too
yeah,
many.
that was an unfair question.
And our chickens. They've been taking up a bit of our
When are
our
the
time.
chickens going to make their Tingman channel debut
right.
at this point?
I also like
Chickens need to
writing.
go. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like I write books as well
Yeah.
sometimes.
I love that. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so cool.
No, we do have animals. Lots of birds in the house. Ting Boy likes his pigs. And I like my elephants.
Well, we can't
many things
can't
for
get
the
pet
first time.
elephants.
This is so exciting.
We've got our chickens though. Our chickens
Yeah,
are
we do
great.
have chickens. Lots of noises in the
They're
Ting Man
very
household.
whiny. The chickens are very whiny.
They're very whiny.
Oh, man. Okay, well, that debut is going to be wild. Okay,
Yeah.
last question. Thanks so much for joining us today. My last question is if you get just like one prediction or like someone you're rooting for like a world champion or something like that, one each, who are you gunning for? Go first, Ola.
Ben Majin.
Ben Majin.
Ben Majin for which world champion? All of them.
Ben Majin is his little stuffed toy that Phil sells at the cubicle. I didn't even realize he was competing, but sure. Ben Majin, just for everything for world champ, yeah. I mean, I would love Yiheng to take the championship. That would be great. But really, in my heart of hearts, what would make me just the most happiest person ever is seeing Felix get like a 3-second solve or something like that. That's for
You're not the only one.
The
on
longest
this stream.
time
Yeah.
has just been like, it would just make my life to see that happen.
It would make a lot
You
of
know,
people's life.
oh, captain, my captain. If I see him do, he's Felix.
Yeah.
He is the reason why probably like half of everyone is here.
Yeah.
You know, the legacy he has left. It's really on his shoulders that we stand, right? On the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
He has been a giant in terms of like what he's done to the sport, but even just his character and what he's given, like the spirit of like, I'm going to celebrate not just my win, but the wins of my opponents. Like I think he's been a big part of just integrating that, like weaving that into the fabric of cubing such that that's what we do now. We love it when other people succeed.
Yeah.
And I love that. Yeah.
That is a great note to end on. Olar, Ming, thank you so much for joining us
for having
on
us.
the live stream. Have a great rest of the competition, and we will be looking out for those daily vlogs because we're so excited to watch them.
Please do.
Do not go anywhere. We have a big interview coming up with, as Chingman just mentioned, the one and only Yiheng Wang. So we'll go to a quick break, and we will see you soon. Welcome back. We are here with Yihang Wang, and Yihang, thank you so much for joining us for that interview.
很感谢你来参加这次采访。
Thank you.
Okay, I'm curious. This is you're here in Seattle for World Championships. I'm sure you've been preparing for it for a long time. So how does it feel to finally be here, and what has your experience been like so far?
我们相信你这次来西雅图这次锦标赛也准备了很长时间。那么目前到现在为止，你觉得这次世锦赛过得怎么样？你觉得有没有什么有趣的事情？
我认为这一次世锦赛我觉得非常好。我觉得最有趣的事情是世锦赛的国家杯，因为我们中国队拿了冠军。
Yeah, he's saying that like it's been quite good like so far. And then the funniest thing is that yesterday we have the national cup and the Chinese team got a championship.
Yeah.
Got to win the champion. I mean, so yeah, he's been very happy.
Yeah, congratulations on winning Nations Cup.
恭喜恭喜。
Thank you.
Okay, my first question actually is not about cubing, because I think obviously everyone knows you as the top cuber in the world. But what do you like to do outside of cubing? Do you have any other hobbies?
我们知道你在魔方上的成就都已经非常高了，所有人都知道你的，也都认识你，都很出名。然后他更感兴趣的是，除了魔方以外，你还有其他一些想做的事情，或者是一些爱好吗？兴趣吗？
我在魔方之外的兴趣爱好是乒乓球。我有的时候有时间会去打乒乓球。
Okay, he said he loves the ping pong, which is the table tennis. Yeah, you play table tennis sometimes when he's not cubing. Yeah.
Do you think you're better at table tennis or better at cubing?
你觉得你玩魔方厉害还是乒乓球厉害？
还是玩魔方厉害。
Yeah, still cubing. Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
What's your favorite subject in school?
你在学校有没有最喜欢的科目是什么？
科学。
Science.
Science, interesting. Any specific part of science?
有没有一些具体的，就是说一说科学的哪一些部分？
我们的科学老师会带我们做实验。
Oh, so their science teacher will take them to do some interesting experiment, and that's the funniest part.
That's cool. Okay, Yihang, congratulations, because recently you broke the sub-4 barrier. And I'm curious, because leading up to it, you had many low 4 averages. And so I'm curious if going so close so many times, was that frustrating or was that motivating for you?
我们知道你这次破了 sub 4秒的这个记录也是非常不容易。想知道你在这个过程中间有没有一些什么部分是，比如说会让你感觉到很开心或者很懊恼，或者是这一个部分会很艰难吗？可以讲讲你在到这个 sub 4的这个过程。
我觉得最艰难的时候是我 sub 4.03的时候，因为我认为在4.03西安赛这场比赛中，我非常有机会sub 4，但是我没有把握好机会，然后我那个时候我觉得非常难受，但我后面想一下，我后面还有很大的机会可以破sub 4。
So he's saying that so it's been quite tough like during this process, and so there's the thing. So during a competition called Xi'an Cherry Blossom 2025, he got a 4.03, which is so close to sub 4. But actually, he get a very good chance to do the sub 4. But because of some reason, he just messed up and then don't get a sub 4. So he getting like very upset about that. But after that, he's trying to think about it and then saying that probably we will do like better next time.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to figure out like how to do that the next time, and then finally he achieved it.
Yeah, and were there specific things you worked on, a specific aspect of your solving that you worked to improve as you work towards reaching that sub 4?
就是你有没有一些具体的，比如说你具体做了一些什么，然后来达到这个 sub 4的这个成绩？比如说你有在专注一些某些方面的练习，或者是具体做了什么吗？
我在专门练习手法和解法的时候，我会更注重一点，就是这个练习的方法。
Yes, so he's saying that he's paying more attention to the finger tricks and the solutions on the during the solves and to achieve the sub 4.
Okay, interesting. And I think so many people are interested in understanding more about your solving. And one thing I'm really curious about is how you use your inspection time. What specific things are you looking for? And is there something that when you see during inspection where you know that, oh, this solve will be more difficult?
所以大家很多人都非常好奇，就是关于你在这个观察时间都做了一些什么。比如说你在观察这个15秒内，你有看到一些什么具体的部分，然后当你看到这个部分的时候，你会觉得哦，这个时候可能会做一个很快的成绩或者很好的成绩。就是你这15秒一般是看了一些什么东西？
我在15秒一般会看前面3组，如果打乱好的话，我会看4组。
Okay, so he's saying that he actually can like see the cross plus 3 F2L edges. I mean the F2L pairs.
Yeah.
And if the scramble is good, probably like 4th.
Okay.
So yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you're looking so far into the solve. And what like when you're looking that far into the solve, what part of me is just like, how do you even do it? But I know that's not a good question. So it's like, how do you work so quickly to see everything within less than 15 seconds?
Okay. 他想知道就是你是怎么能在15秒之内能看到这么多东西的？可能对你来说也很难回答，但是他也是想问一下这个问题。
我主要用的方法是预控，就是在看就是不是在直接做 C 然后往后看3组，我是先一边看 F1、2、3和就是 F1、2、3，还有一边看 cross。
Okay, let me try to explain that. So he's saying that he's not like directly can know like which pair, like for example, like you can just do blind for cross plus 3 pairs, but like he's doing some prediction while he's solving the cross.
Yeah.
So he's saying that like when he do the cross, he can see the next pair, and then when he's doing the first pair, he can see the second pair. So like predict and continue to solve the cube. So that's what he's saying. I hope that's the translations probably be better. I'm not sure like if that's accurate, but I hope so.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I want to ask you, Yiheng, because you recently joined Team Cubicle, and I'd love to know what has been the most exciting thing about joining the Cubicle.
我们知道你最近也加入了 Cubicle 战队，然后想知道你有什么觉得就特别好的事情在加入这个 Cubicle 战队之后。
我认为加入 Cubicle 之后，我会有很多的好用的魔方。
Okay, he's saying that he got a lot of good cubes from the Cubicle, like the premium cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that you've been to the US for some events and things like that, and that has been probably a new experience for you. So what has been exciting about those trips?
他知道你之前也来过一次美国，然后也在美国参加一些不同的活动啊，比如说模仿比赛和一些其他活动。想问一下，有没有什么特别就是觉得好的地方？有没有很激动的一些部分？好玩的一些事情？就是比较激动的一些事情。
我认为就是上一次对 Timon 那一场比赛，就是那个活动，我觉得我拿了获胜者，我觉得非常的激动。
Yeah, he's saying that I think it's like this year earlier. There's an event between Yiheng and Timon in New York. It's called Cubing Clash, and then he won that event. He feels like very excited about that. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, 2023 Worlds. I want to ask you about that because that was your first World Championship, and I want to know what you learned from that experience and how it's impacted your preparation for this World Championship.
就是在2023年的韩国世锦赛上，应该是你的第一次模仿世锦赛。然后想知道你在那次世锦赛之后有没有学到一些什么，或者是获得什么一些新的经验，然后有没有用在这一次的比赛上？
我认为上一次的国家杯，就是现在比过的国家杯，是那个经验的话，等一下。就是起表和拍表的话，我可以更好的运用在这场的国家杯上面。
They're saying that during the National Cup 2023 in Korea, he's finding that like the time of stopping the timer and start the timer will have some like problems. So he's now like correcting that and hope doing well in this time.
因为 这个派表不像是正常的 WCA 比赛，不是直接开始，是要等15秒，然后他说开始才能开始。
Okay, so he's saying that like it's a kind of difference between the National Cup and the WCA, like the normal 3x3. So usually we just start the timer whenever we want, but like in this National Cup, we just have to start the timer while he's saying that 15 seconds and 3, 2, 1 start. So he's trying to learn like how to start the timer in the correct time.
Yeah. And so when you think about 3x3 finals that will be on Sunday in a couple of days from now, what lessons did you learn from your first time being in a World Championship 3x3 finals that you'll remember and think about on Sunday?
就是再过2天，星期天的时候就是我们的3届决赛了然后在上次3届决赛上，你有没有一些事情，比如说学到的经验，或者是有没有什么一些做好一些什么准备然后来应对你后2天的3届决赛？
我觉得我后面的比赛不能太慌张，因为我觉得慌张的话，我可能会做的失误加或者 DNF， 然后我觉得那个世锦赛决赛的话，我觉得我也是要稳着做。
He's saying that he's trying to be calm and not too nervous during the finals because if he's getting nervous, probably would get +2 or DNF like during the solves. So he's trying to be calm and like doing well in the Sunday's event, the final. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, my last question is kind of more of a fun question, so you don't have to take it too seriously.
Okay.
But I would love to know who you think are the top 5 all-time best 3x3 solvers. You can include yourself if you want, but if you had to pick the top 5.
OK， 所以最后一个问题就只是一个比较有趣的问题就是想问一下，你觉得你心目中的5个最佳的魔方选手是谁？你也可以包括你自己。
飞神。
Felix。
And yes, and Max.
Max Park.
And 我自己也可以。
and himself.
Yeah. Okay.
还有2个。
And Nam.
Nam Xianghua.
Okay, that's a good
Korea.
one. Yeah.
And Timon.
Timon Kolasiński.
Timon. Okay, there you go. That's Yiheng Wang's Big 5 3x3 solvers. Good answer. And it's always good to include yourself.
他说你把自己加进去很好。
Okay. Yiheng, is there my last thing is there anything that you want to say to everyone? I know you have so many people watching around the world and they're all cheering for you. Is there anything that you want to say to those people?
就是现在世界上有很多人在看这场直播，看着你，你有没有什么一些想跟大家说的？大家都很想听一听。
我希望有更多的人可以过来参加参加以后的世锦赛，然后有更多的人可以刷 PB， 然后呢成为就是坚持自己的梦想。
Okay, yeah, he's saying that like hope there are more and more people join the next or the World Championship in the future, and then hope everyone can break their PBs like personal records, and also he's saying that like everyone can achieve their dreams.
Yeah, awesome. Yiheng, thank you so much for joining us and talking with us today. I know it's a busy weekend for you, so we're really thankful that you came and spent some time with us.
谢谢你能参加这次采访，知道你在这2天都非常忙，然后也感谢你能抽出时间来参加这次采访和直播。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. We are going to cut to break, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
row, and there are 2 rows in the middle. That will be reserved from 5 to 7 p.m. Thank you.
We are back here at Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025, and we are currently looking at the first round of 4x4 cube. My name is Alyssa Esprez. I'm joined by Michael Tripodi.
Hello, hello.
Michael, what have we been seeing? What are we talking about?
Well, we've been looking at Felix Zemdegs and Patrick Ponce just in this group gone. We've been seeing both of them getting pretty close to PR averages. Patrick, unfortunately, missing, and Felix's best possible average is also going to miss his PR, but should still be on for a good average regardless. We'll see if we can catch that last solve, should it be on stream. At the moment, we've got Ryan Pilot in inspection on the blue stage. We'll see if we can cut to that. And here we go. Where else would you rather be? World Championships, first round of 4x4. It's all starting to come together.
It's really heating up today. Again, we've already had so many incredible performances, and we haven't even had a final round yet.
We're about to have finals coming up very, very soon. After this 4x4 round 1, we're going to be into Megaminx round 1, and then 4 finals to cap off the day. 5x5 clock, Pira, and one-handed.
And Ryan just ends there with a 28.36. So I don't think he's too pleased with that, but we'll see kind of where that lands him. And again, with these first rounds, we're looking at about, I think it's 120 or 200 people going into the semifinals. So as we look for the semifinals, everyone's just looking to kind of get warmed up in the event, especially these top players. Like, they're not fighting for this, spot right near the end, hopefully.
Not at the moment. Towards the end, probably so. But right now, we've been saying it the whole time on stream, and you're probably bored of us at home saying it, but it's just about qualifying for the next round.
Absolutely. And so, we've seen some fast times from Felix. And I think, I was just here talking to Tingman, and he was like, Felix is the reason that so many people are even here at this World Championship in so many ways. And so, it's so cool to see him just performing really well. This is Matty Hiroto Inaba on our screen right now. And Matty is someone who is looking for some really, really good performances in a number of events, particularly end by ends. And just fumbles the cube there at the 15-second mark. So he's going to look to recover and still going to put down a 21-22, Michael, while fumbling the cube.
Last week in warm-up Seattle, he did win the competition ahead of fan favorite Timofey Tarasenko, winning with a new personal record average of 21.17. So we're going to see if he's in form and he can carry that through to this first round. We'll have to wait and see. And who do we have up here now?
I believe this is Christopher Sun. And just seeing a replay of that fumble. Fumbled the cube, and when it came back into his hands, it was not in the same position, so he had to rotate as well.
Yes, you're right. We are indeed seeing Christopher Sun, a.k.a. Chris. He is seed 20 for this competition with a PR average of 24.13. Sitting around that 24, 25-second mark will be pretty good for Chris. 4x4 by its nature, however, is a very volatile event. Each of the steps kind of add their own variance to it, so could be seeing times well below or well above. It's at no fault to the solver. Chris on OLL is going to be getting a 22.81 there. Very nice solve from Christopher. Well under that PR average by about over a second. It's a very nice start from Chris for the first solve we've seen so far. I'm unsure whether he is in this group or in the previous group. So I believe he'll be in the next group. Yes, he is in fact in the third group of 4x4. So we are moving well into group 3.
And as we do that, we are going to be joined by Tommy Cherry, joining us for an interview on the live stream. So just give us 1 second while we get Tommy in here, and Michael will be talking to him in just a second.
All right, we are back. As Alyssa mentioned before, I'm on with the one, the only three-blind world record holder, Mr. Tommy Cherry. Hello, Tommy. How are you doing?
Hello. Doing great. Where should I look, by the way?
Okay, so this is where the camera is. It's a little bit deceptive because it's sort of behind the screen, but have a look there.
Okay.
Or cool. I can look at me because I'm asking questions to you.
Okay.
Wherever you feel comfortable, that is all good. Lovely to have you on the stream, Tommy, of course, our world record holder for 3x3 blind. Also, former clock world record and 3x3 with feet world record holder. You are defending your title from the previous world championships. And one thing I've noted is that the 3 blind this year, competitions have been very few and far between for you, whether for better or for worse. You've actually competed in China and the Philippines this year as your only rounds of 3x3 blind. What was the reasoning behind those?
Yeah, so kind of just a variety of things in life got in the way, and I went for a little while without practicing too much. But no, I mean, I think by like April, I kind of went back to practicing pretty intensely. Going to more comps this summer, and I've been spending most of the summer in China actually, and getting more involved in the cubing community over there. They've got a lot of cool stuff going on. Lots of just organizations outside of the W having their own competitions, as well as just like the coaching is very, very popular there. Cool steps to making cubing more mainstream going on there. Like actually, as of just a few days ago, the government in China officially started recognizing cubing as a sport.
That's actually wild.
Yeah.
That's something that a lot of organizations around the world have been trying to aim for, but it's nice that China is getting that opportunity to have their cubers recognized as athletes. And obviously no better place for it to be, given that China is just super, super strong at the moment. I feel like that's just a testament to all of their hard work that they've put in.
Yep.
But yeah, absolutely. Did you find the experience quite good competing in overseas, or was it more of just a fun thing for you?
Yeah, I mean, kind of both. The venues overseas have been really cool, both China and the Philippines. The comps I went to in China are like, fancy hotel type of venues, and in the Philippines it was a huge mall, which, I think, like mall types of things are very good for just making cubing into a more spectator-friendly thing, people watching from up above. And honestly, like the spectator aspect was like really good in the two comps I went to in China as well. So yeah, lots of fun.
Yeah, I like the feeling of the mall competitions where, people can watch you from above, as you were mentioning. We've had those in America before. In particular, I think the most important one being the All-Stars competition that we had last year. It was a very different kind of speed cubing competition, but I think that kind of vibe is something that isn't a bad thing at all in competitions, like something that we could do a little bit more of, I reckon. Yeah. As for this World Championships, obviously, as I mentioned before, you are defending champion in clock and 3x3 blindfolded. Clock in particular has just seen a massive shift in the meta, partly due to your tutorial, I would say, and the new method that you developed with Benjamin Paul and Caleb Trelford in 7 simul, which I think is exclusively used across the top solvers these days. In particular, I noted that none of the finalists from last World Championships made it into this World Championships final, and I think that speaks a lot to the growth that Clock has had and how the meta's changed over the last 2 years or so. In terms of defending those titles, is that something that you've really been placing a lot of importance into, or have you just been going into this World Championships with a mindset of just enjoying the experience of a home nationals?
Okay, so 3 blind yes, clock no. I kind of have just for a while just accepted that a lot of people have overtaken me in clock. But what you just said is my first time hearing of the fact that nobody from last finals made it to this one. That's insane. I also heard that my winning average last time would not have made finals this time, which is just a testament to how much clock has changed in recent years. I feel like I just went on a tangent.
Obviously someone's got to make the push to start changing the meta in some way. So. Yes. Did you have...
Yeah, sorry, no, I just remembered what your original question was. As far as like defending the titles goes, I do, still care quite a bit about 3 blind. I've been practicing, a good amount in recent weeks and months, and, I think there are, some other very good competitors as well. So I think it's really anyone's game, but, I'll try my best.
Yeah, obviously. It's 3 blind's such a volatile event where, it's so scramble dependent that, like, it almost doesn't matter what you do on the 2 worst scrambles. It's like if there's one standout best scramble, it's like everyone has to kind of do well on that one. So it can be volatile. We saw our last World Championship, some like Elliot Kobolansky, who I think was widely regarded as second in the world, ended up finishing 8th just because he wasn't able to pull it together on the good sets of scrambles. Are you feeling a bit more pressure this time around as a defending champion, or are you more taking the mindset of, I've done it before so I could do it again?
I think it's similar. I feel like for me, like, being world champion for the first time was something I wanted really badly, but now like running it back is something I want really badly. So I think it's just overall a pretty similar level of just seriousness that I have. Like it's kind of my overall mindset. Yeah,
fair enough. And I think something that I've been asking a couple of the all-rounders at this competition, because obviously all-rounders practice all of the events, but you find that a lot of them are also particularly good at the blind events, in particular yourself and Stanley Chappell finding a niche in there. What made blind stand out to you initially? Was it just something that was like an easy PR and then you found the improvement really nice, or what made it stand out to you?
When I was, first getting into cubing, I wanted to be able to do as many events as I could. And in my very early stages of 3-blind, I was really struggling to improve past like the 6-minute mark. Like I was definitely a beginner. But then started learning about like memory techniques like Roman rooms, and just had like an absolutely huge improvement within just a few days. And I think things like that, just nothing was quite as extreme as that, but just kind of a lot of like major jumps in improvement that just kind of unexpectedly happened for me in 3-blind over time. That it just kind of led blind to naturally become like my best set of events.
Yeah, awesome. Just seeing Matty Hiroto Inaba there with a 21.04. You mentioned before that he had a PR in the warm-up competition and actually won 4x4 at the warm-up competition, Warm-Up Seattle 2025. With an average close to that, looks like he's on pace for potentially another PR here, knocking on the door of sub-21. So let's have a look and see what he can do in that final solve when that comes up.
Not bad.
The last real question I had for you, Tommy, you're obviously top of the world at the moment, the world record holder, the current defending world champion. What's in the future for 3-blind for you? Obviously, you've done so much. Where else do you feel like you can give a bit more to the event, if any?
In terms of speed, I think a big part is just capitalizing on the ergonomics. I think depending on how much I continue to practice throughout the next few months and years, I think what's more than likely going to happen is that I won't really be learning anything too new, but rather just implementing like some various tricks that are kind of like small extensions of 3-style, just to make for just an occasional algorithm save here and there, or just a more like finger trick friendly type of alg. But aside from speed cubing, I am like trying to get more and more involved in coaching. That's something that has I've been getting more involved in through like going to China and just meeting a lot of people within the Chinese cubing community. It's really to see a lot of it's really cool to see a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, it's really awesome to just hear about all the cool things that are going on, not just in America but in other places as well, and the fact that people who are elite solvers are now starting to kind of give their services over as coaching, and it's just something really, I think, beneficial for the future of the event.
Yeah, because I think just having more coaches will lead to just a much bigger talent pool able to fully manifest their skills. I think 3-blind is still a relatively just a relatively unpopular event in China. I don't think as many people have just made a huge effort to get into it as some of the other just popular events like 2x2 or 3x3. So I think it'll be really interesting to see. Like I'm really looking forward to coaching. A lot of people around the world as I get more serious about it, but specifically China, because that's where kind of the most demand for it is. I think it could be really cool to see some of the young kids branching out to just other sets of events, because there's very clearly a huge pool of talent among the Chinese kids, especially young ones, really young ones. So,
I don't think anybody's going to argue with you for that one. I think as far as cubing talent goes, obviously there's that hot spot in China where just there's so much talent that could go down so many avenues. We obviously see a lot of kids picking up the sprint events like your Pyraminx and 2x2. Obviously 3x3 is a massive event there, being that it's the main event of just about every single competition. But it'd be nice to see them branching out into some of the other events like your 3-blind, square ones. I think clock is starting to become a little bit of a thing over there, but it'd be nice to see that continuing. There goes Matty. He's got the best possible average. Counting a 19, I believe.
That's awesome.
18.41, clutched it up just like he did in Warm-Up Seattle, where he clutched up with a 17-second solve there. Matty Hiroto Inaba's done it again. 2 PRs in 2 consecutive rounds. What a showing from Matty.
Wow, that's impressive.
Extremely impressive. Well done, Matty, as he walks past our stream area. I can see him right behind me. Excellent work, Matty. And absolutely just showing some dominance early on in 4x4. I'd like to see how far he can take this. Can he run away with a podium possibly? think we're actually going to get Matty in for an interview. So right before we do that, did you have any last words you want to say before parting with the stream?
I mean, hope everyone has fun watching this stream, even from home. It's, a huge, amazing event. Yeah, just kind of slightly branching off from what we were just talking about before. I'm really looking forward to the future of 3-blind. I think there's still like a lot of room for improvement. Not necessarily even through major advances, but also just ergonomic stuff. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, thanks for the interview.
Rose, thank you very much for for letting us have you on the stream, Tommy. We're going to pass now to Manu and Matty Hiroto Inaba, who's just demolished another PR in 4x4.
Sounds good. All right. See ya.
Well, Matty, welcome back.
Yeah.
2077, I think?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, wait. First of all, you got to talk into the mic. Matty, 2077 PR.
Yes. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Just, what does it mean? It's been a long time coming. Big PR. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know where this moves you up in WR.
I don't know. Yeah, it was pretty good. I don't know about my WR standing, but it feels good. I actually got, my last 2 rounds are both PR averages. So that's a pretty crazy stat right there.
That is actually absolutely insane. Completely pacing going into 4x4 final. You've been trying to get the World Championship podium. Is this the one?
Yeah, I mean, I have a better shot this year than the last time. So even if it doesn't go well, keep practicing. Next year I'll have a even better chance, yeah.
Matty, everyone, congrats.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I was swapped out for Tommy Cherry. I'm Kevin Hayes, and we are going to bring you 4x4 round 4 coming up.
We're back once again. Hello, Kevin. Good to chat with you.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. 4x4 already got. I mean, as we know, we're starting it's circle seeded. So the top seed in the very last heat, and then 3 and 4 in second to last heat. But we have already gotten some great results. 20.7 from Matty Hiroto Inaba in an early round. He's proving himself as one of the top 4x4 solvers. We'll see if he can continue that streak, because these guys coming up get 20s quite a lot.
Yeah, well, we've just seen Matty Hiroto Inaba, seed number 7, smashing out another personal record average just as he did in the warm-up competition, clutching it with the best solve of the average. He's on an absolute tear recently. I want to see what kind of form he can kind of bring himself into and see if he can do something similar in the next few rounds. But 4x4 is just inherently volatile event, so...
Yeah, I think something that got lost in the story of last Worlds was in Korea was that Matty almost won.
Matty almost won. I mean, I remember being on for those finals, and I remembered seeing the times coming in, and I couldn't quite believe it, that Matty was almost a lock to win, and he needed something like a 25 or something like that.
I mean, yeah, it was almost a lock to win in the sense that when you have a winning average, you're a lock to win. I mean, it was a 28 or 29 at the start, and then 3 21s. And the final was notoriously slow, and 21 average would have won. And unfortunately, when you had 3 21s and a 29, the difference between your best possible and your worst possible is quite
Such
large.
A margin.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I can't remember if he got his worst possible, but his last solve was a high 20, and that took him completely off the podium. So he has actually been quite capable in 4x4 for a long time. Is now, if I'm not mistaken, world rank number 4 with his new PR average, just jumping ahead of Ruhang, which we can check, but. On quite a good streak. I know 4x4, 3x3 is obviously his bread and butter. Oh, wow. No, Do Kwon's got 20.3. Matty's, wow, actually, Matty, correct. I'm incorrect. Matty's 6th place in the world behind Do Kwon and Ruhang, but fourth world rank at this competition.
Overtaking Seung-Kyu Nam, who's also at this competition. Yeah. Will he have something to say about that when he competes?
Yeah, he's still Matty's still over a full second up, behind the big 3, Timon, Max, and Sebastian. Obviously, those 3 with the sub-20 averages and significantly ahead of the competition. But there is a lot of variance in 4x4. And looking at those 3's consistent competition averages, Max and Sebastian are in that high 20 range, and Timon is in that 21 flat range. So if 20.77 is something that's repeatable, or 20.72 something that's repeatable, Matty could be right there at the podium spot, trying to break up the top 3 that we think are most likely to fill out the podium.
Yeah, that's what we're after. We're after upsets. We're after content. We're after drama at the World Championships. That's what we really want, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not worried about any drama in the 4x4 final, even if it was just the top 3 solving. Even if it was a 3-person final and it was just Timon, Sebastian, and Max, I think there'll be plenty of drama. But that's the thing. Any of those people from the fourth really all the way maybe even down to the 10th seed, 4x4's got a lot of variance. You draw that good parity luck and you really execute and you take advantage of it, you have a chance to break in to the podium. I'm really excited to see kind of what we're going to set the tone with. Matty could definitely win this round.
Well, I liked what I was seeing on that leaderboard before. Felix Zemdeg's at the top of the table with a 21.91, like the days of old.
21.91 is quite good for Felix.
Yeah, well, he clutched it up with the best possible average. He got a 19.24 on the last. So
very nice.
I know he's been saying the OCR for 4x4 is quite good, but you know what? You can never be too sure. It's getting close there or thereabouts.
4x4 has been such an interesting event because I feel like while the rest of the events took forever and like we're consistently being chipped down, like 4x4 had like a mid-20 average, and the top two, like Felix was second place in 4x4 with like a 21.5 or like similar for like ever, and like just nothing changed. Like all the other events were going down, but 4x4 just stayed constant. Sebastian was number 2 behind Max for years and years and years. I think Felix actually was top 5 with his average, but like it's taken until really recently for finally, okay, multiple people now sub 20s. There's a lot of people in that 20-second range. We've finally seen some production.
All right, I've got Sunghyuk Nam on the blue stage. Just as we were talking about Matty eclipsing Sunghyuk's PR/national record average.
He's got a chance to get it back right now.
Yeah, he's got a chance to give his rebuttal.
I think, I'm trying to think. Matty, definitely. I mean, if we're talking about Matty trying to win a world title, 4x4 is definitely his best shot.
Which is not what many people would think, because I think most people think of Matty as a 3x3 solver, but his 4x4 skills have gone a little bit under the radar. Particularly, I think, last World Championships, it was a bit of a shock to people just how much of a chance he had. But really bringing himself to the fore recently, and by recently, I mean, for some, probably in the past week, he's been in the conversation.
I definitely think Matty thinks of himself as a 3x3 solver as well. I know he knows he's capable of like a high 4 average. Oof, rough E-perm from Nam, but 24-1. Like Matty doesn't even, at this point he's got so many 5.0 averages. He wants that 4, but even more, like he's not even gunning for a 4.9 average. He wants that NAR in 3x3, but I think it's going to be so hard. I think Matty being on the podium in 3x3 is pretty realistic. Definitely a high 4 average. Almost certainly going to lock up a slot in the podium on Sunday afternoon. But if we're talking about wins, 4x4 with the high variance, it could definitely happen.
I can see it happening. By the very nature, just every step has so much volatility to it. And it just sometimes can fall the way of one particular solver over the other for whatever reason that may be. We see Shane Grogan here with a 30.06 PR average.
Shane's one of our data leads of the competition. If you're looking out in semifinals and seeing where we're getting all the results in real time, Shane's one of the people to thank. What was the parity count on Matty's average? Do we know?
Did not see many of the solves. I was busy chatting my head off with Tommy Cherry. We popped in a little bit and just saw that last solve to clinch it. I know it had a PLL parity.
On the 18?
Sure about on the 18. No, it had a PLL parity. He did PLL parity into a J-perm, which is a pretty nice case. Did not see any of the other solves, however.
I have discovered, though, that a better case is just J-perm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Without the parity.
I know, without the parity. Just,
thanks for clarifying.
Just get J-perm. No, like, I mean, seeing the 18 with parity, like, that just indicates, okay, like if you get like an OAD 10, 20.7, very exciting. If you get that like 4 out of 10, 20.7, you're like, okay, maybe this is repeatable. 4 out of 10 is a pretty realistic on the good side, but obviously very realistic in the final. Who do we have as our top? Is this Dongsu? Yeah. Dongsu Park, world rank 20. The PR average of 23.1, so right on the line there to make finals. He's seeded 15th on the psych sheet by his average of his last 12 averages. However, this one is not going too well. Even with the parities, OLL parity at 23 into a 2 GLL, which is actually the standard OLL. So even if, I'm not sure if he's a ZB user, but that's the default case. Everyone would have gotten that skip. The top seed in this heat is Nam with a 20.8 PR average, but as we saw already, he started with that 24, so definitely behind the pace that Matty has set. We will be excited to see next, as in the next heat is when we break into our top 3 of Sebastian, Max, and Timon. I mean, looking forward to tomorrow because we have round 1 today and then semifinals and tomorrow lunch, and 4x4 finals will be the first final of tomorrow night's block. What are you kind of seeing as like, what do you think the mentality is going to be like? Like, Timon's already on such a hot streak, ER in 7x7, 2 almost world records in 5x5. Do you think that's going to intimidate Max or Sebastian?
I think by nature it has to kind of sit in the mind a little bit. I know Timon's going to take a lot of confidence in his results from his other events so far. We haven't seen him so far in 4x4. We're going to be seeing him in one of the later groups as he is the world record holder for average. But I think if you're Max or Sebastian, I think just they're both pretty experienced solvers. I think you just got to keep in mind that you can't control what anyone else is going to do. You just got to make sure that you can solve the best that you possibly can.
We have Nam here on solve 2. It's looking okay, but 4x4 actually is interesting because the solve is short enough to where they don't act like the most top level competitors don't bring the solve, like the cube, all the way into their lap like they would for 5x5 and up. So they perfectly hold the cube directly over the timer, to where we cannot follow we can't follow exactly what time is on screen.
Oh, what's happened with Theodore?
Theodore's not there. I think they left the. I'm not exactly sure what happened.
I think the card was still in the box. Would be the issue there.
Card was still in the box. I mean, procedure infractions obviously warrant an extra, but you could also just move the card out of the box.
Seeing Stream's very own Zach Rydell there with a 36.2. Turn our attention to First Year Fishada with the OLL parity. And
double
PLL parity. Double parity, 27.67 there for Fush.
Yeah, double parity 27 is fine, but it's like it's on pace. We're going to be looking for 25.9 to make finals. We are actually going to go to a very quick turnover as we have Cubehead being interviewed by Keaton Ellis.
See you later.
Seconds.
All right. Welcome back to Rubik's Presents WCA World Championship 2025. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. We've got a special guest with us today, Milan, a.k.a. Cubehead. How you doing?
Hey. Yeah, nice to be here. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Yo.
Yo. Welcome on to the stream.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For those of us that are watching the stream that don't know you, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got into cubing?
Yeah, I'm Milan Struff from Belgium. I've been running this YouTube channel for like 5 years now, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Cubehead. I think most people in the cubing scene probably know by now. Yeah, it's been going pretty well. So, yeah, that's who I am.
So I wanted to hear a little bit about how you ended up getting into YouTube. And then one additional thing, you also got sponsored very early on. You had 300 subscribers when the Cubicle reached out and decided to sponsor your content.
I think it was even like 200
oh my
or
gosh.
something.
Well, your video says 300 subs.
Yeah, but they reached out like 200. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Can you talk a little bit about starting your YouTube channel and then also about the sponsorship process?
So basically, I had the idea of doing a YouTube channel about cubing for like a long time, like long before I even started it. So I started cubing when I was like 17, I think.
So ancient.
Yeah, I was actually pretty old for a cuber to start at 17, but you know, things worked out. But I started my YouTube channel when I was 20, so it was like kind of a big gap in there. I was thinking about starting it, but I wasn't confident enough with my English, basically just like talking to the camera and stuff. But I went to an international school for 1 year, and we had to do like a lot of speaking English to friends and stuff. So after that 1 year, I felt way more confident, and I was like, yeah, let's just do it. And I started it, and I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed learning. I enjoyed just like improving. I enjoyed just being myself and trying to bring something special to the cubing scene. And that's why I think it worked, because I tried to put like a lot of my personality into my videos, because I felt like I didn't see a lot of people do that yet. And yeah, it worked. It worked out, so that's cool.
So I also want to ask you a little bit about how your channel has changed over time. So actually the first video I saw of yours was a pseudo-slotting video. So
That's
like
crazy.
one of the highest level of educational videos I've ever seen. But like you mentioned, you know, a lot of your earlier videos have a lot more personality in it. And then as you've transitioned your channel, you spend a lot of time working on educational content.
Yeah.
Putting together pieces such as Cube.Academy and some of the work that you've done with Matty Hiroto and Naba. I wanted to ask sort of, could you talk about some of these projects and then what motivated you to work on them in particular?
Yeah, so the thing is, we're in this cubing scene, right? And it's nice to be like limited in like, you have to make content about this, because like you get to be creative, you get to like present things differently, you get to like think outside of the box. And I've always tried to do that with like unboxings, like fun content, like entertaining content. But I'm also someone who likes to experiment with a lot of different content, and you cannot cube without having any educational content. Like no one knows how to cube without any tutorials. I don't think there's anyone competing right now who hasn't seen a tutorial, right? So that would be crazy.
I know exactly one person who was a PhD in physics from MIT.
Wait, so he uses his own...
Who solved a cube by himself, but he's not here. It's my friend's
that's
dad.
crazy.
Exactly one person.
Yeah, when people tell me like, sometimes I tell like, oh yeah, I solved the Rubik's Cube, and then like parents be like, oh, my son does it just from memory. He just knows how to solve it. And I was like, yeah, sure. No, but anyways, like I realized that educational content is just like a huge part of cubing. And I started out like pretty early with having like some casual videos, and I enjoyed making those. But as my channel continues to grow, I realized that a lot of the entertaining content was really similar. And I really tried to find the way to like bring something that is, what's like the right word, like long lasting, something that lasts forever. Because I feel like if you make like the perfect tutorial, it will just be relevant for like a long time. And JPerm has been doing it so well, but I felt like, maybe I can just do it slightly better, and that will be good for the community itself. So I tried to do that, and it was a big challenge for me, because there's still like so much I need to do, and there's so much I still want to bring. But it's exciting, because that means I'm able to work in the cubing scene, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like all the entertaining content, because if you have to like redo the same video over and over, it becomes tiresome.
I understand.
It becomes like yeah, sometimes it's nice to have some like variation and stuff, but things are working out, and I'm really blessed to be able to decide what I want to work on. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I want to push a little bit on the idea of, there are a lot of tutorials out there.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan Brown's tutorial has literally been on YouTube since I was, 9 years old. So there are a lot of tutorials out there. What do you think these things were lacking, and what do you think you bring to the table in terms of the content that you're putting out?
I think so. The way that YouTube works is that you can have the perfect tutorial, and it's going to be pretty long because there's a lot of things to explain. But a lot of people who are looking for tutorials, they look for the video that's either highest on the list, the one that stands out the most, or one that is shorter than another. And the crazy thing is, the best tutorial isn't necessarily the one that gets the most views. And I realized when I was actually browsing through like the most watched tutorials that I was like, this is kind of vague, this is kind of abstract. I think I could explain it better. So I tried to really like script it as well as I could, trying to go over everything in still a concise manner. And it's so difficult to do because when you watch a video like that, when you watch a tutorial, it seems pretty easy, but there's like so much thought process behind, like how am I going to explain this concept in the cleanest, most concise way possible. So it's like kind of finding the balance of like, I want to explain enough, but also like trying to keep it as concise as possible. And also something that I always aim for is like having a high quality standard.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, so I thought like, if I can combine all of these things, I should be able to create something that is just beneficial to a lot of people. So that is basically, it's not like the tutorials out there weren't good, but it's like, it's a free market, right? We get to work on what we want to work on. So it's like, yeah, I just want to bring my part of like the educational content, and that's the way I did it. So
I see. Speaking of trying to make things concise, the original videos that I saw on your channel were all these sort of medium form, I guess like approximately 10-minute long videos. And over the last few years, you've also been adding some short form content into the mix. So things for YouTube Shorts. How do you think about balancing these two different types of approaches to making videos? And what do you think the main differences are between them?
Do you mean like purely educational or just like content overall?
Like content overall.
Because
first of all, it's really hard to make an educational video for 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think like most people, when they look up a tutorial, they're not going to look at shorts.
Yeah.
So I feel like mostly if you're going to do educational content, it makes most sense to do it long form.
Yeah.
Although I've seen some people like showing some algorithms or stuff in a short, and I think it works. But overall, just like entertaining, I think like shorts is definitely an entirely different thing than long form content. At least when I started my channel, it didn't exist yet.
Right.
So I feel like there's like the same principles, but it's like everything is so fast paced right now. You have to be hooked from the start. And I feel like shorts started that. Like when shorts first got released, everything happened so fast because you got constrained to like this shorter time limit. But I feel like even like the longer form content is like kind of shifting towards like, okay, we're going to overstimulate people, but just do it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, every second matters.
Yeah. So I feel like right now, shorts are fun because you get to be super creative in a short period of time. Like the constraints are so big that you just have to think about outside of the box. And I remember like for the shorts that I made, especially like some time ago, because I don't spend a lot of time anymore creating these shorts, but it was really fun making them because people don't know that, but for a lot of videos you spend like so many hours editing, so many hours just like, and it's super tiresome, but it's like for a short, you get to be super creative for one day straight and you have a short at the end of the day.
Completely done.
Yeah, and that's nice because it's not so much fun to know that you filmed so much and you know, just like mentally know like, oh, it's gonna take like 20 hours to edit. But for a short, it's different because you record, you edit, you script everything in the same day, and it's done, and you can start over. So I really enjoyed actually making those videos. And like a fun fact, every short that I ever created was done within one day.
24 hours?
No, it's like just a working day. Like I started working, and I just stopped when I was done. I think like some of my really successful shorts, because I have a few of them like over 10 million views, a few of them I just made in like 3 hours. And for me, that was like, I know there's people who record those shorts in like 30 seconds, and it works for them.
And they get 10 million views.
Yeah, but it's like for me, I really want to bring something polished, so it takes some thinking, it takes some editing, but still like 3 hours for a short that gets a lot of views. It's not that much work, right? So Yeah, it's totally different, but I actually appreciate both types of content. It's just like different. Yeah.
Nice. I wanted to switch topics a little bit and ask you about another thing that you've been working on, which is you're one of a very few number of cubers who has had a pretty serious impact in designing a speed cube, the Ferro core. Can you tell us a little bit about that process? In particular, was there anything that surprised you during the development of it?
So the thing is, we've been doing like these custom setups for a long time,
Yeah,
like the Yo cubes, and it was a lot of fun because I got to like have like give hardware a personal touch, right? Like whenever someone tried it, it was like a part of my preference that they get the experience, and we had to like kind of develop like the vibe because knowing me, I wanted to make sure that everything was done right, but once again, you have like these constraints because you can only provide a setup, and some people were like, yeah, they're really nice, but like after doing 1,000 souls, obviously
it's gone.
Yeah, a big part of it is gone. So the Ferro core was something entirely different. It has always been like a dream of mine to actually like really develop a cube, because like even when people ask me like, oh yeah, you sell your own cubes, and I'm like, yeah, it's a setup, and they're like, wait, what? People pay for that? But now it's like, yeah, now it's a fully custom cube, and it's pretty cool. And basically the way that it happened was that Phil and Steven from the Cubicle, they were experimenting with that stuff, and they sent one out to me, and I was like, bro, we have to like get this developed. So we started like brainstorming together with like different magnet strengths, different tensions, springs, and all of that. And the end result was actually like a I cannot pronounce that word, a different cube. It was a different cube, and it felt good. And I was like, yeah, let's release it. And it turns out pretty well, because
this is the V9 core and the V10 pieces.
Yeah, basically that was the main concept, but they had to like custom develop the core, so it ended up being like slightly different. But basically like the main thing is that the V10 has a plastic core, and we turn it into a iron core again, and also like adjusted like the setup, the magnet strengths, and like because you have like the ball core magnets, you also have like the edge magnets that interact with the ball core, you also have like piece-to-piece magnets, so there's a lot of like customizing that goes into those magnets as well. And also like just the springs you use can also be like a big difference. So basically, yeah, we just experimented with a bunch, and we just like ended up with the one that we enjoyed most. And it was really good, because like even right now at the Cubicle, it's one of the highest reviewed puzzles, so I'm really happy about that. Because it's always really scary, because you can like something,
but then you put it out into the world, and you need other people to like it as well.
Yeah, so it's always like a big question mark. What will people say? But after some weeks and you see like the good reviews, it's like, yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
How long did this whole process take?
It took actually really long. Because I don't know when the V10 got released, but basically whenever that one got released, we started already working on it. And I think the Ferro core got released like, I don't know, it's like 7 months after that or something. Yeah, it was a lot of work. Also like communication with Moyu and stuff. But, you know, I'm actually really grateful that Moyu ended up being able to do this. So even if it took a long time, I'm still like happy that it ended up working out. So
I mean, 7 months doesn't sound that long to me.
Yeah, maybe. It sounds long to me, but it's also like
But you were on hands-on every single day with this thing, right?
Yeah, it's like it took a lot of work. I mean, like what is work, right? Basically my work sometimes is just like playing with a puzzle.
Do an average of 100 and check how it does.
Yeah. But it's still like, basically the product was pretty much thought out in about a month or like 2 months, and it just took like a long time before it got into production and stuff. So that's why for me it probably sounds like a long time, but in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty fast, I suppose. Yeah.
What took the longest? Like the springs, the magnets, the core?
You know, the thing is, I'm from Belgium.
Yeah.
Cubicle is
shipping.
Yeah. Just waiting. Like even the smallest change and stuff. Like even Moyu would send out like different springs to me, but they come from like China. I have to swap them out myself. And then there's a big question mark. Is like, okay, so I swapped the springs out, but does it feel the same to me as to the people who actually like have the fully set up cube, right? So yeah, it was just like a lot of like shipping stuff around.
A lot of back and forth.
Yeah. Also, like it's difficult to like have your own loop setup, because we have the Fair Yo core, which is like the one with the loop setup. It's difficult to like have them apply the loop setup that I enjoy, because like once again you have to like send the cubes around, you have to test it and stuff like that. But it's a long process, but I think it's worth it. So yeah.
And I guess the reviews speak for themselves in that
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, and it's just like I'm really blessed to be like being able to like bring stuff like that. So that's nice.
So when it comes to what's next, I want to ask, sort of, when you've created this cube, you're putting out this educational content. When you're done with these types of things, what do you think is next for you, and what do you think is next for Cubehead?
I know what's next, and I'm actually like super excited about that. But I'm not gonna share that right now today.
Not yet.
Not today, but I think it's my big thing. I think I've been working more on that than I've been working on anything else. So I think we'll just have to see. We'll just have to wait, I guess. But
we got something exciting in the pipeline then.
You know, that's the thing though. Like I've started doing cubing YouTube solely like YouTube, and I started doing like these side projects, and it has been a lot of fun to like being able to like still be in the community but experiment with different things. And I think this is just like another thing. And as long as I can like bring value to the community, I feel like that's my thing in life, at least for now. I'm totally fine with that. Because some people feel like, oh yeah, he's not like uploading consistently anymore. Like I used to like obviously have more of an online presence than I have right now. But it doesn't mean that I'm like not doing anything. It's just like sometimes some things just take some time, right?
Yeah.
But I think like if we zoom out in the future, it will be worth it. Yeah.
Well, now I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, you should be.
That's very exciting.
Yeah.
So, I guess last question that I have for you, and then we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of this competition that we have here.
For sure.
Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give? Any people you'd like to say hi to on stream? I said hi to my mom the first time I came on earlier.
I saw a comment that Bruno was here.
Okay. This is the former NR holder? The one that you stole stole NR single from?
I stole it, yeah.
Wow, you took NR single.
Yeah. Bruno van Voort, yeah. I don't know if he's still here right now.
I see.
But like if he's watching, shout out to Bruno. I don't know. I think like just shouting out anyone who is here, it's like it's so cool to just like whenever I get to like compete in like these international competitions, to just like see with my own eyes what the community is. Because if you're working behind the scenes for so long, you kind of forget that you're actually creating stuff for people.
Yeah.
It gets like so abstract, so it's really nice to now actually get to like experience what the community is. So
and you see all 2,000 people registered and all, I don't know, 6,000 people who are spectating at this event.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also a lot of people just watching the live stream and stuff, so it's really cool to just like experience that. Because I started cubing right now, it's like 10 years ago, and I've seen just how different cubing is right now than it is back then. I don't know when you started though.
Oh, I'm old. 2012 is my ID.
That's, yeah, you saw like even a bigger change. So
yeah,
it's like,
Yihong wasn't even born when I started.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy though.
No, it's been a while. But yeah, well, on Cubehead, thank you very much for coming on. Really appreciate answering the questions, and hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and to all the watchers, see you. Ciao.
All right.
Thanks for being here.
We'll be back in just a minute.
play in the video. It's gonna
You
freak
can
me
look
out.
at oh, welcome back, everyone. I'm Kevin Hayes, and I'm joined by someone, well, at the very least, we all know his son, Schwan Park.
Yes.
Yeah. Max Park's dad, if it wasn't clear. Thank you for joining us. I know we talked last year, but I mean, a lot has changed, I feel like, in the last year. Even if sometimes it looks like based on, we're another competition, Max is still doing really well. It looks similar, but I mean, everything changes.
A lot has changed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing. It's like night and day. Like since just about a year ago, I think the sort of like the standings have completely flipped around, and it kind of reminds me when Max was first starting, and people like yourself and Felix and everybody was like, there's sort of like the top.
Yeah.
Right. And then Max, we always felt like he's doing really well. He's sort of at the top, and now that there's a changing of the guards.
Right.
And physically you could see the difference. Like yesterday at the Nations Cup, like the winning teams were like all like a foot and a half shorter than the old guys.
The average height of the Chinese team was, I think the average height age of the Chinese team was a lot smaller than the American team. Okay, Sebastian's not on. He's on fine pace, but 2 A-perms with PLO parity in a row. 23. He's better than that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're saying change to the guard, but maybe in 3R3, 9 Max 1, OH round 1, he's been doing pretty well. Like, still second, like, solidly, like, obviously Timon beat him in 5x5, but just barely, and they're well clear of third place. Also, still first place in 7, favorite to win 6. So he's still pretty doing pretty well.
It's certainly exciting, right? I mean, it's sometimes it's not fun when somebody's so far ahead, and certainly for Max, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe with the cup like 7.
7, he's pretty strong.
Most of the other events, I think Max is definitely looking over his shoulder. There's a lot more these days. I mean, these guys are getting fast, and we're both. We talked to Max and we're like, he's got the same attitude. Like, when did these people get so fast? What's going on? Like, it's surprising.
People have been practicing.
Obviously, and they're practicing correctly. We always get these questions from people. They're like, what does Max do, like, to get faster and all that? And I'm like, I don't know. You're asking the wrong people. You should ask some of those other guys. Like Timon, like he's been sprouting too. Like he's just getting all these crazy times, and he's just because I remember for the longest time, in the beginning, all he was doing is Pyraminx, right? And then he started doing 3x3 and stuff like that. Next thing you know, he's like just winning at like 7, 6, like all the big cubes. So.
Yeah, I guess like the old school days, especially like in my generation, and then even when Max was practicing, it's just like you used to do a ton of solves. You kind of see what works, you see what doesn't, but you kind of figure it out on your own, maybe with some tutorials. And now it's like, especially I guess it's probably necessary for the speed, like very structured. I mean, like even we're looking on like talking about Timon, a lot of these other big cube solvers, the other events, it's very structured, but like I think the main form of structure and like learning is obviously from China and the coaching culture there, and obviously, I mean, it's pretty clear it's working. I mean,
yeah.
Like, what is like kind of what's your viewpoint on that, and like how like whether or not like what needs to change in kind of the Western nations in order to keep up?
Well, I think Matty said this in an interview one time, and I think he was just brilliant with his assertion of what he said about it, which was he said that he feels his generation, including Max, that this is the last generation that's going to be the top people, just coming from just naturally learning on their own and enjoying the game and becoming really good. He thinks that this is the last generation of that, and from now on, it's going to be a real a formula of approach of how to become good. Like we know a lot of these Chinese kids are just starting at such a ridiculous young age. And then from what I understand, they're being sort of like pruned out into their own special schools. So and then to get further training and such. And I think, wow, that's amazing,
21-4 from Sebastian. Sorry, Sebastian was on a pretty good pace. But would you say like, I mean, Matty was talking about this, and you're agreeing, obviously, and like, I think it seems like foreign to a lot of people. Like, it's just so standard for cubing, like you just kind of figure it out on your own. But like, if you think about related to other sports, like you don't just jump in the pool and start swimming and see what works and what doesn't. That'd be a wild concept. Like, there's a coaches for everything. Like every single good person, like. All professionals in all sports have been coached from usually a very young age.
Right. And
there's a lot of obviously like natural talent in figuring it out, but it's like the people with that talent and the coaching and the hard work.
Right. And they're doing it the right way. I know we talk about this a lot in cubing. And one of the things that we do at Cube Camp with Felix and Max's Cube Camp is, one of the things that we actually focus on is like, in a way, undoing bad habits is like one of the things that you learn. Okay, and if you ever watch kids solve, they do this really fun thing that they're solving, and then they sort of start to just go crazy.
Oh,
and I call it the YouTube solving. Like, because they see that on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
They see the kids just go, fa, 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 and then it's done, and they're like, well, I want to look like that. So they mimic that. In the meantime, they got like 18 lockups on 3 turns, right? So it's, but they think that that's going faster, but in reality, that's doing more harm than good. And so, like at Cube Camp, Felix was teaching a lot of kids, and Max was exemplifying, try going half the speed that you think you are.
Right.
And a lot of the kids came to the realization that if they're 15 seconds and they're doing half speed of what they think that they were going to do, the logical assumption is you're going to get 30 seconds, and they would get either 15 seconds or lower.
Yeah.
And it kind of got them to thinking, it's like, wait a second, what's going on? And so, what Felix's approach with that was that they wanted the kids to realize that speed comes from a certain place, not necessarily just going fast.
Right.
Being fast and getting a fast time is like the result of doing everything correct, right? And so,
like, absolutely, like that TPS is earned.
Right. And yeah, like when you watch YouTube, you just want to pretend like you have TPS.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between looking good and being good.
Right. No, I say even some of these like very top solvers, like I think Timofey is a good example where he turns so fast, and on Megaminx, he has earned that speed of TPS. Like he is efficient, he turns well, he turns cleanly, and he gets good results. But then he turns the same speed on some of the end-by-end puzzles, and he's just not quite at that level. And it's like I think it does a little bit of harm because it's just like, oh, I just do this turning speed.
The same thing.
While on this one event, he has earned it, but otherwise maybe not.
Yeah. No, I think going back to the thing about the kids from China and how good they are, at some point we're going to have to come to the realization that in the Western countries like the United States, UK, Australia, that it's somewhat can't be a hobby anymore. It's got to be. You have to start teaching these kids almost finger tricks before they actually start to learn a cube. Right. They got to get just. It would be like swimming, right? I would. Think. Like you can't just go. See how fast you can get across the pool, right? You can't start timing yourself right away. You got to start working on fundamentals, and you could clearly see with these Chinese cubers that they are completing all their turns really quickly.
Yeah,
and I think that one of the things I was actually talking to an earlier cuber about, there's such great benefits to them really doing just single color, right? White and yellow, because they spend all their time analyzing their solves instead of spending the first couple of seconds. What am I going to do?
Right.
And so they look like they're just on track. They have coaches that are just phenomenal at just researching and observing them. The thing that I really admire about their coaches is that they seem to understand their kid that they're coaching, and they play to their strengths, and they don't seem to tell them the same information across for every cuber.
Right.
They would probably use a different definition of certain words to say, depending on how the kid is going to react to hearing it. Right. So I just find that just amazing. I think they're just doing everything right, and we really have a lot to learn from them.
Is this something like you're hosting Felix and Max Cube Camp? You already hosted one recently.
Yeah, we did it in Los Angeles. The next one is going to be in Florida in November. And we had a really high demand the last time. Last time the tickets sold out so quick, and everybody was really excited. So this time, when we do it in Florida, Felix and Max is going to be there because a lot of people are asking that. It's like, I know it's a Felix and Max camp, but are they going to be there? Yes, they're going to be there. And Felix is coming all the way from Australia.
Pretty important distinction.
Yeah, especially because he's teaching,
That's a long trip for Felix.
Yeah. It will be in November, and you can go to the felixandmax.com website to look at the information for tickets and such.
So, what's kind of the goal? What's the main? What would you say the main goal is for hosting events like the Felix and Max Cube Camp?
Well, with Felix and Max Camp, we sort of take on sort of the spirit of what Felix and Max, their story has started with friendship, integrity. We'd like to say that there's a prioritization of why we got into cubing and finding good friends and people to grow and become friends with, future friends. I mean, even yourself, you're still friends with many of these guys, right? It's like old friends every time you get together here.
We're watching Sebastian on stream right now. It's I got dinner with Felix and Sebastian on Tuesday, and it was just like it's been like 15 years.
Yeah, yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah.
And isn't it weird? Like cubers, they seem to, when they get back together on these, they haven't seen each other a couple of years, but you guys seem to.
Wait 1 second.
Oh, this
we're
is
on
really
PLL
good.
at 14. No pair. Wow, Sebastian.
Nice. He's really good.
He's so good. Also, I mean, we've actually seen 3 of the PLLs. He was telling me that he has learned like variation of PLL plus PLL parity for every single case.
Oh.
So if you do PLL parity, like because you need to swap 2 edges at some point, but depending on your PLL alg, like during the middle of it, those 2 edges might actually end up being swapped natural, like on the opposite sides naturally. And so he has like that one was like the first 2 he had A perm with PLL parity, but he did the parity in the middle, and same with that one as well. I think that one actually was a fancier alg where he had an O parity, an O perm, which is a U perm parity case, and you can do it all in one with some actual tricks, versus some of the other ones are just like a different spot to put the PLL parity.
I think Sebastian really amazes me because about his age is when a lot of the older cubers start to like kind of plateau out, and then just they sort of stick with their old plans. But apparently he's sort of still learning and still developing his game. He looked really good there.
Oh,
and I'm like. I know that there's something to be said about 4x4 being dependent on like a lot of lock during the course of your scramble, but or your solving. But yeah, he looks really good. And once again, we're looking at like lockups and things like that. So he looked really smooth. He looked really comfortable.
He seems comfortable.
Yeah, like he looks like he's having a good time. That's one thing that I always look at a lot of these cubers. When I see them on stream, sometimes I actually think it's a real negative when they look too serious.
Yeah.
Because if they're that serious, they might be a little stiff. They might be a little like just overshoot. Just be a little too much adrenaline.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I know the feeling.
Well, didn't you used to like try to pump yourself up? And I always thought to myself like, well, you have already a lot of adrenaline probably going with you, and you were like doing like push-ups and trying to.
That Australia, I felt my hands felt cold, so I was doing push-ups to get the blood flowing. I never need to get my brain more pumped up. In fact, it's definitely the opposite. The Australia push-ups was definitely. I mean, like mental focus is always like it's like the hardest thing for sure. And I've tried different things over the years. I'll let you know when I find out something that works.
What has worked for you? I mean, has anything? Everybody will say, "Don't be nervous." Yeah, okay, that'll work.
Yeah,
good point. I'll try that. Like what works? Have you ever? Do you have anything that you can probably share to a lot of cubers that want to know? Like, what do you? They want to know how to control nerves, and how do you also control the second solve after you have a great solve? Because you know how usually you get a great per PB. Next one is like plus 2. Like it's just a disaster. Yeah. Like because that has everything to do with nerves, right?
Yeah, it's all mental.
What do you do for that?
I think the main thing. I mean. I guess I used to not have a plan specifically for like good solve, and then what do you do? Like, really, it's just like okay, like the last solve didn't even happen. Like we're one solve at a time. It's very, I think, really, especially as like a big cube solver, there's so much time to think during the solve, and that you easily get sidetracked. Shorter events, it's like all the mental stuff is done beforehand. Like, really take each solve one at a time, which is kind of cliche advice, but like that is something that I've been using.
Yeah, but the trick is that you can say that all to yourself. Do you believe it though?
Right.
Because sometimes you say that to yourself and make it worse. That's like, people that diet, where they think about dieting all the time. You're thinking about food if you're thinking about dieting all the time. How could you lose weight if you're just thinking about food all the time like that?
Right.
Don't think of a pink elephant. Like
I'm obviously thinking, yeah. I guess this is like, I guess a little harder, but the main thing of like actually, like when you ask like, what works to feel good and like actually have confidence, or like compete well, and it's confidence, which has been very different at different times. I guess throughout my career, like in the mid to early 2010s, when I was like at my best, the confidence was from I knew I was the best. I came in, world record holder, knew I was going to break a world record, knew I was going to do well, and that was like real and valid confidence. And then later on, like I kind of went through a period of that didn't exist anymore because I wasn't the best, whether it be Felix or Max. And then now it's the confidence of like, I put so much work into this event, and I practiced so much, and like I'm really happy with the process, and like no matter what, I'm happy with my life and kind of this activity and the contributions I can make in cubing. And so I've like the self-assured confidence of like, yes, this is important to me, but it's not the end of the world if I do bad, and no matter what happens, like things are good.
Yeah, no, that's actually kind of like what we're working with Max too. Max is you know, he's senior now in the
Yeah.
cubing world, right?
Oh,
He's a-
I know
he's a
people
senior.
always say that. Like,
Yeah.
he's so young.
Yeah. But we all know that, like, by the time you're turning 21 to 23, you're pretty much you've done most of your spectacular stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, because how old is Max now?
He's 23.
Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, and so we're sort of helping him to adjust to, you know, just like how to deal with, you know, the logic of, like, you know, there's an edge to when you're like 9 years old and you could just commit 1,000% to just solving a cube. You know what I mean? Like, with not worrying about like rent or getting an A in biology or anything, you know? So
You also have no bad habits.
What's that?
You have no bad habits when you
yeah,
start.
and with no bad habits. Oh, and then going back to that, what we're going to have to do in the Western countries is, I don't know, can you start a program with teaching kids how to cube that want to learn to solve, but you just teach them the cube and you drill that in them? I mean, that's what it's going to take. Like, because, you know, half the American kids, you know, that I see that are 10 years old trying to look like they're going fast, their finger tricks are horrible.
Right.
You know, and they just don't have the fundamentals.
The fun part of cubing and the part that makes you faster isn't always the same thing.
Right.
And that's the same with, I mean, so many sports. Like,
yeah, right.
You're not always doing the racing. Sometimes you have to do the drills that you don't like, but you know what the results are, and you've seen it from tons of coaching. But
do you think that's what the Chinese, young Chinese cubers are doing? They're drilling and they're hating it when they're younger.
I have no idea.
Well, we know what the result is.
The result is very good. I am sure that there is some level. Oh, it's interesting. Ari just got OLL parity, which he's not supposed to get. Supposed to avoid that. But we got Timon also on deck, so we can watch Timon. I'm sure he's. Somehow
does Timon get the award for the most hairstyle design changes? No, he's got a hat on.
We were talking about it. We were like, okay, he's growing his hair out. Is he going to cut it before Worlds? Like, his image kind of is part of his job. Like, he's got to be.
Well, what does it say on his hat?
He sent this picture to me recently. I specifically messaged him to ask for a good picture, and he sent that. And so he knew different hair on the stream and different hair on the competitor card.
Do you think that has anything to do with intimidating his opponents?
I mean, everyone's intimidated when he walks in the room, so I don't know if he needs any more. Oh, we got Max going at the same time. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't usually like to watch.
I don't, so this is really bad. I might have to sue you guys for this.
I don't think that was in the deal.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Probably people are wondering what we're talking about. I don't watch Max solve. A lot of people are really surprised, but no, nobody's watching him solve.
Uh-oh. Are we? Just a monitor glitch.
Okay.
20.5 from Timon. Yeah, because we talked about this last year, but like, what's the kind of root of that?
I just don't watch him solve.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little bit superstitious. I think that if I watch him, he's going to do terrible. So I guess now we're going to see live on air if that's really the case.
I was going to say, what happens if he breaks world record right now?
Well, I'll still probably believe it and still not watch, but because it's a fluke or whatever. But
okay, for half a second, I thought he finished Redux at 10. I was like, oh no, oh my. Hello.
Uh-oh.
All right, a little slow start from Max, but I wouldn't be too worried about him. He's going to be just fine making a top 5 average. We're actually tracking as well. We have Matty if you saw, he got a PR average 20.7.
I saw that.
Yeah, so he's leading the way right now. I saw Sebastian walk by, obviously done. We missed his last solve, so he'll be in WCA live soon, but he may or may not have beaten Matty because he was on pace with a 21 and a 19 counting.
You know, with 4x4, I know, you know, there's a lot of development in different solving styles and techniques that are sort of like being shared around. 4x4, I know that there's some talk a while ago about forcing parity to not happen.
Yeah. So
is that still a thing, or is that because, you know, are we still dependent, or the solver still depending on hoping for a good case?
Ari Randers person definitely does it, although we just saw him get OLL parity, so he made a mistake on that one. He's the only top-level 4x4 solver who does this. I think he's top 10 in the world. He's gotten 3 PR averages recently. Sebastian, I know, I talked to him. He has experimented with it, but I think it is a little unintuitive for someone, especially if you've never done like blind solving, because there's a lot of piece tracing and inspection. And he said he was just marginally slower with it. due to the fact that it took so long for him to trace and count his solves, count his moves, and then just due to like this raw inconsistency for him. I think it'd take a really lot. It's hard, especially when you're older and you're not sure. It's like you may not have more of these, like how many more of these, and like you committing to something that will take multiple years to pay off is very tricky to do when you know you're on the tail end of your career. But we can see Ari do it now. And is that a solved green center? It is. Well, if Kieran's in this group, he will certainly like that. All the other Yao solvers are rolling their eyes that it couldn't be on white or yellow. But yeah, Ari's going to start white or yellow. So, like, obviously, Max, extremely, I mean, very strong results in Korea. Obviously, unfortunately, we missed 2021 Worlds, which I think was especially disappointing for Max because he would have, at the time, projected to absolutely dominate such a strong 2019. 2023 still, like, 2019 absolutely, like, crushed, 1-4-3-7. And a very strong 2023 as well. What is, like, he's still doing so well, like, kind of how is that, like, transition from, like, okay, like, he's not just going to come in and, like, insta-win, like, all of his events? Like, what are the expectations like? And then, like you say, you focus on, like, kind of having more fun and kind of focus on that. What's that specifically like for this weekend?
This weekend, the big win is if he's going to enjoy himself and not to take it too seriously. I think he understands that concept. I think a lot of these cubers like Timon and that's
very
amazing.
Nice solve for 17-6.
Yeah, a lot of these cubers, their mechanics are just right there. You know, a lot of the top solvers, right? Like the top guys, it becomes, I think, a mental game at that point, right? Yeah. Because they're all physically good enough. I think if they can personally do it at home at one time, a really amazing time, it's possible to do it again. So it is possible for them. But for Max, I think that's the case with him, and we just try to really focus on what's just going to mentally strengthen his resolve in competition, and how to think and what to focus on and things like that. So he does a little bit more of that. So when people sometimes ask me how long he's practicing, I honestly say like maybe just a half hour to an hour a day, every 2 days. It's more about just like understanding the zone.
Whoa,
and such.
17.9. Maybe you're right because he was off camera and he got a 17.
See, I should I leave? I see our broadcast guy nodding.
One more question. Okay. Max is also signed up for Nationals in the fall, which, if you're not aware, Nationals, due to the fact that CubingUSA is hosting a 2,000-person competition, not too feasible to host two of those in 1 year. We're switching to an all-stars format for U.S. Nationals. You guys are signed up. What's your opinion on events like that, and kind of the difference in like an event like this, which is catered more to like obviously a huge audience versus Nationals, which is a very focused on a spectator event?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think anything. I love, first of all, everything everybody's doing. The new formats. Everybody's trying a lot of things. I think anything to help make try new things to see what works, what sticks on the wall. What's exciting. Everything is all good. The one thing I would probably focus on is trying to make it more entertaining in the eyes of somebody who doesn't know, what's going on. Like I watch Olympic curling. I have no idea what the rules are. Throwing that rock, down.
Get it close to the center.
Yeah, I understand that. And sometimes I'm not even sure about that. It's about knocking somebody out. Well, anyway, so
stopping them from being close.
Yeah, why? I try to think about why do I watch that? And then you kind of try to bring that into cubing, and I think that the obvious answer is you do have to put it head to head to some degree, because then you just know one wins, one loses, and
everyone can understand a race.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It is a little hard to conceptualize. Okay, this person got this time, but then they're not counting that one. They are counting this one, and then this person's over.
Forget trying to explain them the best and the worst, and then most people that don't know cubing, they look at it, anything under 2 minutes is amazing. So it's not like you can get anything across to them.
Right.
I was just actually in a conversation with some parent, and another cuber was starting to talk cuber jargon, and I was like, I felt really kind of bad, because I'm like, you understand that everything you as a cuber telling him, he doesn't understand anything. He's just politely nodding.
Right.
And this is a dad that just was like that, and it's like that's how most people are. They have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, so you have to break it down.
If you can solve under 30 seconds, you're a genius. If you can do it with one hand, you're a god, and if you can do it blindfolded, you're some sort of a magical freak.
Yeah.
So it's you gotta cater to that enjoyment level for the average people, and then just do that. That's why I think you should bring multi-blind and feet. That seems to be a big hit with average people. I know you and Felix.
Don't even get me started on feet.
Yeah, but that's the one way you're going to get somebody to be interested in a Rubik's Cube. Like, this guy can do it with his feet. This guy can do it blindfolded. Yeah, that's amazing.
It's on. Okay, Timon's looking at about just over 20. Well, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that, like, it's these competitions, especially, we're trying for semifinals and finals to be much more digestible. But hopefully, we'll see some of these more smaller, more spectator-focused events. We can move towards that to gather more of a general audience. It's not just cubers for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the trick. I really do. I think somehow you got to create a narrative where, this is kind of counterintuitive to what a lot of people think, but I actually think you have to make the game exciting beyond the fast people. Like sometimes when we watch golf or tennis, we don't have to watch Tiger Woods, or we don't have to watch Federer. You can sometimes watch tennis and you enjoy it, and maybe those are the people that understand the game. But the thing is that with cubing, I think that there's so much drama and enjoyment that can be gotten, even when you watch two guys that are just going for their PBs and they're like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I would love to watch two guys, if I knew their backstory, and I was watching two guys at 15 seconds, and we know how hard they worked, and how much blood and sweat and tears are on. I think it'd be exciting. I think that has a lot to do with it, like creating narratives. I think all sports do that, right?
Oh,
even
yeah.
like the bad MLB teams. You have to create a narrative so people will watch it.
Yeah, you need a star, or you don't need a star. You need someone to focus on and know their story and follow and relate to.
And sometimes the star is the team, but yeah. Okay, here we go. Am I going to do Max injustice right
Okay,
here?
yeah, I'll give you. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Or we can
well,
watch
it's too late. I already started watching it, so I already jinxed it now.
Watch one more Max to solve. We'll prove or disprove whether or not Schwan should watch his son, and then I'll let you go. All right, so Timon's on pace for 21.68 right now. Obviously, a lot left with a 17 and a 20. Oh, sorry, he's on pace for 20.5, but we'll see. Max will give us a counting solve after this. Oh, blue-green. He went for, was that the solve with the fully solved center? That would make sense. All right. No parity, 20.2. Clean solve.
Okay, well, so that's just the middle of the road.
Yeah, he's dead even with Timon right now.
I didn't jinx him or help him, I guess.
All right, the experiment was inconsequential. We learned nothing.
Right, so maybe I should jump out now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining the stream, Schwan Park. And
everybody, if you want to learn to get faster, or at least learn how to not be bad, Felix and Max Cube Camp in November in Florida.
Yes.
So check out felixandmax.com.
Yeah, check it out, and we will be seeing a lot more of your son coming up very soon.
Hopefully. Not me, but hopefully, yeah.
All right, and Timon is on pace for a decent average. 20.5, obviously anything under 21 is better than his competition global, basically what we're going to call it. Actually in great shape. PLO parity at 15. Ooh. Or OLO parity at 15. PLO parity, double parity 21.9. That's great solve. You can't really do too much when you get double parity, but you want to make sure, because 1 in 4 chance of double parity, you expected to get about one in your average in finals, and you'd love to be able to have a chance to count that double parity solve and still win. And it's important to be able to get that 21, because you want to be able to mess up one solve and get double parity on one solve and not have that be enough to just ruin your chances. Let's see what Ari can get here. He's not tracking too well. We saw him get a 23 with OLO parity, which is supposed to never happen. 24 and a 27, so well off what he's expecting.
12 seconds.
And also, I'm joined by Keaton Ellis, who just slid back in.
How are we doing, Kevin?
One. Oh, it's going great. We're seeing some fast action. I'm curious let me look up what Sebastian actually had, because
21.18 average at the end of the day was what he had.
Very nice
from the man himself.
Not bad, not bad. I mean, Sebastian holds himself to a very high standard and has been practicing for this as much as you can with a child at home. Also, wow, 2 hold-up parodies from Ari.
Yikes.
That's...
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to get 0.
Yeah. Still a 24. Yeah, that'll make the next round.
Yeah. not too bad, but I think when you get bad solves on bad luck or just like really bad cases, it's like, okay, well, I executed well, I'll do better next round. When you get OLL parity when you're supposed to skip it, it's like,
that sucks.
Oh, it's a big mistake.
Yeah.
It's a lot to clean up. It like really kind of starts shaking your confidence. Looking at the results right now, and who's sitting close to the top of the leaderboard? Felix Zemdex.
Not too bad. 21 average. Very consistent solving there.
Yeah, he's got that 4x4 in him. He knows that. I mean, Felix is someone who just knows that like anything can happen to 4x4. He just, in terms of like getting a good average in 4x4 is very like, you are going to get lucky at some point.
Yeah.
Can you execute when you get lucky?
Yeah.
And Felix knows that and is ready for it. And so, yeah, is it likely that he's going to get top 3 tomorrow night? No. But out of someone that can like get lucky and execute well, I think Felix is actually a pretty good pick.
We've seen this happen before at World Championships. Bill Wang famously in 2017 getting essentially no parity on his way to a 4x4 podium.
Yeah, essentially 0 out of 10, which is, I mean, that's pretty low.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky.
Yeah, it was 2 out of 10 with the PLL skip and an OLL skip, so absolutely wild.
Can't get much better than that.
Yeah, if you're asking for better than that, you're being a bit greedy. A little bit slow with these 3-2-3 pairing, 13-second redux. So
parity for Max.
It's like a low 20 depending on the PLL parity. 23. Max's best possible is now, even you have to count that 17, which is unlikely. His best possible is still over 20, so nothing too crazy. Timon's looking more in the more consistent range. Wow, Henry with a 28 and a 27. That's, I mean, he's not really a 4x4 guy, but Henry's 3rd seed in the 5x5 finals tonight, and I hope he is feeling good because he is the breakout star so far in terms of like when like I think a few weeks ago his PR in 5x5 was like 43, and now he's 3rd seed at Worlds.
Well, anything can happen in a heartbeat. So
yeah.
He's peaking at exactly the right time.
He is. I hope he's just like, okay, 4x4 doesn't even exist today. I'm only focused on 5. Just make the next round, and like we have a big final tonight.
He's got his events.
Yeah,
his main guy.
All right, Timon's looking solid. Sub 20 average would be great. I think it's with that 17.6 needing to count for it though, kind of unlikely. But he can take the win in this round with probably needs a 20 flat for the win. Still tough, but doable.
It's just round 1, though.
Oh, but these guys aren't. These guys are mad if they don't win every round.
These guys, they don't mess around.
Especially Timon. I think this guy's here to get 2nd place in a round 1.
He has not changed his orientation in a while. He knows what he's doing, and he's looking pretty deep into it.
Sub 8 flip. Rotation is very nice.
This is pretty clean. No OL.
Oh, let's go. Sub 20 average.
And a 1675 single to boot as well. Very clean, and then very nice last layer cases right there.
It does help to get that no parity, but wow, great start, and then just completely clean all the way through. All right, we are now right off of Timon's 1st place average in round 1. It is, I think, guaranteed. I don't think anyone has a BPA under 20 at this point. We are going to send it down to Manu for, never mind. We're not quite going to get an interview with Timon. He is off. But wow. BPA of 19.95 and needing to count a 17.6. And he does it.
Unbelievable. 1675. Just adding to the list of solves that he has under 17 seconds.
Pretty easy ZBLL there on the end. Last layer at like 15-1 for 4x4. Obviously a little lucky, but when you get a good single, luck is always involved.
Look, I mean, especially if you're at the top, you need a little bit in order to push yourself over.
Oh, of course. It's about executing when you get the good cases.
Right.
He had double parity 21 earlier, and it's great. Like, you got to be in the final. You're going to get almost every time between 3 and 7 parities, and you really want to be able to count that double, and you got to make sure that when you count your when you have your no parity solves, you're counting to 17, so you can pull it down.
So the 21 doesn't sting as bad.
Even though he didn't, I think he did count that double parity 21 and saved him 3/10.
That's insane.
All right, max of the BPA at 20.5, which means he can get second in this round if he gets us under 17.9. But looks like more likely he'll probably end up third behind Matty. Although he could jump over Sebastian. It's pretty tight. He has the range from second to fourth. Might get fourth.
Once again,
Yeah.
just noting from 5 o'clock onwards as the finals begin.
So Max Park with a 21.76 average actually is going to finish off at the podium in round 1. It is going to be Matty Hiroto, or it's going to be Timon Kolasiński with a 19.95 average in first place. Matty Hiroto Inaba with a 20.72 in second. Sebastian Vire 21.18, and then Max Park with 21.5 is what I think I just saw on screen.
Overall, quite a few good results. One thing I want to note also, Sebastian Vire with that 17 that he got in the first round, he came over to the cashier's table and was chatting with us a little bit. He's extremely upset with that performance on the solve.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I had a 2.5 pause looking at 3 edges, and I couldn't figure it out if it was a 3-edge case or a 2-edge case. He's like, should have been a 13. So
you said it should have been a 13.
These guys hold themselves to really, really high standards.
That's such a Sebastian line. Should have been a 13. Yeah, okay. But, like, let's be a little realistic. Say at least it should have been a 14.
Yeah.
He had parity, too.
Oh, man.
No, he had A-perm with parity. He does a fancy case for it to reduce. It's not pure A-perm parity, but like it's like partial A-perm parity, partial A-perm. But, sorry, that's still slower than obviously an A-perm, which takes like 0.4. Like, absolutely. Like, I mean, I love Sebastian's mentality. That, like, these top guys, like, I mean, okay, saying it's going to be 13. Maybe a bit over the top.
You can't tell me that you've never thought that a solve should have been an incredible world record at an 8 point in your past.
Oh, of course. Absolutely. I think like that always. But you could also be on the cast being like, Kevin, come on. That's ridiculous. I'd be like, that's kind of fair. But I love it. I think Sebastian, I think he's in good spirits. I think we're going to see a great race. I think a real big question is, can Felix and Matty, the two people who also got sub-22 averages besides the big three, can they upset the trio? Maybe. We'll see. It's obviously a little less consistent for them, but Matty's obviously in prime position. Otherwise, I still think the top three could shake out in any order.
Especially given 4x4's variance with the OLO parodies coming in.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'm right now, after just these results, Timon might be the favorite, obviously. That's sub-20 right off the gate, but we know anything can happen. All right, I am going to swap out now. We have Daniel Rush coming in for an interview. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome back to Rubik's Presents WCA World Championship 2025. I'm Keaton Ellis. I've got a very special guest in the booth with me today. We've got Daniel Rush. Daniel, how you doing?
Good, Keaton. Nice to be here. Nice to be on the stream.
Yeah, for those of us who don't know you that well, please tell us a little bit about you and where you're from and how you got into cubing.
I'm Daniel Rush. I'm 16. I came from South Africa in Cape Town, and I've come a long way to come to this World Championship, and I'm super excited. I got into cubing about 7 or 8 years ago now, when a friend of mine would cube, and I would cube with him all the time and try and beat his time and stuff. Yeah.
I see. So that little competition helps and propels you and keeps you moving forward.
Get that competitive spirit going, yeah.
Oh, man, it's got to be a long flight, too. You fly direct?
No, so we go through Istanbul, so it's 11 and then 12, so it's quite a long flight, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, we're glad you're here all in one piece.
Me too.
And not totally spun around.
Yeah.
This is actually your second World Championship, right?
Yeah.
You went to Korea 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was at Korea, yeah.
So we looked at your results, and actually for 3x3 last time in Korea, we saw in the second round, you had a counting 10. But then the following year, you went to Euros, essentially one of the big majors that year. You came back and you were able to make finals and seemed to do okay there. How did you learn from 2023? And then how are you preparing for the stakes that are coming at this Worlds?
So in 2023 Worlds, I just went in trying to do my best. I didn't really know what the level was going to be. And I think I just got a big wave of nerves. And that's what happened with the 10 and how I managed to count that 10, unfortunately. With Euros, I was a bit more confident with my placement. So I had more confidence going into my solves, and it helped me get a better average making finals and doing the head-to-head, which was awesome, yeah.
Anything that you changed, or just the mindset going in?
Mainly the mindset. My solves kind of changed the same. I did grind a lot in that year to just practice, improve my times, get some better, more consistent solving, and that really helped me put better times down at Euros the following year, yeah.
I see. And how about this past year? Since Euros, it's been another year. How have you been preparing, and are you doing anything different this time around?
I wouldn't say so. I think I'm focusing a bit more on the bigger cubes, like 6x6 and 7x7, than 3x3 at the moment. That's kind of where my better rankings are in the world, and how I want to do what I want to do better in this year. So I've been mainly focusing on those, but mostly just doing some solves, getting the reps in, trying to do as many as I can, and grind as much as I can.
So you said that those are your better rankings, but do you practice those events more because you're higher ranked at them, or did you practice a bunch and that's why you got the higher ranks?
I think I originally just started taking a liking to them, which is why I was practicing them, and then I got better ranks, and now that I see I have better ranks, it motivates me to practice them a lot more, so I focus on them
So you have that positive feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. So how did you come to choose the end-by-ends as opposed to any of the other puzzles that are out there?
I think I just looked up to some cubers from a while back, like Felix, Kevin Hayes, Max Park, and they really inspired me with how their turning style and their solutions and all their solving, just getting these insane times on big cubes. And it really inspired me to take up those cubes, yeah.
I see. Very nice. Well, I mean, all of those guys that you just mentioned are here, so, man.
It's really awesome to be competing against them this weekend, yeah.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, I get absolutely crushed, but it's got to be a lot of fun. One thing in particular, you have an enormous amount of African records, including some that you set at the last World Championship. What does it mean to come from a region like Africa, which we think of as sort of underrepresented in the WCA, and break all these records at the world stage?
I mean, it's incredible, to constantly just be getting more records, and then the fan base is growing bigger and bigger in cubing, and the community is growing ever more. It's so amazing to just get the constant support and bring the times down and really put Africa on the field and represent us from here, yeah.
Very nice. In general, how do you see cubing growing in, I guess, primarily South Africa, but in Africa as the continent more broadly in the future?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're getting a lot more countries having competitions and getting cubers from all around the continent. And the times are definitely getting a lot better. A lot of people practicing, motivated to cube, get some records, especially because it's still a newer sort of region. Some of the records are quite achievable. So it motivates people to practice and try and break those records, and then maybe their friends will do the same, and the community keeps growing. It's amazing, and I think it'll keep going in the future.
Any people you're scared of coming in and stealing some of your big cube records?
Yeah, so Ayolua Dada from Nigeria, he lives in the Philippines. He recently got top 100 for 6x6, so he's on my tail a bit there. And actually, this one kid, Jaziel Alonso, he's grinding a lot at the moment. I think he could be a really good contender in the following years.
Wow. So we got a couple of names to look forward to coming out of Africa soon.
Definitely.
Another question I got for you, in terms of weekend's results, do you have any, we know that 5x5 for you. Almost the finals.
Yeah.
Really tough. Do you have any predictions about the other results that you're going to get this weekend and about the competition more broadly?
I'm feeling pretty confident about 6x6 and 7x7 making those finals. I got 23rd for 7x7 in first round, so it's very close to the top 20 that's needed. 3x3, I'm just hoping to make top 50 semifinals because it's a very competitive field. So yeah.
Yeah, top 50. Oh, I'm not even going to make the third round. Oh, man. All right. Well, I guess last question for you real fast. Other than the people that we've already asked you about, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to either your family, Cuban community in South Africa, or anyone else?
Shout out the whole community, honestly. They're so supportive. Everyone's so keen to come to comps, make an effort, get some records, and it's awesome. And they really support me on these journeys to all around the world to these comps. It's so amazing.
Awesome. Well, Daniel, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate you answering some questions for us. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and we'll see you on stream.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks, Daniel.
Thanks.
And we'll be right
Welcome back to what we were just calling sunny Seattle. I don't know about you, Keaton, but I wasn't expecting it to be this nice here in Seattle.
Well, if you only come to Seattle in July, you're going to love this place.
Yeah, there you go. So we are here looking at Megaminx round 1. And, wow, I mean, the weekend is really just going along real quickly here.
We're already almost halfway through.
Yeah, I can't believe we're almost halfway through. But if you are tuned into the live stream right now, there is no reason for you to go anywhere. In fact, you should send the link to all your friends and tell them that we've got a wild set of finals coming up. Like, you can't miss this next set of finals that we have up this evening.
5x5, clock, Pyraminx, and one-handed in that order this evening. We've got 4 World Championship titles on the line already here on Friday.
Yeah.
So much different schedule than some of the past World Championships. We're spreading things out. And actually, the schedule was intentionally created in a way such that if you're making multiple finals, you're never going to have one back-to-back with extremely high probability.
Yeah.
Unless you're a 5x5 clock duel specialist, which I don't think we have any of.
Yeah, that would be a very unique set of skills for sure. So, yeah, and I'm actually just curious to check in now. Like, has anyone made 2 finals back to back? But I don't think so. Oh, actually, you know what?
I think
this
Luke
is
Garrett
who it's
is
going to
essentially
be.
one of
Luke
the only
Garrett.
people.
Yeah.
Well, you can't account for the fact that Luke Garrett essentially has a lock on every single event. Absolute summer ranks.
Yeah, totally.
Incredible God.
You know, the schedule couldn't be created optimally for Luke Garrett, but it can be for like most people around here. Although, interestingly, Jasper Murray is someone who we would have expected to see in Pyraminx finals. We're seeing them in one-handed final, and so you know, that's an interesting one, but also it's something that could have happened for Jasper as well.
Also, Juliette Sebastien coming in second place, 925. Really impressive. She's podiumed twice at the last 2 World Championships, so still hasn't won. 3rd in 2019, 2nd in 2023. So I'm not saying
We're just pointing it out.
Yeah.
Just letting you know in advance possible storylines. That's our job.
Although Nicholas Archer with an 814 average is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah. And again, it's like Jasper Murray, Dwayne Ramos, both qualifying with the same average, 940. And, Jasper eking it out on single. And then in 5th place, Max Park. It's like, obviously, Max Park has a chance here.
Yeah. Nice little split as well. The top 8 for one-handed, you have 3 CFOP guys, 5 Ru guys. Nice little balance between the two methods. Although, of course, Ru has a slight advantage here, I think.
Yeah. All right. There are your 3x3 one-handed semifinals rankings, and once again, you're seeing what we were just talking about. There's a name that you can never count out in one-handed as well, Anto Cam with a 983 average in that 7th seed.
Yeah, go Bears. Anto always doing, the Bear, he goes to Berkeley. Anto always doing one-handed in all two-handed rounds as well, just to get the extra practice in.
Yeah, why not? When you're sub 10 at 3x3 one-handed, why not? Neo Suarez from the Philippines and Luke Garrett will round out our top 8 in that semifinal. And next up, I think we are going to cut here to Nick Niang on Megaminx. And I think I just got here, Keaton, but is this, I think, the first that we're seeing of Nick? Okay.
Yeah, Nicholas Nang used to be a Megaminx one-trick pony in the sense that he literally only did Megaminx.
And
like he would show up to a competition, do Megaminx, and then leave.
Yeah.
He's branched out to a couple other things. Obviously, still a one-trick, not a one-trick, still primarily focused on Megaminx here. Had a total wrap on the North American scene for a long time, but in recent years, Alexei Sinyavin has also been very competitive and has taken some continental records away from him. So, some really impressive stuff coming out of these guys.
I remember last year at North American Championship, Nick is a more low-key guy, maybe a little quieter, holds things close to the chest. But I asked him after he won and became the North American champion for Megaminx, like, does that feel good after Alexei took some of those NARs from you? And he was kind of like, yeah, it feels good.
These guys won't. These guys compete. They are here to perform.
Definitely. Okay, we are cutting over to Masayuki Hirai, from Japan. 17th seed in this event. PR average 32.11.
Former Asian champion as well from 2022 here. Megaminx is an event unlike 3x3, for example, where you have an enormous amount of freedom and then an enormous amount of space that you have to cover. So unlike 3x3, pieces can literally be on the opposite side of the cube, and you're going to need to turn 3 or 4 faces in order to get that thing over to where you want it. So being able to handle that, being able to find pieces quickly is a skill that these guys have to have.
I noticed Masayuki there just forcing himself to recognize that case at the end, even though it took quite a few U moves to finally get there.
Yeah, there are an enormous amount of Megaminx PLLs and OLLs. At the top guys will know full or at least most of PLL and OLL. Some of the ALGs do sound or feel like your standard 3x3 case, but when you have all those extra pieces, there are a lot of extra things that will show up.
We're looking at Luke Garrett. Again, Luke Garrett is one of those people who just in almost every event is putting down some really high-level times, and it's an interesting approach for Luke coming into this weekend. What events does he want to be focused on? Of course, he would like to be doing well in everything, but I think the reality is with 17 events, you are going to need to make some choices. All right, Nick Nang. Okay, so that last one we saw actually was the second one. Thank you, production. Going up for his third here.
Down in chat, thank you for some numbers. 151 PLLs, 178 OLLs. That is the number of a number of Alex that mirrors or matches ZB in the number of cases that you need to learn. So it is quite an investment. The guys at the top level are going to do that. But it is not for the faint of heart.
Definitely not.
Nicholas Nang taking a decent amount of time here to prepare. In our lower right, we do see Hee-won So coming in doing solve 4 here. Hee-won, one of the more competitive people from the United States, in addition to Alexi and Nicholas Nang.
31-12 there from Hee-won, and a good solve. Okay, as we take a look at Nick Niang's third solve, I think we're going to transition here and get Manuel Gutmann in for an interview.
That sounds good. We'll be right back.
Eight seconds. 12 seconds.
All right, welcome back. We are here and we are talking this afternoon to Manuel Gutmann. Thank you for joining us on the stream.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. Okay, how have these first 2 days been for you? How are you feeling about your performance and just the overall experience?
I'm feeling really well, actually. On the first day, I did 5-line, which was one of my main events.
Yeah.
And I did really good. I got third place.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I knew I could get podium, but I didn't think I was like, a candidate. But maybe I had a chance. And I got DNF on the first and the second attempt.
I was going to ask about that.
Oh, yeah. And on the third one, I got a success.
Yeah.
And it was a very good time.
Yeah.
It wasn't my PR, but only 5 cents.
Oh, wow.
Which is so close.
Okay, whoa.
But it's still a podium, so that's what matters the most.
Absolutely. At the World you can set a PR anytime, but you can only
Yeah.
be on the World Championship podium.
Exactly,
Here
yeah.
at World Championships. And speaking of, you are fairly experienced with World Championships, and so this is your third World Championship.
Uh-huh.
You've also competed in 3 Continental Championships. Would love to know, what have you learned about competing in major championships, and how is it different from other competitions?
I think the craziest thing about major championships is getting to meet in real life so many cubers that you only see only in these championships once or twice a year. I think it's really cool. I like to hang out as much as I can with people from other places. And yeah, the competing experience, I think it's, I don't know, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so you won 3 blind at your first ever World Championship.
Yeah.
And you set a continental record in the finals.
No idea how I pulled that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it was your first time. I think there's something to be said about a first-time championship. Either it's like you're freaking out because you've never, ever experienced anything like this before, or on the flip side, it's like you don't really understand like everything that's going on around you. So you're just like, this is just another competition. Here we go. Like,
Yeah.
what was it?
I don't know. You just like do whatever you feel in the moment. You're just there's a point where you just it's you in the table. You have a cube in front of you. You just solve it how you know how to solve it. You're not thinking of the context and
Mhm.
everything.
Yeah.
That's how I try to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then you have also had the experience of being a defending world champion.
Yeah.
And so what is that experience like? Because I think we've been watching on stream, we've been talking about it. There are several competitors here who are defending their world title. What goes into that, and how was that experience for you?
I think in my experience, I didn't feel like I had any chances at all.
Okay.
I was maybe like top 3 or 4 or 5 in Korea for
Yeah.
free blind. And I could have gotten a podium maybe if I did better, but
Yeah.
I didn't perform well in the finals.
Okay. And
But-
did you feel like, so going into it, did you just feel like, the landscape had just changed and developed so much over the last 2 years, and you were like, okay,
Yeah.
no, never mind. Or I guess the last 4 years in that case.
Yeah, there was like a new generation of blinders,
Yeah.
and they were all like better than me. But like all the people that were in my generation in Australia, I feel like most of them quit queuing by Korea because 4 years was a long
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, yeah.
So there was like this new generation of blinders,
Mhm.
and they had developed like all these new cool techniques
Sure.
that I didn't get I didn't really learn
Yeah.
before. So
At the same time, what I'll say is obviously you've had some longevity in your cubing career. At
Somewhat,
this
sorry?
longevity, like you've had like a long-standing cubing
yeah.
career at this point, and also you've just seen a lot of improvement throughout your career as well. So I'd love to ask, like, what would you say was a main factor in how you've been able to improve your results over the years?
just practicing consistently, obviously. Just doing a lot of solves and every day. It's what helps the most.
Is
But
there?
also,
Go ahead.
oh yeah, learning techniques. So in blind, there's new techniques that have been developed in the past years, like LTCT, T2C, full floating, etc. So you have to learn those and practice those all
Yeah.
the time and get used to them.
I was going to ask, is there a specific aspect of your solving that you targeted, or do you like have a memory of like, hey, in this kind of few months or few years, I really targeted this in order to get faster?
Yeah, so I targeted learning LTCT. I never quite fully learned it because there's some cases that I'm not really sure if they're worth it or not. But for the cases that I am sure they are worth, I've been trying to get them as automatically as possible. Just being able to execute them without mistakes. It's really important.
Yeah.
LTCT and then full floating. I don't know if I know optimal floating, but I try to at least do better than I would do if I wasn't floating at all. I think that's a mindset, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously, you're known as a blindfolded specialist. We've been talking about blindfolded solving, but are there any other events that you've been kind of learning or focusing on recently?
Yeah, so
Okay.
actually this year I've been getting into big cubes a
Okay.
little bit. So I've always kind of liked M by N. I always practice 4x4, for example, and a bit of 3x3, but more 4x4 actually. It's one of my favorite events. But this year I started picking up 7x7, 6x6, 5x5. I improved a bit. I went from being around top 10 in my country to top 4 or top 3 in some events. Actually, I just got my 4x4 PR.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I like N by N a lot.
Okay.
I might try to get more into it.
Yeah. And what, like, you just picked it, you liked it, it's been interesting to you
Yeah, I
throughout
don't
the
know. I
years?
just
Yeah.
like the aspects of
Yeah.
N by N, look ahead, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Being efficient.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Back to blind, although
Yeah.
good luck on the big cube endeavors.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning is three blind round 1, and then we'll have 4 blind final on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to you about, like, as an extremely experienced blindfolded solver, I think the mindset is so different because of the format of the event. And so, firstly, just in general, like, as you are thinking about going into 3 blind final round 1 tomorrow, what are you thinking about? How are you preparing for it?
I think first round is mostly like not DNFing, obviously.
Yeah.
And I don't think you have to go for the fastest time. I think you just kind of see how your brain is working, how your hands are working, if you're liking the cue you're using. Just trying to get into the mindset of competing in a world championship. Obviously not the NFing is the most important thing though.
Yeah.
Like the ranking doesn't matter that much, I think, in the first round.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, if you're just joining us, just a quick check-in. We are here at Rubik's WCA World Championship. We are talking to Manuel Gutmann just about his mindset as we have some blindfolded solving coming up. And as we're talking, you are seeing Megaminx round 1 on your screen currently.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be taking a look at Timofey Tarasenko, who is not currently on screen, but will be competing in this group. Current world record holder for Megaminx. Manuel, for people at home who are planning to watch 3 blind and maybe haven't done it before, quick thing, obviously you get 3 solves, your best one counts, and that's the only one that counts for your ranking and your placement here at the World Championship. So it is a really, like we said, a different mindset instead of like focusing on looking to get an average, you are just targeting that best, fastest time. How do you adjust in the middle? Like this morning, you experienced 2 DNFs. You have only 1 chance left to get that time. But like, how do you do you adjust your strategy within the mean depending on what's going on?
I mean, if you see an easy scramble, you have to just go for it.
Okay, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, you just have to go for it. Because you never know if you get a bad scramble, then you don't know if that bad scramble is actually the best scramble of the round.
Right.
So you always gotta go for it.
Yeah.
But especially if it's a good scramble.
Yeah. Okay. Do you safety your first solve in a first round?
In first round, I'm probably gonna safety all of them.
Yeah, all of them. But no, once you get your success on your first one, then second and third you could just go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. People who are watching at home, what should they be looking out for in the blindfolded rounds that are still to come at this competition?
I think this competition is interesting because the top blind solvers like Charlie and Tommy, I feel like we're kind of in the same level as we were in Korea. Like none of us have improved the match, honestly, in the past 2 years.
8 seconds.
So I think that the competition is going to be about the same as it was in Korea. I think it's going to be even a bit closer this time. I feel like Tommy could win it or Charlie could win it, but also there's other people who could win it.
Do you have a dark horse outside of the top 2 that you're like, oh, this person, I think they've been working hard?
I think Gianfranco has a chance this
really?
year.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's an interesting one, and that's another long-standing blindfolded solver.
Yeah, it's a blindfolded legend.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves to have his title.
Okay, well, I love that. We'll be watching out for that one for sure. I don't know if that's some like inside info that he's been really grinding at it, or if it's just like a favorite pick.
It's more like a vibe.
Okay.
Feeling.
There we go. Okay, well, we haven't had blindfolded solving on stream yet. But we will, starting tomorrow with 3x3 blindfolded round 1. It's always some of my favorite solving. It's so exciting to watch. We will be looking out for you and all the rest of the people that you just talked to us about. And last one is just any shout outs you want to give to people watching at home or friends and family, anything like that.
Oh yeah, I'll do it in Spanish if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bueno, un saludo para mis viejos que me están viendo, creo. Para mi tía, mi tío, mi prima. Un saludo para Romy, que la vi en el chat. Para los pies de Rip. Para Damo, que es su cumpleaños. Feliz cumple, Damo. Y I think that's it.
Awesome. Okay, well, Manuel, thank you so much for joining us on the stream. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you in just a second.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Megaminx action. This is a particularly stacked group. I've been running around trying to get times, but then it's my block to commentate, which is the best seat in the house. Joined by Zach Rydell, of course.
You failed to introduce yourself.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? Let's watch the solvers. Juan Pablo Huanqui, former world record holder, amazing Megaminx solver. He looks like he is gonna struggle with this one, 38-0. As we switch over to Alexander Vucic, who got third place at the last World Championship in Korea.
Thank you.
He's also the Oceanic record holder.
I did talk to him a little bit today during 4x4, and he seemed fairly ready for the Megaminx rounds at this competition. Even to go as bold as to say that he is the most prepared he's been.
Yo, it's good to hear, because if his performance from the last Worlds is anything, he's gunning for the world title. Even though right now it is dominated by Timofey and Leandro Martin. 28-28. He's always going to shake his head, no matter what. That 28, I think, is actually counting because he has 26 and 29 already. Beth Lee of Singapore. I love her channel. She's one of the best Megaminx solvers in the world. Does a great job representing our sport, representing her country. She got third place at Warm Up Seattle also.
Really?
Yeah, against a pretty stacked field. I think I was interviewing her, and she was like, yeah, I'm just glad to be here. Glad I was able to get onto that podium. And yeah, as you've been seeing, oodles of good solvers. There's no lack.
I was going to say, I believe they just call up the next groups? We should be seeing...
Oh, really? They already did?
Or... Maybe not. So I'm like,
this might be the next group that you're thinking of.
I'm kind of running on fumes this morning. It was really hectic, so I'm still trying to...
Oh my gosh. Well, Zach, I have bad news for you. It is only going to get crazier here in Seattle as we will move towards our finals block. 5x5 clock. Pyraminx OH, 4 world champions to be crowned this evening.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Manu, if you have to say for yourself, out of the 4 finals that we have tonight, which one are you looking most forward to?
Honestly, it was going to be OH, but after watching Timon absolutely pace and get real close to world record average in both 5x5 round 1 and 5x5 round 2, that one is going to be a shootout. Who's going to win, Timon or Max?
See Timofey Tarasenko here on the red stage in the middle of his solve right now.
Yeah, Timofey is known for... He's definitely very different from the rest of the Megaminx solvers, and he is a little bit less on the efficiency side, but as you can see right now, he turns extremely quickly.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Megaminx turn that fast.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive what he can do. 26-52.
29.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
52. It's all right. He looks quite upset with that.
Yeah, I mean, 29 is off his pace for sure. He does have the world record average, 25-36 after all. Juan Pablo now. He seated 9th at this competition, 33.09. 15 total world records to his name. This is his 4th world championship. Former world champion as well.
Quite the the eventful round one. Again, this is only round one today for Megaminx.
Yes.
Round two and finals, I believe, we should be seeing tomorrow. Is how we have the schedule.
That sounds right to me
laid out?
because I don't think it's on Sunday.
Got it. But yet it'll be an amazing watch. Again, we have a ton of high-level competitors here. It is the World Championship after all.
Yes. And I'm certainly very biased because this is an amazing puzzle. It's so much fun to watch the high-level solvers attempt this puzzle. It's really fun to see all the pieces come together. And what's really crazy is a lot of people think that Megaminx is like a completely different puzzle, kind of like in the vein of like 5x5, 6x6. But really, it's kind of like 3x3. You're really doing like maybe 2.5 3x3s stacked on top of each other, which is certainly makes it a lot easier for people to get into. But of course, 12 colors. Some of the colors kind of blend together a little bit, the tan and white especially.
Yeah, I do have to admit I am maybe a little inexperienced. Maybe not little. I'm extremely unexperienced when it comes to Megaminx. But I do find it extremely impressive to watch, seeing the puzzle come together kind of seemingly out of nowhere. You close your eyes and you open them, and then you're on to the last layer already.
Indeed. So because it's so similar to a 3x3, actually what you were really looking for is not necessarily fancy algs. There are plenty of those, of course, 151 PLL algorithms to know, and all the top competitors are going to know full PLL, or at least very large portions of it. But really, efficiency and look ahead are extremely important. Right now, there's a little bit of a balance between the two. As I mentioned before, Timofey is very, very good at look ahead. That's why he's able to turn so fast, but doesn't really focus. He doesn't need to be as efficient, simply because he can turn really quickly and continue to just flow very fluidly.
Speaking of Timofey, see him getting ready to start his inspection for unsure which attempt he is on.
I want to say he's on 4, perhaps. So we have this quad view up, which is really nice because we got loads of cameras around the entire venue, and we're trying to capture everything. A lot of good solvers out here. That projected rankings, that is actually data that has already fully been entered. Where there's no semi-live data entry, as it were, for the other semi-final rounds. So you're going to see those as they slowly get entered.
Got it.
In case you're wondering why, Timofey's done a couple solves. Why isn't he on this list just yet? Ooh, yeah, looks like he kind of got tripped up there on the last layer. 35.6. That's a pretty bad time for him. He's going to count a 29 now. But he has nothing to worry about. Realistically, he's guaranteed to make the next round, make finals, and that's where it really, really matters, trying to avenge his very narrow loss at Euros 2024.
Yeah, I was going to say, right now, a lot of these competitors, maybe they're definitely not treating this as a nothing round. Exactly. This is a round that still means a lot. I mean, it's going to be one of the largest mega ranks to ever happen.
Oh, certainly.
So competitors are still fighting for a little bit of bragging rights here. But we're mostly going to see competitors really try and pick up the pace coming into semis tomorrow, and then really during the final round tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. Just cannot wait. This is amazing action that we're seeing. I'm so biased. It's actually coming out so much. I love Megaminx. This is a great puzzle. If you don't have one, go out and get one. It's fantastic.
I was going to say there are great Megaminxes out there that even the pros use for just a couple bucks.
Yeah.
I will say, when I do get in the mood to solve Megaminx, it is fun. I am just not that good at it. So
yeah, that's always it's kind of the learning curve, right? Like you start off, you're not very good at the puzzle, and it's like, okay, I don't really want to do this because it takes time, it's boring, it's whatever, my hands hurt. Then as you get better, you progress, and you're like, okay, well, this is a little bit fun now. Now you can do it in a reasonable amount of time.
I think it's called a skill issue is what I'm dealing with. I have a skill issue.
Oh, man.
Seeing Bethany here on the red stage, getting ready to wrap up her solve.
Yep. I think this is probably one of the last solves in her average.
Big pause and a couple U's there for PLL, but a 29.94 fist pump.
She looks pretty happy with it. I didn't realize that she was a staff as well. She has the green shirt. Here's Nam now. Of course, one of the greatest solvers of all time. Fan favorite. Absolute icon. Every single positive superlative you could throw his way. Alex Vujic.
8 seconds.
I was gonna say, yeah, and I did share, as I mentioned earlier, I did share a 4x4 group with Alexander, an extremely friendly person.
Yeah.
Within just like the few solves that we were near each other, he was quite helpful. At least like giving like advice and stuff for 4x4 and things like that. So maybe I've already found my favorite, my person that I'm rooting for.
There you go. He's not a bad one to root for, certainly.
Crazy fast turning.
Yeah, looking a little bit shaky, and this is not going to quite hold up. I mean, you're going to get the very classic head shake at the end. Not even that, actually. It's a bit worse than that, unfortunately. 33-37.
Yeah, really not pleased with that. But again, competitors, as long as they get into semis, there's really no reason to get too upset over this.
Yeah. It's all good. I think he was on decently good pace. It'd be great if we could see the times that they were at. Oh, the production team is fantastic. There we go. 28.62 is Alexander's average just now. Timofey going for his last one. You see that it is possible for him to get worse, but he would need to get the worst possible average, which I find is going to be very unlikely, and he proves me correct right there.
24.58 there for Timofey Tarasenko. That will be the best possible average of 28.30 seconds. Even though he got best possible average there, saw that head shake at the end. As soon as he heard the crowd applause, he knew, I can do better than that. I'm going to show you better than that tomorrow during Megaminx semis.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he already has one world record. He's probably gunning for another one.
I was going to say, I mean, one of the hot names to watch, again, taking the Megaminx world record after a string of dominance we saw from Leandro Martin Lopez.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to see what the future is for Timofey, as well as not just like for Megaminx, but really Timofey as a cuber getting way more advanced across all events.
Oh, he's going to develop a lot. I mean, he's only been to, I think after warm-up Seattle, I think he's only been to 16 competitions. Can you believe that?
That is
16 competitions.
Remarkably few for
16 competitions after my first. I don't think I had sub 23/3.
I know I did, so I got you beat on that.
Okay,
but I definitely nowhere near. I didn't have a world record. I know that much. So incredible showing there from Timofey. We are in transition right now, I believe.
Yes.
They called up 3x3. They called up Group 3 to the side stages. So we should be seeing some of our competitors on the main stage popping up soon. Do you maybe want to tell us some of the competitors that we're going to be looking out for in this next group?
I actually will, but before that, I think we got a very important person on deck. It's not Zach Rydell, unfortunately. He's a very important person to us. But we're actually going to quickly transition over to an interview with the one and only Stu Cube.
Stu Cube.
Welcome back, everyone. More Megaminx action as we see Leandro Martin Lopez. But sitting next to me, the one and
Yes.
only legendary Stu Cube, Owen Stotts. Welcome, Stu, to the stream.
What's up, Manu? It's the first time I think that we've actually met.
Yeah,
in person,
actually
so-
kind of crazy. We've exchanged chats and stuff in Discord and whatnot. Stu, want to introduce yourself?
Of course, I'm Stu Cube. I started cubing YouTube around 2 years ago now. So I've been doing it for a decent amount of time. Not too much compared to some of the other guys that I've met over this weekend. I love talking to them. But I make, people have said documentary-style videos, I guess you could say. Basically just about kind of the cubing ecosystem as a whole in a competitive sense. So, I'm talking about Yihang a lot. I'm talking about Xuan Yi, Timon, all of the legends, right? Even some Dylan Miller in there. We're talking about everybody. And I think that it's a different type of content that I've at least tried to do over the course of the last 2 years, and it's developed. And I think I'm pretty proud with how it's gone so far and what I've been able to convey through those videos. So
Well, you just sniped one of my questions, which was basically it's a different type of content, right?
Right.
It's the type of the thing that you see from like a summoning salt or or like your typical like video documentary style. How did you kind of end up there? Because you definitely did not start with that.
No, I didn't at all. I started with kind of what you would more see from like a Cubehead or a JPrim sense, where I was, at least for my first couple of videos, just making cubing content in terms of how I've seen it before, right? And how so many other people have done it before, and it's kind of been mastered to that point. And then I realized that I kind of just wanted to do something different. If I was going to keep this going and wanted to actually keep doing it for a long enough period of time, I wanted to make it fun for myself, and I wanted to try to, conquer something different or attack something that isn't necessarily been done before, right? So, I wanted to kind of make documentary videos in the sense that I kind of steal video formats or video styles from other YouTubers outside of cubing, which I think is kind of the key. If anybody wanted to do anything with cubing YouTube, there's still so much more that hasn't been done, that I haven't done, that anybody else hasn't done, and you can just take from other niches. And I think that's what's so great about cubing YouTube is nothing has really been maximized really yet to the point where we can see. Like some other style of content I'm sure is still out there that somebody in chat or whatever right now can just go ahead and do that, and you can keep doing it, and eventually you'll get to a level that you're happy with. So
Yeah, pretty inspiring stuff. I want to pull on one of those threads. What are some creators that you've been inspired by yourself?
Right. As you said, Summoning Salt is one that I like the way he story tells. I like the way that he puts different details to get together, and more importantly, makes it actually interesting for an audience that might not be interested in it to begin with. But besides that, I also like Lemino a lot. Good solve from Aiden right there. I like Lemino. And he is kind of like a more documentary style YouTuber. He makes longer docs than I ever would, right? And I like his graphics, his visuals, his editing is very, very good. Him, and then a lot of people have seen that I've taken a lot of inspiration from Jimmy High Roller, which is a basketball YouTuber. I'm really into the NBA, so I like his channel a lot. I think that he's done some great things in that niche. So it's just about pulling from different niches, and that's all it's always been, is just kind of yoinking and twisting different things and, making it your own, because everything pretty much has already been done on YouTube, but not in cubing. So
Yeah,
yeah.
indeed. Sorry about the Pacers, by the way. Maybe a little too soon.
I can't bear to think of it any longer.
You mentioned like these like different niches and stuff as we watch Lucas. I think he's on some pretty good pace here. What is like a niche of cubing YouTube that you think has yet to be fully explored, or maybe is like just starting to get there?
Yeah, so the documentary style that I did it's probably been done before by different people, but in like a singular video sense. I think JPrim did a little bit of that earlier. But besides that, I'm trying to think. I think everything in terms of, there's really only a couple lanes that have been done to pretty much its fullest over the last couple of years. Those are like unboxing reviews type of things. And then also kind of just, vlogs or whatever that would be, right? And then just like doing things in your house where you're just filming different stuff, which is kind of what I started out with, and a lot of people have done way better than me. But I don't know. I guess that's kind of the beauty of it, is that it is very creative in the sense that you can combine a bunch of the different niches together, and there's not like a certain niche that really exists, which is like you have to do this one lane. Like you can combine a lot of different things together. And yeah, because like I take from different basketball YouTubers and stuff, and I don't make anything about basketball, right? It's about cubing, so it's different. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll say that's for you to figure out, I guess.
Very
like
mysterious.
Right now, I don't know, man. I think that
it's exercise for the reader, perhaps.
Right. That's part of it. That's part of it is creating your own style, and that's what makes it special. So yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I guess, like, why speed cubing in the first place? Like, how did you get into cubing, and what inspired you to just even, like, start making anything about cubing?
Yeah, so I started cubing in, like, 2017. I think I got a cube for Christmas. You know, it's everybody's story, right? Grandma gives you a cube for Christmas, and then you just start solving it, and you try to get faster and stuff like that. So, yeah, I've been doing this for a while. He's the GOAT, by the way. That was
that's a very good
fantastic.
time from Leandro.
Yeah. He's just the GOAT. But, no, yeah, so I got a cube in 2017, and then I just... kept cubing, got down to like maybe a 13-second level, and then I stopped a little bit, which might have held me back from being, a Luke Garrett level of GOAT, which I would have never been because Luke is just different. And then
Never say never.
it's still never gonna happen. I'm not young enough, man. But then I've been always kind of interested in YouTube, and I've always been kind of making different YouTube videos here and there that weren't cubing. And then in 2023, I finally decided, okay, I'm actually going to, try to like be consistent with this a little bit. And even when there aren't numbers and there aren't views and stuff like that, just try to keep going and see how long I can actually do it. That was always the goal, is how long can you keep going? Because at the end of the day, that's really what matters. And yeah, that's what I did. And it's always been kind of the love of both of those things, of creating videos and then also of the cube itself, and then they both kind of coincided in 2023, and that's when I decided to just start making a cubing channel, and I didn't know what I was going to do, right? And then the style eventually evolved, because you don't really know what your videos are going to look like until you start making them, and that's the biggest point, I think, is that you never know what it's going to look like until you start, so you might as well just start doing it now, because it's going to be horrendous no matter what, no matter how you start.
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot of YouTubers say that, like, you should just start putting things out, figure out what clicks, what doesn't click with your audience, and then from there kind of like follow the audience to some extent, but also just like find your own niche. Is that good advice, you think?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can't always just do like what you're most passionate about in that moment, because I would get way more niche with this stuff in terms of like 3x3 and talking about stuff like that if that's just, 'cause that's probably what I'm most passionate about, but I still have to make it understandable to everybody, and I think there's also a passion there too. So yeah, you can't 100% follow your passion, I guess, but you have to at least be a little bit passionate about it in order to keep going. So that's definitely a big part of it. Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Aiden Grager's on the screen right now. You made a video about him when he got his 3-second single. How do you pick the stories that you cover? Like, what makes for what is a good plot for a Stu Cube video?
Right, that's a good question. I think it comes down to, basically, in terms of his situation, his was, I guess it doesn't really matter in terms of like how fast the solves are to a certain extent. I think the main draw to that type of video for me to make that was basically the odds of it happening, which getting 2 last layer skips in the same competition, the odds of that are very, very low. And I knew I was able to, I was going to be able to convey that to a larger audience that doesn't care about cubing at all. And I think that's kind of what I've evolved into over the course of the last 2 years, is just targeting it more at that. And then also, of course, cubers will understand it because naturally, but not dumbing it down to a level where, it would be like, oh, why am I watching this?
Yeah,
This
like
is
kind of
boring.
pandering or whatever.
Right, exactly, not pandering. But Aiden's situation, and then Dylan had a situation that was similar where he got something and it was such a low chance of it happening, where those are things that people outside of cubing will see and they'll be like, wow, that's interesting, and that might get them into not even just buying a cube, but maybe just watching it, and that's part of the goal here. So I think that's really what makes a good video is, at least for me, it changes for everybody, but for me, what I found is just something that is translatable to, outside people that are just scrolling through YouTube and want to find something that's interesting to watch. So
yeah, makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, we see Lucas Kuchai here of Canada kind of make a bit of an error, misrecognizing the PLL perhaps. It won't really matter. Lucas is basically guaranteed to make the finals anyway, as long as this time doesn't count. One of the things I also wanted to ask was, when I've watched some of your recent videos, you can see in the comments, there's a lot of non-cubers commenting. They're saying, yo, I've never heard of the Rubik's Cube before. I didn't know that there was competitive speed cubing, but this is amazing.
Yeah.
What do you think is the key in your videos that kind of allows, or that gets those types of people in? What do you think you do differently than others, essentially?
I don't know. I don't want to say like I do a bunch of things better than people, but I think that it's different in terms of like how it's packaged and how we can, as a community, in terms of making videos and making media, we can push this even further. So like that's one of the biggest things that I look at, is what you just mentioned, is how many people in the comments. Of course, there's going to be people, that already enjoy cubing and they'd see something like that and they'd watch it and it's fun. But also, the people that will watch something maybe like what the last PSL video that I made about, Dylan and his near win over Timon. And that was just such an interesting moment, and it was such a fun thing to see, especially in that format where it was like, okay, well, this is something that maybe, non-cubers would enjoy. And then seeing that it's something like a confirmation, I guess, of what I was aiming for with the video, to not only make it interesting for these people that are watching this stream right now, but also to make it interesting to people that aren't. And yeah, that's a huge confirmation, and that's a stark contrast from when I started. What I saw in the comments was, mainly people that just loved cubing and wanted to watch that. So I think that that's a huge thing, and that's something that where you pick the video ideas and the different things like that, because I remember I was making the Luke Garrett video that I made earlier about basically what I did was I talked about just how good he is at literally everything.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, okay, let's make a video about just breaking down his one-handed solves. But I'm like, well, that's pretty much what I've been doing for the last 2 years. And at some point you have to try something different, and you have to just kind of take a jump, I guess, and just take a chance to try something that maybe, people outside of cubing would enjoy more. And I think that was very understandable for them, and they enjoyed that.
Yeah. Well, there's two types of videos I kind of want to go into a little bit more detail about, because I think the audience is also interested in them. Yeah. One of them is this video that you made on Telsforo. That one is over 1 million views. So that one is kind of more like cubing history, right? This is something that was part of cubing history and part of speed cubing, but it happened a long time ago. How did you get into, or like, where was the idea behind kind of taking a blast of the past?
Yeah. So that's basically, it's the same thing. It's a situation that happens. It's just in the past. But I don't think that's where it gets into like time-sensitive stuff, where like I've kind of learned over time that I don't think it really matters anymore, really, if you make YouTube videos out there. I don't think that it matters, really. It's not very time-sensitive, at least in cubing, especially with what I'm trying to do. It's just about making the video as good as possible. So then, even if it's something that happens in 2013, right? I saw somebody as I was leaving yesterday, leaving the venue, who had a 2014 ID and was from Mexico. And he had a 2014 ID, but he actually competed first in 2013. But all of his results were removed because of the Telsforo situation. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. But again, it's things like that and that situation that was so interesting that it's like, okay, well, even though it's not something that just happened, it's still something that people have done on YouTube forever, right? Making whatever style of content you would call mine, like the documentary, whatever, that have done forever, is just making videos that not necessarily just relevant information that has just happened, but you can also just make anything you want interesting if you think it's a good story. So, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I found it very interesting, because most of the time you cover current events, but that one was a different past, but obviously received extremely well. As we watch Leandro Martin do his final solve, his average, another one I wanted to ask about was, you've kind of made like these a little bit like more like meta videos recently. One about CFOP versus ZB. Another one about like Yihung's solving style overall, how one is like more optimized for singles and one's more optimized for averages. That one's like very, very meta. Where you're talking about, sure, like sometimes it's sparked by a particular average or a particular result that comes out, but is also giving a commentary on kind of like this method analysis as a whole.
Right.
So where does that kind of come from?
Yeah, that's also just something that's always been part of the community, but I think the cool thing is that it's always been very niche. You've seen, Jade McNeil. You've seen a ton of other people that are a lot better at cubing than I am talk about these things. And it's really, really good for that cubing audience that loves to see that. And I was definitely somebody who used to watch a bunch of that stuff from Jaden and people like that. But I think the other part that we kind of needed, at least on YouTube, was for that to be perceived by people who don't know what's going on, and by people who not even necessarily don't know what's going on. But for something at that level of ZB versus CFOP, it's not very easily understandable for anybody, really, unless you get to the very tippity top levels of cubing. So even just making it understandable for those people kind of like became a goal, I guess, with a video like that, is just, making it so that anybody can enjoy the content and understand, even what's going on here. I'm sure if somebody more qualified than me could, break some of this stuff down.
Yeah, that's
like
a good solve for Aiden also.
Right. Like what Aiden's doing right now. Like, I have no idea what's going on, right? But I'm sure if somebody were to explain it to me in a, good enough way, I would love it. And I would be like, wow, this dude's amazing, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the goals for sure, yeah.
Yeah. What kind of tech goes into a StuCube video? Like, what is like the process of making one from, let's say you found a story, where does it go from there?
Yeah, it just depends, really. A lot of it is the idea itself and kind of making sure that that's something that I'll actually want to work on moving forward, right? Because if I get into an idea and I'm like, I'm either covering way too much stuff or there's not enough substance in it, it's like, okay, why am I making this? So that's always been a big thing, is just the idea itself. But then, of course, I kind of, I script the video and I think of things that I want to, be main points in it and what's actually interesting to people who aren't as niche into it. And then it's the editing, and I've done editing basically all my life. And that's been like one of the biggest parts of what I've enjoyed to do with my free time, other than cubing, is video editing, because I just love doing it. I think that it's kind of like a medium of art per se, to be able to convey what you're talking about or what you want somebody to feel through editing. And I think that that's a really cool thing that I get to do and that I want to keep improving on. So yeah, I just love editing so much, and it makes like just sitting down and doing it for like 10 hours straight a lot easier. So yeah, I think that a lot of editing does go into the videos, but it's not necessarily things that I don't like to do. I really like to do most of the process. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. But a lot of it is the idea, because if you don't like the idea, then it's very hard to keep making the video, especially as good as you might want it to be. So yeah.
How often do you scrap stuff? How much stuff is just thrown into the bin?
Right. Yeah. A lot of this, for like, if I were to make a video about a big major competition such as this one.
Yeah.
A lot of times, or at least in the past, I've tried to cover too much, I guess. And that's gotten on the side of like, okay, well, not only is this video going to be too long, but it's also not as entertaining as it could be throughout the whole thing, right? I don't really have enough to talk about, or at least that I'm qualified to explain deeply enough. So yeah, a lot of if I were to scrap something, it would be that I'm just trying to do too much at once. So yeah, that's mainly where it would be. And I think I don't necessarily like, only a couple of times have I ever like made a full video and then like scrapped it. But yeah, I think that's just because before, when thinking of the idea, there's a lot that I have to think about there in terms of what would actually make a good idea and what angle I should come at something from, to try to, get as many people to see cubing for what it is as possible.
Yeah, totally. So there are certainly many speed cubers out there who are either growing a channel or kind of want to start a channel. What kind of general YouTube advice do you have for those people?
Yeah, the first thing is, I mean, you kind of just have to start doing it. You can't really overthink the beginning of it, because there really is no beginning. Because if you were to like delay when you're going to start making YouTube videos, it's all just one timeline, right? There's no like, oh, if I start today and I'm really good today, then, it would have been better than if I started earlier or something like that. Like, just start making the videos, and, eventually you'll get really, really good at it. And I think that if you have the right motives in terms of you're making it because you're passionate about it and you really love to do it. I think that's super important because there have been a lot of times where I'm making a video and I'm just not passionate about it, and it's pretty much impossible to move forward with an actual good mindset of it. So yeah, it's really important that you love doing it, I think. So no matter if you don't have to make cubing content, you can make something else, and it's perfectly fine. But yeah, I'm just speaking from this point of view. I think that you really have to love doing it, and then from there's really nothing technical that I could tell you because pretty much everybody has had the same journey in that. In terms of, you just have to start and then just keep going. And I think the other thing that's most important is keep improving. Because a lot of people, it's like, oh, well, you can start, and if you just never stop, then you'll get there at some point. But not necessarily if you don't keep trying to make it better every single time. And even if every video is not your best video necessarily, I think that it's important that you try to add one thing here or there, or tweak something, or just walk away with something after every video that you feel like, okay, I can improve on that, or okay, you look at something else and you're like, yeah, this wasn't as good as it should have been or it could have been. And if you keep going and you keep improving, then you are basically unstoppable in terms of you're going to get somewhere at some point, right? And you're going to be at a point where you're happy with your content when you look at it. So I think that those two things are very, very important.
I hope you all were taking notes because there's a pop quiz at the end of this, at the end of Megaminx Group 4 as one of my favorite cubers of all time. You got to put this guy on your radar, Kim Win Choi. He's big time.
Korea's finest, baby.
Stu, let's as we are looking to kind of wrap up this interview, and we're going to head towards our finals. What are you looking forward to most this World Championship?
I'm sure literally everybody has said this, but we all know that 3x3 finals is going to be the greatest 3x3 final of all time, most likely. We just have so many names that are so good this year, and all of the storylines have really reached this pinnacle that we have, that I'm sure you've heard a ton of people talk about, where you have Yiheng in this 2011 Felix situation, you have Xuanyi coming up, you have Timon, who's still in search of a world championship title.
Yep.
And then the whole rest of the field is just so tight that it's going to be phenomenal. Of course, we have 5x5 finals tonight. That's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to Max, Timon, Nam, seeing all of those guys solve. And I think that, I think as everybody said, 3x3 is just going to be so fantastic. That's really what I talk about in my content anyways. So
Indeed, yeah.
It's going to be great.
Sunday afternoon is going to be crazy in here. We sold out all the spectator tickets.
What is it, 8,000, I think, people in total?
My God. Is that the number? That's a ridiculous number.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's just going to be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Any sneak peeks? Anything the audience can expect on this YouTube channel? Why should they subscribe?
Why should they subscribe? You should subscribe to see future videos. Like maybe I'll make a Worlds video. Maybe I'll make a video about this. I don't know. That might be that's the general direction that we're moving at this point, because something's going to happen in that 3x3 final. Something's going to happen in days to come. Saturday we're going to have a round. Sunday we have 3 rounds, and I think there's going to be a world record. So we're certainly going to have something coming up here, and it's going to be really, really fun. So yeah,
he's calling a shot. One of the greatest speed cubing YouTubers, just general YouTubers at the moment. This has been Stu Cube, everyone. Thanks for coming on, Stu.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Manu.
Sweet. We're going to cut real fast, switch some commentary up. We'll come back to Megaminx right after this.
Second.
Welcome back, everyone. More Megaminx action continues. Manu Singhal, Zach Rydell on the mic as we watch Alexei Sinyavin, one of the best Megaminx solvers in the world. World record 6 with a PR average of 27.92. And he had a pretty unfortunate showing at NAC last year. He was seeded #1, but accidentally turned the puzzle on solve #1, was not able to recover. He's looking for redemption as he gets a 31.96.
I was going to say, Alexei Sinyavin, one of North America's best competitors in the Megaminx division. Really only contested by Nicholas Nang.
Yeah, Nicholas Nang, yeah. The two have gone kind of back and forth for many, many years at this point.
I was going to say, it's been a very long time since we've seen someone who isn't one of them hold one of the Megaminx records in North America.
Yeah. On the screen right now, as I was mentioning to Stu, one of my favorite speedcubers of all time, this Kyungbin Choi, also known as Mini. He's also a delegate, actually. Recently started college in Korea. WR10, one of the few people in the world to have a sub-30 Megaminx average. And he's the Asian champion. Looking to show his medal here. Grab a world title. Podium, perhaps. It'll be an uphill battle, certainly for the title, but for podium, he's going to feel like he can make a good run, 29.02.
I was going to say, a little bit of a big pause there in between PLL and its execution, but Mini still being able to pull out a sub-30, even with that large pause.
Yep, we're actually seeing a couple of competitors struggle just a touch. Nicholas Nying, an amazing competitor, known for his ridiculous efficiency. Was not super able to get it going from what I remember. A couple of solves over 30, unfortunately. Mini able to hopefully kind of settle in, calm his nerves a little bit. An amazing all-rounder as well. Yun Zik in the at the stage on the blue stage right now. Also a very good Megaminx solver from Poland. WR18. You can see it right there. Second in his nation, 31.56 average. Unfortunately, this one is going to be quite behind the pace.
I was going to say, Jan looked to be on great pace there, and then got to PLL, it looked, and just stopped. Wasn't able to recognize that PLL, and then once Jan was able to eventually, it was a little too late.
Yeah, PLL can be very tricky. 151 algorithms, as I mentioned before. Not quite as simple as 3x3. And being able to recognize everything is a little complicated. Even corners alone can be a little bit annoying, especially those 5 corner cases.
Up here solving now, no longer former world champion, now current world champion, Indeed. Stanley Chappell. Stanley won 5x5 blindfolded yesterday morning, making him the new 5x5 blindfolded world champion.
Yeah, 45-second solve for him. Congrats to him. The first of 17 world champions to be crowned. 4 more today.
It's only going to be about 30, 40, 50 minutes till we see our next one.
Yeah, part of Zach and my job here is to kind of tell you, you've been listening to the stream all day. Good on you. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you're on the second monitor, you're watching at work or whatever, if you can, try to put that stuff to the side. You got about maybe 20 minutes to finish that stuff up because the finals block, you're not going to want to miss it. 4 finals back to back to back. I think I've mentioned it before. 5x5, Clock, Pyraminx, OH, all of them absolute heaters. You're not going to want to miss any.
I was going to say, there is absolutely no way that Pyraminx finals, Clock finals, 5x5 finals, and OH finals are nowhere, or like even if they are half as hype and energetic as their semifinal counterparts were, you're going to get every single bit of your time's worth.
It's 4th of July, and the Cubers, we're trying to put on a show.
I was going to say, we're going to be bound to see some fireworks go off here inside the venue.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Some amazing Megaminx solving is going to lead up to that, though. Kyungmin now on to his last layer. Looks like he's also going to end up with a time. He actually looked to solve the last layer a little faster than I expected. Apologies, Mini.
28.89 for Mini. Again, that 37 at the start of the average is maybe a lot slower than what Mini would like to start with, but again, 2 good solves after that. Still have room to make up for it.
Yeah. I like to call those types of solves the trap card. You don't want to spring out the trap card, unfortunately. Right now, he's good. That solve is not going to count. But if he gets a time worse than that, then all of a sudden, the trap is sprung, and he's going to get caught in it. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Is almost certainly going to qualify for finals anyway. But of course, if you can with a good average, that gives you good momentum. You're feeling good, heading into the good night of sleep, and then go into the later rounds tomorrow and this weekend.
We see Justin Barker here solving on the blue stage. Justin is one of our lovely volunteers here at the Rubik's WCA World Championship. We could not run this competition without these guys, and
not.
I feel like maybe not enough love is getting sent to these guys.
That's a good point. I think this is the first call out that I'm doing. Do you have a number of how many volunteers there are?
I think we are pushing like 400. I think.
Yeah, completely unpaid. So yeah, a lot of hard work is being put. You also don't see very occasionally you'll see some people in darker shirts. Those are the organizers of the competition, CubingUSA. They've put in a tremendous amount of hours over the last several years to put this competition on, including a lot of scheduling, planning this venue, doing a ton of logistics as Alexi gets 26.73. So a huge shout out to everyone as we get close to halfway through the World Championship. We've been waiting very, very long to have the World Championships return to the States, and it's crazy to think, after all this anticipation, we're already halfway through.
I know. It really feels like time is really flying by here. I'm really looking forward to watching these finals. It doesn't really feel like it's just 30 minutes away.
Yeah. Yeah. As we watch Dylan Miller get a 32-second solve. Jan Zik back on the stream for solve number 5. He's looking to probably get that BPA. 34.96 if he can beat a time of 32.76. Not quite, but he's going to get decently close.
I was going to say still probably in the low 35 range there.
Yep.
For an average 35.16 for Jan.
That's some quick math there, Zach. Well done. Well done. Shout out Zach Rydell, everybody.
I'm not the one that should be getting shout-outs. Mini, on the other hand, amazing competitor. Really one of the friendliest top-level competitors I've
he's
ever
awesome.
talked to. Everyone here is friendly, but Mini especially. Truly someone that I am happy to see always get good results.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. It's always interesting to see when competitors kind of switch on and off from their serious mode. When Mini, he looks like a really, really serious competitor, and he competes hard. Don't get me wrong. But when he's off and he's just having fun, he's a really, really fun guy to talk to. Really, really silly. You wouldn't be able to tell it, but just looking at his expression right now, he's absolutely locked in on all 12 sides.
I mean, I can only imagine someone whose nickname that they have given themselves is after a cartoon character. You gotta know how to smile a little bit.
I could see a cartoon about Mini Kyungmin Choi. I could see it. Ethan Davis, picture-in-picture at the bottom there. Also a great Megaminx solver, one of the top solvers that we're looking at. Also is probably thinking to make a run. Mini with the 28, so that means, is he going to have, well, he definitely has sub 30 BPA.
Mini looks ecstatic here. A 28.88 best possible average for Mini. A worst possible of 31.80.
Yeah. And in the small picture-in-picture, 33.31 for Ethan. Pretty good solve for him, all things considered. I say that, but, obviously, the competitors want better. Love to see that Mini pop off.
I was going to say, yeah, after we were just getting done talking about how silly Mini can be at times. Mini also knows when to maybe get a little serious. And
looks like he actually grabbed his cube, so he finished his average. So even though it seems like the solves are kind of in a different order, that best possible, worst possible is still accurate. So he ended up getting something in between 28 and 31, and he got something good. So to me, it probably feels like maybe he got another sub-30. He only has the one, so could have been PR as well.
Noah Suarez here on the red stage. Noah, one of the greatest all-rounders that we have currently
SOR3, I want to say? I don't know if this is a stat that we can quickly pull
I'm
up.
unsure. I remember Noah. I'm going to double-check my stats before I just make them up. Noah was one of our leading competitors in Fewest Move Challenge at the start of the day, or at the start of the day yesterday, and I'm going to make sure I can see where Noah's landing right now.
Yeah, that is a good call. We probably should update the good folks at home on Fewest Moves. Fewest Moves is going to take place over 3 days, one attempt each day, a little bit of a different format. Just pulling it up here. If you look on WCA Live right now, the competitors will be ranked by their top single. Looks like FMC not fully graded yet, as there are only results from the first attempt fully in.
But currently, Noah is the only person with a 21 single, and only one person has one faster than Noah. So one of the competitors to look out for as the next attempts start to come in. Alexei Sinyavin wrapping up his fifth and final solve.
Not sure how much you all can hear it on the mics, but the crowd noise is picking up, Zach. We can hear it through our headsets.
It's starting to distract me. I got one earbud in my right ear. I got two big headphones on both my ears right now, and I can still hear the crowd getting loud.
Yeah, there's a buzz. There's a buzz around the venue. Who will be the 5x5 world champion? They're all waiting to see.
Ethan Davis on the red stage inspecting his puzzle. And look at
that crowd.
that. And that is only the left half of the room. There's still the right half, as well as every seat behind these guys. It's going to be absolutely
don't forget
loaded.
the bleachers.
The bleachers, too.
All the way in the back. We got a huge hall here, filled with people. Oh man!
Yeah, it is getting packed here in Seattle.
It's going to be standing room only soon. If you're in the venue, you better make your way over.
And if you aren't in the venue, but you're in Seattle, what are you doing? Get here now.
Yeah.
Ethan Davis with a 32.76 there
to,
I think, wrap up his average. On the blue stage, Declan Wilhelm, off camera, there we go, a 36.24. Unsure Declan's thoughts on that. Seems quite composed, maybe not upset, maybe not thrilled. I know he does have high expectations for himself. A local competitor in my region of the Mid-Atlantic in the United States. Always looking a little bit to make sure that my competitors are doing really good.
Oh, yeah. I love seeing our local competitors. We love shouting them out.
I'm allowed to have favorites too, Manu.
Oh, yeah. Of course. We all have our favorites. Shout out to the hometown folks, you know? Just going to adjust the monitor so it's slightly out of frame here. As I didn't do a good enough job, apparently. Thank you, production.
That seems to wrap it up there for Megaminx round one. Right now, we're getting prepared. For the final rounds that we have coming up. Again, 5x5, clock, Pyraminx, and one-handed in that order. Now's a good time to ask Manu, which one are you most excited for?
Oh,
did I already ask you this, or did I ask Michael?
I actually don't remember. Maybe I already mentioned it. Maybe I was talking to Stu about this. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm excited for all of them. They're all going to be really fast-paced. They're going to be intense. 5x5 typically thought as a bigger cube, but at the world stage, we're seeing sub-1s comfortably. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of sub-50s even. And the winner is I think it's pretty likely to be sub-40. It might even be sub-35. World records, we might see a sub-30 single on the world's greatest stage right here for the very first time, Zach.
Hey, if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to be right here at the Rubik's WCA World Championship.
Overflowing with talent, you could say. That's my pick. What about you?
My pick, just to acknowledge first before I get into anything here, we do have Ethan Davis,
Indeed.
I believe, on their last solve of the average. My pick for all these finals, it's got to be Clock.
Good choice.
I have this weird balance with Clock. It's love and it's hate. I hate competing in Clock. I absolutely love watching it. These competitors work so hard to turn as smoothly as possible. And really, it's one of the events where you need to turn as smooth as possible. There's no room for error. Any error, DNF. You get penalized to the extreme.
Yep.
So I'm really looking forward to see all of our competitors go in to the final round. I do believe we are also guaranteed to see a new world champion crowned in Clock.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. As
our reigning world champion is Tommy Cherry.
Yeah.
And Tommy did not make finals. I think.
And nothing against Tommy. The current world record holder, Lockie Gibson, unfortunately, out of finals as well. So there's a lot of storylines going here. Basically what Zach is saying about the DNFs, summarize in one word. Sorry, Zach, to summarize you. Drama. Absolute cinema is going to go down here.
I said it to Alyssa yesterday, and I'm going to keep saying it because I just think it works so well.
Okay, yeah.
It's busy. It's never boring.
Certainly.
There's always something going on here in Seattle, Washington. I'm really looking forward to it. Again, we have a huge crowd out there already. It's getting louder. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's getting louder. It's getting so much louder. I can only imagine the pop-offs that we're going to see, not just on the world stage, but from the audience applauding for our new world champions that are going to be crowned.
Indeed, everyone. I think we're just going to cut it off to the audience. We'll come in, switch the castles a little bit. We ourselves are going to mentally prepare, physically prepare, and we'll see you all on the other side. 5x5 final is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Five by five finals.
Got it. Cool.
The 5x5 final is here, and it's a rematch 2 years in the making. In 2023, Timon Kolasiński held the lead for the first 4 solves before Max Park stole away the victory. Now 2 years later, and Max is still the world record average holder, a streak that has lasted 7 years, but the gap is closed, with Timon only 0.03 behind. And for single, Timon has broken through, finally ending Max's world record streak with his first record earlier this year, proving he's the only person that can stop Max's reign. Behind them, a storm is brewing in the race for third. Seung-Hik Nam, a world's podium regular with both Asian records, Kaiwen Wang, fresh off a win at Asian Champs, and Timofey Tarasenko, one of just 6 people in the world to ever average sub 40, will all be scrapping for third. And they have eyes on a top 2 finish if the favorites falter, and legends still lurk. Felix Zemdegs, 37-time world record holder, 3-time world champion. He's recently switched to Yao and is faster than ever. The 5x5 World Championship Final starts now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Emerald City of Seattle here in the United States of America. I'm Manu Singhal, joined by multiple-time world champion Kevin Hayes. We are here for the 5x5 final, first in the finals block of day 2 here at the Rubik's WCA World Championship. Kevin, this is going to be an incredible final to start things off.
It is wild. I don't think I've ever been more excited for a world final in my entire life, and I've competed in quite a few of these myself. I've been running around backstage and making sure we're all set. Like this final, specifically at this competition, it's just a perfect storyline. We have Timon versus Max Park for the win, and then the entire field way behind them. Max Park, the current world record holder, the current world champion, but Timon won round 1 and round 2 and is only 0.03 behind him in the world standings, as well as having a chance at world record in both the first 2 rounds.
Twice, yeah. Just absolutely amazing stuff. Also, definitely want to shout out Henry Lichtner coming in at 3rd place in the second round. He's going to be seated 3rd. He's going to be seated right next to Timon.
Yeah, he'll be right next to Timon.
That's incredible. That's going to be amazing. 40-32 for him. Timofey Tarasenko as well, a rising star out of Russia. 40-68 for him, sneaking into the 4th place spot. And then our 3rd and 4th place seeds coming into the World Championships, Kaiwen Wang, Seung-Hik Nam, rounding out our top 6. That's just a handful of the names that we are going to see here today, as it's all about to go down.
I think you said it well. I think those top 6 are likely to be the podium finishers. I think it'd be a major upset if it is not Timon Max in some order, but Henry, Timofey, Kaiwen, and Nam all have a very good shot at that 3rd place finish. I like to shout out Henry. I mean, he was nowhere on the map just, honestly, 1 month ago. 6 months ago, absolutely nothing. Like an absolute meteoric rise. I thought originally he was just a little bit, Worlds was just a little bit too early for him to be at the top, but 40.3 PR in the second round, obviously showing that, I mean, he's ready to contend for a podium straight out of the gate.
What a time to peak. There is no better time to peak than immediately before the World Championship, and whatever practice he's been doing, it's been paying off in troves. He's looking to play spoiler a little bit and grab onto what will be his first World Championship podium. But as you mentioned at the jump, Timon versus Max, it's all about it. Tell us about what you saw in round 1 and round 2. What can we expect to see out of these guys?
Yeah, I mean, this is a storyline. I mean, it's crazy. Like, Timon with a 36 and a 35 average winning. Also, his median of his 10 solves is, I think, a 34 low.
What?
His averages have been pulled up by a couple of bad counting solves. His round 1 average, he counted, I think, he had world record pace, but he had that 39 and I think a mid 40. And then Max is the picture of consistency.
Of course.
He just delivers every single time. He somehow solves his 3x3 stage in about an average of 6 seconds with no inspection. But I definitely see Timon with a higher ceiling. He's gotten 5 solves already, 33 seconds or better. Like, all he needs to do is just get 4 of them at the same time, and I know he is capable of it.
And the other big battle that's going on here, Yao versus reduction. In many years, reduction was the method of the era, and now Yao has stormed into the top 100. Almost all of the averages now are being held by Yao. What is the key difference that you're looking here? What do both solvers need to do to take advantage of their methods?
I mean, like you said, Yao is completely taken over. Even old school veteran Felix Zemdegs, the only person in this final who I think besides Max would have originally used Redux, did post on his Instagram recently about some deliberation between Redux and Yao, but he is using Yao at this competition. In the final, he's officially switched over, and Max Park is the lone user of Redux at the top. But
I mean, it's hard. It's crazy. Like, I feel like Yao is definitively better on 5x5, but the world record's still set with Redux.
We'll have to see as it all shakes down.
Well,
as I
welcome
believe we're
to the
all ready.
5x5
Here we go.
finals.
The competitors are going to come out right now.
We're going to throw it down to Alyssa. She'll be ready to take us through the walkouts, and we can see our top 20 compete for the world title. Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, okay. Quick. We are production delay. We're going to be back in a couple minutes, but yeah. So, oh well. Okay.
Here we go. The walkouts.
All right, who's ready for 5x5 finals? Here are your 5x5 finalists. In our 20th seed, representing the United States, Brendan Dunnigan. In our 19th seed, representing New Zealand, Dwayne Ramos. In our 18th seed, representing the United States, Varun Maharaj. In our 17th seed, representing the Philippines, Inigio Miguel B. Palisak. In our 16th seed, representing Germany, Sebastian Vaya. In our 15th seed, representing Canada, Arhan Serene. In our 14th seed, representing Singapore, Emmanuel Cao. In our 13th seed, representing Switzerland, Richard Delacoste. In our 12th seed, representing the United States, Patrick Ponce. In our 11th seed, representing Malaysia, Lim Hung. In our 10th seed, representing Ireland, Kieran Bean. In our 9th seed, your 2011 World Champion, 2015 World Champion, 2017 World Champion, 37-time 5x5 world record holder, representing Australia, Felix Zemden. In our eighth seed, representing Hong Kong, China, Berno Lee Chak Kwan. In our 7th seed, representing the United States, Matty Hiroto Inaba. In our 6th seed, the 3rd place finisher at our last World Championship, representing the Republic of Korea, Sun Hyuk Nam. In our 5th seed, the current Asian Continental Champion, qualifying today for this final with a time of 40.97 seconds, representing Chinese Taipei, Kai Wen Wang. In our 4th seed, he placed 3rd at the last European Championship, qualifying today with an average of 40.68, representing Russia, Timofey Tarasenko. In our 3rd seed, he placed 3rd at the 2023 U.S. National Championship, qualifying today with a time of 40.32 seconds, representing the United States, Henry Lickner. second seed, your current North American champion, the 2019 world champion, the defending world champion, 18-time world record holder, including the current world record average, going for his third consecutive world championship in this event, qualifying today with a time of 36.48 seconds, representing the United States, Max Park. And our first seed, the current European champion. He placed second at the last World Championship, 2-time world record holder, including the current world record single, qualifying today with a time of 35.49 seconds, representing Poland, Timon Kolasiński.
An incredible list of accolades between these two, Timon Kolasiński and Max Park. As you heard there from Alyssa, this is going to be an incredible final here.
We're going to get started very shortly. The runners are about to start bringing the solves. We do have a stagger we have set up today. Very important. We, let me check my brain. Max will be going first, followed by Timon. Hopefully we can switch over to the quad box and see people get started.
And here we go.
Max, here we go. Solve number one. All right. Let's set the pace. I mean, I remember in Korea 2 years ago, it was sub 40 seconds is what we're looking for, but honestly, sub 35.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to go all out. No reason to hold back. This is the greatest of stages, and Max is going to get us started here now. An incredible crowd, as you can see, has completely fallen silent. Everyone is lying in wait to see what Max is going to do. Last two centers now, and then he's going to go into edge pairing, what he's known for. Just amazing turning and amazing fluidity. Look at Max Park go.
The crowd is so silent. Everyone's just watching the two competitors, and only Max is solving right now.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Oh, not a good start. 32-second reduction.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is looking to be a bit off the pace. Not what we expected to see from Max. 39.29 is going to start things off here. As the other competitors receive their cubes, Timothy right next to him has received his, as we can see.
Now, Timon knows that was not a reaction to a good solve.
Right.
I mean, the crowd, it's undeniable at this point. There are 3,000 people in this room. The crowd plays a part in these finals. As with every single major sport, handling the crowd is part of winning a world title. We have Timon getting ready for his cube right now, but we have Timothy starting. Remember, the race for first is just a two-man hunt, but the race for third is wide open.
And I mean, if Timothy, the wonderkind from Russia, amazing, amazing results from him.
Do not worry, Timon. His cube has not been dropped off yet, so we're waiting to see what's going on there. But Timofey's well underway.
A couple of the results coming in. Sunghyuk Nam, mentioned earlier, is looking for that third place title. 41.97 for him to start things off.
Okay, Timothy on 3 right 3 stage at 34. He's looking to pace just about. Oh, ZBL out there.
And a sub 40 for him. Good starts. 39.54. That's going to put him in second place right now.
Oh, very good start. I think a sub 40 is. I would be surprised if sub 40 loses. Is off the podium. That's certainly not going to win.
That would be a story in and of itself, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but out of these top 6 players that can all get this, that are all very capable of sub 40, I would be surprised if more than 2 outside of the Max and Timon actually execute. We're off to a little. Yeah, okay, we have 9 solves in so far. Nothing too surprising. Kieran with a 42, Nam with a 41. No, none of the, we're still waiting. Okay, Nam with the 41.9 is a bit slow. Henry Lickner on his first solve. The rising star, can he handle the pressure at his first world final?
Yeah, I mean, having to sit next to Timon, that's certainly got to play a factor. I'm sure you've intimidated many people like this before, Kevin. What do you think? What's going through Henry's head?
I mean, I honestly, this one is just crazy. Like I had a much more smooth, slow rise, but I mean, just a year ago, as you heard, Henry's only listed accomplishment was third place at NAC 20 U.S. Nationals 2023. He's seemingly come out of nowhere. Didn't go to NAC last year. He's not bringing the cube up quite yet. It's going to be well over 40. Not a great start for him, unfortunately.
That's not what you wanted to see. Interestingly, Max's cube is delivered again, so he's going to be off for a second. Timon has still not received his first. Surely this is a mis-scramble situation that must have happened, so re-scrambling the cube.
Yeah, very curious what's going on. Okay, we have Timon and Max going at the same time, which it's part of the game. We'll see what happens. Yeah, let's keep. We're going to get the live tracker up.
It is certainly within his right to do so. You get 1 minute to warm up, compose yourself. Max will surely finish within a minute. Nope, he's just going to go for it.
Timon's a pro. He knows he will not let anything else distract him from what he wants to do. Let's get Felix in the quad box as well.
All right, and we're off. Max and Timon going at the same time. Timon in the main view there. Max has switched over into the main view.
All right, is Max... He should be finishing reduction. Okay, he's on last 4 at 26. Is that parity case? Last 2? Okay, reduction down to 30. He's on pace for 36, 37, which still... Oh, very... Whoa!
Great 3x3 stage.
5 second 3x3 stage.
Yeah, just absurd.
Okay, not the greatest reduction. Certainly, passable, but 35 second 3x3 stage. He saves... He already has that bad solve and he needs to save his average.
Timon on TB, 36 to start things off. He's ahead of Max. 1 solve in.
You can see the mentality shift in rounds 1 and 2. It was get that world record, and in round 3, the final, it is about the win. I always talk about how, as you're getting ready for these events, you want the process. You want to make sure you're solving well because you want to do well. You know what? Today, the time is the time.
This is the time to solve well. There is no other time.
There's no more practice. There's no more prep. It's deliver now and win, or wait another 2 years.
Exactly. As Timofey has gotten started, I do want to shout out Richard Delacoste of Switzerland setting the Swiss national record single 37.43.
His first solve.
Yeah.
He's in the lead.
On his very first solve.
Yeah. Richard, if he keeps this up, maybe he could surprise us all.
Indeed. That's great solving from him.
Whoa, Timofey
is looking pretty good. That's a 3x3 stage. This is going to be solidly sub 40. 35 second solve from Timofey. 35-36. We said he was looking to play spoiler. He is rising to the occasion, Kevin.
All right, Timofey, who has been kind of up and down with his results, certainly not a bad competitor by any means, but has not been on the likes of Timon and Max in terms of always delivering every single round, is rising to his first World Championships, already counting a 39. He's looking any good solve here, and he's going to be very, very likely for a sub 40 average, which is, like we said, is almost certain to make the podium.
I mean, coming into this, he was the 5th seed. He had a 22% chance to podium, and he's put his name on the map here in a big, big way. Henry Lickner now, can he come back from that poor start? 45 seconds is not going to cut it.
No, he's capable. He's one of those solvers who's very capable, but I don't think he's capable enough to be getting a podium spot while counting a 45, so he knows he has to get 4 solves that are going to count here. A little bit of a head shake there.
You've mentioned this in the past. If you can't be reacting to your solves in the middle of the attempt.
Oh,
Henry. Looks like he still has a lot more. Unfortunately, not able to get it done. The 45 is going to count.
That's a rough, unfortunate from Henry.
That's
that
tough.
2 solves in, he's essentially eliminated from podium contention. He would need, certainly possible with his at-home times, I'm sure, but it's really unlikely. That's what you see, though. The world stage, especially like this one, no one's ever seen a crowd this big for a world's final. The pressure, especially as someone who's only had 1 national experience, the pressure really adds on, and then you do well in the first couple rounds, but you can't quite deliver in the final.
Max is off now. Timon has his cube as well. Yeah, Max very solidly off. Deep into edge pairing, it looks like. Timon starting inspection as well.
He finished all 4 on D. Oh, he did have to do Z2. The last 4.24 is great.
Yeah,
reduction 29.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Can he pull out the 5 second 3x3 phase like he did last time? pretty darn close. 36.90.
I mean, 5 second
Max.
3x3 stage is a little, is even by Max's standard, that's amazing. But 7 is extremely impressive. He's in great spot, 36.
Timon doing all he can now. He is finishing up his last several edges, just pairing them all up. Now he's started his 3x3 stage. He's going to end up with a heater as well. ZBLL now, 36, 67, twin 36s for Timon.
It's shaping up just like we thought. Timon and Max, neck and neck. Max is a solve ahead. He's counting at 36.9. Timon is sitting at 236. The possibilities are still endless.
The margins are razor thin right now. Just incredible solving.
Do not forget about Timofey Tarasenko, 39.35. He's about to start his third solve, as well as Matty Hiroto Inaba, 41.37.
He's about to be on your screen right now. The hero from Hawaii, the Cubing Jedi. Can he make a run at the podium title? This one is going to be a bit off the pace, unfortunately, compared to his first 2 solves, though.
43.7. I don't think he has a 37. He has to understand that, you don't know what's going to happen.
You got to go, yeah.
If he gets a 30, if he gets a best single, his worst possible will be low 40, which probably won't make podium, but you got to treat every solve like it could count. This will be a massive solve here.
This is going to
sub 40.
This is going to move the podium, the projections quite a lot. Timofey, an extremely fast turner. Just look at how fast he's turning the cube, analyzing all the pieces so quickly. Finished up his Yao stage now, going into edge pairing. It was a 22-second flip. As he wraps up his edges into 3x3 stage. This is going to be a really good one, right?
It looks like he's on pace for Friday.
Never mind.
At the end. His last 4 edges looked really shaky there for some reason. It looked like he was almost done at 35, but, 40, that's...
He had one to give. He's used that up, but he's going to need to perform.
In fact, if he gets his best single, he still has a sub 40 average locked in.
Yeah.
Obviously, a sub 35 single is a lot to ask for. Timofey, obviously capable, but it's not something you can really expect if you're not a solver like Max or Timon.
Emmanuel Cao currently projected into the 4th spot. He is currently counting a 40.48. So that's looking pretty good. He can keep up that pace. He's going to make a run for it.
We are getting into that 4th solve where we start to see averages shake out and best possible and worst possible become defined. Timon here is 1 solve behind. What we expect was a miss scramble. And 236s. Anything can still happen with this average.
And at the same time, Emmanuel starting, you can see him in your top right.
Timon is someone who loves the crowd. I've never seen anyone, some people do well under pressure, but Timon thrives under it.
At Euros, he's egging on the crowd. He's raising his hands up, asking them to get loud. The crowd is certainly getting a little bit noisy here as Timon is deep into his 3rd, done with the abduction.
This is very fast.
Bit of a pause there, unfortunately, as he finishes up the last several edges.
Last 4.
Getting to 3x3 stage 27. Just now. 27. This is going to be a really, really good one. ZBO, 31 second solve, from Timon. He is on huge pace right now.
That's the reaction of someone who's here to win, too. He couldn't care less about a 31.6. It means nothing until he gets another one. That's the same solve as a 35 if it doesn't end up counting. That all of a sudden, all he needs, he has 2 chances to get 1 good solve, and he's going to lock up the win unless Max pulls out something crazy here.
And indeed, here's Max. As you were mentioning earlier, Kevin, this is going to lock in his best possible, worst possible. He's going to need something pretty good himself, considering the darts that Timon is just throwing out right now. 39, 35, 36 are sitting in the tank right now. He's going to really, really need to get something spectacular.
If Max doesn't get a good solve here, Timon has an 85, 95% chance of winning. But Max is on last 4 at 24. Is he going to respond? Oh, he is. He's going to respond well.
Interesting. That looked like it was a bit of an uncharacteristic pause, but another solid solve from Max. 36-49, and the race is on.
Max's best possible is 36-37, which means Timon will win with a 30. Can we get the stats on what Timon needs on this 4th solve to have a worst possible best than Max's best possible? I think all Timon needs is a 35 will guaranteed do it. 1 solve under 36 seconds and he's world champion. He has 2 chances to do it.
Wow. And he could just put it away.
If this was round 1, I'd say it's a guarantee, but this is the world finals.
And not to mention, he's going up against one of the greatest solvers of speed cubing. Max Park, Timofey now. What can he do? There's no way he's going to be able to catch up with Max and Timon at this rate, but a third place finish for one of the least experienced competitors in the field, but perhaps the most experienced when it comes to majors and just being in the situation altogether. Can he string something together? This one is... he still doesn't even have edges done.
He looks like he did. He did a parity case at the end there, which was odd. The pressure might be getting to him. Timofey is an amazing solver, but he is definitely someone who's aware of how well he's doing.
42-second solve for him.
That's fine. He's totally fine. He's in the third place race. Like, obviously, it's a little bit less what he wanted. He wanted to get that sub 40 average, but he's still in a great shape.
Kevin, Timon is pacing right now, isn't he?
Is Timon about to win? Timon should have it, barring of large mistakes.
Oh, there's ZBL already.
Timon is world champion!
Yes! Look at that celebration. Look at how much it means to him after getting second place at Worlds 2023. He needs to sign the card to make it in the books.
It's over in 4. We had 2 close rounds. Timon on world record pace. You know what he still has, though? He has a victory lap solved for the world record.
Exactly.
He can go down as one of the very few people who have both broken a world record and set it's for 34. And set a world record in the same round, and the pressure's off. The only pressure is, can you have one of the legendary rounds? You only get a chance every 2 years. It's absolutely dominating performance. He's wins in 4. Max is...
That's it.
The solve is almost inconsequential for Max. I think he's guaranteed 3rd as well. No, Kaiwin is still on great pace. Kaiwin with 2 clutch solves.
Kaiwin just poking in here.
Max with a good solve here will clutch 2nd. Obviously, the pressure's crazy for Max.
That's incredible.
He knows he lost.
Just amazing.
The crowd is too smart. The crowd knows what's going on. Max knows he lost, but he does not know how close 3rd place is. Oh, he's actually, wow, I think it was 10-second centers. I think he's on great pace. I think Max,
certainly.
I mean, Max was dominant for so long. You could see it coming. Timon just knocking at the door, getting that world record single just off the average.
And Kevin, another huge accomplishment. No, this is Yao's first world championship.
Great solve from Max to end out the average.
34-67, just casual like that. Max is going to populate his
best possible.
Yeah, 36-37.
Congratulations to Max. Our number 1 and 2 are decided. Timon has won. Max is guaranteed 2nd, barring... There's no realistic place. Some people haven't done their 4th solve, but they would need some 20s. This is a victory lap for the world record. Can we get the time for the world record here? He's already won. This is pure excitement.
And he's going full zen. What an amazing victory lap. Timon, an amazing solver, generational solver, brings the title to Poland. Can he bring the world record as well?
This is literally what competition dreams are made of. What you practice at home, envision in your mind. You're going to get truly an explosive reaction if you can close this out. Obviously happy either way. Flip at 16 is a little off, but I think he's still on pace to get it.
Yeah, needs some really fluid edges. 34-69, as you can see there, is needed to get the world record average.
Slice with slice. Oh, we're going to get it. He's going to do it.
He's got it. He's going to get it. ZBLL. That's it. The world record.
World record. World title for Timon. The absolute crown jewel of cubing accomplishments. Set them both at the same time. He's been gunning for this world championship and world record for years. Is the event he cares about almost the most. He cares about so much more than his 4x4 or 6x6 world titles.
And look at what it means to him.
Immediately, the emotions are overflowing.
Oh my goodness.
Just an absolutely perfect performance.
Wow.
It does not get better than that.
Timon Kolasiński, everyone, with a 34-31, the first world record of Worlds 2025, claims the world champion title in 5x5 for the very first time.
I have never, ever seen someone rise to the occasion so well as Timon. We were talking about it 2 years ago. We saw it last year, and now he has done it. The absolute greatest cubing accomplishment possible. Man. World record.
We're
2 close calls, but we always talk about how you have to deliver when it matters, and he did.
Just just speechless. Just speechless.
We obviously are going to be cutting it down to Timon on field for his interview.
Celebrating with Max. The crowd loves it as well. This is exactly what you want to see. Amazing sportsmanship. I mean, from two incredible competitors. You couldn't have it any other way.
Great performance from Max as well. I mean, two world titles into a second place finish. He also, I'm 90% sure, finished second in Paris. 4 podiums in a row. Extremely storied career from Max, but it just wasn't enough today.
Oh my goodness. What was Timon cooking up?
We need to finish the round before we interview
Got a little
Timon.
too excited.
He's going to calm down. We're not going to get a really good... Third place is wide open still. Timofey locked in with a 41.63 average. Matty Hiroto and Naba 41.65. Probably won't bump him off the podium by 0.02, but the real story is... Oh, sorry.
Kaiwen
Wong
locked in at
40.43.
43.
Oh, and Emmanuel Cao.
Emmanuel Cao's 4th time came in. Looks like that's it. His
he
best possible is 41. It's all over.
Kaiwen has gotten
Wong.
3rd.
He's claimed 3rd for Chinese Taipei.
Congratulations, Kaiwen Wong. The podium is now set. Timon Kolasiński, Max Park, Kaiwen Wong. Honestly, it fell out exactly as predicted. The top 2 separated from the pack, and the next 4 all in right after that. 40.4 at 3rd, 34-31. Just absolute magnificent.
Just nuts. Just nuts.
Oh, Felix might end with a good solve. He looked at the timer. You're not allowed to do that, Felix. Come on, you know better.
A huge applause for him. 41-36. Look, I thought maybe it was getting a little dry, reminding the crowd all day that 5x5 was here to deliver. One of the rounds that we were looking forward to after Timon has been shooting darts, putting out fireworks. And for 4th of July, he might not be an American, but man, did he fire them off here in the Seattle Convention Center.
The face says it all.
Bask in it.
This is his moment. I mean, it does not get better than this. We've been hyping this up forever, hyping up how good Timon is forever, and it delivered more than expected.
Oh, man.
Sebastian's almost done. I think there's just a couple more solves in, but we are going to be interviewing Timon. Obviously, Emmanuel Cao and Sebastian Weyer are the only ones remaining. It'd be cool. Maybe we can grab... We don't need to see us.
Yeah, forget
let's
this.
Let's get a replay. Let's break it down. All right,
still the first 2 centers. White, yellow to be built first.
That's so clean. 5-second first 2, great. He's I think he had a 15-second split here, which is very strong. Not very strong, but strong. But he still had to execute his edges.
Where do you think he really separated? His edge pairing looked just immaculate here.
The thing is, he didn't separate. It was just, this is how you win world titles in world record time. You just solve well, start to finish, and then get a ZBLL, which you've been practicing all year. This is pure skill and execution at its finest.
Oh, yeah. Can't even claim that there's a significant amount of luck or anything. You know, the other thing to mention, Timon starting later than everyone else. He was a solve behind Max. He could hear the crowd, but didn't let it get to his head. An absolute champion, and he's claimed that title once again.
It honestly worked out better because we got the perfect victory lap. He's one solve behind. He gets it in forward. The victory lap for the world record. It's just not any better than that.
Emmanuel Cao now to round out the 5x5 final. Getting an extra because of the world record celebration.
Yeah, we are obviously standard celebrations that happen are part of the world final, but
world record.
The victory lap world record is this a different beast, and the crowd knows it. And Emmanuel Cao, unfortunately, on a solve that is unconsequential for the podium, but he can snag a 4th place finish with his best possible.
Indeed.
And I know most people are focusing on the podium, but the difference here between his worst and his best is 6 places. He would be all the way down in 9th. So when you look back on this event, you definitely want to focus up. Sometimes it's easy to lose your mental and be like, I'm off the podium. What's the point? But a month from now, you're going to be very happy to have focused.
Congratulations to all of our 5x5 finalists.
We will now be throwing it down to Alyssa. She is on field with Timon Kolasiński, your world record single holder, your world record average holder, and your 5x5 2025 world champion.
Timon Kolasiński, 5x5 world champion. How does that sound?
Great.
You got to give me more than that, Timon. You get 5 solves to clutch out a world championship. You did it in 4. Walk me through what was going through your mind headed into that 4th solve.
Okay, well, I've been making a video for this as a part 2 to 2023 for a few months now. So I think the first 2 solves, I was just thinking about what I've been doing leading up to this competition, all the practice, a minor or maybe not so minor hand injury, making the video, and now Philip filming me for this whole comp. And I think after the first 2 solves, I was like, okay, I got those thoughts out of my head. I can focus on this solves. And from there, it was a bit easier.
Okay, so going into the 4th solve, you clutch out the win. Going into the 5th solve, just some window dressing, you clutch out the world record. Tell me what is going through your mind right now?
I think normally I wouldn't try that hard on the 5th solve, but since I saw Drew Brads beat the Pyraminx world record in 2017 Pyraminx finals at Worlds, the whole time has been my dream to break a world record average in a Worlds final. And I just did it in 5x5, so thank you, Drew, for inspiring me. And I absolutely cannot believe that this happened. It's not real.
So what I'm hearing is that you didn't do it in the first 2 rounds just because you wanted to do it in the final. That's what I'm hearing. You just told me that you don't think you're going to calm down for the next 24 hours. Do that, but also there's still 2 more days ahead of us. So, Timon, congratulations. 5x5 world champion, Timon Kolasiński. And with that, we are sending it back to our booth.
The Rubik's clock. Famously fast, famously cruel. Solvers race to align 18 clock faces. A single slip, DNF. No second chances. The scene has shifted dramatically since the last Worlds. Exhibit A, the reigning champ Tommy Cherry is seated 22nd. The two world record holders headline the psych sheet, as Lachlan Gibson looks to claim New Zealand's second world title, while Volodymyr Kapustyanski, fresh off his world record single, takes aim at the crown. Eager to take their place on the throne are Brendan Dunnigan, the dynamic North American champion, and Eric Kasparek, pioneer of the now ubiquitous 7 Simul method. Not to mention the rest of the field, all of whom are hungry for glory. Could this be the most unpredictable event of the weekend? As always, only time will tell.
What did we just witness?
History.
5x5 finals.
We witnessed history, Michael.
I don't think anybody could have expected what we just saw in 5x5 finals. Timon Kolasiński so close to the world record average in the first 2 rounds. What's the best way to get redemption for that, Zach?
In the World Championship Finals.
I don't think there's ever been a clutcher moment at a World Champs in 5x5. I don't even know what to say.
Dude, missing having world record best possible average on the first round, missing it. Getting world record best possible average in the second round, missing it. World Championship Finals, everything on the line, and winning. Winning World Championship title on the 4th, getting world record on the 5th as a victory lap. What are we doing?
Who else could do it but the one, the only Timon Kolasiński? Absolutely incredible 5x5 finals we've just seen. Timon Kolasiński, the world record 5x5 average. I can't ham it up any more than that. It's a world record.
I was backstage doing the math. This solve right here for Timon to 33-11. That guaranteed him a win. No one else had anything that they could get on Timon to be able to take the win from him. And then he hits him with another 33 and gets the world record average.
Just for emphasis.
As you cover up the time, Michael, we're both a little too shaky here. There is so much happening in this finals.
What else can you say? Really, what else can you say? Words pale in comparison. If you're here, you will never forget the day Timon Kolasiński won the 2025 World Championships in 5x5.
Michael, that's just the first final today. We are coming up with clock finals next. You saw the hype video. You know the names. You know who we're looking out for. Brendan Dunnigan, Volodymyr Kapustyanski, Eric Kasparek, Carter Thomas. It's going to be a final for the ages. Michael,
Here comes clock finals.
Michael, I'm at a loss for words.
Completely dumbfounded.
I'm so excited. How can we top this?
One thing I will say about clock finals, we know the meta's changed drastically over the past 2 years, but I don't think anybody expected that not a single finalist from the 2023 World Champs finals would make it to the 2025 finals. We are seeing a completely new set of clock finalists. We are going to see a new world champion. Who is it going to be?
Before that, any more discussion, we're going to send it to Alyssa Esperez to call up our clock finalists.
Let's get this underway.
All right, that was not fun at all, right? Nothing to see here. Next up is clock final. In our 20th seed, representing the United States, Grayson James. In our 19th seed, representing the United States, Eddie Arts. In our 18th seed, representing the United States, Zachary Cribb. In our 17th seed, also representing the United States, Aaron Jake Wong. In our 16th seed, representing Australia, Kyle Jones. In our 15th seed, representing the United States, Clement D. Tucker. In our 14th seed, representing Switzerland, Alex Moshibroda. In our 13th seed, representing the United States, Quinn Maloney. In our 12th seed, representing the United States, Drake Denton Richard. In our 11th seed, your current North American champion, a one-time world record holder representing the United States, Brendan Dunnigan. In our 10th seed, a four-time world record holder representing the United States, Volodymyr Kapustyanski. In our 9th seed, a three-time world record holder representing Poland, Eric Kaspersek. In our 8th seed, representing Finland, Arni Salakari. In our 7th seed, representing Chinese Taipei, Jaden Paramantala Lin. In our 6th seed, representing the United States, Jasper Wolftam. In our 5th seed, they placed second at the European Championship in 2024, qualifying today with a time of 3.14 seconds, representing Norway, Anders Barhaugen. In our 4th seed, they placed third at the European Championship in 2024, qualifying today with a time of 3.09 seconds, representing Poland, Anthony Stoyak. In our 3rd seed, a 2024 North American Championship clock finalist, qualifying today with a time of 3.07 seconds, representing the United States, Alessandro Diomampo. In our 2nd seed, a one-time world record holder, qualifying today with a time of 2.91 seconds, representing the United States, Carter Thomas. And in our 1st seed, a 6-time Canadian national record holder, setting a Canadian national record today to qualify with a time of 2.86 seconds, representing Canada, Jonathan Wang. Runners, you may start bringing out the clocks. Competitors, you may start when you're ready. Good luck to all our finalists.
Michael, can you hear the crowd out there going crazy for some of our amazing names here? So many competitive names in our clock finals, highlighting two here, Brendan Dunnigan and Carter Thomas, two of the favorites coming into this finals. You see the statistics, head-to-head, these two versus each other. It's been nothing but amazing solving. I saw come out here two very different composures between these two competitors. Brendan Dunnigan came out here with a 1 held up high. Carter Thomas, stone cold.
And that's just two of the competitors that we have in this field. There are so many that are so far down. We're going to try and get all of the main players on stream, but in particular, Volodymyr Kapustyanski, the current North American record holder, seated in 10th in the previous round. But some are saying that
Volodymyr's going right now.
Here goes Volo.
Huge lockups, shaky transition there, 337 there for Volodymyr.
We know Vladimir is capable of much better. He's never competed on a major championship before. This man has. Brendan Dunnigan. A lot of people saying he has the competitive experience to back up his skill. Underway now. And it's a good start. 2:48 for Brendan Dunnigan.
It's happening, Michael. It's happening. Here we see now, hopefully we can get up Carter Thomas inspecting right now on the red stage.
Carter Thomas, one of our competitors using 7-tumble flip. What can we glean from this scramble? That's not the great start he wanted. He flips the clock at 2.5 seconds. No, so two of our top competitors going over 3 seconds for the first scramble. But we've seen Brendan Dunnigan stone cold.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. 619 there for Carter Thomas. An awful start to the average. That means every other solve he needs to be on his A game.
Anthony Stoyak of Poland set himself in seed number 4.
Notably absent from this final, our reigning world champion Tommy Cherry, and also our current world record average holder Lachlan Gibson not in this final. We are going to see a new champion crowned.
It's really thrown a shake-up in the whole system. A lot of people are suspecting Lachlan Gibson might be the new world champion. It's not to be. Here goes Anthony Stoyak. At the moment, Brendan Dunnigan well clear on that first solve with a 2.48. What can Anthony do? Another fast solve, 2.66. It's good on both sides.
Anthony Stoyak, 266, putting him in second place so far in our projected rankings. Eric Kasparek up next.
Goes Eric Kasparek, was the first to bring clock
Never
under
mind. Jonathan
3-second
Wong
average.
switching it out.
.05 there for Jonathan Wang. It looked like that scramble doesn't have a single center edge skip. That's what a lot of these clockers are looking for.
In the upper right corner, you just saw Eric Kasparek with a 353 single as well. Currently, out of our top solvers, or out of all of the solves that we've had so far, top 3, 248, 266, 305 for Brendan, Anthony, and Jonathan. Drake Richard inspecting right now.
This appears to be just a warm-up.
Never mind.
This is just a warm-up for inspection.
He is not going up for a solve.
Inspection cues. We have Brendan Dunnigan here. Is away and clear to start off. First solve, 248. He's the North American champion from last year.
It's the same old story. At North American Championships, Brendan Dunnigan underperformed round 1, underperformed round 2, and showed up in finals. And we're seeing that exact same story being told once again.
All right, Brendan underway now. Let's see what this scramble has. Can't quite see anything now, but they're looking for that center edge skip.
In the bottom left, you also see Volodymyr Kapustiansky starting inspection. We'll keep an eye on both of their times.
Brendan underway now. You go 2.48. He's done it again. 2.48 on both. Vladimir drops the clock.
Volodymyr, that 571 is counting. Volodymyr's may as well be out of it already. Brendan, another 248 for Brendan Dunnigan.
So for Vladimir, that solve means that his 3.37 he got on the first scramble is going to be counting. Here goes Carter Thomas. Also didn't do too well on that first one. He got a 6. A lot better than that first solve. 372, and it looks like it's okay, but it's just not a good time for him.
It's okay. It's going to take a lot to pull back again. We have a ton of top solvers already coming in. Times flowing in, but Brendan Dunnigan far and away in the lead.
Nobody else has a single faster than 2.48, and Brendan Dunnigan has 2 of them on the first 2 solves.
All of our solvers right now, I think they might be as shaky as we are, Michael. Jonathan Wong currently inspecting. Our number 1 seed coming into this final.
He had a 305 on the first scramble. That was the 3rd fastest that we'd seen from that scramble.
And it's shaky. He is nervous. 606 for Jonathan.
This new breed of clock solvers that we've got coming up, this is, for many of them, their very first world championship. They'll be feeling the pressure different to what they've ever felt in their lives before.
We see Arnie up here on the red stage, warming up, preparing for inspection. What appears will be his second solve. Right now, Anthony Stoyak, a 314 as well.
No.
The closest person that we have so far to Brendan Dunnigan. Arnie also in contention for being close up.
He had a 3.24 on the first. 6.40 there for Arnie. It's unfortunate there.
That's going to start
Started
knocking
off
him down.
amazingly. And Eric Kasparek on WCA Live now slotting into third. He goes Brendan Dunnigan, third solve. He's away and clear right now, counting a 2.48. Puts him in a commanding position for the rest of the average. Looks solid solving again.
It's
a little bit shaky, but 2.86. Brendan Dunnigan's running away with the win here.
Dude, Brendan's taking it. Dude, this third scramble, I noticed an extremely lucky skip on the back. I believe I saw 2 center edge skips pushed up next to each other, making memo even easier for these solvers. I can't wait to see what these solvers can do. This scramble right here might be what Carter Thomas needs to be able to pull back into the running.
Here goes Carter.
Never mind,
Looks like
the
we've got
scramble is not what I thought it was, but it's still quite lucky looking.
We've got a center edge skip here. That was a really fast flip. Can he finish it off? 333.
He is not happy. It's solved. It's solved, but he is disappointed. Off stream, Volodymyr with a 236, the fastest solve we have seen in this final so far. Unfortunately, he does have a 337 right now. That is counting. That puts him well behind Brendan Dunnigan. Brendan is playing super safe here. Well, maybe not playing super safe, but he can go super safe right now. Slow for his standards and still pull out ahead.
Brendan's mental is so strong. He's so good over such a multitude of events. He's going to use those skills with his mental game. Jonathan Wang has not started the timer. That's going to be a DNF for Jonathan Wang, our first seed coming into this.
Counting a 606. Jonathan Wang, consider him out.
What an unbelievable upset. He did not start the timer, so you're right. That 6-second solve is going to count. That's definitely going to take him out of the running for the win.
Looking in at some more of our times coming in. Kyle Jones of Australia, also with a 292 single, counting a 359 right now. Anthony Stoyak currently counting a 314.
Here goes Volo. Still looks like we don't have a center edge skip on that scramble. 2.69, is it good? It's good. So it's going to count.
Can he redeem it? That 269 is counting. 269 and 337 counting for Volodymyr. It isn't over, Michael.
It's going to take a lot for Brendan not to win this from here.
We're getting our stats in now. Volodymyr with a 281 best possible average, 392 worst possible.
No one's solving at the moment, but we're going to be turning our attention to Brendan as soon as he gets this puzzle. He is in the driver's seat right now. 248, 286.
Speaking
Stone cold. Here he comes. That fourth solve is about to be underway. And with that, we'll just about be able to know if he can win this world championship.
You're also going to see in the bottom right, Carter Thomas getting ready to inspect.
All right, and Carter blinks first. He's underway.
What are we going to see?
It's not a good solve before the flip. It looks like he's almost given up. Has to flip again to solve the back. 5.43 is counting. Here's Brendan.
Carter
inspecting
Thomas.
right now. He could lock this away right now.
Carter Thomas might as well be out of it. Can Brendan lock himself into a win here?
Brendan Dunnigan looking smooth. Could it be? Has to flip to fix the back. 3.90.
390. Even if that ends up counting, he's still playing. He's still got plenty of room for error. He looks locked in. Brendan Dunnigan, a 261 best possible average, 308 worst possible. Jonathan Wang, that 288. I don't know if that's enough to save him, though, because he has a DNF counting a 606 right now.
Even with that solve, that 3.90, Brendan's still first, top of the table right now. Gonna have to wait to see his last solve. He doesn't even need that much to lock the first place right now. Looks like 3.73 is going to lock him top of the table for now.
Currently, only one person has a best possible average better than Brendan's worst possible average, and that is Volodymyr Kapustyanski.
You've got to think if anyone
just received his puzzle.
If anybody can nail down a best possible average beating a 236, it's going to be Volodymyr. We know he has the skill to do it, but can he manage his nerves?
It's his last solve, so we're going to know his average right here and now.
It's not going to be. 302 is going to count. He's going to get an average in and around the 3-second mark. 303.
Brendan has not locked it in yet. Brendan needs a time at least quite a bit under 3.9 to be able to take the win.
And anybody who's done their fourth solve right now cannot beat Volodymyr, even with that best possible average. So right now it's looking like Volodymyr has a spot on the podium, almost guaranteed. But Anthony Stoyak, 2.73 on the fourth solve, gives him a best possible average that could get himself in the shake-up for the win. It's not done yet, though. Anthony Stoyak, worst possible average of 328, which would mean he would lose to Volodymyr and Brendan.
Look at
So it's going to come down to this final solve right now.
And Brendan receiving his puzzle. Headphones on.
3.49 is the mark to win.
Cover down, camera on. Here we go.
Buckle in, everybody. Brendan Dunnigan, cool, calm, and collected right now. This is the biggest moment of his cubing career right now. Destiny is in his hands.
He's won a North America Championships. He has a world record single. Can he get a world title? Here we go, inspecting now. Brendan Dunnigan.
There's a skip on this scramble. There's going to be a D-move skip here. Isn't it? 323! He's done it! Brendan Dunnigan is the world champion for clock!
Electric! It is the same story again. 286 average. It's not locked in. It's not locked in. It's not locked in. It's not locked in. Anthony Stoyak of Poland has the best possible average of 284. If Anthony can get a single under 2.66.
2.69.
2.69, my apologies. He can get it. No one else in this final is even close to this. We are going to see either Brendan or Anthony take the top spot.
So Brendan has not sorted up. 323 was not enough to guarantee him a win right now. It's going to be a tough task for Anthony Stoyak. He's going to need to get a 2.69 or better.
I hope we can get eyes on him. If we can hopefully show him off. There he is. Wait, no, that is not
Anthony Stoyak.
Anthony
We need to get
Stoyak
Anthony
who we're
Stoyak.
looking for.
It is not over yet. Here goes Eric Kasparek. He's not in the shake-up for a podium right now. But we're waiting for Anthony Stoyak.
269 is what Anthony needs. We are still looking for Anthony's last solve. The crowd is electric.
We heard, is that it? 254! Anthony Stoyak!
Anthony Stoyak steals the win!
Unbelievable! At the 11th hour! No pun intended. Anthony Stoyak has stolen the win.
284 average for Anthony Stoyak. Taking your world championship podium, the win.
What a time to pull out a personal record average. Anthony Stoyak on the biggest of stages. It's the most massive moment in his cubing career, and he's locked up the win by 0.02 of a second over Brendan Dunnigan.
Brendan Dunnigan, 286 average. An incredible showing. It wasn't enough. We have our final podium, I believe, locked in. Anthony Stoyak at first, Brendan Dunnigan in third, Volodymyr Kapustyansky in third.
It's almost certainly the fastest clock podium you have ever seen at any competition. 3.03 only gets you third here. 2.86 for Brendan Dunnigan. He almost did all that he could, but he didn't do enough to knock out Anthony Stoyak.
I'm at a loss for words, Michael. I've run out of things to say. I am truly, truly amazed at the performance of our clock finalists.
From beginning to end, clock has gripped us the entire way through. First it was Lachlan Gibson not even qualifying for the final, and now it's Anthony Stoyak swooping in to take the win from Brendan Dunnigan from absolutely nowhere. He is the world champion. He will be world champion for 2 more years. Anthony Stoyak, take a bow. You are the winner of clock at the World Championship 2025.
Here we have Anthony Stoyak here with an on-field interview with Alyssa Esperaz.
There he is. That's the face of a winner right there. Anthony Stoyak from Poland has stolen this win. With a personal record average, no better place to do it.
There is still one more solve for Arnie, but it doesn't matter. Even with a best possible single or best possible average, Arnie can't even sneak onto the podium.
He could get 4th place, but that's the best we can expect from Arnie. He came into this round with a national record average of 3.28, seeded himself 8th. He could steal a 4th place from nowhere, but your podium is set in stone now. Anthony Stoyak takes the win ahead of Brendan Dulligan and Volodymyr Kapusyanski in that order.
Arnie here might not know if he might think that he still has a chance at the podium. He might still be putting all that pressure on himself to still perform at the highest level imaginable.
Arnie Salakari, last solve now. We've seen that corner edge skip. This is almost certainly the best scramble of the set. 3.76.
That isn't a worst possible average. We already knew the podium. Arnie with 4th, Anders Barkhouen in 4th. That is it. We are transferring out to Alyssa Esperaz, who has Anthony Stoyak for an on-field interview.
We are here with Anthony Stoyak, our clock world champion. Anthony, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I have no words. I just can't believe it happened. This is also my PR average, and it's also under 3 seconds, which is a mental barrier that I've been trying to break for so long, and I'm just overwhelmed that I'm like the best. I'm like world champion.
All right, we need to take a break.
Congratulations to all of our clock finalists. Now to our world champion.
All right, once again, we are live here with Anthony Stoyak, who just became our clock world champion. Anthony, congratulations. You set a PR in a final round to clutch out the final. Describe the energy in this room.
Well, I am absolutely, I have no words. I'm just so happy right now that I was able to achieve it. My goal going to Worlds was to, just get, top 10 in the final, and I've just won. I just cannot believe it. And also that I got a record average, which is also a mental bird that I've been bringing for very long, is just insane.
What went into your preparation for this competition?
Well, I was practicing a lot before this competition. 2 weeks I started grinding clock at home and also doing some comp sims with my mom. And basically all of that made this happen.
I'm sure there are so many people who have supported you along the way. Anyone you want to give a shout out to or say thank you?
I want to shout out to my family who is sitting right here.
Awesome. Anthony, you are our clock world champion. Congratulations. And we are setting it back to get set for Pyraminx final.
The Pyraminx final is here, and it's one of the most unpredictable events of the weekend. At the top, Lin Zhang, the Asian champion and world number 2, coming off a dominant season and aiming to take his first world title. Right behind him, Sebastian Lee, the world record holder and oceanic champion. In his first ever Worlds final in 2023, he took silver, a breakout performance he's now looking to build on. Michael Nielsen, the North American record holder, is known for delivering under pressure. He's back with something to prove. Jasper Murray, WR3, podiumed at Oceanics and is chasing a breakthrough on the biggest stage. Ezra Shear, a former world record holder returning after nearly a year away. A wild card with real podium potential. Speed, precision, pressure. This is the Pyraminx final, and it starts now.
We are back once again. Clock Finals has just finished with Anthony Stoyak taking the win ahead of Brendan Dunnigan and Volodymyr Kapustiansky. My name's Michael Tripodi. I'm here with my friend Zach Rydell here to bring you through Pyraminx Finals.
It is going to be incredible. We saw Timon Kolasiński take 5x5 with a world record average. We saw Anthony Stoyak, also from Poland, take the win in Clock Finals. And now it's time for Pyraminx.
Let's see how it all unfolds. We're billing this one as a match between the big two in this final, Sebastian Lee of Australia and Michael Nielsen of the USA. These are the two that have had major competition experience before. We saw them both in last World Championships finals, both with continental wins in their respective continents and decent placings at the World Championships as well. We are looking forward to seeing how they do in this final. We're going to pass it over to Alyssa to get us underway with the entrances.
All right, we are getting set up for Pyraminx final. These are your finalists. In our 20th seed, representing the United States, Marcus Kamen. In our 19th seed, representing China, Jiazhao Li. In our 18th seed, a two-time world record holder, including the current single world record holder, representing the United States, Simon Kellum. In our 17th seed, a three-time world record holder, representing the United States, Ezra Shear. In our 16th seed, the current European champion, representing the Netherlands, Jonathan Ploe. In our 15th seed, representing Poland, Jakub Hischer. In our 14th seed, representing the United States, Trip Peters. In our 13th seed, representing Canada, Mazar Hrdlicka. In our 12th seed, representing the United States, Jacob Bennett. In our 11th seed, representing the United States, Yuki Nagai. In our 10th seed, representing China, Yihang Wang. In our 9th seed, representing the United States, Kyle Mead. I want to be able to do this, one sec. In our 8th seed, representing the United States, Keon Wilson. In our 7th seed, representing the United States, Clement D. Tucker. In our 6th seed, placing 3rd at the last World Championship, representing the United States, Luke Garrett. In our 5th seed, the 3rd place finisher at NAC 2022, Carrie Creech. In our 4th seed, competing in his first World Championship final, representing the United States, David F. Andron Silva. In our 3rd seed, a one-time world record holder representing the United States, Michael Nielsen. In our 2nd seed, the current Oceanic champion, placing 2nd at our last World Championship, the current average world record holder, representing Australia, Sebastian Lee. And our 1st seed, qualifying today with a time of 1.52 seconds, representing the United States, Parker Traeger.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. Here is your present in this Pyraminx finals. 5 of the competitors are not from the United States.
We are going to be seeing fireworks happen in this final.
I respect that. That one was pretty good.
I was going to say it is going to be an amazing watch. Parker Traeger, our #1 seed, a name that a lot of people may have not known about going into this final, taking the top seat, followed up by Sebastian Lee, the current world record average holder, and Michael Nielsen. He's him.
We saw Parker Traeger, you mentioned before, setting a personal record to get into this round, along with 10 of the top 13. Sorry, 9 of the top 13. Let's see if those 9 can keep the momentum coming up into this finals.
It's truly going to be an amazing watch. We see first solves coming out, starting off with Yiheng Wang, our 10th seed coming into this finals.
He's one of the few that PR'd, not the few, one of the many that PR'd coming into this finals. This semi-finals was express.
Very big pause there for Yiheng Wang, 319.
Worth noting.
Solves come in, Simon Killam, 279. Zhao Zhao Li, 340.
Worth noting, in the first round, only 7 competitors got a sub-2 average, but in the semi-finals, 7 competitors got a sub-2 average without even making the final round. This semi-finals was quick. These Pyraminx is speeding up during the competition. Luke with a 236. We're going to be seeing Sebastian Lee, the 2nd seed, many people's favorite to take out this win in a moment.
And now onto Michael Nielsen. Michael Nielsen, again, quite famous for taking his time to warm up, make sure that he is ready to start the attempt. He has won the Continental Championships. He has won his national championships representing the United States, but he fell short last World Championships.
He was so close last World Championships. 2+2s took him out of contention. Here he goes now. Great start, 2.19 for Michael Nielsen.
That puts him into the lead right now. Marcus Kamen up next.
I'm not sure what's going on with Sebastian Lee here, but looks like Jacob Ambrose is there, signing the back of the scorecard.
477 for Marcus. We do see off-stream Ezra Shear with a 182. I believe what happened for Sebastian, he was not ready, but the judge lifted the cover, meaning that that Sebastian is getting an extra attempt. Here we see Parker Traeger coming fresh out of New York City.
Seen Ezra Shear, a 1.82 on that first scramble. Parker Traeger taking a mental reset here, almost ready.
Before he starts, we're going to watch David Silva do his first attempt. Off stream, Kyle Mead with a 149. Fastest solve at a final so far. David Silva with a 237. Off to Yiheng Wang for his second attempt.
It's a confirmation that Sebastian Lee has indeed been giving an extra attempt.
273, quite lucky. Here we go. Parker Traeger. Can he live up to the hype?
Looked like a great start. Tips completed so fast, but he's just stopped turning the lockups.
405. This might be one of the first major championship finals that we have seen for Parker Traeger. Can he handle the nerves? Michael Nielsen warming up here.
And you mentioned it before, he does take his time.
Off stream, Keon Wilson with a 188.
And Kyle Mead with a 149.
Luke Garrett coming up to solve now. 197 for Luke, but a head shake. He feels like he knew he could do better. Still enjoying the attention from the crowd. Michael Nielsen inspecting now.
Man getting a warm reception for the crowd.
Man
Michael
of
Nielsen
the hour.
deciding on a solution, but not the orientation. Here we go now. Looks great, 1.98. It's another sub-2 for Michael Nielsen.
Is sub-2 going to cut it, though? Sub-2 didn't even guarantee you making this finals. Why would it mean that it guarantees making the podium?
So far on that first scramble, only 3 competitors getting a sub-2, but sub-2's more common on this second scramble. So let's see Sebastian Lee. Reminder, this is his first attempt. He has gotten an extra scramble.
Yeah, this is an extra scramble. No one else is going to see this scramble unless an extra, of course, is given. Let's see how Sebastian can perform on it.
Sebastian, known for his quick turning, can he pull it out on the world's final stage? It's a great start, 1.53. That's not the fastest solve that we've seen so far this finals, but it's an amazing start for Sebastian.
Again, it is a hot start. We're seeing Kyle Mead had a hot start with the best solve at the finals, 149, but followed up by a 235. Puzzles have been delivered. One has been delivered to David Silva here. Started out with a 237. Let's see how he can move from there. We're also going to see down in the bottom left, Parker Traeger receive a cube. We'll wait for David to do his solve. Ooh, 268. Quite lucky for David there.
Yeah, extremely lucky for David. This is going to be the first time that a lot of these competitors have seen the spotlight, particularly of a World Speed Cubing Championships. Parker Traeger is one that unfortunately faltered on that first scramble. Looked like an amazing start. Tips completed so quickly, but then just locked up in the body solution.
Off stream, we also saw Zhao Li with a 190 and 196, as well as a 340.
Yep, so 196 counting for Jiaju.
Quite good pace there. Parker Traeger inspecting now.
8 seconds.
It's like a 4-tip scramble again. Tips done relatively well. 1.92.
Is it close? It's good. That is a 192 for Parker. Luke Garrett, 236.
A little minor shake of the head there for Luke.
Sebastian Lee now on his second attempt.
He's taking a few warm-up turns on his cube.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be a good count.
Sebastian Lee likes to take a few deep breaths before beginning his attempt.
Jakub Hibser from Poland, 192-205 for his second and third attempts. A 368 to start, though. That's going to be looming over him for the rest of the average.
Jakub Hibser living off the
Kyle
Polish
Mead.
vibes being exuded.
Kyle Mead, 159.
That's a counting solve for Kyle Mead, 159. That's humongous. I wonder if he knows it.
Kyle Mead is one of the most composed people I know.
Sebastian Lee underway for scramble number 2 now. This one was pretty good. We've seen quite a few sub-2s on this one. Changed his mind on the orientation at the last moment.
A big lock up there cost him sub-2, 215 there for Sebastian Lee.
1.25 for Michael Nielsen.
Michael Nielsen, 1.25. That counts as 198, and that leaves so much room for any good solves from here to count for Michael Nielsen as well.
Oh, we see some good times from the top seeds on this third scramble.
Catch a replay here. A 4-tip scramble. Effortless. There's a reason he's your U.S. national champion. There's a reason he's your continental champion in 2022. Can he bring it home? At the bottom left there, David Silva with a 216.
I've got Yiheng Wang. Unfortunately not in the picture at the moment, sitting 10th on our live standings.
Ezra Shear with a 156 on that third scramble.
So Ezra Shear counting a 1.82. He was out of practice for a little while, but he's putting himself in the conversation for a podium.
We are starting to see some best possible averages populate. Jakob Hibser with a 198 best possible average. Parker Traeger on the third. Can he find a solution and execute it as quickly as Michael Nielsen did?
So Parker has a 1.92 on the second. Underway now. There's a tip to last 1.96, and that is a counting solve for Parker Traeger.
It's a head shake. He doesn't seem thrilled with it, but it might be enough. Ezra Shear with a 146, counting 182 and 156. Pulling ahead of the rest of the pack. 235 for Luke Garrett.
We've only seen 2 solves from Sebastian Lee so far. We've seen some very good times on this third scramble. When Sebastian's turning is on point, it is on point. Can he lock in the World Championship Finals?
On one of our man cams right now, here we see Kyle Mead currently projected to be first. Let's see what he can get on the fourth scramble. Huge lockup for Kyle, 251. That 235 is counting.
It was looking great until that rotation. Here comes Sebastian Lee. Second seed into this round. First seed coming into the whole competition. This third scramble, we've seen some good times on it. Can Sebastian capitalize? He does not start the timer. Sebastian Lee is going to count a 215 that he got on that second scramble.
Michael Nielsen in the bottom right of your screen, 185 for Michael Nielsen. Ezra Shear still projected first. Michael Nielsen, though, coming up quickly behind him.
And with that, Sebastian Lee counting the 2.15. Does that dash his hopes for a win?
David Silva starting inspection now. Parker Traeger in the bottom left of your screen, also about ready to start inspection. Parker. Smooth turning, big pause there. A miss, one look for David, 537.
Ezra is quietly cooking right now.
Parker Traeger with a 212. He's still in it.
Not seen Ezra so far, but here he
there,
goes. This is
there
his
he is.
Fifth attempt. Counting a 1.56 and a 1.82.
A best possible average of 161 might secure it for him.
It's definitely possible for him. Could this be a fairy tale ending? A comeback for the ages? It's so fast! 1.74!
174. It's solved. Where does that put Ezra Shear?
Ezra Shear will know his average at the end of this. As soon as it gets entered, we'll give it to you. There we go, 1.71 average for Ezra. That's going to be an extremely difficult mark to beat. One man who can do it is Michael Nielsen. He's got a 1.25 on that third scramble, so he's got a lot of room to improve. His best possible average will give him the win.
He's going to need the best possible average to be able to pull off a win, or at least he's going to get very, very close to it.
1.69 is Michael Nielsen's best possible average, but it would require him to count a 1.25. So for first place, he's going to need a 1.31. Here goes Michael Nielsen. Last solve, make or break moment. He needs a fast solve for the win, 131. Can he clutch it up, as he has done many times before? It's not going to be 2.33 for Michael Nielsen. That's his worst possible average. Going to be 2.01. Ezra Shear still in first place for the moment. But Jonathan Plug, 1.57. That's on the fourth scramble.
1.57, I think, puts Jonathan close to first, maybe in contention with Ezra. Sebastian Lee with a 372.
It is a +2. The world record holder is out of contention for the World Championship win. And with that, he might even be out of contention for the podium altogether.
Again, Jonathan Plew with a 157 on that last solve.
His best possible average will definitely get him the win over Ezra, but it just depends what he needs on that one. It's going to be close for the European record holder.
Parker Traeger solving up here now. 247.
But a 2.47.
It's not enough.
It's not going to be.
Ezra Shear is guaranteed to make your podium. So is Michael Nielsen. It is all going to come down if Jonathan is able to take the lead.
He only needs a 1.72. That is well within his wheelhouse. Both of his times on the last two scrambles were under that mark. But 1.27, keep that in the back of your mind. If he gets that, he goes from 16th.
1.72. 1.72, Michael.
He goes from 16th in the previous round to the world champion to add on to his European champion title from last year. This is a massive moment.
It is just a matter of time. Again, he is guaranteed. Wait, he is not guaranteed third place. He needs at least a 271 to be able to lock in the podium here. Can he do it? If not, it might go to Kyle Mead.
The pressure of that 3.70 has got to be looming over him.
You see the times up at the top left of your screen, what Jonathan needs for first and what he needs for second.
We see Jonathan practicing his tips. That's the first part of many of these competitors' solves.
This is the most important solve of Jonathan's cubing career. All hands on deck. We are ready to roll.
1.72 is the mark. If he wants to write a fairy tale finish to this World Championship. If not, it's going to go to Ezra Shear, who after being out of practice comes back to his home World Championships and takes the win. But here goes Jonathan Plug, 1.72. He needs this.
170.
Looks like a 4-tip scramble. That tip practice is going to come in handy. Here he goes now. It's not going to be.
It does not do it.
It doesn't happen. Ezra Shear is going to take the win.
It does get the podium. It's a tied average with Kyle Mead, but a better single. Jonathan at least makes the World Championship podium. But your world champion is going to be Ezra Shear, the man of the hour you see on stream right now. Jonathan still quite ecstatic just to see that he made the podium.
Ezra Shear, after being out of it, is a name that we've seen as the former world record holder for some time. At 1.45 average, he left the sport and has come back for a home world championships and has taken the biggest title of his entire career. Ezra Shear, the Pyraminx world champion for 2025 in Seattle.
It is fireworks. Back to back to back. Incredible finals from all of our competitors that we have seen so far on the final stages here in beautiful Seattle, Washington.
What else can you say? Ezra Shear, those 3 a.m. practice sessions back in the day.
It's all paid off. You know what's really freaking me out, Michael? He looks calm. It's like he knew this was going to happen.
He put in the hard yards back in the day. Who knew that a year later, 2 years later, that's when it would pay dividends. Ezra Shear gets the title that he has deserved for so long, the world champion title. 1.71 the win. We had 7 people getting sub 1 in the first round.
Ezra Shear, you are our Pyraminx world champion. How does that sound to you?
It sounds great. I haven't practiced at all for the last year. I kind of quit cubing, so I feel like I don't deserve this. But it's really awesome either way.
You came on the stage, you put down 5 solves that made you the world champion, so you absolutely deserve it. Okay, so I'm hearing for the first time that you haven't really been practicing for the whole year. So coming into this week, what was your mindset?
Well, I wasn't sure I was going to come, but I was registered, and I thought it would just be cool if I could make finals one last time. Like, just to be up here one last time would be awesome. And I ended up getting up here, and that's really all I cared about. And so this is just extra. This is awesome. Like, it's just really cool to be in front of you guys, and thank you guys so much.
Ezra, I'm sure there's some shout-outs you want to give, so give me some shout-outs. This is a world championship.
Well, I got to say hi to my brother Avi, and my mom and my dad, my brother Eitan. And, yeah, they should be watching at home probably, so it's really cool.
Ezra, congratulations. Give it up for our Pyraminx world champion, Ezra Shear.
The one-handed final is here, and it's Ru versus CFOP. Leading the charge, Nicholas Archer, the face of the Ruvolution. WR2 average, European record holder. Podiums at both Euros 2022 and 2024. Steady, efficient, and ready to lead Ru to a world title. Alongside him, Dwayne Ramos, the Oceanic record holder. A dominating presence with his eyes set on beating out icons for the title of one-handed champion. But the CFOP side is far from done. Max Park, the 2019 world champion, remains one of the most consistent threats in OH. Luke Garrett, the current world record holder, the world's best all-rounder starring in his premier event. And Dhruva Saimaruva, the first to break the 6-second single barrier. 2 methods, 1 hand, 1 champion. The OH final starts now.
Welcome back to Seattle. A thrilling day 2 so far at the Rubik's WCA World Championship. Manu Singh Hall, OH legend Keaton Ellis alongside me. Keaton, a slurry of emotions so far as we've seen 3 new world champions crowned in 3 events in this finals block. Will we see another one here today with the OH final coming up?
Well, we have to. The round's got to end at some point. This is an incredible group of people in front of you. Nicholas Archer, currently 2nd in the world. Max Park, one of the favorites, of course. And we've got a great showdown between Ru and then CFOP for the best method for one-handed.
Exactly. It's all going to come down to the methods, and the field is split, actually, surprisingly evenly. Nicholas Archer taking the first place, really pushing the Ru method, taking Ru to another world record with 7.72 earlier this year. And Juliet Sebastian in 2nd place, an incredible CFOP solver using ZBLL to aplomb in the one-handed event. 3rd place, Jasper Murray from Down Under. Then we have Dwayne Ramos, another Ru user. And in 5th place, Max Park, as you mentioned. Just an incredible solver. Let's see what the fireworks are going to provide here today.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people that have a lot of experience here at the world stage. Max, of course, doesn't need an introduction. Juliet, 2 world championship podiums. And on the other side, Nicholas Archer, this is his first major event. So looking to see how well he'll be able to handle the pressure.
Let's go to the walkouts, Keaton. Let's see the competitors.
Looking forward to it.
All right, are we ready for our one-handed final? In our 20th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Louis Demandonsa. In our 19th seed, representing the United States, Carter Kukala. In our 18th seed, representing the United Kingdom, Joseph Briggs. In our 17th seed, representing the United States, Luke Tixon. In our 16th seed, representing the United States, Andreas Lambropoulos. In our 15th seed, representing the United States, Eli Parker. In our 10th seed, representing the Republic of Korea, Yu Chen Hong. In our 9th seed, the current South American champion, representing Argentina, Theo Golubov. In our 8th seed, he placed 3rd at the last World Championship, the current world record holder representing the United States, Luke Garrett. In our 7th seed, representing Hong Kong, China, Anto Kam. In our 6th seed, representing the Philippines, Neo Suarez. In our 5th seed, the current North American champion, the 2017 and 29 world champion, a 10-time world record holder in this event, qualifying today with a time of 9.47 seconds, representing the United States, Max Park. In our 4th seed, the current Oceanic champion, qualifying today with a time of 9.40 seconds, representing New Zealand, Dwayne Ramos. In our 3rd seed, placing 2nd at Oceanic Championship in 2022, qualifying today with a time of 9.40 seconds, representing New Zealand, Jasper Murray. In our 2nd seed, she was the 2nd place finisher at the last World Championship, qualifying today with a time of 9.25 seconds, representing France, Juliette Sebastian. And our 1st seed, a 2-time world record holder, qualifying today with a time of 8.14 seconds, representing the United Kingdom, Nicholas Archer. Runners can bring out the cubes. Competitors, you may start when you're ready. Good luck to all our finalists.
And a litany of incredible solvers there, as you heard from Alyssa, from many, many countries from all around the world. This truly is the World Championship, as you see the head-to-head. Max Park versus Nicholas Archer. Nicholas Archer, we're going to call him an Archer throughout the remainder of the evening tonight, sitting right there on your screen in the 1st position. An incredible ruse solver, very soft-spoken guy. 18 years old from the United Kingdom, 7.95. And Max Park, one of the greatest speed cubers this generation has seen, the sport has ever seen, from right here in the United States. His 5th world champion, looking to get his 3rd world champion title in the one-handed event. Will Neo Suarez play spoiler? That's his first solve. 6.96.
Neo Suarez, that is PR. He got a 778 yesterday.
What a time to get PR single for Neo Suarez from the Philippines. His first World Championship. This isn't even his 10th competition overall.
Oh my gosh.
Juliette Sebastian. What can she produce here on this first scramble? Needing to use the table as CFOP typically does. Showing off her extensive ZBLL knowledge, 10.69 to start off her account.
Not the best start for Juliette, someone who likes to get 9s, fairly consistently able to get sub 10 averages, starting with a 1069. Doesn't look like an awful ZBLL case. It was a U, if I could see it correctly. So,
well, the Brewers are on fire so far. Jasper 8.22, Alexei Svetkov 8.76. taking the top 3 spots so far, 1 solve in for about half of our competitors. Luke Garrett, the world record holder now, an incredible turner, one of the best TPS solvers, turns per second. His fingers are going to move extremely quickly as he tries to make sense here.
He's going to be doing white here. Makes an extensive use of the table throughout all of his solving.
As we go into finishing up last layer now, 10.696, excuse me. Nicholas Archer right now.
So he seems to have wrong edge orientation on that.
12.88, not how you wanted to start. Max Park coming in at the 5th seed.
Taking a look overall, most of the top solves that have come out on solve 1 were Brewers. Johong with an 811, Jasper 822.
As Max gets 933, that's the best of the C-Foppers so far.
I'm going to take a look at Neo's second solve here. CMLL at 6.8.
Wow, great LSE for an 8.38. Neo's putting himself in quite the lead to start things off. Just incredible. Just amazing stuff.
And to put this in context of his PR average of 8.93, the counting time that he has is 0.55 seconds faster than that.
Juliet now, solve number 2, looking to come back. Her 10.69, her first solve, is placing her 9th so far of the 11 competitors entered. Looks like she might be waiting for... Oh, here she goes.
Jasper counting 822. Got an 817 just off stream.
Juliet looks like she's going to pick Yellow Cross. Oh, looks like maybe a slight execution error. The cube looks like it slipped out of her hands for just a second.
She's
Last
doing
layer.
OLL, PLL.
11.16, not what she would have wanted. Luke Garrett. The tension in this room, man. You can cut it with a knife. Looking pretty fluid, a lot less table needed. Last layer, 7.40. Great solve from him. Good comeback. He's going to catapult himself back up in the projected rankings.
Best I could tell, it looked like a ZB starting at about 5.7 or so. So fairly decent execution, especially for one-handed.
Narcher, 9.66. Good comeback. He's going to need several more of those if he wants to give himself a chance to win this. Max. Color neutral solver on CFOP going to last layer. That looks like a ZB. 8.75. Amazing execution from him. As the cubes get delivered and the times get populated.
874 off stream. He's got a counting 8.3 and an 8.7. He's on track for PR average in addition to potentially a podium spot here at Worlds.
His first World Championship. Coming into this, he had a 10% chance to podium and a 1% chance to win. What a story that would be. Yu Chon Hong now from Korea.
CFOP solver here.
Needing the table to finish up the solve there, 9.71 for their efforts.
Yuchon in a very strong position here. Jasper has two low 8s currently. Looks like he's on to CMLL on just about 8 seconds. Fist pump there at a 9.60.
It's a good solve. That means counting an 8.2. That is the best counting solve so far.
Looks like it's Jasper versus Neo here after 3 solves.
Yep. Not if Juliet has anything to say about it. Can she come back from 2 poor solves? A lot better turning, it looks like, in this one. Can she get great execution on that ZV 8.60?
Looks like it was a 2 GLL coming out of that. Some of the best cases, you only have to do R and U moves, and you don't have to rotate at all.
Luke Garrett trying to match 10.36.
Looks
Unfortunately,
like
that is not going to be good enough, it seems.
Bit of an awkward set of locks on PLL there.
And Archer getting to CML around 7. 9.13. He's making a bit of a comeback. Yep, charging up the leaderboard now. Projected rank is now 5th. Max Park currently projected in 3rd. Can he make 8.75 counts right now?
There's a little bit of keyhole there. That's a nice OLL into a nice PLL.
Ooh, 9.10. That will be the counting time for the moment. He has the 3rd best counting time. We'll keep him in 3rd place. Neo now 8.87. BPA, I mean, guaranteed to get an 8 average in finals, is Neo Suarez of the Philippines. Actually, guaranteed to PR, actually. WPA 866 is PR 8.93.
In the finals of the World Championship.
For a new competitor at that. Amazing stuff.
They're maintaining the incredible legacy that the Philippines has in one-handed. John Patrick Villanueva, of course.
Unfortunately, not able to make it.
Neo, right, hot on those heels.
Jasper now, for their Ru efforts, first World Championship.
CMLL still not done at 7.8. Looks like it's just finishing up at 9.5.
Yeah, this is going to be the worst one so far. 13, not what you want to see. 8.96 and 8.2 counting. That's going to actually move Neo ahead of Jasper.
And it looks like the only way that Jasper can possibly win and Neo loses is for Jasper to get sub 696.
Yeah, needs to be Neo on single. Juliet. 10-10. Unfortunately, looks like this round is not going to go her way. Luke Garrett, can he put something together?
That's some really nice TPS, but a little bit of an awkward PLL again.
Hard to see from there. Lisa Kukala, the judge. Another delegate coming over. See if we can figure out whether or not that's going to be a +2. Narcher with a 7.
BPA 890. No chance at
he
first
can't
place.
catch Neo.
This is for the World Championship.
Oh, man, a little bit of a fumble early, unfortunately. Head is shaking. This is going to be the worst solve, clearly. Worst possible average, 8.66. Jasper can still win this, but needs to beat a 6.96 to do so. Max now. He's going to need something good if he wants to catch Neo.
Looks like a U-perm to end things off.
9.46. I don't think that's going to be enough, Keaton. He's not counting. He's not going to count a time that's better than Neo's average.
No.
In fact, can anyone catch him? It's only Jasper.
It's only Jasper, and this solve is a 963.
Which is not going to do it. Neo Suarez has won the World Championship, it seems.
That's an incredible feat for Brew, an incredible feat for the Philippines. Starting with a 6.96, getting PR, and then being able to keep your calm and get 3 more 8s. You can see he's just covered his face with his hands. I think he's realizing the moment. No one else is cheering.
No one knows him. Like I said, this is not even his 10th competition in the World Cube Association.
From a 1% chance to win up to the gold medal.
Now all that remains to see is who is going to get onto the podium. Will the Rue sweep the podium? Jasper looks like he is getting pretty close. Couple other people in the mix have a chance to get onto the podium still. Beat that 915. Nicholas Archer, one of them. Max Park as well.
It's essentially a 3-way race for the last 2 spots in the podium. Jasper's got the 915 locked in. Max has a 906 BPA. Nicholas Archer has an 890 BPA. He's starting solve 5 here. It's a good first block. He's got a little bit of a lockup on the second block. Taking a look at CMLL is not able to orient
Oh,
edges.
that S move. That S move was costly. 10.60. I don't think Narcher has it enough. Or does he? No. No, Nicholas Archer, 8.90 is off the podium entirely. It's
Now
only
we're
Max.
taking a look.
Only
Dwayne
Max
Ramos,
can catch him.
Max Park are the last two for third place on
And
the
actually,
podium.
has Max locked it? No, not quite. Max is not quite locked in third place. Dwayne Ramos, yes, still has a chance.
Max on ZB at 5.
711. 906 is going to be his average, as that is the best possible average. He's going to jump into second place to grab silver. And I think that's going to do it here, Keaton. What a podium. Neo Suarez from the Philippines getting gold. Max Park, the Seoul Seafopper, and Jasper Murray of New Zealand, 915. To seal it all off.
We're going Rue CFOP here. Luke Garrett just off of the podium here, the second best CFOP solver.
And then another Rue, Alexei Svetkov, is in 5th place.
Now the crowd realizes
and he's got it now. There's the celebration. He has won the World Championship. He's just found out. What a story. What an incredible story. Seeded 10th. Coming into this World Championship, as you mentioned, 1% chance to win his first World Championship. Wow, spectacular, just incredible.
Not a loss for words. Rue seems to be one of the most dominant methods for one-handed that we've ever seen.
Meteoric rise to the top. Now, we do need to wait for the remainder of the competitors to finish solving. Jo Hung Soon, one more solve. Andreas of the United States, one more solve. Louis de Mendoza, one more. But your podium is set. Everyone is just jockeying for a placement now. Actually, Jo Hung, with a best possible average, if he beats 811, can slot into 4th place.
This is his 8th.
He's going now. Can't see his solve through the crowd. 996, a fist bump from him. Ending up in exactly the same as the projected position, 1002 for the Ruer. All results are in. What a huge crowd.
Congratulations
to day 2 at the World Championship 2025. Alyssa is just getting ready with Neo Suarez of the Philippines. And here she goes for an interview.
I am here with Neo Suarez, who is our one-handed world champion. Neo, all the way from the Philippines, you are across the ocean, and you just became a world champion. How are you feeling?
It still doesn't feel real, honestly, because, you know, being in here without, like, literally for the Nations Cup, right? Leo Borromeo wasn't here, Sean Patrick Villanueva wasn't here, Toby and Crimson weren't here, so I was really, like, just, you know, trying to play it low in terms of, like, the results, but I guess that's how I just got PR paces on the 2 rounds before, actually. So, yeah, it just feels unreal, honestly.
You set a PR single in your first solve. How were you able to, like, keep your composure after that and put down 3 more solves that clenched you the world champion?
Oh, because it was a CMLL skip, by the way. So 1 in 216 chance, by the way, to get a CMLL skip. It was, and I did such a bad first block solution, but, like, it really saved it pretty much.
It's not a crime to get lucky in the World Championship final. You did it. And we now have back-to-back Philippines one-handed world champions. I know there are probably so many people watching back home and around the world. Just give us, who are you wanting to shout out and who do you want to thank?
Obviously, my parents for actually just, like, because... Okay, I'm going to say it now. I've been actually planning, me and my family have been actually planning to move to the U.S. and here to Arkansas, and I guess might as well. Happy 4th of July, everyone. So, yeah, it's just such a... I'm so grateful to be here because literally, like, you know, the rest of the Filipino Cubers couldn't make it just because of their location. And my mom managed to land a job here in Arkansas. So that's how I was able to come to this competition, actually. Like, she quit her job in the UAE on, like, the July 1st. And then that's how I was able to be here. That was literally it.
Neo, congratulations. You are our one-handed world champion all the way from the Philippines. It's surreal, I'm sure. I can see how overwhelmed you are, and just all the congratulations to you and your family. 3x3 one-handed world champion Neo Suarez. It's been an electric day 2, and we have more to come in the next 2 days.
Indeed, Alyssa. It was an electric day 2. Keaton capped off with an amazing OH final. We have to go through the results because what a finals block we had here for day 2 of the World Championship, starting off with 5x5. And there's only one name that rings true at the end of the day. Timon Kolasiński of Poland with the world record average to win his first title in 5x5.
Yeah, he's able to clinch it after 4 solves, and he had a great pop-off, come back, calm down, and then take the 5th solve into the world record.
Locked it up by solve 4, too, which is just absolutely incredible. You could see the emotion on his face. Max Park coming in 2nd place. Of course, it was always going to be Max and Timon, just Timon getting the better of him today. Kaiwen Wang of Chinese Taipei rounding out the podium. 40.43. Just electric. The crowd went crazy. Going on to clock final now. What a show we had there for you. Anthony Stoyak and Brendan Dunnigan. It came down to the final solve. 2.7 was needed for Anthony to win the World Championship. 2.54 at the 11th hour, snatching it away from an electric solver, Brendan Dunnigan, Volodymyr Kapustiansky, and also incredible solver right here from the United States, grabbing 3rd with 303.
Anthony needing to do this all under the pressure of knowing, at least to some extent, that the giant celebration for Brendan Dunnigan may not have been guaranteed.
Exactly. Many people actually started celebrating early. I mean, a U.S. win would have been fantastic, especially for Brendan, who is an extremely popular solver as well. So incredible nerves of steel from Anthony Stoyak to win gold in clock. The Pyraminx final, also an incredible one. We had the U.S. podium in 2 spots. Ezra Shear and Michael Nielsen, 1.71, the only sub-2 average on the podium in the entire round. Michael Nielsen 201 and only fractions of a second behind Jonathan Plug of the Netherlands 204.
A couple of really close things here. Plug needing to not only beat the average but also the single of Kyle Mead in order to get onto that podium. And then Ezra Shear, those last solves, he had a counting 3.92 dangling over his head in case he doesn't get it perfect. He's able to execute and make it all the way.
Indeed. And now, the final you just watched, one-handed, just incredible. Neo Suarez of the Philippines moving to Arkansas, as you heard during the interview. American flag on his chest, 8.66 with a best single of 6.96, both of those personal records to win the World Championship in his first go-around.
He got a sub-10 average on one-handed the first time he went to a competition. Within 10 competitions, within a year, he's able to make it to the World Championship. I don't think we've seen something that fast since cubing first started.
Just incredible. Just incredible. Ru versus CFOP was the story. CFOP ended up getting 2nd. You can't get rid of Max Park grabbing 2 silvers on the same day, 906 average. Jasper Murray to round it out. The Kiwi from New Zealand traveled a long way to be here, 915 for their efforts.
Obviously not happy with their Pyraminx results, not even making it to the finals. I think a podium for one-handed is not a bad treat.
Hey, not bad to grab medal. Medal always tastes good at the end of the day, whether it's Pyraminx or one-handed. Oh, man. Can you believe we are only halfway through the Rubik's WCA World Championship 2025? So many solvers left, so many events left. Only 5 world champions are crowned so far, 12 more to go. Keaton, what are you looking forward to on days 3 and 4?
Well, I think the number one guy, 3x3, our main event starts tomorrow. That's the thing I'm looking forward to the most. We're going to have people solving at the top level throughout the entire day. I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of threes out there.
Maybe even a world record. The first sub-3 single is out there, and many, many competitors are waiting to grab it. Do join us back here on the WCA YouTube channel. For that, we will go live at 9 a.m. tomorrow for all the festivities. Until then, this is Manu Singhal for Keaton Ellis, the entire organization team, and the production team, wishing you a happy 4th of July, and we'll see you tomorrow.